Chapter 1, I am your sister-in-law. And Tang Yi, you shameless. I am your sister-in-law. How could you do such a thing? Tang Yi was awakened by the woman's scream. Opening his eyes, he saw a woman curled up in the corner of the bed. The woman was beautiful, but at this moment, her dress was disheveled. Large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, her hair was messy, and there was a crimson handprint on her left cheek, with blood stains at the corner of her mouth. She looked like someone who had just been bullied. Did I do this? No, I didn't do this. As a special forces soldier from the Dragon Country, he wouldn't do something like this. Who are you? Why did you harm me? Tang Yi's expression turned cold. He pushed himself up on the bed, wanted to jump up. As a result, with a loud crash, he didn't jump up but fell off the bed, instantly wincing in pain. It was then that he realized his whole body felt rusty, lacking the agility he used to have. What happened? Tang Yi was puzzled, and at that moment, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, the intense pain almost causing him to fall again. Once the memories fully merged, Tang Yi looked at his rough, dark hands and was momentarily stunned. He had traveled through time. Surrounded by enemies during a mission, he had ultimately fought to the death, only to reincarnate as the son of the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the Great Yin Dynasty. Although he was a young master, this guy lived a miserable life. Every day he had to clean latrines, chop firewood, fetch water, and wash the clothes of all the servants in the Tang family. The reason was simple. As a young master, he was treated like a stray dog in the mansion 3 years ago. His father's scandal was exposed. It turned out he had married his childhood sweetheart before heading to the capital for the imperial examination and had 3 children. After being named on the gold list that year, he schemed to marry his mother, Lu Ruyu, because his maternal grandfather was the Minister of Personnel, wielding power and influence, which could help him rise to prominence. However, 5 years ago, his grandfather unexpectedly passed away, and the Lu family's fortunes declined. They no longer had any use for Tang Jing, so he was abandoned like a worn-out shoe. Ignoring his deceased mother's objections, Tang Jing forcibly brought back his childhood sweetheart and the 3 children to the Tang family. In the end, his mother fell ill from anger and soon passed away. Immediately after his mother's death, Tang Jing elevated Yin Shuangyu to the position of legitimate wife. Although Yin Shuangyu appeared gentle on the surface, she was actually as venomous as a snake, allowing her 3 sons to bully and humiliate the previous owner and his younger sister. Even when it came to food, they could only eat what the servants left behind. If the servants finished it, they would go hungry. The previous owner could endure at 18, but how could his 5-year-old sister endure? Countless times she cried from hunger. The previous owner was weak and cowardly. Any hint of resistance would only lead to harsher beatings. Over time, the previous owner became the shared servant of everyone in the Tang mansion. Even the servants who used to dare not lift their heads in front of him now spat at him and called him trash. And the previous owner could only silently wipe the spit off his face. Even when the emperor intended to grant the Tang family a marriage for a child, which could have been his chance to turn things around, he didn't dare to fight for it. Instead, Yin Shuangyu, fearing he would snatch her son's opportunity, took him out first. Pathetic against the enemy. Just cripple them. To die so pathetically and leave the enemy to harm my sister? Tang Yi's expression darkened, feeling frustrated with the previous owner's weakness. But don't worry, I'll take good care of my sister. Mentioning his sister, the coldness on Tang Yi's face gradually melted away. In his previous life, he also had a sister, but being in the military, he had no time to accompany that little girl. Now that fate had given him a second chance, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to make up for regrets slip away. In his previous life, he dedicated himself to the country. In this life, he would live for himself. Not only would he take good care of his sister, but he would also make a name for himself. Tang Yi, you beast! I am your sister-in-law. Ooh. Seeing Tang Yi stunned, the woman on the bed thought he was afraid and cried out even louder. Shut up. Tang Yi suddenly turned around and shouted. Lin Zhua immediately stopped her wailing, but after a moment of confusion, her face turned dark and terrifying. This waste, shouldn't he be scared and kneel down to beg for mercy? Where did he get the guts to yell at her? Tang Yi looked at her, noticing the handprint on her face that was deliberately drawn to frame him, and he sighed in relief. Fortunately, you're so ugly. I'm glad you didn't succeed. Otherwise, I will be disgusted for a lifetime. Lin Zhua's expression froze. Although she couldn't be called a stunning beauty, her looks were still exceptional. How could a waste born of a father, but raised without a mother, call her ugly? Damn bastard. You say I'm ugly. Lin Zhuo was instantly enraged, her face contorted like a vengeful spirit. Sister-in-law will teach you a good lesson today. If you don't know how to speak, you'll die. Lin Zhuo immediately shouted hoarsely outside. Someone, help. Assault. Catch this rogue. Tang Yi, are you crazy? I am your sister-in-law. You can't do this. Woo-woo. Her voice grew increasingly panicked and mournful. Tang Yi watched the woman's exaggerated performance, his eyes gradually turning cold. All right, since you are unkind, then my rise will start from you. Tang Yi, what the hell are you doing? Sure enough, an angry roar came from outside the door. The door was then kicked open from the outside, and a young man in his 20s, holding a club, rushed in with 4 or 5 servants. The young man was his second brother, Tang Hao. Seeing the scene inside the room, Tang Hao pretended to be furious, jumping 3 feet high. Tang Yi, you damn beast, she is your sister-in-law. To do something so despicable to your sister-in-law, I will kill you. Haha, kill you and the Tang family will be ours. Tang Hao swung the club and aimed for Tang Yi's head. However, the club, as thick as an arm, was caught by Tang Yi midair. Damn, you dare to block. Tang Hao was momentarily stunned, not expecting Tang Yi to dare to resist. In the past, he would have already been curled up on the ground, taking a beating. Before he could finish his words, Tang Yi twisted his hand, and the club was instantly snatched from him, landing in Tang Yi's hands. Whoosh! Tang Yi casually swept the club, which came crashing down towards his head. Tang Hao watched the thick club magnify in his pupils, screaming in fear. Boom! The next second, the club struck his forehead. Tang Hao fell to the ground, sprawled out, his entire face instantly covered in blood. Damn it! How dare this waste resist? He actually dared to resist. Tang Hao was both shocked and fearful, his face filled with panic. And Lin Zhuo, who was crying and pretending to be wronged on the bed, also widened her eyes in disbelief. The previous Tang Yi was timid and weak, but now he actually dared to fight back? Tang Yi, you dare to hit me? To do something so despicable, you still dare to hit me? Dad won't let you off. Tang Hao Zhao. Tang Yi stepped forward, placing his foot on his chest, with the club pressed against Tang Hao's throat. Second brother is really generous. To frame me, you even offered up your own woman. Impressive, but I'm in a bad mood right now, so hold in the pain. If you scream again, do you believe I still dare to kill you? Tang Yi lowered his gaze, looking down at Tang Hao. That gaze was like the Grim Reaper's stare. Tang Hao's voice stopped abruptly. He covered his mouth, trembling to avoid making a sound. In that moment, he was certain that Tang Yi really dared to kill him. Sister-in-law. Tang Yi turned to walk towards Lin Zhuo. Lin Zhuo was so frightened she jolted, her face turning pale. Tang Yi, what? What do you want? What are you going to do? Don't come over. I won't hold it against you. Just hurry and get lost. Lin Zhuo was somewhat hysterical. I'm going to hold you accountable. You designed this trap for me, and then hypocritically said you wouldn't hold me accountable? Where do you get the face to say that? Tang Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Lin Zhu's face with a loud crack. The force was so strong that it knocked Lin Zhu onto the bed. He then grabbed Lin Zhu's long hair with both hands, kicked her several times, and threw her out like garbage. In an instant, the 4 or 5 servants standing not far away were all knocked to the ground. Now, sister-in-law, you don't have to hold me accountable anymore. Tang Yi smiled slightly, speaking with righteous indignation. Hearing this, Lin Zhu completely went mad. Her hair was disheveled. Half of her face was already swollen like a pig's head, and the previously rosy handprint on her face had turned into a real bloody 5-finger imprint. With blood spilling from her mouth due to a ruptured oral cavity, she looked utterly miserable. What are you still standing there for? Kill him! Kill him! Lin Zhu shouted at Tang Yi with resentment and anger. However, Tang Yi shot her a glance. Tang Hao, covering his head with a look of resentment, didn't dare to move an inch. The other servants were intimidated by Tang Yi's imposing presence and dared not act rashly. Who would dare to move at this moment? The current Tang Yi looked like a madman. Tang Yi turned and walked outside. By the way, thanks to my second brother for his generosity. Just before leaving, he smirked, sister-in-law, very lubricated. Go report it, do whatever you want to report. I'll be waiting for your father in the west courtyard. Just in time, I also want to meet that beast who favors concubines over wives. Hearing Tang Yi's words, Tang Hao felt like he had been struck by lightning. He stiffly turned to Lin Zhu. I told you to act, and you let him get the upper hand? Chapter 2. Hitting Yin, Xuanjia's people. Ah, beach. Tang Hao yelled and pounced on Lin Zhu. He directly mounted Lin Zhu and raised his fist to hit her. Bitch, I let you act, and you let him get the upper hand? Whore, he'll kill you. Lin Zhu was already burning with anger. She had just been beaten by Tang Yi and insulted, and now this bastard was saying she had been slept with. Now she had to endure Tang Hao's beating. She exploded on the spot. Her claws landed directly on Tang Hao's face, scratching wildly. Tang Hao, you idiot, can't you see that Tang did it on purpose? Am doing this for whom? Isn't it for your Tang family? Do you dare to hit me? He'll fight back. Tang Hao and Lin Zhu instantly began to wrestle. Screams and curses filled the entire room. The few servants watching this scene were dumbfounded, looking at each other. Should we intervene, or should we not? What to do? Mother's original plan has failed. After a moment, the fight ended, and Tang Hao, drenched in sweat, lay on top of Lin Zhu. Lin Zhu's mind was still echoing with Tang Yi's insults about her appearance. Her face twisted with anger. Reported. Dad took Big Brother to the banquet with the Minister of Revenue. He should be back by now. You just wait at the front gate when Dad comes back. Hug his leg and cry. When he sees you like this, we let Tang Yi go. Tang Hao's eyes lit up. That makes sense. However, he needed to consult his mother first. After exiting, Tang Yi went straight back to the west courtyard. Now, he and his sister lived in a stinking toilet room. Little bitch, can't even do a little work properly. I can't beat you to death. Just like your bitch of a mother, weak and useless. Hey, Tang. He walked out of the courtyard. He heard cursing and the crack of a whip. Has something happened to my sister? Tang Yi's expression turned cold, and he quickened his pace into the courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Tang Yi froze. Not far away, a woman in her 40s, extremely obese, was whipping a little girl. The girl was about 4 or 5 years old, dressed in coarse linen, skinny, and at that moment was curled up in a pile of toilets, trembling all over. Grandma, please don't hit me anymore. I will wash properly. I promise I will wash well. Please don't hit me. I don't have clothes to change into. My brother will find out. She didn't dare to hide and cried for mercy. She wasn't afraid of pain. She was afraid that her brother would know, and he would worry. Madame Wang, holding the whip, placed her hands on her hips and spat on Tang Yin's head. Pa, little bitch, how dare you negotiate with me? Does it matter to me whether Tang Yi knows or not? If you don't want to be beaten, then hurry up and scrub. If you don't finish all the toilets in 1 incense stick's time, you'll get as many lashes as you missed. Hearing this, Tang Yin's small body instantly tensed up. There were over 100 toilets in the courtyard. She could only scrub 10 at most in half an incense stick, which meant she would get 100 lashes. Madame Wang saw Tang Yi frozen in fear and suddenly raised the whip to strike her. Little bitch, didn't you hear what I said? You dare to slack off? But before the whip could fall, a cold voice came through. Dare to touch her again, and he'll twist your head off and use it as a ball. Madame Wang was so frightened that her hand trembled, and the whip went awry. Tang Yi heard her brother's voice and suddenly looked up. Her tear-streaked little face showed no happiness, only fear and anxiety. Oh no, she was discovered by her brother. She quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, trying hard to squeeze out a smile as she stumbled toward Tang Yi. Brother, you're back. Tang Yi squatted down with open arms, and the dirty little girl ran into his embrace. Brother, it's Yin's fault. Yin didn't do her job seriously, and that's why Grandma is angry. Brother, please don't be angry with Grandma. Yin will definitely work hard to scrub the toilets. Tang Yi knew exactly what Tang Yi was thinking. A man who wasn't afraid of being stabbed in battle now felt a dryness in his eyes. His sister was so sensible. She shouldn't have to endure such suffering. He gently held the girl, forcing a smile. No need to scrub as long as brother is here. He doesn't have to do anything. Just be a happy little angel. Before he could finish, Tang Yi felt something wet in his palm. He looked down and found his hand covered in blood. His smile instantly froze, and he quickly lifted the girl's coarse cloth shirt, revealing her back covered in whip marks, all raw and bleeding. In other places, there were scars from old wounds that had healed but left marks. Tang Yi's eyes turned red instantly, and he looked up at Madame Wang with a murderous intent that seemed almost tangible. You, deserve to die. Madame Wang saw that it was Tang Yi who had come and felt no fear at all, but facing the look in Tang Yi's eyes now made her feel like she was facing a ferocious beast, causing her to take 2 steps back in fright. She had never seen such a terrifying gaze. But soon Madame Wang collected herself. She was the wet nurse sent by the mistress to educate Miss Yin. Why be afraid of a useless child who was born with a mother but raised without one? Fourth young master. This old servant was sent by the mistress to educate Miss Yin. This is my way of educating. If the fourth young master has any dissatisfaction, he can go to the mistress. Madame Wang glanced at Tang Yi with disdain. You fool, if you have the ability, go report. The mistress can just whisper a few words to the master, and you'll end up getting the worst beating. Brother, it's my fault. Please don't be angry. Don't go find that woman. Tang Yi shook her head desperately, her eyes turning red with anxiety. Seeing the girl's condition softened Tang Yi's heart, but it was only towards his sister. He raised his hand to rub the girl's head and said, Okay, listen, Yin brother won't go find that woman. He knew that Yin Shuangyu was the culprit behind their mother's death. And even though Yin Shuangyu had been elevated to a position of power, neither he nor his sister had ever called her mother. Even when they were beaten half to death, they never changed their words. This was their final insistence. Wang Momo listened to the siblings constantly referring to that woman, and her expression immediately darkened. She stared coldly at Tang Yi and said, Miss Yin, have you forgotten all the rules I taught you during this time? What do you mean by that woman? She is the matriarch of the Tang family, your mother. With you calling her that woman repeatedly, do you have any manners left? Slap. Wang Momo raised the whip in her hand and swung it towards Tang Yi. Tang Yi was so frightened that her body tensed up, while Tang Yi's expression turned severe. Damn it! How dare you act like this in front of me? He immediately stood up and reached out to grab the whip that Wang Momo was swinging. He hadn't intended to act violently in front of his sister, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. Fourth young master, what do you mean by this? Please do not interfere with this old servant's discipline of Miss Yin. Otherwise, if the madam and master find out, fourth young master might have to suffer again. Wang Momo sneered, her voice full of threats. Tang Yi ignored Wang Momo and bent down to rub Tang Yin's head, saying, Little Yin, listen carefully. No matter what happens next, don't be afraid. With your brother around, no one can bully you. No one dares to bully you. Tang Yi looked up at her brother, who had a smile at the corner of his mouth, her big eyes blinking in surprise. She had never seen her brother smile so beautifully before. Her brother seemed different today. She glanced at the pale-faced Wang Momo and then focused on her brother, nodding vigorously. Brother, Yin isn't afraid anymore. Good. Tang Yi pointed to a nearby bench and said, Sit over there and watch your brother help you vent your anger. Tang Yi ran to sit on the wooden bench, and only then did Tang Yi turn to look at Wang Momo not far away. You like to use a whip to educate people, right? Just so happens I like it too. For beautiful ladies, I might be gentler. But for an old hag like you, you can only die. Wang Momo showed no fear towards Tang Yi. Tang Yi, what do you want to do? I am a madam's person. Tang Yi suddenly yanked the whip, pulling Wang Momo down to the ground in a heap. The whip slipped from her hand and fell into Tang Yi's grasp. As he pulled the whip back in his hand, he coldly laughed. Just now in the East Courtyard, I dealt with Tang Hao and Lin Zhu, who couldn't take care of themselves, so why would I be afraid to handle an old dog like you? What I hit was just Yin Shuangyu's person. Chapter 3, Let her be ready to endure my wrath. In the next moment, Tang Yi swung his hand and cracked a whip. When it comes to handling whips, he has never been defeated. Back in the army, there was no weapon he could not master. With a loud crack, the whip struck the plump body of Granny Wang. The entire length of the whip hitting from her shoulder down to her heel, leaving her skin torn and bleeding. In an instant, a long blood mark appeared on Granny Wang's body. Tang Yi, are you crazy? You dare to hit me? The mistress will never let you go. Granny Wang screamed in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. What are you talking about, Granny? I'm educating you. How is it that my sister can endure this education, but you, at your age, cannot? Tang Yi sneered, and the whip in his hand fell sharply onto Granny Wang's body. With each strike, a new blood mark appeared on her, and her screams filled the courtyard. In a moment, Granny Wang became a bloodied figure. Tang Yi, initially too scared to look, instinctively covered her eyes with her hands, but her fingers were spread wide, peeking through the gaps, her big teary eyes wide open, her small face full of shock. Is this still her brother? When did he gain such ability and courage? Fourth young master, stop hitting, stop hitting. The old servant was wrong. The old servant will never dare again. Wang Guilin, covered in blood, struggled to get up and knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. It was the eldest and second young masters who ordered the old servant to teach Miss Ahhh a lesson. Earlier, the eldest and second young masters hit Miss Ahhh and even poured salt on her wounds. They not only laughed as they watched Miss Ahhh roll in pain, but also kicked her around like a ball. Tang Yi knew very well that Granny Wang was now bringing up Tang Hua and Tang how to shift the blame. Tang Hua and Tang how were the lifeblood of Tang Jing, whom he loved dearly. If he sought revenge on the Tang brothers, it would be a dead end for him. However, when Tang Yi heard that the old wounds on Tang Yi were inflicted by Tang Hua and Tang Hao, and that they had poured salt on her wounds, he felt all the blood in his body freeze at that moment. Pouring salt on wounds. He had experienced that kind of pain during his time in the devil training camp. It was like ants gnawing all over his body, and he still felt a lingering fear when he thought back to it. How could a 5-year-old child like Tang Yi endure such pain? Thinking of his sister rolling on the ground in agony, while Tang Hua and Tang Hao stood by laughing, kicking her around like a ball, Tang Yi's eyes turned red, and he could no longer control his murderous intent. Brother, I'm fine, I'm okay." The soft voice of the girl came to his ears. Tang Yi looked down and saw Tang Yi gently shaking his hand. "Brother, it doesn't hurt anymore, really, not at all." Tang Yi bent down and picked Tang Yi up. "Doesn't hurt? You're trembling all over, and it doesn't hurt? Where's the medicine?" Tang Yi glared coldly at Granny Wang, realizing that the former self had not noticed his sister's injuries. Perhaps after every abuse, they had applied medicine to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived to this day. Granny Wang, startled, quickly took out a medicine bottle from her bosom and handed it to Tang Yi. "The medicine is here." Tang Yi did not want to kill anyone in front of his sister, so he raised his hand to take the medicine bottle and kicked Granny Wang away. "Get lost. Go back and tell Yin Xuanyu that I can be touched, but she shouldn't touch my sister. If she touches my sister, she is seeking death. Let her be ready to face my wrath." Wang Guilan felt as if she had been granted amnesty, immediately rolling and crawling out of the courtyard. After this beating, it would take her at least 3 months to get out of bed. "Are you still my brother? My brother used to be so timid." Tang Yi stared at Tang Yi, blinking her big eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. Tang Yi reached out and rubbed Tang Yin's head, smiling, of course. "I am your brother, Tang Yi, no mistake about it. But now, brother has to change how he lives, or else we won't survive. Kulme, brother will help you clean your wounds." Tang Yi found a wooden basin and filled it with clean water, but he couldn't find a single towel. So he had to tear a piece from his coarse clothes to help Tang Yi clean her wounds. Tang Yi lay on the long table, shivering in pain, tears streaming down her face, yet she didn't cry out. She had learned to endure. Seeing this broke Tang Yi's heart. After cleaning Tang Yin's wounds and applying medicine, Tang Yi picked up a rusty hatchet from the woodpile, cracked his neck, and looked at his sister. "Let's go. Brother will take you to seek justice. If today's matter ends like this, I will no longer be called Hell Shura, but renamed Coward." Tang Yi was not the weak former self. Whoever treated him well, he would repay tenfold. Whoever treated him poorly, he would return the favor 100-fold. Tang family, East Courtyard. Yin Xuanyu looked at her son and daughter-in-law, both covered in wounds, feeling somewhat dazed. Did Tang Yi do all this? Yin Xuanyu found it hard to believe that Tang Yi had such abilities. Tang Hao rubbed his forehead and said, "We don't know what happened either. Today he seems to be acting like he's gone mad." Yin Xuanyu looked at Lin Zhu, who appeared aggrieved but had resentment in her eyes. "What my husband said is correct. Today's Tang Yi is very different, showing no trace of his previous weakness, and has become decisive and ruthless. He even dared to call me ugly, from the disdainful expression he had when he looked at her. It was clear he truly found her ugly. But the old Tang Yi would not have dared to lift his head when he saw her." Hearing this, Yin Xuanyu's face darkened. The emperor's marriage decree is about to be issued, and there can be no changes at this time. Madam, help, help." At this moment, Wang Guilan rolled in, covered in blood. Seeing her, both Yin Xuanyu and Tang Hao were startled. "Granny, what happened to you?" Yin Xuanyu ordered the maid to help Wang Guilan up. However, Wang Guilan couldn't even stand steadily and pointed trembling at the west courtyard. "It's Tang Yi, madam. It was Tang Yi who hit the old servant. Tang Yi has gone mad. He dared to hit the old servant and wants the old servant to tell you to be ready to face his wrath." After hearing Wang Guilan's words, Yin Shuangyu's face turned extremely cold. Face his wrath? Ridiculous. What kind of storm could a useless person, who lost his mother, stir up? She pointed at Tang Hao and Wang Guolan. The master should be back now. You go to the main gate and wait for the master to return. As soon as he returns, report this to him. After finishing, she looked at Lin Zhu. You go back now and say you were frightened and don't see anyone. Although Lin Zhu had injuries from Tang, the makeup Tang Hao helped her apply was still too obvious, and accusing Tang Yi might lead to unexpected outcomes. As for me, Miss Kong Shirlan from the Kong family just sent an invitation. I will go out personally to receive her. A good show needs an audience. Yin Shuangyu sneered and left with her maid. After Tang Hao, Lin Zhu, and Wang Guolan clearly divided their tasks. They all took action. This time, they would make sure Tang Yi would never recover. Chapter 4, Not Reasonable. I understand a bit of fist and foot. Tang Mansion, main gate. A double-yoke carriage stopped at the entrance of the Tang family. Then the curtain was lifted, and a young man in a scholar's robe, holding a folding fan, stepped out. The young man was Tang Jing's eldest son, Tang Hua. He was the heir cultivated by Tang Jing with great effort. At 21 this year, he had already achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations. As long as he continued to excel in the upcoming palace examination, he would be the top scholar. At that time, achieving the 3 highest honors would be a tremendous glory for the Tang family, potentially becoming a legend throughout the capital and even the entire Great Yin. Behind Tang Hua, Tang Jing, dressed in a green robe, also stepped out. Tang Jing was over 40, with an elegant appearance and a short beard. But his eyes were somewhat small, and his high nose made him look a bit sharp and mean. The servants brought over stools, and Tang Hua got down first, respectfully helping Tang Jing down from the carriage. Hua, you've worked hard. Tang Jing patted Tang Hua's shoulder and said, the palace examination is coming soon. You just need to win first place, and we'll take care of the rest. Your father and these uncles you met today will definitely secure a marriage for you from His Majesty. The Kong family is a prestigious family in the capital. Marrying into the Kong family means unlimited prospects. You must work hard and not let your father down. Yes, father. Tang Hua slightly cupped his hands, a flash of fervor in his eyes. Prospects? No, it's not just about prospects. The main thing is Kong Shirlan, the eldest daughter of the Kong family, known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, to be the dream lover of all the men in the capital. Could that not be a kind of satisfaction? Thinking of this, Tang Hua's heart surged, yet his face showed a hint of reluctance. Father, this is something that belongs to fourth brother. If I take it away like this, it wouldn't be the act of a gentleman. Fourth brother is the legitimate son of the Tang family. Tang Jing's expression darkened at the mention of Tang Yi. He flicked his sleeve and said, don't mention that useless person. In your father's eyes, you are the legitimate son of the Tang family. Tang Yi, his fourth son, was just a cowardly and incompetent person. He wasn't even worthy to carry Tang Hua's shoes. Father, you've returned. You have to make a decision for me. As soon as they entered the residence, they saw Tang Hao rolling and crawling over while crying. Wang Guolan was also kneeling not far away. Seeing Tang Hao covered in blood and Wang Guolan, both Tang Jing and Tang Hua were taken aback. HEIR? What happened to you? Tang Jing hurriedly stepped forward to grab Tang Hao, his eyes filled with concern. Tang Hao knelt in front of Tang Jing, tears streaming down his face. Father, Tang Yi is not human. He actually tried to seize my wife while I was out, and when I discovered it and stopped him, he injured both me and my wife. Grandma Wang, who was educating Tang Yi on his mother's orders, was also beaten by him. Father, you must make a decision for us. Tang Jing was stunned. Even Tang Hua, who knew the truth, had a face full of astonishment. Tang Yi, who was cowardly and incompetent, would dare to bully his sister-in-law and even hit people. Nonsense. Tang Jing's face grew cold. Yes, second brother. Little wouldn't do such a thing. Tang Hua pretended to agree. Master, it was indeed the fourth young master who acted. I was ordered to educate Tang Yi, to teach him to read and write, but when the fourth young master returned, he beat me. The old servant said, Master, you must make a decision for me and the second young master. Hearing this, Tang Jing's expression darkened. Could it be that this useless person really did something so disgraceful? Tang Shirlang, there's no need to doubt. I truly did hit them. Of course, There's just a slight deviation from the truth. At this moment, Tang Yi's voice came. Tang Jing and Tang Hua immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Tang Yi approaching, holding Tang Yi in his left arm and a firewood knife in his right hand. Tang Yi was also holding a clay pot. Seeing this scene, Tang Hao was so frightened that he directly hid behind Tang Jing. Father, did you see? I wasn't talking nonsense. He still wants to commit murder. Tang Hua felt a chill in his heart upon seeing this. It was actually true. Tang Yi dared to resist? How'd he dare? Dan Jing Thou Wen. He originally did not believe Tang Hao, but now he believed it a little. Unfilial child. You really dare to do such a disgraceful thing? How dare you? Dan Jing Gun Li Guet Steen. The shout frightened Tang Yi, who clung tightly to Tang Yi, her small body trembling. Tang Yi rubbed her head and looked at Tang Jing. Tang Shirlang, if I said I was the victim, would you believe me? If I were to say that your wife feared I would take your son's marriage opportunity, so she deliberately had your second son and daughter-in-law set a trap for me, would you believe me? Tang Hua was afraid that Tang Jing would soften his heart, so he immediately stepped forward. Tang Yi, you are being unreasonable. He pointed at Tang Yi and angrily reprimanded him, then turned to Tang Jing with righteous indignation. Father, little Yi is slandering Mother. Over the years, Mother has worked tirelessly for our Tang family. Everyone in the residence can see that. Who doesn't he say that Mother is the best matriarch? If little Yi slanders her like this, wouldn't it lead people outside to say that Mother is a wicked woman? Tang Yi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Does she need others to say it? Hasn't she always been a wicked woman? Even a poisonous woman? Upon hearing this, Tang Jing's face suddenly turned severe. You scoundrel. Although she is not your biological mother, she is now the matriarch of the Tang family and your mother. How dare you slander her like this? He naturally knew that Yin Xuanyu was not good to Tang Yi and Tang Yin, but for Tang Hua's sake, he had always turned a blind eye. After all, a top scholar who passed the highest imperial examination could not have a wicked mother, compared to the development and glory of the Tang family. What was it for Tang Yi and Tang Yin to suffer a little? Now, they were making a scene, bringing shame. Slander? Huh. Tang Shirlang is really fond of his wife. I admire that. Tang Yi held Tang Yin and lifted her rough clothes. He showed Tang Jing her blood-soaked back. Dan Xilang. This is how your mistress educates my sister. How about it? Are you satisfied with this method of education? Seeing the injuries on Tang Yin's back and hearing Tang Yi's mocking words, Tang Hua and Tang Hao exchanged glances, their expressions complicated. It was Grandma Wang who did this? Ha! You think too much, useless. Many of these injuries were done by us, with whips, bamboo strips, small knives, and we even pressed her annoying face into the toilet. Just thinking about it is stimulating. But you have no evidence. What can you do to us? Tang Jing's face stiffened, and his eyes finally turned cold. No matter how much he disliked Tang Yi and Tang Yin, they were still his children. The masters of the Tang family, not servants to be bullied at will. You did this? Tang Jing coldly swept a glance at Wang Guilin. Wang Guilin was so frightened by Tang Jing's glare that she kept bowing her head. Master, it was Miss Tang Yin who was disobedient. The mistress wanted me to teach her a lesson. Tang Jing snorted coldly and waved his hand. Take her down. 30 strokes of the rod should suffice. Since she is the mistress's person, let the mistress deal with it herself. Wang Guilin and Yin Xuanyu had a deep relationship. Dealing with Wang Guilin would affect Yin Xuanyu, and Yin Xuanyu would affect Tang Hua. With the palace examination approaching, he would not allow any factors to interfere with his eldest son. Several house servants immediately pulled Wang Guilin down. Tang Jing looked at Tang Yi and impatiently waved his hand. Stop making a scene, go back. I will find a doctor to treat Tang Yin's injuries. Upon hearing this, a sarcastic smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. Your daughter was beaten half to death, and this is how lightly you resolve it. Still acting like it a favor? Who are you doing this for? Tang Shirlang, I gave you a chance, but in the end, you were useless. Tang Yi tidied up Tang Yin's clothes, his voice filled with coldness. Well then, since you are unwilling to reason, I happen to know a little about fighting. Chapter 5. If you want me to stay, then beg me. Seeing Tang Yi pick up the firewood knife again, everyone's expression changed. You scoundrel, what do you want to do? Tang Jing's face turned ugly as he stood in front of Tang Hua. I've already dealt with Grandma Wong. Don't go too far. Dealt with? Is that what you call dealing with? Tang Yi glanced at Tang Jing indifferently. Today, I will teach Tang Shilang how to write the word deal with. However, with just that simple glance, Tang Jing surprisingly saw undisguised sarcasm and sharpness in his eyes. This was something he had never seen in Tang Yi before. It made him momentarily lose his focus. And in that moment of distraction, Tang Yi rushed past him and pulled Tang Hua out. At the same time, he kicked Tang out of the ground. Tang Yi, what do you want to do? You dare. Tang Hua's face turned pale with fright, and he cried out in panic. Tang didn't bother with any more words. In the terrified gaze of Tang Jing, he swiftly struck twice. The knife sliced into Tang Hua and Tang Hao's arms, causing both their arms to bleed profusely. The screams of Tang Hua and Tang Hao echoed throughout the place, making everyone feel their scalps tingle. Tang Yi stepped on Tang Hua with one foot and grabbed his neck with one hand, holding a blood-stained machete in his left hand. At that moment, he looked like a demon king descending to the world, intimidating everyone present. Tang Jing was stunned by this scene. In the past, Tang Yi wouldn't even dare to look at him, let alone question him. Now, Tang Yi was actually committing violence in front of him because he was dissatisfied with his handling of the situation. Tang Hua and Tang Hao were also nearly scared to the point of wetting themselves. They had thought that Tang Yi wouldn't dare to do anything to them without evidence. But unexpectedly, Tang Yi didn't care about evidence at all and swung the machete toward them. Tang Yin's big eyes widened in shock, and she almost dropped the jar at her hand. Is this really my brother? When did my brother become so strong? Dad, save me. Save me. Tang Hao cried out in fear, begging for help. Tang Jing snapped back to reality, his gaze towards Tang Yi as cold as ice. Tang Yi, let go of HEIR and HEIR. How dare you lay hands on your own brother? Are you crazy? If you don't release them, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tang Hua was his carefully cultivated successor. He would never allow any accidents to happen. Even if it was his own son, he couldn't let Tang Hua be threatened. What's wrong? Deputy Minister Tang, feeling heartbroken. Tang Yi felt a sense of mockery. Tang Yin was injured and standing here, and Tang Jing hadn't even asked about her. Now, he was full of concern for Tang Hua and Tang Hao. He chuckled lightly, kicking Tang Hua down to his knees, and stared at Tang Jing. Deputy Minister Tang, don't be so anxious. You'll have even more to feel heartbroken about later. How they treated my sister, I will make them pay back in kind. If you are unhappy, that's fine. We'll discuss it in detail later. For now, you just watch from the side. Tang Yi waved to Tang Yin, who wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and immediately ran over to him with a smile. Great, my brother has finally stood up. Brother here. Tang Yin uncovered the jar lid and lifted her head to hand the porcelain to Tang Yi. Then, Tang Jing and the Tang family brothers saw Tang Yi reach into the jar and pull out a large handful of white salt. Upon seeing this, Tang Jing's face changed dramatically, and Tang Hua and Tang Hao trembled in fear. Dad, help. Tang, let's talk this out. Don't do anything reckless. Although Tang Hua and Tang Hao didn't know how much it hurt to have salt poured on a wound. They had seen Tang Yin rolling on the ground in pain after they poured salt on her. It must have hurt a lot, and at that time, they'd stood by laughing, kicking her around like a ball. Tang Yi, you dare. If you touch them, I will expel you from the Tang family. Remove you from the family registry. Tang Jing was furious, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Tang Hua was all his hope and needed to attend the imperial examination. He absolutely couldn't be ruined by Tang Yi. Oh, is that so? That's what I'm hoping for. It's just the Tang family. Does he really think I care about this identity? Tang Yi raised his hand, and a handful of salt was directly dumped onto Tang Hua and Tang Hao's wounds. Then he released them. In an instant, Tang Hua and Tang Hao rolled on the ground in pain, their screams echoing throughout the Tang family. Tang Yin was a bit scared and instinctively clutched Tang Yi's clothes, but she peeked out from behind his leg to carefully watch the scene. She had also rolled on the ground in pain like that before, but Tang Hua and Tang Hao had ignored her. Now, her brother was helping her take revenge. Good. Very good. You little devil. I never expected that the most ruthless and vengeful one in the Tang family would be you. Tang Jing's face was extremely cold as he watched this scene. As the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, almost everyone bowed their heads and complied when they saw him. No one dared to defy his orders. But now his own son was treating him like nothing. Someone, take him down. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen servants immediately surrounded them. Huh. Tang Yi picked up Tang Yi and grabbed the machete from the ground. Pointing it at Tang Jing, he smiled coldly. Deputy Minister Tang, what do you call this? I'm teaching you how to deal with two characters. It should be written like this. Also, no need to rush me. Tang Yi and I will leave the Tang family right now. From now on, we will have no connection with the Tang family. Of course, if Deputy Minister Tang wants to force us to stay, that's also possible. Tang Yi twirled the machete in his hand. His voice heavy. The premise is that Deputy Minister Tang is prepared for a river of blood in the Tang family. Hearing this, Tang Jing's heart suddenly felt cold. The young man's face was calm, but for some reason, Tang Jing felt that if he really forced Tang Yi to stay, he would indeed kill someone. The most important thing was that when he said he would expel Tang Yi from the family, it was merely a threat. Tang Yi and Tang Yi were now in a pitiful state, even worse than beggars. If he really let them out, how would outsiders see him? They would probably bring up the matter of him favoring a concubine over his wife again, putting him back in the spotlight. At that time, not to mention his career, it would also inevitably affect Tang Hua's imperial examination. As long as Tang Hua could achieve the top 3 places, which family wouldn't consider it a great honor? By then, who would dare to say he favored a concubine over his wife? They would only say he was wise and discerning. This was a great opportunity to wash away past humiliation. He absolutely couldn't let Tang Yi ruin it. Dad, we can't let him go. Dad, kill him, kill him. Tang Hao was furious, filled with hatred. Second brother is right. We can't let Tang Yi leave. Otherwise, this treacherous villain will surely ruin the reputation of the Tang family and tarnish father's name. Tang Hua was sweating from the pain, staring fiercely at Tang Yi, his eyes filled with cold malice. At that moment, he wished he could personally kill Tang Yi to vent his resentment. Unfilial son, stop right there. Tang Jing looked up at Tang Yi, who was holding Tang Yi and trying to leave, and shouted coldly, "You immediately take Tang Yi back, and I won't hold you accountable for today's matter. Dare to step out of the Tang family, and I will definitely break your legs." Upon hearing this, Tang Yi immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at Tang Jing, a smile on his face. "You want his siblings to stay? Then your attitude won't do. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. You and your son apologize to us and beg us to stay. Remember, it's begging us. Then we siblings can reluctantly stay." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Tang Hua were instantly dumbfounded. Is that what we meant? That's not what we meant. When we said we can't let you leave, we meant for father to kill you. Who said it was begging you? Tang Jing's face also darkened. You ungrateful brat. I'm your father. You want me to beg you? Can you handle that? Deputy Minister Tang, I only give you 3 breaths to consider. Tang, he held up 3 fingers and spoke firmly. 3, 2, Chapter 6. Making a name in the capital, just one day is enough. Tang, he looked at Tang Jing calmly. A coldness slowly gathered in his eyes. So much so that the originally domineering Tang Jing, after meeting his gaze for a moment, felt a bit uneasy in his heart. In the past, faced with the encirclement of a dozen servants, this useless son would have already knelt down and begged for mercy. But now, not only was he not begging for mercy, but he was also in a posture that seemed ready to fight at any moment, even counting down to threaten him. The most terrifying thing was the aura emanating from him. Cold, domineering, and sharp, a deadly intimidation he had only felt from one person, Emperor Yanwen. Now, he was actually experiencing the oppressive feeling of Emperor Yanwen from this useless son. What on earth is going on? Why has this unfilial son changed so much in just a few days? 1. Tang Yi bent down the last finger, sneering. 3 breaths are up. It seems Deputy Minister Tang is unwilling to beg us. Little sister, let's go. Stop. Tang Jing was so angry his lips trembled. You ungrateful brat. You have successfully made me realize that your existence is the greatest shame of my life. Tang Jing was burning with rage, but he could only temporarily suppress his anger. He couldn't lay hands on Tang Yi. If blood was shed and someone died, it would be the disgrace of the Tang family. Letting Tang Yi leave with Tang Yi, seeing them in such a pitiful state, was also a disgrace to the Tang family. Now I can only apologize and let this useless son stay. Wait for the imperial decree of the new top scholar Tang Hua to come down, and when the emperor grants the marriage. Who will care about Tang Yi's life or death then? Good son, I apologize to you. Tang Jing took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry. My good son, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Now I beg you to stay. I beg you to stay. Are you satisfied now? Seeing this scene, Tang Hua and Tang Hao's faces turned even paler. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't it be the father forcefully dealing with Tang Yi now? Why does it feel like Tang Yi is dealing with the father instead? HEIR, get up and apologize to your brother. At this moment, Tang Jing's voice came, devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao and Tang Hua's faces twisted. In the past, it was Tang Yi and Tang Yin who apologized to them, begging on their knees, but now they have to apologize to Tang Yi? That would be a great humiliation for them. But since their father said so, would they dare to defy him? The two could only tremble and stand up, looking at the proud Tang Yi and gritting their teeth to apologize. Oh, Miss Ori, Tang Yi, we were wrong. Please stay. Tang Yi shook his head with a smile. Too stiff, not sincere enough. You. Tang Hua's face turned cold. Tang Yi, don't go too far. Tang Yi weighed the firewood knife in his hand, a chilling smile on his face. I heard you were eloquent and usually too proud to bow down. So how about you bow your head to me today? Tang Hua was furious. Bow to you? Are you worthy? He pointed at Tang Yi. Don't push your luck. Tang Yi raised his chin towards Tang Jing. Your father's bowed down. What are you so proud of? If you talk more, it won't just be bowing. You'll have to kneel. Well, I will still give you 3 counts of time. Tang Yi raised 3 fingers again. 3, 2. Tang Hao and Tang Hua immediately looked to Tang Jing for help. Tang Jing's face was ugly, but he turned his head away and waved his hand. Apologize to him. If you have the ability, make him kneel and apologize to you in the future. Good. I will bow to you. Tang Hua gritted his teeth, each word coming out one by one. Looking at Tang Yi, his gaze seemed to be poisoned. Fourth brother, big brother bows to you, please stay. Tang Hua bent down, and Tang Hao also reluctantly bowed. However, if looks could kill, Tang Yi would probably be torn apart at this moment. Tang Yi looked at the 3 members of the Tang family, lightly brushed his finger against Tang Yin's nose, and said, I heard your apology. I won't accept your apology, but seeing how sincere you are, I will reluctantly stay. Remember, it is you 3 begging us siblings to stay. Tang Yi embraced Tang Yin and turned back to the western courtyard. Watching his back, Tang Hua's face turned ashen, trembling with anger. After being dealt with by Tang Yi twice, Tang Hao was in a very sorry state, and now seeing Tang Yi turn around, he picked up the firewood knife on the ground without saying a word and was about to stab Tang Yi in the back. This scene happened too quickly for Tang Jing to react. It was too late to stop it. Be careful. At this moment, an anxious voice came. Hearing the voice, Tang Yi suddenly turned around, his sharp gaze fixed on Tang Hao. Just one look, and the formerly fierce Tang Hao was so frightened that he dropped the firewood knife and turned to hide behind Tang Jing. Father, save me, save me. Tang Jing's face darkened as he stared at Tang Hao, his palm trembling slightly, but he ultimately held back and didn't slap Tang Hao's face. He could see that just now, Tang Hao was blinded by hatred and wanted to kill Tang Yi. But this couldn't all be blamed on Tang Hao. It could only be blamed on that bastard Tang Yi for pushing things too far, which made Tang Hao's thoughts understandable. Tang Yi didn't expect Tang Jing to punish Tang Hao. He just shot a mocking glance at Tang Jing and looked towards the gate. The voice that had just warned him to be careful was a girl's voice. Sure enough, Tang Yi saw a girl standing at the front of the Tang family's gate, around 18 or 19 years old. The girl was stunningly beautiful, wearing a white dress, tall and curvy, her face cold, giving her an elegant and aloof aura, keeping people at a distance. She was none other than the eldest daughter of the Kong family, Kong Shirlan. The emperor was preparing to decree a marriage with the Tang family. Beside Kong Shirlan, Yin Shuangyu tried to maintain a smile, but her expression was already stiff, filled with shock and disbelief. Seeing Yin Shuangyu's expression, Tang Yi instantly guessed a lot of things. Was she trying to bring Kong Shirlan to see him being taught a lesson by Tang Jing, or to see him in a rage, making a fool of himself, so she could look down on him and choose Tang Hua instead? The result was a disaster. Now, Miss Kong saw the sorry state of her 2 precious sons, and at this moment, Kong Shirlan's face was also not good. She originally disliked this marriage, and now seeing the state of the Tang family's inner courtyard, she felt even more disgusted. Miss Kong, I apologize for the joke. Xiao Yi is a child who likes to make trouble. Yin Shuangyu regained her senses and wanted to push the blame onto Tang Yi. Kong Shirlan could see through Yin Shuangyu's thoughts. Tang Yi is making trouble? What I see is your son wielding a knife to kill Tang Yi. She gave a slight nod to Yin Shuangyu and then looked at Tang Jing. Uncle Tang, my grandfather has always said that the Tang family's upbringing is excellent. Today, seeing it for myself, it truly is excellent. Since that's the case, I will speak directly about my intentions. I will not marry into the Tang family. I do not wish to, and even if the emperor decrees it, I will not comply. If you want to marry me, then please let young Master Tang and fourth young Master Tang show their true abilities. In 10 days, I will hold a poetry meeting at the Shen Garden. If either Tang Hua or Tang Yi can win first place, then we can discuss marriage matters. After finishing, Kong Shirlan bowed slightly to the pale-faced Tang Jing. Uncle Tang, please handle your family affairs first. I take my leave. Kong Shirlan turned and left. Tang Yi watched Kong Shirlan's back, his eyes squinting slightly. This woman is clean and decisive, and quite individualistic. To deal with the Tang family, it should be like this. Being polite is an insult to them. Master, don't be angry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know Xiao Yi would make such a big deal. Yin Shuangyu hurriedly stepped up to explain, but Tang Jing flicked his sleeves and coldly stared at her. Take care of your son. Don't have so many thoughts. If you ruin my big plan, you will bear the consequences. This foolish woman, instead of trying to cover up her family's shame, dares to invite someone to watch the fun, and she picked Kong Shirlan. She is the granddaughter of the great scholar Kong Mingjin. He is a model for all officials, and Kong Mingjin is the model for all scholars in Dian. If today's events reach Kong Mingjin's ears, how would he view me? Tang Jing, furious, swept away, while Yin Shuangyu looked at Tang Yi with resentment almost spilling out of her eyes. Tang Yi, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. Do you think that by making Tang Hua's impression on Kong Shirlan a little worse, you have a chance to marry her? Dream on. Zan Suan Wi Pulet Dang Hu. Her face full of pride. My son is going to be the top scholar after the palace exam in a few days. At that time, with 3 honors, his name will resound in the capital. Not to mention a Kong Shirlan. Even the daughters of those big families in the capital will compete to marry him. And you? A bastard born of a mother who didn't raise you. How can you compare with my son? Tang Yi originally didn't want to bother with this. He wasn't very concerned about the marriage decree. Even if he had to marry, he wanted to marry the woman he liked. But now hearing Yin Shuangyu's arrogance, he was instantly displeased. If you say it like that, then I will definitely marry Kong Shirlan. As for your son, I'm sorry, but I will let you watch as he is gradually trampled underfoot by me. Comparing backgrounds? He has the backing of a 5,000-year-old dragon kingdom. After saying that, Tang Yi strode out of the Tang family with Tang Yin. Is it really that hard to gain fame in Kyoto? It took Tang Hua 4 to 5 years. And even then, it was with the help of Tang Jing that he achieved it. He wants to be famous in Kyoto, and one day is enough. Chapter 7. The Emperor is shocked. The literary scene of Dian is thriving, and poetry is extremely popular in this era. Often, writing 1 or 2 good poems can stir up waves in the literary world, making one the focus of the entire Kyoto and even the whole Dian literary scene. Therefore, scholars in Dian flock to good poetry. And what Tang Yi lacks the least is poetry. The works of those great poets from history are all in his mind. Just pulling out a single poem is enough to shake the past and present. Half an hour later, Tang Yi arrived at Champion Street with Tang Yin. So-called Champion Street is actually a place where people who enjoy elegance spend money to seek poetry. Brother, I've heard Mother mention Champion Street. She said it's a place for scholars, Tang Yin said softly at the street corner. Tang Yi turned to look at her. So what? What do you want to say? Brother, I don't mean anything else, just, have you learned all the characters? Tang Yin shrank her neck, worried that if her brother wrote poorly while selling poetry, he might get chased around. I'm so hungry, I can't run away. Tang Yi raised his hand, wanting to give this little girl a good smack, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. This girl is clever and sensible, but her mouth is a bit sharp. Just wait and see. All your doubts will turn into admiration for your brother. Tang Yi had already thought of a strategy. Since they were here, they might as well embrace it, focusing on being straightforward. He took out a piece of charcoal from his pocket, walked to an empty space at the street corner, thought for a moment, and wrote a few big characters. Poetry, immortal stall. On the left side, he wrote, 100 taels for a poem, payment first, goods after. Fair to all. Come to me if you want to be famous. On the right side, he wrote, limited to 1 poem per day, confidential delivery, buyout copyright. The next poetry god could be you. Finally, he added, bring your own paper and pen. After finishing, Tang Yi casually tossed the charcoal aside, pulled Tang Yi, and sat down behind the stall. Brother, is this your brilliant plan? Tang Yi was shocked, her big eyes staring at Tang Yi. Brother, I know I'm small, but don't bully me. I understand things too. Less nonsense, shouted out. Tang Yi treated Tang Yi as the signboard. Tang Yi, feeling a bit timid, glanced at Tang Yi with a wronged expression. As a result, Tang Yi closed his eyes with his arms crossed. Bad brother, I'm ignoring you. Tang Yi could only bite her thin lips and shed tears. Selling poetry, good poems for 100 taels. Her voice, filled with a crying tone, spread softly. Sure enough, Tang Yin's delicate voice quickly attracted many people. When they saw 2 beggars selling poetry, they were all shocked. Poetry immortal stall? Damn! The poetry immortal has fallen to the level of a beggar? 100 taels? And they want payment first? Are they out of their minds? Wow, this is quite a bold claim. A beggar is even more arrogant than those literary masters. A crowd quickly gathered around, pointing and discussing Tang Yi and his sister. 100 taels for a poem? This beggar is too arrogant. Tang Yi was frightened, her little face turning pale. Tang Yi raised his hand to support the back of her head, and the little girl suddenly gained confidence. My brother said it's 100 taels. So it's 100 taels, no rebuttals. Tang Yi smiled and clasped his hands, saying, everyone, my little sister is right. You get what you pay for. I dare to offer this price because I naturally have the qualifications to ask for it. No debates. After all, it's sage poetry. Do sages not care about their reputation when clearing stock? However, after hearing the two's explanations, the surrounding discussions became louder with mockery, and no one believed him. Master, this kid is just putting on a show, right? 100 taels for a poem, and he dares to say it? In the crowd, a fair-skinned, beardless man, looking somewhat effeminate, pointed at Tang Yi on the ground. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding scholarly aura. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Yi, feeling that this young man was sharp and confident, like a sword that knows how to conceal its edge. He didn't look like a fraud at all. Let's see. Someone will soon lose their patience, the man said with a smile. The middle-aged man was none other than the Emperor of Dian, Yan Wendi. The northern barbarians had gathered an army of 300,000, ready to attack Dian at any time. Currently, there was a heated debate in the court about whether to fight or not, which made him quite irritated, so he ventured out of the palace to relax. Unexpectedly, upon arriving at Champion Street, he encountered this scene that was so out of place. Interesting. This brother, I wonder who your master is, and what fine works you have that you dare to ask such a high price. Someone questioned coldly, who is my master? Tang Yi pondered for a moment and said, I learned from Li Bai, Du Fu by Zhuyi Luyu, Northwest Polytechnical University. All right, that's not important. What's important is that you all know I'm impressive. The crowd exchanged glances. Who were Li Bai and Du Fu? They had never heard of them. Northwest Polytechnical University? Is there really someone with that name? Tang Yi looked at the crowd and said, everyone, it's fine to enjoy the spectacle. And if you want to play the debunking game, that's also okay. But please pay first. The crowd was speechless. What does that mean? They can question, but they have to pay to question? Little brother, since you say that, I want to see for myself. Yan Wendi could no longer stand it. How dare a little beggar be so arrogant, thinking there's no one in the literary world. He stepped forward with a smile and said to Tang, since you're so bold, how about this? If the poem you write satisfies me, I'll double the money. But if I'm not satisfied, you must pack up and leave immediately. How about that? Tang Yi looked at the extraordinary man before him, knowing that the other party's identity was not simple. He must be someone who could pay a high price. He smiled and said, okay, but you must pay first. The man waved his hand, and the fair-skinned, beardless man reluctantly stepped forward, handing Tang Yi a 100-tael silver note. Kid, you better write well. If you mess with my master, I'll make sure you can't handle it. Tang Yi looked at the stack of silver notes in her brother's hand, her big eyes wide open. Brother, you really did it? Someone is really willing to pay 100 taels for your poetry? The surrounding crowd also erupted, the noise rising and falling. Wow, are they crazy? Someone really bought it. Ha, I've seen it all. There are really people willing to be suckers. Tang Yi ignored the crowd's ridicule and looked at Yan Wendi. May I ask what kind of poem you need? Landscape poetry? Frontier poetry? Or something else? Yan Wendi squinted his eyes. What? You can write poems from these genres? After pondering for a moment, he said, now that the Northern D Army is pressing down, and there's endless debate in the court about whether to fight or not, write a poem from this perspective. The fair-skinned, beardless man immediately brought paper, pen, and a table. Tang Yi recalled the history of Dian in his mind, noting many similarities with the historical Song dynasty. Coincidentally, Dian also had an era called Jinkong, and just like the Song dynasty, Dian was also breached by the North during the Jinkong era, resulting in a period filled with blood and tears known as the Jinkong disgrace. Such coincidences and historical precedents led to Yu Fei's man, Jiang Hong, suddenly appearing in Tang Yi's mind. The debates among the civil officials had nothing to do with him, but he had once been a soldier. The duty of a soldier is to protect the country. Tang Yi immediately wrote fervently, while Tang Yi stood in front of the table, forbidding anyone from coming close. After a moment, Tang Yi put down his brush and handed the completed poem to Yan Wendi. I've finished writing. Please see if you're satisfied. Everyone was shocked at this scene. He finished writing so quickly? Didn't he need to ponder? No need for polishing? Yan Wendi initially did not have high hopes. But as he opened the paper and took a glance, his body jolted. After reading it all, Yan Wendi felt a surge of passionate and heroic spirit emanating from the poem, making him tremble with excitement. He never expected that a little beggar would truly understand his concerns. Emperor Yin took a deep breath and looked at Chun Jiaoxi beside him, saying, pay up. I'm very satisfied with my little brother's poem. Pay 100 taels? No. Pay 500 taels. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted. What? It's actually true? He really wrote it down. How is that possible? He just scribbled it down without even taking time to think. 500 taels? No, 600 taels. A poem worth 600 taels is definitely a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. The people around were eager to move closer, wanting to see what kind of poem Tang Yi had written that could shock the buyer to this extent, willing to add 500 taels. However, a burly guard stood beside Emperor Yin, and no one dared to approach. Tang Yin's big eyes were wide as she stared at Tang Yi, her gaze filled with admiration. Brother, you're amazing. Thank you, I'm leaving now. Tang Yi took the banknote and, holding Tang Yin, dashed away. 600 taels is a huge sum. If someone takes notice, it will be disastrous. By the time Emperor Yin snapped back to reality from his shock, Tang Yi had already disappeared into the streets with Tang Yin, leaving him feeling choked with 1,000 words. Zhao Hu, send someone to follow him. Investigate this beggar's background. With such talent, he shouldn't be an ordinary person. The man beside Emperor Yin, who was as sturdy as an iron tower, waved his hand, and several people immediately chased after Tang Yi. Let us go back to the palace. Emperor Yin was in a good mood, walking quickly away. Don't they like to make noise? I'll let them listen to the voices of the people. Unfortunately, he forgot to ask that boy's name. Chapter 8. The brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. After Tang Yi and Tang Yin left Top Scholar Street, they first found a restaurant, spending 10 taels to order a table full of good dishes. As soon as the dishes were served, Tang Yin hugged a roasted chicken and started eating, tears rolling down her face. Brother, from now on we will have food to eat, right? Tang Yin looked up at Tang Yi, her delicate little face covered in tears. Of course, we will have food to eat from now on, I promise. Tang Yi reached out to wipe away the tears on the girl's face, thinking to himself, who would dare bully his sister in the future? Even the heavens would have to pay a price. Tang Yi nodded, smiling at the corners of her mouth. But the tears wouldn't stop flowing. After eating and drinking their fill, they left the restaurant, And Tang Yi took Tang Yi to a tailor shop to make them both thick clothes. Then they bought 2 thick quilts. And the siblings returned to the Tang family with their heads held high. They climbed over the wall to leave, but when they returned, they swaggered through the Tang family's main gate with big bundles of things on their backs. Tang Jing and Yin Xuanyu's family were having lunch in the hall when they saw Tang Yi and Tang Yin return in new clothes and shoes, carrying new quilts. All of them froze. In the morning, Tang Yi and Tang Yin were still wearing coarse cloth clothes, and now they were dressed in fine brocade. Adding the quilts, pillows, and so on, it must have cost at least 50 taels. Where did these siblings get so much money? Tang Yi and Tang Yin ignored them and turned to walk toward the west courtyard. A hint of greed flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. He stood up on the spot, pointing at Tang Yi and shouting angrily, "Well, Tang, it turns out the money from mother was stolen by you. You little thief, shameless." Tang Jing's expression darkened as he looked at Yin Xuanyu. Yin Xuanyu understood her son's meaning instantly and smiled bitterly. "Sir, HEIR is talking nonsense. There is no such thing. The 100 taels I had may have just been misplaced." Tang Jing thought of Tang Yi's shabby appearance in the morning and then saw Tang Yi now looking radiant. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Moreover, he had already ordered that Tang Yi and Tang Yin were not a step out of the Tang family. As a result, Tang Yi and Tang Yin had sneaked out. Ignoring his orders, how could they disregard his authority? "Tang Yi, did you hear? Don't you want to explain?" Tang Jing put down his bowl and chopsticks, his voice cold. "According to the family rules, theft is punished with 30 lashes and 3 days of facing the wall. Do you want to try?" Tang Yin's body stiffened, hiding behind Tang Yi and shaking her head desperately. Last time her brother faced the wall for reflection, he wasn't given food for 3 days, and he almost starved to death. It was only because she secretly crawled out through the dog hole and fought a little dog for half a steam bun that her brother was saved. Tang Yi rubbed Tang Yin's head and looked at Tang Jing. "Explain?" "It seems Minister Tang has forgotten something. The food necessities we have now are all from the money my mother left for me and HEIR. It is Yin Xuanyu and her son who have occupied the property that rightfully belongs to HEIR and me. Don't say I didn't steal. Even if I did take it, it's my own money. Do I need to report it to you? Do I need to explain it to you?" "Sir." Yin Xuanyu was on the verge of tears, saying, "I never intended to occupy little Yi's property. I just worried that they were too young to be deceived and wanted to temporarily hold on to it for them. Little Yi, don't talk nonsense. Mother is thrifty and manages the household well." Tang Hua stood up, looking at Tang Yi with disappointment. "Mother is virtuous, yet you insult her like this. This is great unfiliality, and if it goes to court, you will be punished with lashes." Tang Yi's gaze fell on the hypocrite's face. "That's your mother. My mother will always only be one. Her name is Lu Ruyu. Moreover, you claim to be talented and charming. Do you misunderstand the words virtuous and kind? Virtuous and kind. Do you think your mother deserves those 4 words?" Tang Hua was choked, his face flushing red. "Damn it. How had I not noticed before that this wild seed's tongue was so sharp? Stop wasting words, Tang Yi. Even if you were eloquent, it won't change the fact that you stole your mother's money." Tang Hao jumped out, pointing at Tang Yi and scolding, "Where did you get the money to buy new clothes and new quilts? You're talking nonsense. My brother didn't steal any money." Tang Yi peeked out from behind her brother, shouting loudly. Although she was scared, she would not allow anyone to falsely accuse her brother like that. Her brother was so amazing. He could earn several hundred taels just by sitting on the street, taking her to eat delicious food and buy her new clothes. Her brother was the best, and no one should try to harm him. The money was earned by me and my brother together. We didn't steal it. Third brother, you're wronging us. The little girl blinked, tears streaming down her face. "Don't cry. We don't need to explain ourselves to trash." Tang Yi raised his hand to rub the girl's head. The girl looked up at her brother, then nodded vigorously. "You earn the money together? Ha ha. That's too ridiculous. What can you two do to earn so much money?" Tang Hao sneered at Tang Yin's words, turning to Tang Jing and saying, "Father, this is their excuse. You mustn't believe them. The money is definitely stolen by them." "All right, HEIR, don't speak to your brother like that." Yin Xuanyu raised her hand to grasp Tang Jing's arm, gently shaking it. "Sir, don't be so harsh on the child. To say a few words. Don't make things difficult for the child. Children make mistakes, And we also have a responsibility. We need to teach them slowly. Tang Jing glanced at Yin Shuangyu, then put down his chopsticks. Between Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hua, he naturally chose to believe Yin Shuangyu. I'll ask you once more. Is the money stolen or not? It's stolen. Return it immediately, or if I find out, I'll break your legs. Tang Jing walked toward Tang Yi, his face dark. I can accept that you are ordinary, and I can accept that you are not as good as your elder brother. But I will never accept you being a thief, bringing shame to the Tang family. Now, hand over the remaining money. Yin Shuangyu rushed over, grabbing Tang Jing's hand. Sir, don't be so fierce to the child. After speaking, she looked at Tang Yi, her tone anxious but with a hint of greed. Little Yi, hurry up and return the remaining money. Look at how angry your father is. Tang Hua and Tang Yi stood behind Tang Jing, both crossing their arms and coldly watching Tang Yi. Truly haunting. Tang Yi was too lazy to waste words. Staring at Yin Shuangyu. 100 taels? Mrs. Tang Yi, are you sure it's 100 taels? Right? Yin Shuangyu nodded slightly, saying, yes, it's 100 taels. Tang Hua and Tang Hao both sneered, thinking he was just a waste. Even if he got lucky and managed to get some silver, it would only be a few dozen taels. 100 taels? He could forget about seeing that much silver in his lifetime. However, the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They watched as Tang Yi reached into his pocket and pulled out a stack of banknotes. He licked his fingertips and started counting them one by one in front of them. 100 taels, 200 taels, 500 taels, 510 taels, 520 taels. Tang Yi raised the banknotes in his hand and said indifferently, 530 taels. Mrs. Tang Yi, I'm sorry, but it seems this isn't the silver note you lost. Yin Shuangyu's face instantly burned with embarrassment, feeling as if she had been slapped hard. Chapter 9. The Tang family declares independence. Yin Shuangyu's chest heaved with anger. Damn it. She should have said 500 taels. Who would have thought this waste could pull out so much silver? How is that possible? Tang Hua and Tang Hao were also stunned. Soon greed filled their eyes. Over 500 taels? Where did this waste get so much silver? Seeing this scene, Tang Jing understood that the theft was a lie. But Yin Shuangyu's accusation against Tang Yi was real. He snorted coldly, and Yin Shuangyu immediately forced a smile, saying, Master, see, I told you. I must have remembered it wrong. Look, didn't I wrong, Xiao Yi? After speaking, Yin Shuangyu looked at Tang Yi and smiled. Xiao Yi, I apologize to you. Apologize? No need, you're not worthy. Tang Yi pulled Tang Yin and headed straight back to the west courtyard. He didn't have time to play such childish games with Yin Shuangyu and her son. Hearing Tang Yi's words, Tang Hua and Tang Hao's faces turned ashen, and Yin Shuangyu's expression also stiffened, becoming somewhat sinister. Damn it, how arrogant can you be? Don't let me catch you, or I won't spare you. Master, look at Xiao Yi, Yin Shuangyu said while clinging to Tang Jing's wrist, trying to act cute, but Tang Jing had already shaken her off. So you really are colluding to frame Tang Yi? Upon hearing this, Yin Shuangyu and the Tang brothers' faces changed drastically. Master, Yin Shuangyu instinctively wanted to explain, but Tang Jing waved his hand to interrupt. It's just an accusation. It's not a big deal. Who told you that you are the ones I care about the most? Of course, just this once, it won't happen again. Tang Jing turned around and went back to his room, leaving only his cold voice echoing in the hall. The icy reception left Yin Shuangyu and the Tang brothers standing in the courtyard feeling like they had fallen into an ice cave. Mother, big brother, what does this mean? After a long time, Tang Hao's voice trembled slightly. What does it mean? Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Tang Hua chuckled. What's important now is Tang. 500 taels. He casually pulled out 500 taels. I suspect that the woman left a huge fortune for them. No, now it's our huge fortune. Upon hearing this, greed immediately filled Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hao's faces. When they took over the Tang family, Lu Ryu left behind properties worth 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels allowed them to indulge for 3 or 4 years, but they had already squandered it all. The entire Tang family couldn't even come up with 200 taels now. Now that Tang Yi had revealed the fortune left by Lu Ryu, what are we waiting for? Naturally, we need to find a way to get our hands on it. HEIR, you already have a plan, right? What do you want to do? Yin Shuangyu smiled slyly. Knowing her son was clever enough to have a way. Very simple, I'll openly hand him over later and ask him for it. Tang Hua placed his hand on Tang Hao's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Hao, brother is a scholar. This matter can only be handled by you. Later, I'll hold him back while you climb over the wall from the back courtyard and search the entire toilet room. Even if you don't find a fortune left by that woman, you must steal the 500 taels from Tang Yi's hand. Without silver, he will look for ways to access the wealth left by his mother, and then we just need to wait and watch. Tang Hao's eyes instantly lit up. Big brother is brilliant. Yin Shuangyu raised her hand to ruffle her two precious sons, saying, okay, then mother will wait for your good news. The fortune left by that woman must be a considerable amount. In the Tang family's west courtyard, brother, the money we work hard to earn almost got robbed by them. How unfair. Tang Yi pouted, clearly unhappy that her brother's hard-earned money was nearly taken away by others. Think too much. They want to rob money from brother. They'll have to wait another 20,000 years. Tang Yi ruffled Tang Yin's hair. Yes, brother is the best. Tang Yi nodded vigorously, her admiration for her brother now blind. Her brother said he could earn hundreds of taels, and he easily did. They want to rob brother's silver? Dream on. Brother, it stinks. Returning to the toilet room, Tang Yi, who had gotten used to the fresh air for a day, was a bit unaccustomed to the foul smell of the toilet room. Simple, just throw it out. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes at the mountain of toilets. From now on, let's create our own little home, a home completely unrelated to the Tang family. The previous owner had endured humiliation without leaving the Tang family. Not because he didn't want to leave, but because he knew that if they left, Yin Shuangyu would be even more unscrupulous in dealing with them. Leaving the Tang family would lead to their quicker demise. But Tang Yi was different. He could easily take Tang Yi away. But why should he? Everything in the Tang family originally belonged to the previous owner, so he naturally had to help her claim it. A deserter? The one thing Tang Yi hated most in his life was deserters. Hearing Tang Yi's words, the little girl immediately jumped up excitedly. Before Tang Yi could say anything, she put down the newly purchased clothes and quilt, and with one hand, she shakily carried a toilet out the door and threw it heavily outside. I'm glad I have a brother. I won't clean it. Whoever wants to can clean it. With her hands on her hips, she looked quite imposing, even though she was skinny, making the scene a bit awkward. Tang Yi also grabbed 2 toilets and threw them out, shouting towards the east courtyard. If you don't want the Tang family to stink, clean out all the toilets and soak clothes. If not dealt with within half a stick of incense, the consequences will be at your own risk. The siblings stood with their hands on their hips, standing proudly in the sunlight, announcing to the world, the Tang family's small household officially declares independence. Soon, the Tang family's steward brought a group of servants and maids to remove the toilets and clothes. Back in their little courtyard, Tang Yi began sweeping the ground with a broom, while Tang Yi fetched water to wash the entire yard inside and out. He also repaired the roof, bed, table, and stools. By nightfall, the entire toilet room finally looked brand new, no longer smelling foul. For this, the little girl even thoughtfully renamed the toilet room to Little Tang Mansion, signifying that the Tang family formed by the 2 siblings was officially open for business. That evening, Tang Yi personally cooked a lavish meal for the little girl. However, just after finishing dinner, a servant knocked on the courtyard door. 4th young master. The master wants you to go to the study immediately. He has something to discuss about your mother. It seems there has been an incident with the Liu family. Why did it have to happen now? He frowned, instantly recalling the difference today from usual, which was that he had leaked money. If they were here for wealth, humph, just the right reason to take action against you. He purposely exposed a corner of the money under the bed and then carried Tang Yi out the door. Upon arriving at Tang Jing's courtyard in the east courtyard, Tang Yi found that the lights in Tang Jing's study were off. Tang Jing wasn't home at all. Tang Yi turned around and kicked the servant to the ground, stepping on the servant's neck. Tang Yi said word by word, "Who told you to trick me into coming here?" The servant turned pale with fright and immediately confessed. 4th young master, spare me. It was the eldest and 2nd young masters. They told me to bring you here under false pretenses. Tang Hua and Tang Hao. A cold smile crept onto Tang Yi's lips as he slowly walked back. Back in the west courtyard, Tang Yi indeed saw his room in a complete mess, with the silver notes hidden under the bed also mysteriously gone. Just moments ago, he had been wrongfully accused of stealing money, and now they had stolen from him first. Damn it, what a double standard. Brother, our money, it's gone. Tang Yin's small figure was rummaging everywhere, but after searching all around, she still couldn't find the silver notes. Her lips immediately pouted, and she started crying. Those were the silver notes she had hidden away, and now they had been stolen by Tang Hua and Tang Hao. Inin, don't cry. I promise you, the money they stole today, I will make them return it tenfold while kneeling. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Yi's voice. Chapter 10. A good child with a trashy father. Tang Hua and Tang Hao dare to steal money today by luring him away. So in the future, will their methods become even more unscrupulous, more sinister and cunning? Just thinking about this possibility made Tang Yi's eyes turn colder than ever. To survive in this world, he needed to become stronger and more ruthless. He wanted power. He wanted the kind of power that could suppress these beasts. A man living in this world. How could he continue to live under others for long? In the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Emperor Yanwen was looking at the freshly copied full river red. And the more he looked, the more he liked it. The grand atmosphere and righteous spirit expressed in the poem. The majestic momentum of the country and the world it portrayed were shocking and enlightening. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful poem would come from a young boy. However, thinking of the boy's dry and rough hands, clearly someone who had experienced great storms, made the emergence of such poetry seem reasonable. Your Majesty, we have identified the boy's identity at that moment. The guard Zhao who entered to report. Emperor Yanwen suddenly raised his head and asked, "Oh, what is that little guy's name? What is his background?" Upon hearing this, Zhao, whose expression was strange as he replied, "Returning to your Majesty, the boy's name is Tang Yi, and that little girl is his sister Tang Yi. They are the children of the Minister of Personnel, Tang Jing." Emperor Yanwen's brows furrowed, finding it hard to believe. The Minister of Personnel, a fourth-ranked official in the court, was quite powerful. How could a dignified Minister of Personnel not be able to support a pair of siblings? How could they be left homeless to the point of selling poetry on the streets to survive? Zhao Hu, are you mistaken? Emperor Yanwen was still a bit skeptical. Returning to your Majesty, I am not mistaken. Zhao Hu clasped his hands and recounted the affair of Tang Jing favoring his concubine and neglecting his wife, then continued. So over the years, the siblings Tang Yi and Tang Yin have had a very difficult life in the Tang family. The distinguished young master and young lady of the Tang family live even worse than servants. Emperor Yanwen's face instantly darkened. With Zhao Hu's reminder, he naturally thought of Tang Jing's scandalous affairs from years ago. Back then, Tang Jing had openly brought his mistress to the capital, causing Lu Ruyu to fall seriously ill. The Lu family had once submitted a memorial to impeach Tang Jing. At that time, he had thought this old fellow was ungrateful and had been very displeased, even issuing a decree to reprimand him. However, Tang Jing did have some abilities. Many matters he handled as Minister of Personnel had gained his favor. And just recently, he had proposed solutions to address the inadequacy of court officials, receiving commendation for it, in front of all the civil and military officials. He had even promised to arrange a marriage for Tang Jing's legitimate son, but he never expected that the old fellow's character would be so rotten behind the scenes. Good for you, Tang Jing. I truly misjudged you. I won't quibble with you about being ungrateful, but you even mistreat your own son and daughter to the point of making them beggars. If this gets out, I will also become your accomplice and a laughingstock of the world. Emperor Yanwen placed his hands on his hips and turned around in a circle, feeling infuriated. A boy capable of writing full river red must be an extraordinary child. Yet he is so carelessly discarded in your hands, Tang Jing. How? Does the Tang family have a mind? Is everyone a great figure? Your Majesty, this is what the servant just received. At that moment, Chun Jiaoxi presented 4 silver notes with both hands to Emperor Yanwen. Emperor Yanwen paused for a moment, and then suddenly thought of something, his expression darkening. These are the silver notes I granted to Tang Yi. How did they return to you? Chun Jiaoxi was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing, and said, Your Majesty. The silver notes were sent back by Yunshang Shufang and Jinjing Tower, both royal shops, saying that someone used royal silver notes to buy 2 inkstones and a gold hairpin today. Emperor Yanwen squinted his eyes. Tang Yi? Chun Jiaoxi shook his head. No, it was Tang family matriarch Yin Shuangyu. Slap. Emperor Yinwen slammed his palm on the table, but he was so angry that he started laughing. Haha, good. They dare to snatch the money I granted? Who gave them the audacity? Your Majesty, do you need to summon Minister Tang into the palace? Shen Jiaoxi asked respectfully. Emperor Yinwen waved his hand and coldly shouted, "Summon him." Shen Jiaoxi got up to leave, but after taking a few steps, he was called back by Emperor Yinwen. Forget it, don't call him. This little matter isn't worth summoning Tang Jing into the palace in the middle of the night. After tomorrow's morning court, I will see him. Now, calling Tang Jing into the palace for a boy, didn't know how the outside world would speculate. If the matter got exaggerated, Tang Jing's political enemies would use Tang Yi to attack him. He didn't want to move against Tang Jing just yet, and besides, a boy he had only met once wasn't important enough to warrant dealing with a court minister. Moreover, Tang Jing was a minister of the chancellor. If he dealt with Tang Jing, the position of minister would be left vacant, and various factions would compete for that position, leading to chaos. Currently, with the Northern D army of 300,000 on the border, war was about to break out, and stability in the court was of utmost importance. However, it was still very necessary to give a warning behind the scenes. Otherwise, such a good seedling would be ruined in Tang Jing's hands. The next day, as dawn broke, the ministers had already gathered in the Zijing Hall, and the morning court officially began. Emperor Yinwen strode to the dragon throne, and after the ministers bowed, he directly spoke. In today's morning court, we will not discuss anything else, only the Northern D. The Northern D army of 300,000 has already gathered at the border, ready to wage war against Dian at any moment. Are we going to fight or not? Today, I want a resolution. Seeing Emperor Yinwen's decisive and strong stance, unlike yesterday's indecision, the ministers were somewhat stunned. What was going on? What happened? How could the hesitant emperor from just a day ago suddenly make up his mind? In an instant, the hearts of the ministers were raised. Whether to fight or negotiate was related to their interests, and they didn't know what the emperor truly wanted. The hall was immediately filled with whispers, with civil and military officials whispering among themselves. Emperor Yinwen did not urge them, calmly sitting on the dragon throne, constantly shaking his sleeves. That poem, Full River Red, was hidden in his sleeve, and he really wanted to present it and teach this group of so-called loyal subjects a lesson. Even a little beggar knows to love his country and repay it. No, even an unappreciated young boy understands the importance of family and country. Look at you, a group of powerful ministers, and you can't even compare to a boy. Thinking of this, Emperor Yinwen's gaze instinctively fell on Tang Jing among the crowd. Alas, what a pity, such a good child. How did he end up with such a trashy father? Chapter 11. For the country and the people, Your Majesty, think twice. At this moment, Tang Jing was arguing passionately with a military official beside him, suddenly feeling a cold glare on him. He looked up and saw Emperor Yinwen staring at him. Tang Jing was startled at first, then immediately became excited. Why is Your Majesty looking at me? Is it encouragement? I am the representative of the peace faction. If Your Majesty looks at me, that means he has chosen peace. Your Majesty, I believe it would be better to negotiate. Tang Jing immediately stood up, speaking with righteous fervor. Currently, our Dian is still recovering, while the Northern D army is strong. If we go to war with the Northern D, our chances of victory will be less than 1 in 10. Once the flames of war ignite and we are defeated, it will be too late to negotiate. For the sake of our Dian's country and people, I earnestly request Your Majesty to think it over. Emperor Yinwen's brow twitched violently. No, old fellow, do you misunderstand something? I see you because you abused a young genius, and I want to punish you. You think I'm encouraging you? Nonsense. My dear ministers. Just as Emperor Yinwen was about to speak, a group of pro-peace officials immediately stood up and interrupted him. Your Majesty, what Minister Tang said is very true. Our great Yin currently does not have the capital to compete with the Northern D. Your Majesty, please think it over. Once war breaks out, the shame of Jinkong may repeat itself. How can we face our ancestors then? Your Majesty, I second that. Emperor Yinwen looked at this scene, and his expression gradually darkened. Is it because I have a good temper that you all think I have no temper at all? Nonsense. What utter nonsense. A roar echoed throughout the hall like thunder. An elderly man, over 60 with white hair, stepped forward, pointing at Minister Tang and the other officials, angrily scolding, "Damn it, the battle hasn't even started yet. And you're already thinking about surrendering? And negotiations? Is this what you call negotiations? This is treason. How much silver do you intend to sacrifice this time? How many thousands of our great Yin women are you willing to sacrifice? You don't care because they aren't your wives or daughters, right?" Old General Ditsong looked at Emperor Yenwen and said, "Your Majesty, peace is fought for, not bought with money. I request to take command. If the Northern D truly dares to fight, I am willing to fight to the death with them. If the Northern D cavalry wants to march south, they must first step over my old bones." Although Ditsong was old, his voice was like thunder, shaking the entire hall. Immediately, many military generals also stood up in support of Ditsong. "Your Majesty, I am willing to follow the old general to fight the Northern D to the death. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the old general's vanguard and lead our great Yin warriors to slay the bandits." Seeing a group of military generals getting worked up, the pro-peace civil officials immediately protested. "Fools, do you think you can win against the Northern D? You uncouth warriors have no sense of the big picture. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Damn it, who are you calling uncouth?" The entire hall instantly became chaotic, noisy like a market. Many civil officials spat and cursed, angering the military generals who rolled up their sleeves, unable to restrain themselves from wanting to beat the soft-hearted officials to the ground. Emperor Yenwen looked at the messy hall and raised his hand to pat his forehead. "This is a matter of national importance. Can you all take it seriously?" Emperor Yenwen glanced at Chan Diaosi beside him, who shouted, "Silence." The hall gradually quieted down. All the ministers looked up at Emperor Yenwen. He stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room. "Are you done arguing? Now it's my turn. Whether to go to war or make peace cannot be decided solely by you. We must also listen to the voice of the people." Coincidentally, I went out of the palace yesterday and asked a young boy this question. This is his answer. Do you want to know? Emperor Yenwen took out a copied version of Man Jianghong from his sleeve and waved it. The officials were shocked. This was the reason the emperor had made his decision. But what kind of boy could give such an answer that could influence this deep-thinking emperor? "Forget it," Chen Jiaoxi announced the answer to them. Emperor Yenwen was too lazy to waste words and handed the paper to the old eunuch beside him. The old eunuch unfolded the paper and said, "The answer is a poem titled Man Jianghong, Loyal Service to the Country. Anger rises to the crown, standing by the railing. The rain has just stopped. Looking up, I gaze at the sky and let out a long howl, filled with passionate ambition. 30 achievements are but dust. 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. Do not wait idly until your hair turns white, only to lament in vain. The shame of Jinkong has yet to be avenged. When will the hatred of ministers be extinguished? Drive the long carriage, trample the Gila Mountain Pass. With lofty aspirations, I hunger for the flesh of the Hu invaders, laughing and drinking the blood of the Xiongnu. Wait until I gather the old rivers and mountains, and face the heavenly gate." Although the old eunuch's voice was soft, he was skilled in martial arts, and when he recited Man Jianghong, it was powerful and imposing. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. All the ministers were stunned. A poem, just over 100 words, expressed the strong patriotic spirit of the author in resisting the Northern D, reclaiming the rivers and mountains, and unifying the country. The poem was impassioned, carrying a righteous spirit. And it must be said that this was a timeless masterpiece against invasion and war. This came from the hand of a young boy. How could it possibly come from a young boy? Without suffering from the hardships of war and experiencing the difficulties of battle. It is hard to produce such an extraordinary work. No wonder it could make the emperor so resolute. The impact of this poem was truly enormous. Emperor Yenwen looked at the hall, where one could hear a pin drop, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "This is what I wanted to see, your shocked expressions. Your Majesty, long live the emperor." Old General Ditsong was the first to regain his senses, kneeling to the ground with a thud, pounding his chest with tears streaming down his face. "Your Majesty, this poem is written for me. I will not rest until I have helped your Majesty reclaim the old rivers and mountains. I don't know who the young man who wrote this poem is, but I am willing to become his sworn brother." Hearing the old general's words, A group of military generals immediately exploded. Your Majesty, I am also willing to become this young brother's sworn brother. Haha, don't mention sworn brothers. I would even recognize him as my adoptive father. Damn it. Who says we military generals are uncouth warriors? Step forward and say that. A group of military generals also became excited, and the meaning of Emperor Yinwen taking out this poem became very clear. Fight! They thought they had no chance, but because of the poem, suddenly there was hope. That young boy was simply their savior. Not to mention becoming sworn brothers. Even recognizing him as an adoptive father was fine. Meanwhile, a group of civil officials looked green at this scene. This poem was written from a military perspective. They wanted to say it was a flattering poem, but the problem was they couldn't write a non-flattering poem. Who on earth was it that dared to oppose them? Especially Tang Yi, who now stared blankly at Emperor Yinwen. Your Majesty, are you not encouraging me? Why are you looking at me if you're not encouraging me? You made me misunderstand. Chapter 12. The Old Man and He Cannot Coexist. Emperor Yinwen looked at the faces of the civil officials and felt the pent-up anger in his heart finally ease. Unfortunately, Prime Minister Fan Yong had not returned from paying respects to his ancestors. Otherwise, he would have loved to see the expression on his face. How splendid it would be. My dear ministers, did you see that? This is the voice of the people. The will of the people must not be betrayed. Emperor Yinwen stood up, his gaze sweeping across the room. A young boy knows to reclaim the old rivers and mountains and face the heavenly gate. You ministers are the important officials of our great Yin. How can you be inferior to a common citizen? Your Majesty, national affairs are not about poetry and prose. We must not hastily decide national policy based on a single poem. Tang Yi immediately stepped forward and said. Emperor Yinwen's next words were already clear. If he didn't stop it now, it would be too late. Emperor Yinwen's cold gaze fixed on Tang Yi. You think I can hastily decide national policy based on a poem and then wait for the Northern D Army to be at the city gates expecting you, the ungrateful one, to protect me? Fine, as long as you can write a poem from a civil official's perspective that can match this war cry. I will retract my command. Emperor Yinwen's gaze swept across the entire room, and upon hearing his words, a group of civil officials turned pale. They sought peace, which, to put it bluntly, was an act of surrender. Writing a poem with a tone of surrender to advise the emperor? Not only could they not write it, but even if they could, who would dare to write it? It would bring eternal disgrace. A group of military generals was also exchanging glances, sticking out their tongues and shaking their waists, provoking them. Aren't you usually very arrogant? Let's see you show off again now. Since they couldn't write it, then just obey the decree. Emperor Yinwen flicked his sleeve and coldly stared at everyone. If the Northern D dares to invade, this battle, I have already decided. Within a month, the Ministry of War must organize the various armies and military preparations in the northern border. And the Ministry of Revenue must gather the supplies needed for 500,000 troops. A month later, I will personally inspect it. Those who do not complete, it will be executed. Dismissed. Emperor Yinwen did not give the ministers a chance to refute and turn to leave. The emperor has left, but the entire hall remains in dead silence. The military generals are still somewhat incredulous, not expecting the happiness of being granted a title after fighting in battle to come so suddenly. The civil officials, on the other hand, are still in a daze. They had planned everything meticulously, determined to persuade the emperor to negotiate peace today, but unexpectedly, a poem turned the outcome upside down. Investigate. Find out who wrote this poem. I will not rest until I confront him. Coming back to his senses, Tang Yi was seething with anger. The civil officials were also furious, insisting on dragging out this troublesome person who had ruined their grand plans, making him experience what it means to wish for death. That little brother who wrote the poem is now my old friend Deet Song. Anyone who dares to touch him will face my wrath. The old general raised his fist towards Tang Yi and the others, then turned and left. A group of military generals in high spirits walked out with a spring in their step, infuriating the civil officials who gritted their teeth in anger. Although Tang Yi was furious, he realized that at this point, there was nothing he could change. He could only leave the court and send a message about the changes in the court to the Prime Minister. Tang Deputy Minister, His Majesty summons you. Chen Diaoxi, standing in front, smiled and gestured for him to enter. Tang Jing immediately felt a jolt. The emperor gave him a strange feeling today, having looked at him several times during the morning court. He mentally reviewed everything that had happened during this time and concluded that he had done nothing wrong, merely following the emperor's lead without being punished, and in fact, had received praise multiple times. Even regarding the war and peace with bed, it was a matter of state governance, with normal debates and arguments. The emperor couldn't possibly blame him just because the prime minister wasn't leading the charge, right? Your Majesty, what do you need me for? Tang Jing hurried to catch up with Chen Jiaoxi, slipping a 100-tael silver note into his hand. Chen Jiaoxi skillfully accepted the silver note and whispered with a smile, "It's about young Master He. No need to be polite. The little one from the Tang family is starving and poorly dressed, yet you generously offer 100 taels. We can't refuse this money. As for young Master He, do we specify which young master it was?" Tang Jing was taken aback, and his eyes immediately lit up. Surely, Chen Jiaoxi was referring to HEIR. Ha! It turns out HEIR is so excellent that even the emperor has noticed. As long as the emperor acknowledges it, he can rightfully support Tang Hua as his legitimate son. Your servant pays respects to your Majesty. May your Majesty live long and prosper. Upon entering the emperor's study, Tang Jing respectfully bowed, his voice filled with uncontrollable excitement. Emperor Yanwan was reviewing memorials and looked somewhat bewildered. What do you mean? I summoned you to reprimand you. And you seem pleased by it? Huh? Tang Deputy Minister, who is the legitimate son of the Tang family. Emperor Yanwan put down his brush and got straight to the point, replying to your Majesty. The legitimate son of the Tang family is Tang Hua. Tang Jing instinctively replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the emperor's tone was off. Looking up, he saw the emperor smiling at him and saying, Tang Deputy Minister, think carefully again. Who is the legitimate son of the Tang family? Tang Jing's back instantly went cold, sweating profusely, and quickly corrected himself, replying to your Majesty, my legitimate son is Tang Yi, but Tang Yi is unruly. That's right, Emperor Yanwan interrupted with a smile, walking towards him. Yesterday, I encountered those two siblings when leaving the palace. They are quite good children. After seeing them, I finally believe that Tang Deputy Minister is honest and incorruptible. Anyone who dares to accuse Tang Deputy Minister of embezzlement in the future, I will certainly punish their entire clan. Emperor Yanwan personally helped Tang Jing up, looking remorseful. Speaking of which, it's my fault. I didn't expect that a dignified fourth-rank official's salary couldn't even support a family. Seeing Tang Yi and Tang Yin so thin and weak with tattered clothes, my heart aches. Thud! As soon as Tang Jing stood up, hearing this, his legs went weak and he fell heavily to the ground. His face was drenched in cold sweat. His back soaked and his heart sank into despair. What self-blame? The emperor was clearly speaking ironically. This was a warning to him, back when he brought Yin Xuanyu home. Countless people said he was ungrateful, and now seeing the emaciated Tang Yi and Tang Yin, the emperor must think they were mistreated in the Tang family. What face would a dignified fourth-rank official have if it got out that he mistreated his children? Damn it, why did that beast have to go out yesterday? Tang Jing initially wanted to say this was Yin Xuanyu's training for Tang Yi, but he held back. Did the emperor need his explanation? No, your Majesty, I'm terrified and know my guilt. Tang Jing's forehead was pressed against the ground, not daring to breathe. You are being too harsh on yourself. What crime have you committed? Emperor Yanwan bent down to lift Tang Jing, smiling. I called you over just to chat. I had no intention of blaming you. Yesterday, I granted Tang Yi 600 taels and told him to take care of himself, only to find out that someone used the silver note I gave that child, and even returned it to me. Tell me, who defied my wishes? Thud! Tang Jing knelt heavily on the ground again, feeling like his scalp was about to explode. What? The 600 taels given to Tang Yi yesterday were from the emperor? It was given by the emperor. This little beast. Why didn't you mention it was from the emperor? Moreover, aside from his wife and brothers Tang Hua and Tang Hao, who else could have used that silver note? The emperor had warned him for the second time today. It's over, this is a disaster. Chapter 13. How dare you provoke me again? Don't be so nervous. My dear minister, I had a pleasant conversation with Tang Yi, and he didn't say a single bad word about you as his father. I suppose in that little guy's heart, you are still a great father. Emperor Yinwen stepped forward and patted Tang Jing's shoulder. His tone was gentle, revealing no anger or joy. My dear minister, is that so? Tang Jing's spirit left him, trembling. I am willing to die. Your Majesty, please forgive me, have mercy. You are my right arm. Don't keep talking about dying, it's bad luck. Get up. I have something to discuss with you. Emperor Yinwen reached out and pulled Tang Jing up. However, Tang Jing couldn't even stand steady, his face dripping with cold sweat. Your Majesty, please stop talking. Your way of chatting is too frightening. As a result, Emperor Yinwen proceeded to give Tang Jing nearly a stick of incense's worth of a heartfelt education. The monarch and minister enjoyed their conversation, filled with warmth, but it was quite exhausting. This led to Tang Jing leaving the emperor's study looking as if he had just been pulled out of water, completely soaked, including his long hair. He walked step by step toward the palace exit, his legs trembling. Supporting himself against the railing, Tang Jing looked at the bright sky, completely clear and sunny. However, the scorching sun bore down on him, and he felt no warmth at all. It was too terrifying. That scoundrel Tang, he actually met the emperor. What a scoundrel. Having raised you to this age, it was all in vain, with such a malicious heart. Tang Jing raised his hand to shield his eyes, but his gaze was filled with coldness. Having met the emperor, he returned home and didn't mention a word. Were you trying to harm the Tang family? Over the years, I have been somewhat lax in my discipline of you, but that is no reason for you to disregard the honor of the Tang family. Moreover, your elder brother is about to top the imperial examinations. How can you tarnish that? Tang Jing was burning with anger, his dissatisfaction with Tang Yi reaching its peak. In the Tang family, in the western courtyard, Tang Yi was practicing martial arts in the yard, while Tang Yi was sitting in front of the door, focused on cooking a large pot of vegetable and lean meat porridge. This little guy's sadness comes and goes quickly. At this moment, he was enjoying himself, not expecting that the dishes made by his brother were so delicious. Meanwhile, Tang Hua and Tang Hao sat not far from him, looking at Tang Yi with mocking and playful eyes. Now, Tang Yi was so thin he looked like a bag of bones, his awkward movements appearing comical in their eyes. Tang Yi, why the sudden interest in martial arts? Do you want to join the army? Tang Hua chuckled lightly and said, if you want to join the army, it doesn't have to be so complicated. Just kowtow to me a few times, and maybe I can help you. Tang Yi glanced at the two brothers, a cold smile on his face. Wrong. I practice martial arts to make it easier to beat you in the future. The smiles on Tang Hua and Tang Hao's faces instantly froze. Tang Yi merely gave them a cold glance, sending chills down their spines and making their hearts race. They recalled how Tang Yi had brandished a wooden stick ready to fight, and almost couldn't resist the urge to turn and run. From the coldness in his eyes, it was clear that Tang Yi was serious about practicing martial arts to beat them up. However, Tang Hua and Tang Hao quickly dispelled their fears, exchanging a knowing look and smirking. Beat them up? That would satisfy Tang Yi. The purpose of their visit today was precisely to provoke Tang Yi into action. Their mother had said that the plan had failed the other day because Tang Hao and his wife weren't that important in their father's eyes. But Tang Hua was different. He was the heir of the Tang family, personally groomed by their father, and a matter of pride for him. If he were to encounter an accident, their father would surely be furious and punish Tang Yi, with their mother stirring the pot. Driving Tang Yi out of the Tang family should be an easy task. Of course, they had another more important goal. Money. The 500 taels of silver that Tang Yi had was stolen by them, but the treasure left by Tang Yi's mother had never been found. They had originally planned to keep an eye on Tang, waiting for him to slip up, but this bastard had been staying put these past few days, as if he only had those stolen 500 taels. Unable to hold back any longer, they decided to take the initiative. Tang Yi, who are you trying to scare? Dare to make a move? Go ahead and try. Tang Hao pointed at Tang Yi with a sneer. Second brother, don't be so direct. We could be more subtle. Tang Hua said, lifting the lids of two exquisite gift boxes on the table, taking out two high-quality Qingjiang inkstones and a very beautiful butterfly-shaped hairpin. Seeing the items on the table, Tang Yi immediately realized that his silver had already been used by them, and he feigned anger. The money was indeed stolen by you? No. Fourth brother, you're mistaken. It's not stealing when it comes to scholars. We bought these with your 500 taels of silver. No change left. How about that? Aren't you mad? Tang Hua placed the inkstones and hairpin on the table, supporting his chin with his fingers and smiling broadly. Unfortunately, Big Brother is a scholar, and the 4 treasures of the study have to be replaced every month for face. Your second brother dotes on your sister-in-law, so he needs to buy the latest gold hairpin from Jinglu every month. So from now on, this expense is all on you. Don't worry. Big Brother and second brother 1T take advantage of you. We'll go easier on you when we beat you up. Tang Hao sneered ominously. If you want us to go easier, 500 taels isn't enough. We came today for the money left by your mother. Tang Hua stepped forward, tapping Tang Yi's chest with his folding fan. That's right. Your mother left you quite a fortune, didn't she? Hand it over, and Big Brother will spend it for you. How about that? As for you, just be a good little aunt and don't think about turning the tables. You will always be a bastard. I am the true, legitimate eldest son of the Tang family. The Tang family is mine, the betrothal from the emperor is mine, and Kong Shirlan belongs to me. As long as I'm here, you will forever be the mud beneath my feet. Suddenly, a smile broke out on Tang Yi's cold face, like ice melting. Oh really? Tang Yi glanced at Tang Hua, then at the smug Tang Hao, finally resting her gaze on her brother. Seeing her brother's smile, which was even brighter than that of the older and second brother, Tang Yi knew that the older and second brother were in for trouble. The idea is good, but it's very dangerous. You stole my money and should have kept your heads down to avoid me. Yet here you are, coming to me yourself, trying to push your luck? Tang Yi calmly walked to the table, picked up the silver hairpin, and examined it in the sunlight. Then, he called Tang Yi over and placed the hairpin in her hair before speaking calmly. It seems you've misunderstood a bit, thinking my previous tolerance was weakness. But just the other day, I clearly injured Lin Zhu, crippled Tang Hao, and forced Tang Jing to lose face. Anyone should know by now that I'm not the same as before. But who gave you the guts to come and provoke me? Tang Yi inserted the hairpin into Tang Yin's hair and patted her head. Go inside, close your eyes, cover your ears, don't look or listen. Tang Yi nodded obediently and ran into the house. But after entering, she poked her head out again, covering her eyes, but peeking through her fingers with her big eyes. Tang Yi, what are you going to do? Tang Hao jumped up instantly, already shadowed by Tang Yi's previous actions. What am I going to do? Of course, just as you wish. Tang Yi grabbed an inkstone from the table and tossed it in his palm. You came here today, didn't you? To have me deal with you? I usually comply with such unreasonable requests. You even ambushed a dozen people outside. What? Want to play the cup-breaking signal? Too bad. They can't save you. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's face changed drastically. He instinctively wanted to escape, but Tang Yi was too fast, and the inkstone was already coming down toward his head. Boom! The inkstone smashed heavily against Tang Hao's forehead, instantly creating a blood hole. His eyes, filled with malice and fear, stared at Tang Yi, but his consciousness was fading and his body was slumping down to the ground. Tang Yi, you dare! Seeing the bloodied Tang Hao, Tang Hua jumped up in fright. His earlier composure vanished, replaced by alternating shades of pale and green. Chapter 14. Let us talk. Don't act rashly. Tang Hua had never expected Tang Yi to be so aggressive, to actually strike without hesitation. At this moment, Tang Hua was completely stunned. Their plan was to deliberately provoke Tang Yi into acting, then embellish the story to their father to have him deal with Tang Yi. But now Tang Hua realized that this guy seemed to have been looking for an opportunity to deal with them from the very beginning. Was this really the same Tang Yi who used to tremble before him, too afraid to lift his head? Tang, let us talk this over. Father loves me the most. If you hurt me, he will definitely not let you go. Tang Hua's face turned pale as he realized that the plan was to provoke Tang Yi into acting against him. But now, seeing the bloodied Tang Hao, he found himself trembling with fear, nearly soiling his pants. He regretted it immensely. Damn it, what tricks couldn't be used against this waste? Why did he have to put himself in such a dangerous situation? Ha! After all this, you still think you can use Tang Shirlang to threaten me? Have your brains been eaten by pigs? Tang Yi raised his hand, covering Tang Hua's mouth, his palm almost completely enveloping his face, and suddenly pressed back, pinning him against the table. Tang Yi stood before him, his lonely and calm gaze quietly fixed on him. Without speaking, and without any change in his expression. His eyes gave Tang Hua the impression that he was looking down at an ant. It was as if Tang Yi could kill him as easily as squashing an ant. Little E, let's talk it over. Big brother was just joking with you. You really can't take a joke, can you? Tang Hua was scared and lowered his posture. At this moment, fear and humiliation raged wildly in his heart, fueling his anger. However, he didn't dare to show any of it, only forcing a laugh to cover up his fear of Tang Yi. Damn it, once I break free, I will make you wish you were dead. Tang Hua roared in his heart. You're right, I can't take a joke at all. Tang Yi raised his hand and delivered a heavy punch to Tang Hua's face, the intense pain twisting Tang Hua's body, while the sound of Tang Yi's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. So why are you teasing me? Answer me. Why am I teasing you? I'm humiliating you. Tang Hua roared in his heart, but he tried hard to maintain his composure and said, Xiao Yi, I just said it was a misunderstanding. Bang! Tang Yi punched down again. Wrong answer. I don't like misunderstandings. Tang Hua's eyes widened in rage from the blow. Tang Yi, don't go too far. Bang! Tang Yi grabbed Tang Hua's collar and punched him again. Wrong answer. I'm clearly helping you fulfill your wishes. Tang Yi, you bastard dare to hit me? Wrong answer. I'm the one hitting the bastard. Tang Yi kept throwing punches, and soon Tang Hua was beaten to the ground, covered in blood, looking terrifying. Outside, Yin Shuangyu, who had been waiting in the east courtyard for news, couldn't suppress her excitement after almost half an hour without any updates. So she quietly slipped to the west courtyard to check the situation. As a result, through the crack of the door, she saw a scene that made her pupils shrink and her anger surge. Tang Yi was actually on top of her precious son, raining punches down on Tang Hua. This bastard actually dared to hit her son. You little bastard, stop it. Yin Shuangyu pushed the door open directly, her previously beautiful face now twisted in rage. Let go of my son, or I will make sure you two siblings suffer a fate worse than death. Immediately, more than a dozen servants rushed in. Tang Yi, hiding behind the door, turned pale upon seeing this scene, finally feeling fear. But Tang Yi remained unperturbed, delivering another punch to Tang Hua's face, then wiped his bloody fist on Tang Hua's body. He looked up at Yin Shuangyu. You three in this family are really interesting. You clearly wanted to play the victim and report me to Tang Jing, but now that I've given you this opportunity, you don't want it anymore. Really? You want to play both sides? Yin Shuangyu's face turned ashen with anger, staring at Tang Yi and speaking each word clearly. So what? Even if it's to bait you, you only deserve to endure it. With those filthy hands of yours, how dare you touch my son? Slap. Tang Yi slap pet Tang Hu, causing him to spit blood on the spot. Then he turned to the twisted-faced Yin Shuangyu. I touched him, what about it? Keep talking. Do you believe I will kill him? You dare. Yin Shuangyu trembled with rage. Touch even a hair on my son, and today I will make sure you two siblings are ground to dust. Yin Shuangyu's eyes turned red, hysterical. Bastard, bastard, bastard. You lie there obediently while I step on you. How dare you resist? Who allowed you to resist? Tang Yi stood up, stepping on Tang Hua while twisting his neck, looking at Yin Shuangyu and saying, Do you want to try? Before we turn you two into dust, can your two precious sons accompany you to the grave? Seeing Tang Yi gradually applying pressure, Tang Hua's face turned a deep purple, while Yin Shuangyu clenched her fists tightly, her furious nails digging into her palms. At this moment, Tang Yi's expression was indifferent, his gaze calm, yet full of provocation, his tone flat yet resolute. His attitude seemed to suggest that what he was stepping on was not a person, but an ant that he could crush at any moment. As long as Yin Shuangyu dared to nod, he would not hesitate to crush Tang Hua's throat. This waste, this bastard, how dare he? How dare he? All right, little bastard, you are ruthless. Yin Shuangyu nodded, her face filled with resentment. What do you want? If you'd had this attitude earlier, it would have been easier to talk. Tang Yi sneered and said, First, the way Mrs. Tang Yi spoke just now really upset me. Doesn't Mrs. Tang Yi think she should apologize first? Yin Shuangyu's face turned extremely cold, realizing that the young man before her was indeed different from before. This guy used to be weak and useless, yet now he actually dared to threaten her in front of everyone. How dare he? Watching Tang Hua, who was on the verge of suffocation and death, Yin Shuangyu knew she had no choice now. unless she dared to fight Tang Yi to the death. But to use her precious son's life to exchange for Tang Yi's life? Did he think he was worth it? Xiao Yi, I'm sorry I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that. Yin Shuangyu slightly bent to apologize, but her voice was as cold as ice, gritting her teeth. Clearly an apology, yet the tone was as if she wanted to cut Tang Yi into 1,000 pieces. I don't accept the apology, but still, there must be a show of attitude. Tang Yi released Tang Hua, who immediately covered his neck with both hands, gasping for air. However, Tang Yi ignored him and stared at Yin Shuangyu. Then Mrs. Tang HEIR should repay the money. I said 10 times the amount, so it's 5,000 taels, not a single tael less. If you dare to shore me a tael, I will break your 2 precious sons' arms and legs to settle the debt. Upon hearing this, Tang Hua and Tang Hao, who had already been beaten half to death, regained some clarity, their faces turning pale. Yin Shuangyu's chest heaved with rage, her face twisted. She had already lowered herself to apologize, yet this bastard was so ungrateful. Simply seeking death. Just as she was about to scold him, she saw Tang Jing quickly walk into the courtyard. Yin Shuangyu sneered, and the malice and killing intent on her face instantly dissipated, quickly replaced by a look of grievance and anger, tears streaming down her face in an instant. Yi, I'm wrong. If you want to kill or chop, just come at me, I accept it. But your older brother and second brother are innocent. They have always respected and loved you, regarded you as a real brother. You shouldn't treat them like this. Yi, I'm begging you, stop making a scene, okay? If your father finds out, he will be heartbroken. Chapter 15. You bastard, do you dare to report me? Tang Yi had already seen Tang Jing entering with a cold face, and seeing Yin Shuangyu's exaggerated performance, he couldn't help but mockingly smile. I must say, this woman's acting skills are really good. If she were in the future, she would definitely be a great actress, winning awards left and right. What are you making a fuss about again? Can't you be a little peaceful? Tang Jing was already in a bad mood. Seeing Tang Yi and Yin Shuangyu causing a ruckus at home made his expression even worse. Master, you're back. Yin Shuangyu pretended to just notice Tang Jing's return, turning and throwing herself into his arms, crying like a pitiful flower. Master, please save HEIR and HEIR. Shout, he wants to break their limbs. Master, I couldn't stop him. Please save HEIR. He still has to participate in the palace exam. Xiao Yi is beating him to a bloody mess. How can he face anyone now? Tang Jing looked up and indeed saw Tang Hua and Tang Hao lying on the ground, covered in blood. His expression turned cold. This bastard actually dared to lay hands on his brothers. Dad, save us. Tang, he wants to kill us. We didn't provoke him. Tang Hao cried out for help, his voice hoarse. But at this moment, both he and Tang Hua's eyes were gleaming, staring fixedly at Tang Yi. Dad is back. Weren't you very arrogant? Be more arrogant. Just wait for Dad to get angry and kick you out of the house. However, Tang Jing merely glanced at Tang Yi with indifference. Speaking flatly, Tang, let go of them first. Can't we sit down and talk things over? Does it have to come of bloodshed? You are all of the Tang family's blood. You are brothers, not enemies. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi and Tang Hua were both stunned, and Yin Shuangyu's crying also came to an abrupt halt. What? How is this different from what we thought? Shouldn't Tang Jing be furious and beat Tang Yi up, throwing him out of the house? He was actually calmly negotiating with Tang Yi. How could this be possible? Even Tang Yi frowned. What was wrong with this old man? Let them go. That's easy, not difficult at all. Tang Yi looked at Tang Jing with a smirk. They stole my silver. Tang Shirelang can just return the silver for them. 500 taels, and they kneel to return it, and this matter will be over. Tang Jing's legs trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. Stealing Tang Yi's silver? How dare they? That was silver awarded to Tang Yi by the emperor. If the emperor found out, the Tang family would be finished. Dad, we didn't steal. Tang Yi is framing us. Dad, you have to make the decision for us. Tang Hao crawled in front of Tang Jing, grabbing his hand to accuse Tang Yi. Their father favored them and twisted the truth. That was their strong suit. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Tang Jing raised his hand and slapped Tang Hao across the face, knocking him to the ground. Half of his face swelled up from the blow. You scoundrel. How dare you cry injustice? Do you know that because you stole Tang Yi's silver notes, I almost didn't make it back today? Hearing Tang Jing's angry roar, Tang Hao was stunned, covering his face. His father actually wouldn't listen to his defense and hit him for Tang Yi. Tang Hua's pupils widened in disbelief. Yin Xuanyu was also shocked, staring at Tang Jing with tear-filled eyes. In the past, regardless of right or wrong, Tang Jing would always stand by their side. But now he actually hit Tang Hao for Tang Yi. How had he changed so much after coming back from court? Tang Yi watched this scene, his mind short-circuiting. What trick was this old man playing? Master, what's wrong with you? Clearly, it was Xiao Yi who wanted to harm HEIR and HEIR. Why are you? Yin Xuanyu blinked, tears streaming down her face. Tang Jing was already furious and saw that Yin Xuanyu was trying to defend her son, wanting to slander him in front of him. Years of accumulated dissatisfaction finally exploded at this moment. Before she could finish her words, Tang Jing raised his hand and slapped Yin Xuanyu across the face. Slap! Yin Xuanyu was knocked to the ground, landing awkwardly. The intense pain made her scream. However, compared to the pain, what shocked her the most was that Tang Jing actually dared to hit her. For 20 years, whenever she shed a tear, this man would soften. But now he actually hit her for Tang Yi. Master, Yin Xuanyu cried in grievance. Ignorant woman, is this how you usually teach your sons? My Tang family may not be a wealthy noble family, but we are a family of scholars. How could you teach them to steal and frame their brother? You have disappointed me too much. Do you know that because of their theft, it could bring disaster to the Tang family? Tang Jing was extremely furious. Seeing the gold hairpin and the broken inkstone on the ground, he guessed the truth of the matter. But he wasn't angry because of the truth. Nor was he trying to help Tang. He was doing this to show Tang Yi to vent his anger on his behalf. Otherwise, if the matter of Tang Hao and Tang Hua stealing Tang Yi's money reached the emperor's ears, it would be serious. Tang Hua and Tang Hao were immediately dumbfounded. Was this still the father who doted on them? That father who loved them was actually helping Tang Yi? Had he really changed after the morning court session? Yin Xuanyu, seeing Tang Jing's furious expression, turned pale. She had already realized the seriousness of the situation. If Tang Jing was this angry, it was definitely because there was a problem with the silver that Tang Hua and Tang Yi had stolen from Tang Yi. But wasn't that just a few silver notes? How could a few silver notes bring disaster to the Tang family? Tang Yi also guessed the situation. It must be that the middle-aged man who bought the poems that day had an unusual identity. Now it seemed not only was he unusual, but he also held a high position in the court. Moreover, he was likely to be Tang Jing's political enemy. Therefore, once they found out his and Tang Yin's identities, they directly reported it to the emperor. Then, the emperor had a talk with Tang Jing today, throwing him some cryptic remarks. If that was the case, this emperor was quite interesting. It seemed he was quite cunning. Of course, that wasn't important. What mattered was that with this information, he could manipulate everyone in the Tang family comprehensively. All right, Tang Shilang, stop acting. Tang Yi had long seen through Tang Jing's poor acting skills. He sneered and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that idle. If I want to make a big deal out of this, the premise is to return my silver to me. 5,000 taels. Not a single penny less." Upon hearing this, Tang Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yin Xuanyu and coldly said, "Give him the money." Yin Xuanyu's expression froze, and Tang Hua and Tang Hao also looked very unnatural. What? Is there a problem? Tang Jing stared at Yin Xuanyu, his eyes growing colder. Yin Xuanyu was almost in tears. Master, the Tang family has no money right now. Xiao Yi wants 5,000 taels from me. Where am I supposed to find 5,000 taels? Hearing this, Tang Jing felt dizzy, nearly collapsing to the ground. He steadied himself, incredulously staring at Yin Xuanyu. Where's the money? I clearly remember that when Lu Ryu passed away, the Tang family still had 50,000 taels available. How long has it been? You say there's no money? Tang Yi's face also turned cold. 50,000 taels was what his mother left for him and Tang Yin. But after this woman took control of the Tang family, she spent money recklessly like a nouveau riche. In fact, during the early days of her control, Tang Hao and Tang Hua never had less than 3,000 taels on them. Old master, the Tang family's business has been poor lately. Plus there are social events and various expenses. The Tang family indeed doesn't have much silver left. Yin Xuanyu explained softly, tears falling, looking pitiful. But she had calmed down at this point. The so-called crisis was just Tang Yi. As long as she stabilized Tang Yi, even if the emperor was angry, he wouldn't say much. After all, this was a matter of a subject's family. Tang Jing wanted to slap her, but held it back, nearly fainting from anger. You wasteful woman. 50,000 taels. How long has it been since you entered this family, and it's gone? For some reason, at this moment, he suddenly missed his deceased wife. If Lu Ruyu were still here, such a thing would never have happened. Master, although the Tang family has no money now, we can mortgage a shop to Xiao Yi. Seeing Tang Jing's increasingly grim expression, Yin Xuanyu quickly looked at Tang Yi and said, Xiao Yi, how about this? The Tang family will give you a shop. It can be independent from the Tang family, and all future profits will belong to you, not entering the family treasury. How does that sound? To offset the debt. It was possible, but given the Tang family's current half-dead state, how much could a shop be worth? Madam, you think too highly of yourself. You want to send me off with just one shop? Tang, he directly held up 5 fingers and said, if you want to use a shop to offset the debt, I want this amount. Upon hearing this, Yin Xuanyu's expression turned cold, and Tang Hao, who had just returned to his senses from a shock, jumped up on the spot. 5 shops. Why don't he go rob a bank? Tang Yi glanced at Tang Hao indifferently. 5 shops? You underestimate me. I'm talking about 50 shops. That's what I call robbing. Are you crazy? The Tang family only has 20 shops in total. Where would you get 50 shops? Yin Xuanyu's voice grew sharp, struggling to maintain her white lotus facade. Tang Yi, who had just felt a hint of nostalgia for Lu Ruyu, turned ashen upon hearing this, coldly staring at Tang Yi, hating him for taking advantage of the situation. Unfilial son, don't you dare be greedy. 5 shops, even if sold, would still be worth a lot. Infiliation? Just based on Tang Shilong's title, whether it's 50 shops or 5,000 taels in cash, I'm determined to have it today. Tang Yi sneered, saying, of course. You can disagree, but I guarantee that as long as I'm alive, I will kneel at the palace gate today, begging to see the emperor. So, Tang Shilang, I advise you to think carefully about what is more important, your future or the shops and silver. Chapter 16. This person must not be kept. After Tang Yi finished speaking, he ignored the Tang family. He waved at Tang Yin, who was hiding behind the door, called her over, and whispered a few words in her ear, starting his next plan. Tang Yin's big eyes widened. Then she nodded vigorously and turned back into the room. Yin Xuanyu thought Tang Yi and Tang Yin were plotting something again, and gritted her teeth, saying, the Tang family doesn't have 50 shops, but we could transfer the Welcome Inn on Zhuke Street to you. The Yinkalu has a good location. Its value alone exceeds 50,000 taels. And now I can transfer it to you for just 5,000 taels. Is that feasible? Tang Hua and Tang Hao's faces changed dramatically. And even Tang Jing couldn't help but frown. The Yinkalu on Zhuke Street may be exaggerated to be worth 50,000 taels, but it's definitely enough to be worth dozens of shops. Mother, you. Tang Hua anxiously opened his mouth. However, before she could finish, Yin Xuanyu immediately gave him a look, then turned to Tang Yi and said, however, right across from the Yinkalu is the Tiangxianglu, and what I should have given you has already been given. It's up to you to decide if you dare to take it. Upon hearing this, Tang Hua suddenly realized, and Tang Hao's eyes lit up. Haha, mother is brilliant. Ever since the Tiangxianglu appeared, the business of the Yinkalu has plummeted. After all, the Yinkalu is an asset left by Tang Yi's mother, and if Tang Yi takes over, he certainly won't sell it due to his character. Therefore, he will have to find a way to revive the business of the Yinkalu. At that time, he will definitely be competing for business with the Tiangxianglu across the street. And behind the Tiangxianglu is the princess's residence. If Tang Yi accidentally offends the princess, even the gods won't be able to save him. Everyone knows the princess is a notorious widow in the capital. Tang Yi initially offered 50 shops as a bargaining chip with Yin Xuanyu. For negotiating for a shop to a restaurant, he was already very satisfied with this price, although it's across from the Tiangxianglu. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yi squinted and said, why wouldn't I dare? After all, I'm not like your 2 foolish sons, who wouldn't even know how to run a restaurant. Yin Xuanyu was furious. Tang Yi crossed his arms coldly and interrupted. Don't forget what I said before. The contract must be presented to me by Tang Hua and Tang Hao while kneeling. Also, Tang Shirlang, Tang HEIR foreign, you two must also bow and apologize to me. You accuse me of stealing silver, and without an apology, maybe I would have endured it before, but now, it won't pass with me. Tang Yi, Zan Suangui, and Tang Hua and Tang Hao all suddenly raised their heads, staring at Tang Yi with cold expressions. Tang Yi, don't go too far. Tang Hu Sao Tet Angli. He is the top scholar. How could he kneel to apologize to Tang Yi? What a joke. Still, as I said, you can choose to refuse. And I will go kneel at the palace gate to seek an audience with His Majesty right now. Tang Yi's gaze fixed on Tang Jing, and he said lightly, I think Tang Shirlang wouldn't want this to escalate, right? Tang Jing was filled with rage. It was a great disrespect for Tang Yi to demand an apology from him. But after taking a few deep breaths with closed eyes, he finally said, do as he says. Family matters should not be made public. Father, sir, I say it again, do as he says. Tang Hua and Yin Shuangyu were very unwilling, but they also dared not disobey Tang Jing's orders. Soon, Yin Shuangyu's maid brought over the restaurant contract. After both parties signed the contract, Tang Yi stood in front of them with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Tang Hua and Tang Hao, who were holding the agreement with grim expressions. Tang Yi, this is the restaurant agreement. Please accept it. The two knelt heavily in front of Tang. Their eyes reddened with humiliation. In the past, they were the ones forcing Tang Yi to kneel, but now they had to kneel before him. How ironic. Tang Yi, we wronged you regarding the silver note. We're sorry. Tang Jing and Yin Shuangyu stood behind Tang Hua and Tang Hao and also slightly bowed to apologize. However, at the moment they bowed, Tang Yi grabbed the contract from Tang Hua's hand and sidestepped, revealing Tang Yi hiding behind him. At this moment, Tang Yi was holding a simple spirit tablet with both hands. It was the spirit tablet of their mother, Lu Ruyu. Upon seeing Lu Ruyu's spirit tablet, Tang Jing's face changed drastically. Yin Shuangyu's expression twisted, and Tang Hua and Tang Hao instantly jumped up, furious and enraged. Tang Yi. The Tang family was furious. Shoo, don't make a noise. Tang Yi raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. This is what you owe my mother. I'm just collecting a little interest for her. Don't worry, we have plenty of time to play next. Now you can leave. Tang Yi didn't look at Tang Jing and the others, pulling Tang Yi and turning back into the house. Bang! The door slammed shut. Tang Yi, you are outrageous. After a long while, Tang Jing's furious voice echoed in the courtyard. At the same time, on Zhuangyuan Street. After the court session, many officials rushed to Zhuangyuan Street. The military officials naturally wanted to see the poetic genius, while the civil officials aimed to expose these martial officials' scholarly pretensions and give them a good lesson. Wow, who is that? That's General Su Dingkuan of the Left Guard, right? Oh my, that's Minister Liu, one of the Ministry of Revenue. What brings him here? My goodness, that's Confucius Taifu, our literary titan. Why has he personally come to Zhuangyuan Street? They are all here to find the poetic genius. Damn, could it be those two little beggars selling poems at the entrance yesterday? Could the poem they sold truly be that good? It's a good poem. A poem that can last for thousands of years. Seeing so many big shots gathering on Zhuangyuan Street, it erupted with excitement. A young man jumped onto a table, loudly proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the poem sold by the poetic genius yesterday, titled Man Jiang Hong, Loyalty to the Country." Anger surged like a crown. At the railing, the rain has ceased. Raising my eyes, I looked to the sky and let out a long howl. My ambition is fierce. 30 achievements are but dust. 8,000 miles of road are clouds and moon. Don't wait until youth turns gray to lament in vain. The shame of Jing Kong is yet to be avenged. When will the hatred of the ministers be extinguished? Drive the long carriage, trample the Helan Mountain Gap. My great ambition is to feast on the flesh of the Hu enemies and laugh while drinking the blood of the Xiongnu, awaiting to start anew, to reclaim the old mountains and rivers towards the heavenly threshold. At this moment, many people had gathered around, listening to the young man passionately recite this poem, feeling goosebumps all over. In just over 100 words, the poem was magnificent, grand, and breathtaking. Damn, no wonder he is called the poetic genius. I'm impressed. Damn it. Yesterday, I still asked him who his teacher was questioning him, and now I'm slapping my own face. The shame of Jing Kong is yet to be avenged. That is the disgrace of all of Dian. How can it not be avenged? The entire Zhuangyuan street was in an uproar, all captivated by the ambition and pride of Man Jianghong. Everyone was extremely excited. No wonder those big shots couldn't sit still. A single poem could influence the direction of the country. Who could remain calm? Damn it, who is that guy? In the crowd, Minister Liu, one of the Ministry of Revenue, pointed at the young man on the table, furious enough to jump. They had already sealed this poem. It hasn't even come out from the palace yet now it's being widely circulated. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the guard of that old bastard Deet song. Someone gritted their teeth and said. Hearing this, a group of civil officials were infuriated. The old thief is shameless. We will never let this go. Have we found out? Who exactly is the poetic genius? Lu Wen's voice was cold. We haven't found out. All leads have been cut off. Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhao, shook his head and said, it seems someone from the palace intervened. Only someone from the palace could cleanly erase the traces. Upon hearing this, a group of ministers gritted their teeth again. Your Majesty, you are also shameless. Then let us wait for the rabbit. I don't believe he won't come out. Lu Wen looked at the bustling Zhuangyuan street, a cold light in his eyes. If he is not used by me, he must be killed by me. Such a person cannot be left for those course-martial men. Otherwise it would be a joke for us. This person must not be left alive. Chapter 17. Tang Yi, you are such a bastard. How dare you harm me like this? The next day, Tang Yi took Tang Yi out of the Tang family and called for a carriage heading to Zhuangyuan Street. However, as soon as they arrived at Zhuangyuan Street, they were dumbfounded to see the entire street blocked off. It had only been 2 days since they last came, and Zhuangyuan Street had become so bustling. Come, the poetic genius's stall, the authentic poetic genius's stall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the poetic genius wrote Man Jianghong. I'm just a humble person, and I have an 8-bow friendship with the poetic genius. Get lost. You have an 8-bow friendship with the poetic genius. Then who am I? The noise kept coming, and many people had even rolled up their sleeves to start fight. Tang Yi exchanged glances, and Tang Yi widened her big eyes. Brother, you've got yourself into trouble. Tang Yi looked up again at Zhuangyuan Street and realized that the stalls selling poetry and paintings that day were now all selling Man Jianghong, with eye-catching signs, all advertising the poet's works. There were versions in ink wash painting, running script, and cursive script, all claiming to be authentic works of the poet. Damn it, this is infringement. Tang Yi was instantly furious. Damn it, I haven't been out for 2 days and missed this huge fortune. Letting these scoundrels ride the wave of popularity. Brother, do you need the original Man Jianghong? I have the handwritten manuscript by the poet from that day. I'll sell it to you for 10 taels. A voice came from beside him. Tang Yi turned to see a vendor sneaking out a yellowed piece of paper from his pocket, which was clearly Man Jianghong. Tang Yi was so angry he almost laughed. You call that Man Jianghong the original? Then what the hell are you doing making it look like an illegal transaction? Is the poet really that hard to see? Tang Yi's face darkened, and he wanted to hit someone. Tang Yi covered her mouth, nearly bursting into laughter. This is getting out of hand. If this continues, brother will be ruined. Brother, don't worry. I absolutely won't leave your sight and will keep watch for you, Tang Yi said, holding her hands in front of her chest, blinking her big eyes pitifully to assure him. Tang Yi looked at Tang Yi stepping back, his face darkening as he almost couldn't help but give her a smack. After a few days of recuperation, this little girl had gradually returned to her lively self in front of him, but she was still infuriating. Of course, that was only in front of him. She still feared Yin Shuangyu and Tang Jing. Get lost, you bastard. Dare to fool me. I'll beat you to death. At this moment, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. Tang Yi looked up and saw an old beggar being beaten and kicked out of Zhuangyuan Street by a young man in fine clothes, accompanied by guards. Old fool, you have no skills and still dare to come out and swindle. You are the brother of the poet? The poet is only 20 years old, and you are nearly 50. Tang Yi exchanged glances, both swallowing hard. So brutal. Brother, that guy hitting the old beggar looks like a rich man. Let's sell to him. Tang Yi pointed to the young man who had just beaten the old beggar and said, since this guy was fooled by the beggar, it means he is easy to deceive. It can lower the difficulty for my brother. All right, wait here, I'll go talk to him. Tang Yi waved his hand and walked forward. The young man in white was still cursing, and Tang Yi smiled and clasped his hands. Brother, are you looking to buy poetry? I have a poem. Get lost. Liang Xiao was feeling irritated. He prided himself on being smart, but had been swindled out of 100 taels by the old beggar. The poem he wrote was nonsense. He had been trying to impress a courtesan and was asked to write a poem about beautiful women to please her, but the old man had come out with, "Oh, beautiful lady, your chest is so large, your buttocks so perky," making this old man feel itchy. Damn it. If he said something like that in a brothel, he would be ridiculed. After just finishing teaching the old beggar a lesson, someone dared to come and swindle him again. Do I look like an easy target? Does everyone want to take a shot at me? Liang Xiao snorted coldly, his gaze landing on Tang Yi's face, and then he froze. Wait, why do I feel like I know you? Oh, I remember now, you are. Liang Xiao grabbed Tang Yi's hand, his face full of excitement. Tang Yi's expression changed instantly. He had been a mess that day, but now dressed up, he was hardly recognizable. How could he still be recognized? This is not scientific. Slap. Before Liang Xiao could finish his sentence, Tang Yi quickly grabbed his hand back. The poet is here. The real poet is here. I have caught the poet. Tang Yi raised Liang Xiao's hand high and shouted, I have heard the poet's lament. 10 years of hard study with no one to ask. Suddenly becoming famous for all to know. This is the poet. This is the true poet. Initially, not many people believed Tang Yi's words. There had been at least 100 poets knocked down today. But upon hearing the line, 10 years of hard study with no one to ask, suddenly becoming famous for all to know, everyone's eyes lit up, and they all turned to look at Liang Xiao with burning gazes. That's right, it's the poet. Only the poet could have such level. Poet, compose a poem for me. I'll give you 1,000 taels. Poet, my young lady still admires you. She invites you to a meeting. Poet, haha, I caught you. In an instant, the entire Zhuangyuan street was surrounded. The momentum was overwhelming, like a stampede of horses. Liang Xiao. Poet? Who the hell is the poet? Tang Yi, you bastard. I just wanted to greet you, and you dare to do this to me? Chapter 18. This misunderstanding is huge. Tang Yi, you bastard, just wait for me. Liang Xiao cursed, breaking free from Tang Yi and turning to flee. Young master, what the hell happened? Why is this crowd chasing the young master? A group of guards was still beating the beggar curled up on the ground. And upon seeing the whole street chasing after their young master, they were instantly dumbfounded. Poet? The young master can't even read properly. How could he become the poet? Poet, don't run. Compose a poem for me. Tang Yi was also chasing. He actually didn't want to chase, but when Liang Xiao called out his name, he knew he had made a mistake. However, Tang Yi was running ahead of Liang Xiao, forcing him to follow. Otherwise, if she got lost in the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. This misunderstanding had escalated. Moreover, from the memories of his predecessor, he knew that Liang Xiao and his predecessor were friends. But after his mother passed away and Yin Shuangyu took power, she wanted to support Tang Hua and cut off his meetings with Liang Xiao and others. This led to Tang Yi and Liang Xiao not having seen each other for nearly 4 years. The youthful boys of the past had now grown up, and neither recognized the other immediately, resulting in this misunderstanding. Stop chasing. I'm not the poet. I'm the poet's ancestor. Liang Xiao roared. Seeing the dark crowd behind him, he was almost scared to death, using all his strength to run away. You are not the poet immortal. Why are you running? Someone shouted angrily. If you guys don't chase me, can I run? Liang Xiao retorted directly. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is indeed the poet immortal, and the child ahead is the evidence. Someone pointed at Tang Yi and said loudly. Sure enough, upon seeing Tang Yi, everyone became even more excited. It was undoubtedly the poet immortal. On that day, the poet immortal was indeed selling poetry with a child. Slap. Tang Yi raised his hand to cover his face, bro. It's not that I don't want to explain, but now it's just impossible to clarify. Bad brother. You're going to get HEIR killed. Tang Yi ran to the front, tears filling her big eyes. With her short legs, how could she possibly outrun the long legs of adults? Fortunately, after running half a street, she spotted a narrow alley and dashed into it. Liang Xiao, unaware of her identity, could only run forward madly. and a group of people chased after him from the alley entrance. The figure of her brother also appeared at the alley entrance, hands on his knees, pretending to breathe heavily. Brother, that S. Liang's brother, will he be okay? Tang Yi recognized Liang Xiao. Her brother had been under house arrest previously, and Liang Xiao had come looking for him several times, bringing her many delicious treats, which were all snatched by her second brother. It should, maybe, probably, hopefully be okay. Tang Yi glanced at the crowd that seemed endless and said, "You find a place to hide here. I need to go save that guy to prevent any accidents. At worst, it'll just expose the identity of the poet immortal. Don't worry, someone ahead is helping him. He will be fine." At that moment, a slightly cold voice came. Tang Yi instinctively shielded Tang Yi behind him and saw a tower-like man standing ahead. He was the bodyguard of the middle-aged man who had bought poetry that day. The man looked at Tang Yi and slightly nodded. "Let us go. My master wants to see you. He has been waiting for a long time." Tang Yi knew the middle-aged man's identity was not simple. He was probably a big shot in the court. Otherwise, man Jianghong wouldn't have caused such a stir. If he took action, Liang Xiao's safety should be ensured. "All right, please lead the way." Tang Yi held Tang Yi and followed behind Zhao Hu. At that moment, a two-yoke green canopy carriage was slowly approaching Tang Yi. The carriage curtain was lifted halfway, and sitting inside was the stunningly beautiful Kong Shirlan, who was now frowning, looking at Tang Yi with confusion. She came to Zhuangyuan Street, originally hoping to run into the so-called poet immortal. She wanted to invite him to participate in the poetry meeting at Shungarden. Someone who could write man Jianghong, such a world-class poem, should have no problem suppressing Tang Hua. However, she didn't encounter the poet immortal, but instead saw the Tang siblings. Compared to the day she visited, Tang Yi and Tang Yi looked much better in spirit. Watching the two standing at the entrance of Zhuangyuan Street bickering made her feel quite warm. But the next scene left her utterly shocked. Somehow, she didn't know whether Tang Yi was standing up for the beaten old beggar. He actually caught the air of the Pingyuan Marquis and shouted poet immortal. Then, the entire street fell into chaos. 10 years of cold windows, no one asks. And suddenly famous all over the world. Chiao was also staring at Tang Yi, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement. "Miss, this is a good poem. I didn't expect the poet immortal you were looking for to be found by young Master Tang." Kong Shirlan glanced at Chiao and flicked her forehead. "Fool." Chiao rubbed her forehead and said, "Miss, could it be that the poet immortal isn't the person young Master Tang mentioned?" "No way. But those 2 lines of poetry are so impressive." Kong Shirlan furrowed her brows. Indeed, those 2 lines of poetry were remarkable. 10 years of cold windows, no one asks. And suddenly famous all over the world. But the problem was that these 2 lines of poetry could not possibly come from Liang Xiao. That guy was notoriously known as a spendthrift in the capital. He would know how to write poetry. So it must have come from Tang Yi. Could he be the poet immortal? No way. This guy hadn't even graduated from the academy, and he had been suppressed by Yin Xuanyu all along. He probably couldn't even recognize all the characters. How could he be the poet immortal? Kong Shidon Rebta Temples. Suddenly feeling that she lacked understanding of Tang Yi and needed to investigate again. But by the time she came back to her senses from her thoughts, there was no trace of Tang Yi on the street. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yi followed Zhao Hu to a restaurant outside Zhuangyuan Street. Upon entering the room, Tang Yi saw that besides the middle-aged man who bought poetry that day, there were also 2 elderly men with white hair. Apart from the middle-aged man who bought poetry, Tang Yi recognized the 2 elders. He quickly set Tang Yi down and cupped his hands, saying, "Greetings to General Di and Prince Fu." Di Tsang was a great general of the Great Yin and could be said to be the anchor of the military. He had grown up hearing stories about him. How could he not recognize him? As for Prince Fu, he was the elder brother of the late emperor and the current emperor's uncle. He was also a figure of great renown in his youth, having once convinced the 10,000 troops of Dongyu with just his words. Unfortunately, even with these 2 prominent figures present, the Great Yin still could not escape the shame of Jinkong. The late emperor and the late empress had both been humiliated to death by the Northern Di people. "Kid, you are that little poet immortal? Good. Your poetry is excellent. You've helped us a lot." Di Tsang gave a thumbs up, instantly feeling fond of this polite little guy. Tang Yi was taken aback. Seeing the confusion on his face, the old prince smiled and explained. Your poem man Zhang Hong has strengthened His Majesty's resolve to go to war with the Northern D, giving hope to the generals who have long been sharpening their swords. So that is how it was. No wonder man Zhang Hong could cause such a huge stir. Tang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. That's bad. Those scholars must hate me to death. Greetings to Grandpa D. Greetings to Grandpa Fu. Tang Yi knelt on the ground and directly bowed. Her soft, sweet voice pulled the attention of Di Song and the old prince, and their hearts nearly melted upon seeing the delicate little girl kneeling on the ground. Good child. Come here to Grandpa. Di Song immediately reached out his hand toward Tang Yi. Get lost with those knife-like hands of yours. Don't hurt the child. The old prince swatted Di Song's hand away and looked kindly at Tang Yi. Come here, little one. Come to Grandpa Fu. I have delicious food here. What? Old man, do you want to fight? The two elders immediately started to argue. Chapter 19. With such good things, why not take them out? Seeing the two elders rolling up their sleeves ready to fight, Tang Yi quickly moved a chair to the middle of them, blinking her big eyes and saying, Grandpa, sit here. The two old men immediately seized fire and brought various delicious foods to Tang Yi. What? Just because I'm unknown, you disdain to bow? Emperor Yenwen said, somewhat displeased, tapping the table. Tang Yi felt a bit awkward and said, Junior Tang, I still don't know how to address you, uncle. You make Xiaochi. You can call me Uncle Xiao. Emperor Yenwen directly stated his name. Chen Jiaoxi and Zhao Hu's expressions changed immediately. Your Majesty, why do you not even use a pseudonym and directly state your real name? Calling your name directly is extremely disrespectful. Xiaoxi? Tang Yi searched his mind for this name, but found no clues. He didn't pay much attention and respectfully bowed. Greetings to Uncle Xiao. I must thank you first. If it weren't for Uncle Xiao's intervention, the Tang family's door would probably have been trampled flat by now. Tang Yi was not a fool, with man Zhang Hong causing such a stir and alarming the entire court. Discovering his identity would be easy, but now that no one had discovered his identity as the poet immortal, it only indicated that an unknown power was intervening. The only person he knew with that capability was the man in front of him. You should thank yourself. That day, you looked like a beggar. Hardly anyone recognized your identity, so I had room to maneuver. Emperor Yenwen waved his hand irritably and said, Today, I'm really annoyed by not buying poetry. I've already decided to go to war, but the Northern D cavalry has scared many people. I want to hear if you have a way to deal with the Northern D cavalry. Tang Yi pointed at himself in astonishment and said, Uncle Xiao, do you think too highly of me? How can you ask me about such matters? General D and the old prince are right here. They are veterans. How could I dare to show off in front of them? Tang Yi was speechless. Besides, this was a national issue. Speaking recklessly about it could cost him his head. Kid, the court has already decided to fight. However, there are still many people opposing it, and His Majesty is troubled by this matter. Di Song picked the fish bones out for Tang Yi and placed the fish meat in her bowl, saying, Just say what you want. It's just a casual chat. Emperor Yenwen also glared at Tang Yi and said, Did you hear that? It's just a casual chat. What are you afraid of? Tang Yi smiled and said, Well, to deal with cavalry, of course, it's the Maxim machine gun. Emperor Yenwen and Di Song both raised their heads in unison. What gun? Cough, cough, it's nothing. Just a joke. Tang Yi sat down and pondered for a moment, saying, In this era, there are actually many ways to deal with cavalry, such as forging polearms and hooked spears, and then organizing death squads to slash at horse legs and stab at cavalry. But this requires the army to have strong quality and courage. And to be honest, our great Yin army can't do that. Emperor Yenwen wanted to refute, but sighed instead. If the army had such quality, how could there be the shame of Jinkong? Therefore, they could only focus on weaponry. The best weapon against cavalry is the bow and crossbow. However, our bows have too short a range and lack killing power, often getting close before they can shoot twice. But I know of a type of composite bow that has great killing power and long range, more than enough to deal with cavalry. There is also the Zhuge crossbow, which can shoot a dozen arrows at once and can be used in conjunction with the composite bow. Tang Yi spoke confidently, and Di Song and Emperor Yenwen exchanged glances, both showing shock. The old prince, who had been silent, also raised his head and looked at Tang Yi. What is this kid saying? He really has a way to deal with cavalry. Composite bow? Zhuge crossbow? What kind of weapons are these? I've never heard of them. Slap. Di-Song grabbed Tang Yi's shoulder and said, if you have such good stuff, why not hurry and bring it out? Hiss. Tang Yi felt as if his shoulder was crushed, and he gasped in pain. Old general, if you want it, you have to give me time to draw up the design. If you want it now, where am I supposed to get it from? Emperor Yinwen slapped Di-Song's hand away and said, then draw it first. Just in time, the old prince is going out of the city for a few days. Once the design is ready, have someone deliver it to the old prince so that the army can quickly forge it. Work day and night to get a batch out first to test the effect. The old prince nodded and said, as long as the drawings come out. I will personally supervise this matter. As long as we can kill those Northern D dogs, I would give my old life for it. The old prince's face was filled with determination, and Di-Song patted his shoulder. Emperor Yinwen also sighed lightly. They both experienced the shame of Jinkong, with family members lost in that calamity. The old prince's wife and child perished in that disaster, and they did not want to experience such despair and humiliation a second time. Tang Yi sensed the heavy atmosphere, but didn't know about the events of that year, so he chose to remain silent. Tang Yi, seeing the once kind old man now filled with killing intent, quickly pushed the roasted chicken in front of the old prince. Grandpa, eat. Grandpa, don't die. Live to 100 years. She didn't understand hatred, even when her brother was bullied half to death by her older brothers. She was just angry. However, she had an extreme fear of hunger, believing that as long as she was full, she wouldn't die. Her words made the old prince weep on the spot. If it weren't for that damned war, his son wouldn't have died in battle, and his granddaughter should be about this age too. All right, Grandpa will eat, and Grandpa won't die. The old prince personally tore off a chicken leg for Tang Yi and tore off a chicken wing to stuff into his mouth, saying, Grandpa wants to live to see the sons of great Yin wash away the shame of the past. Hearing this, Emperor Yinwen's expression dimmed slightly. How could he not want to avenge this shame? But that battle back then had already broken the backbone of Great Yin, leading many to believe that living on their knees meant they could escape death. Yet they forgot that he was the emperor of Great Yin. He was no puppet. Uncle Xiao, since it's just casual chat, then I'll say a few things directly. Due to his professional habits from his previous life, Tang Yi had taken quite a bit of data and maps from Tang Jing's study in the past few days and had a rough understanding of the situation in the northern border. Feeling bored these days, he studied the battles with the Northern D and found that their wars against Great Yin were mostly aimed at plundering winter supplies, with most battles occurring during Great Yin's autumn harvest, while a smaller number took place when they couldn't survive the winter. However, now that Great Yin's autumn harvest had passed for over a month, they were still just gathering troops at the border without signs of war, which was unreasonable. If they wanted to wait until winter to fight, would they really gather hundreds of thousands of troops and wait for months? They would starve to death before they could even eat. I think the Northern D might be colluding with Dong Yu to attempt to divide the northern border. Chapter 20 Tang Jing is truly a bastard. He wasn't making things up, but had concluded this was the most likely outcome after research. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the Northern D's unusual actions. However, upon hearing his words, Di-Song laughed. Oh, kid, you even study military affairs? Your idea is nice, but the Northern D would never ally with Dong Yu. Have you ever seen a tiger teaming up with a deer to hunt? Great Yin and Dong Yu are both dishes on their table. Emperor Yinwen also had a smile at the corner of his mouth, saying, Dong Yu is currently riddled with internal conflicts and has no time to meddle with the Northern D. Moreover, Dong Yu has just signed a non-aggression treaty with Great Yin. Prime Minister Fan Yong returned home to pay respects to his ancestors, but secretly it was to sign this treaty with Dong Yu. Therefore, just as the old general said, in the eyes of the Northern D, both Dong Yu and Great Yin are just food. The reason they haven't gone to war yet is that they simply look down on our defenses. The old prince glanced at Tang Yi and frowned, saying, I think what young Tang said makes sense. Let's have Dong Yu's spies investigate. Emperor Yinwen and the old general exchanged glances and nodded with smiles. It's good for young people to think more. They ought to give him this face. Tang, he scratched his head and smiled. I already said it's just casual chat. You guys don't need to keep pressing me. That said, he still insisted on his guess. The Northern D's gathering troops at the border was to support the actions of the Dongyu army. Because if the Dongyu army unexpectedly captured Yongqing Pass, they could cut off the northern border from the capital, and at that time, the northern border would be meat on the chopping block. If he were a general, he would do just that. War is all about information and perception. Lao Yang said that Dongyu has serious internal conflicts and no time to meddle with the Northern D. But he thought the opposite was true. The best way to solve internal conflicts is through external war. That bastard used to do just that. All right, enough of those distressing matters. Let us talk about some personal matters. Ditsong leaned over and winked at Tang. Kid, you don't know how much impact your poem and Jianghong had on those civil officials. Just thinking about their faces now makes me feel relieved. But that doesn't quite align with my state of mind. Give me another poem to give those soft-bellied fellows a good scare. Emperor Yin, holding a teacup, smiled and looked at Tang Yi. He didn't buy poetry today because Ditsong wanted to buy it. This old fellow almost drove him crazy in the palace. Otherwise, why would he bring this old guy to see Tang Yi? There is indeed a poem that matches the old general state of mind. ISN poem of Breaking the Formation by Xian Qiji, just that. However, before Tang Yi could speak, Tang Yin's tender voice rang out. Grandpa, pay first. My brother said it's okay to buy poetry, but you have to pay first. Tang Yi's mouth twitched suddenly, sister. That's because we had no choice at the time and were afraid of being deceived. But now we have two royal family members in front of us. A great general who is feared by all. Would they default on their promises? Besides, your brother has a favor to ask of the general. Ahem, old general. Children are innocent. Tang Yi still wanted to save the situation, but the old general had already slapped 500 taels of silver into his hand. Haha, the little girl is right. First give the money. Even your Uncle Xiao is no exception. I cannot be an exception either. Old man, what are you standing there for? Prepare the ink and brush. The old general shouted directly at Chen Diaosi. Soon, Chen Diaosi brought over paper and brush. Old general, you really don't give me any room to refuse. Tang Yi dipped the brush in ink and wrote while saying, Old general, let's make it clear first. If I don't write well, I won't take the silver. If I write well, I need the old general to help me build a training ground at the general's mansion. I'm currently too weak, and I have created a set of training methods for myself. But the Tang family has limited space, and I can't practice freely. The general's mansion has a military training ground, so let me use it for a while. After finishing his words, he completed a poem titled Breaking the Formation for General D. Drunk, I challenge the lamp and look at my sword. Dreams return to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles at my command, the sound of 50 strings turns to the outside of the pass. Autumn points soldiers on the battlefield. Horses like the Lu fly fast. Bows like thunder, strings startled. To settle the king's affairs. To win fame in life and after death. Pity the white-haired. Is this poem good? Just as Tang Yi put down his brush, the old general eagerly snatched the paper and read the lines aloud. His level wasn't high, and although the morning court had been quite chaotic the past 2 days, that was all an act. So after he finished reading the poem, even though goosebumps rose on his skin, he couldn't say whether it was good or not, instinctively seeking help from Emperor Yinwen and the old prince. As a result, he saw the teacup in Emperor Yinwen's hand fall to the ground with a clatter, and the chicken wing in the old prince's hand also dropped. All right, it's confirmed. This is a good poem. This poem is enough to rival Full River Red, and it's a bargain for you, old man. Emperor Yinwen felt somewhat jealous, especially when he saw the big characters breaking the formation for General D, which he found quite dazzling. Not to mention whether Ditsong counts as a great general of the Great Yin, just this poem alone is enough for him to be remembered through the ages. The old prince looked at Tang Yi, his fingertips trembling involuntarily, and it was clear that he was also quite moved, wanting Tang Yi to write a poem for him as well. But after thinking about it, he held back. What if it wasn't as good as Ditsong's? Then this old man would be strutting around like a peacock. Haha, now I'm relieved. I'm going to Scholar Street later. I need to vent my anger on that group of old thieves. Ha ha ha. Ditsong patted Tang Yi's shoulder and laughed heartily. Kid, it's just a training ground. Build whatever you want. Do whatever you like. Tang Yi quickly stood up and cupped his hands. All right. Thank you very much, old general. Old general, Uncle Xiao, old prince. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Tang Yi cupped his hands again and left the tavern with Tang Yi. Just as they were about to exit the tavern, Tang Yi broke free from Tang Yi's hand, ran to Emperor Yanwen's side, knelt down, and respectfully saluted. HEIR hasn't greeted Uncle yet. HEIR pays respects to Uncle Xiao. Hello, Uncle Xiao. Emperor Yanwen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a clever little girl. Calling me uncle makes me shy. Giving a girl silver is too vulgar. So uncle will give you a jade pendant instead. Emperor Yanwen picked Tang Yin up and took off the jade pendant from his waist, hanging it on Tang Yin's waist. Seeing this scene, the old prince, Ditsong, Chun Jiaoxi, and others all changed their expressions. That was the emperor's personal jade pendant, symbolizing royal identity. The emperor actually gave it to Tang Yin just like that, but none of them dared to speak out, lest they expose Emperor Yanwen's identity. Tang Yin didn't dare to accept it and look back at Tang Yi. Tang Yi's mouth also twitched slightly. He knew that Tang Yin simply wanted to pay her respects to Uncle Xiao. After all, she had already paid great respects to General Di and the old prince, so she couldn't leave out Xiao So. But the problem was, doing it this way made it seem like he was deliberately sending his sister to ask for benefits. Just as Tang Yi was about to refuse, Emperor Yanwen snorted coldly. What does it have to do with him? This is a gift from me to HEIR. She doesn't need to care about you, as long as she likes it. Tang Yi twisted her little waist and turned around, the jade pendant swaying, looking very pretty. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. After paying her respects, the little girl jumped back to Tang Yi's side, taking his hand and walking out. Tang Yi could only awkwardly excuse himself. Watching Tang Yi leave with a bouncing Tang Yin, Emperor Yanwen, the old general, and the old prince gradually lost their smiles. Damn it, Tang Jing, that bastard. Really isn't worth it, bah. The old general spat on the ground, his face full of disgust. Chapter 21. Impossible, it can't be him. Ditsong looked down on Tang Jing. If his descendants were so capable, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. But that old fool Tang Jing actually treated Tang Yi like dirt. He really didn't know what was so proud about his scheming elder son. I've already warned Tang Jing. It's up to him to understand my intentions. If all his thoughts are on his elder son, then there's nothing I can do to help him. Emperor Yanwen sighed lightly. He indeed admired this young man. But admiration aside, he couldn't interfere in the affairs of his subjects. If Tang Jing couldn't understand his intentions and continued to oppose Tang Yi, the one who would regret it in the future would definitely be that old fool. This kid is a talent. Why doesn't your majesty directly cultivate him? The old prince looked at Emperor Yanwen with some confusion. Since the emperor likes Tang Yi so much, why not just give him an official position to cultivate him as a confidant? It's not the right time yet. The timing isn't ripe. Emperor Yanwen shook his head. Then, a sly smile appeared on Emperor Yanwen's face as he said, let's wait a bit longer. Right now, only we few know about his identity as a poet immortal. And that girl from the Kong family, to stop me from arranging a marriage, wants to hold some kind of poetry meeting at the Shin Garden. I think this is a good opportunity. The old prince and Ditsong were taken aback for a moment, then understood Emperor Yanwen's meaning. Now that the imperial examinations had just concluded, the students who had been named on the gold list were waiting for the court to fill in vacancies. If they directly made Tang Yi an official, it would surely displease all the scholars of the world. But if Tang Yi could shine at the Shun Garden poetry meeting and make a name for himself, then there would be no problem. Ah, I hate these roundabout approaches. They make my head spin. Can it be more straightforward? Ditsong waved his hand irritably, turned, and walked out. You all can play however you want. I won't chat with you old fellows anymore. Haha. I'm going to Scholar Street to step on that group of old men. Now, what could be more exciting than stepping on that group of literary officials? Scholar Street. At this time, the servants who had chased after Liang Xiao returned one after another to report at Scholar Street. Minister of Revenue Lu Wan, Deputy Minister of Justice Xiao Ku, and others listened to the report from their subordinates, their faces dark enough to drip water. Liang Xiao, the wasteful son of the Pingyuan Marquis, can't even recognize a few characters. How could you mistake him for that cultured loser who could write full riverette? Lu Wen's face was ashen. Any scholar who dared to write poetry for a military general was a cultured loser. Even more embarrassing was that after using their power for 2 days, they still couldn't find this loser, and today they were played. Someone said he was a poet immortal and even threw out phrases like 10 years of hard study. No one cares, suddenly famous throughout the world, so everyone believed him without question. Zhao Ku said coldly, I, as the Deputy Minister of Justice, a master at investigating cases, actually couldn't see through such a small trick and was played like that. This poem wasn't written by Liang Xiao. It should have been written by the one who wronged him. That person should be the one we are looking for, Tang Jing said solemnly. Only that poet immortal who wrote Full River Red could have such skill, and to let that guy slip right under their noses. Taking a deep breath to suppress the anger within, Tang Jing asked, have you found out? With so many people watching, we cannot even know who Liang Xiao was in contact with at that time, right? As he spoke, Tang Jing noticed all eyes were on him, and the expressions were quite strange. Is it related to me? Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the poet was his son? Zhao Ke sneered and replied, I asked that old beggar who was dealt with by Liang Xiao. He said that when Liang Xiao was fleeing, he cursed, Tang Yi, your grandpa. Tang Yi, a cowardly guy? Impossible. It can't be him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Jing instinctively denied. It can't be him. My son is weak and incompetent. He can't even lift his head in front of my eldest son. How could he have the spirit to write such poetry? Even if he had the spirit, he wouldn't have the ability. Today, he came to Zhuangyuan Street to buy poetry. You should already know that the Kong family is about to hold the Shun Garden poetry meeting, and Tang Yi is preparing for it. Of course, we know it can't be Tang. Otherwise, do you think everyone could sit here calmly with you? Lu Wen snorted coldly, and the crowd laughed mockingly. If the poet were truly Tang Yi, he would have dealt with you, Tang Jing, by now. Haha, let me tell you some good news. The little poet has a new work. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from Zhuangyuan Street. Tang Jing and the others looked up and indeed saw Di Cong striding confidently into Zhuangyuan Street. Upon hearing his words, everyone's expression darkened. Impossible, right? The little poet we've been searching for 2 days, and Di Cong found him without looking. Moreover, he even personally composed a poem for Di Cong. This cultured scoundrel really wants to walk the same path as the military generals. The little poet has a new work. Is it true? Old general, there are at least over 100 people on Zhuangyuan Street claiming to be poets. Don't be fooled. They had just chased a fake poet for over 10 streets. What if this one is fake too? Countless people gathered around Di Cong on Zhuangyuan Street, discussing fervently, with very few believing his words, because they had just been tricked, having chased a dandy for 10 streets and lost him in the end. Don't worry, the poem in my hands is definitely the genuine work of the little poet. All right, today I will generously let you appreciate the poem the little poet sent me. Although the old general was old, he was still strong and agile. He stepped firmly on the ground and leaped easily onto the roof of Zhuangyuan Street. Then he unfolded the paper in his hand, and his booming voice resonated throughout the area. The poem was titled, Breaking the Formation, a poem dedicated to General D. Drunk, I pick up the lamp to look at my sword, dreaming back to the sound of horns in the camp. 800 miles divided under my command. 50 strings echo the sound beyond the pass. Autumn troops on the battlefield. The horse flies like the Lu, the bow like a thunderbolt, resolving the king's affairs. Earning fame in life, and after death, pity for the white hair. The originally noisy Zhuangyuan Street gradually quieted down as the old general's voice rang out. The opening line, Drunk, I pick up the lamp to look at my sword, vividly depicted a troubled, pensive general drinking alone. Drunk, yet not asleep. Instead, picking up the lamp to examine his sword. The atmosphere of solitude and desolation came rushing forward. The subsequent lines directly pulled the vision to the military camp, vividly capturing the grandeur of military life and a battlefield. What a magnificent scene! However, the general's initial intention to reclaim the land had not changed. Yet his hair was already white. How tragic! Such literary prowess. Who besides the poet has this ability? As the old general finished reciting, the entire street remained silent, as if time had stopped. In the tea house, Tang Jing, Lu Wen, and a group of people were also dumbfounded, breathing rapidly. This was indeed a great poem, one that could rival Man Jiang Hong. However, both poems were written from the perspective of a military general, and thus both exuded grandeur and magnificence. But these two poems, given to these coarse military men, were simply a waste. Chapter 22. Old man, are you seeking death? On the rooftop, the old general stood with his hands behind his back, full of vigor. Looking at the shocked crowd on Zhuangyuan Street, and glancing at the gritting teeth of Lu Wan and the other ministers in the tavern, he felt immensely pleased. Haha, weren't you all so impressive usually? Always calling me a coarse military man and a vulgar savage. Now you're dumbfounded, right? Of course. What Ditsong was looking forward to even more was how these guys would react when they found out that the little poet they were so desperate to find was none other than the Tang Yi they looked down upon. Gentlemen, let me ask you, how is this poem the little poet tailored for me? Ditsong puffed out his chest proudly. Hearing his words, Zhuangyuan Street fell silent for a moment before erupting. Old General, this is an unparalleled poem. No wonder he is the little poet, I'm convinced. Even if I don't want to be, Old General, who exactly is the little poet? Can you tell us? Lu Wan and Tang Jing, along with a group of ministers, looked at the boiling crowd on Zhuangyuan Street, their faces turning pale with anger, furious to the point of madness. They still wanted to drag the little poet out and punish him, but unexpectedly, the little poet slapped them back in the face, right in front of everyone, with a resounding clap. They hated this old scoundrel Ditsong, yet he used a poem to immortalize himself. What they desperately wanted to achieve, Ditsong effortlessly accomplished. This left many ministers on the spot feeling defeated. Smack! Lu Wan, burning with anger, slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Ditsong and demanding, Old man, who is the little poet? Ditsong crossed his arms, nostrils flaring. Who is the little poet? You don't deserve to know. Enjoy yourselves. Your calamity has just begun. Ditsong laughed heartily and turned to leave. Watching Ditsong's retreating figure, Tang Jing, Lu Wan, and the others wore extremely grim expressions. The little poet must be found quickly. Otherwise, if they let him continue like this, they would become the laughingstock of the entire Dian. Tang Yi, of course, had no idea how much hatred the poem he copied had caused among those ministers. At that moment, he was leisurely taking Tang Yi to Zhuke Street to collect the tavern. Brother, I'm not trying to discourage you, but can this jar of wine really make a name for the tavern? Tang Yi looked at the wine jar that Tang Yi was carrying, her big eyes full of doubt. Brother says this is a superb wine, but I clearly saw yesterday that it was just ordinary wine boiled from a cart. What kind of white wine is that? The name sounds quite strange. Of course, this will be one of our tavern signatures. Tang Yi raised the distilled liquor in his hand. Good wine in this era doesn't taste much different from water. Liquor with an alcohol content of 50 is the real fine wine of this time. This is what he used to advertise the tavern. Although it hasn't officially opened yet, the advertisement has gone out, so it won't be too deserted when it does. He doesn't want Yin Shuangyu and her son to see them as a joke. Soon, the carriage stopped outside the welcoming tavern. Jumping down from the carriage, Tang Yi and Tang Yi held hands, feeling the wind tousling their hair. To the left was the welcoming tavern, and to the right was the Tianxiang Tavern, both taverns, yet they were polar opposites. The Tianxiang Tavern was bustling with guests, while the welcoming tavern had not a single customer. Master Hai, please be merciful, don't smash it. It's not that we look down on the princess's mansion, but our boss isn't here, and we don't have the final say. At that moment, a quarrel erupted inside the tavern. Is someone looking for trouble? Tang Yi frowned and pulled Tang Yi into the tavern. As soon as they entered, a plump middle-aged man spotted him, and his eyes instantly lit up. He immediately pointed at Tang Yi and said, Master Hai, this is our new boss, Tang, the fourth young master of the Tang family. If you have anything to say, just go to our boss. He makes the final call. Tang Yi recognized the shopkeeper, Li Yukai, who was a distant cousin of Yin Shuangyu. At the same time, he was also the #1 lackey of Tang Hua and Tang Hao. Since he often visited the Tang family, he had helped Tang Hua and Tang Hao bully the previous incarnation. What's going on? Tang Yi frowned and asked. Ahead was a young man in blue, followed by 2 burly, muscular men. They looked tough to deal with. Oh, you're the new boss? The young man sized up Tang Yi and laughed. Little boss, what is going on? You signed up to participate in our Tianxiang Tower-S wine competition, but brought us the most ordinary wine possible. Do you think we at Tianxiang Tower are easy to fool? After merging with the memories of the previous incarnation, Tang Yi instantly understood what the wine competition was about. The wine competition was hosted annually by Tianxiang Tower, with major inns and wine merchants from the capital participating. gathering all the fine wines in the capital for 10 judges to taste. The winner would have their wine displayed on the roof of Tianxiang Tower. Furthermore, winning would bring immense wealth to the inn or wine merchant, and it could even become the imperial court's royal wine. However, after hearing the young man's words, Tang Yi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it, this was clearly a trap set by Yin Shuangyu. Tang Yi looked at Liu Kai, who immediately bent over, his face full of respect, but his mouth curled in sarcasm, with mockery in his eyes. He was the owner of the inn and could easily pocket hundreds of taels by manipulating the accounts each year. Now that Tang Yi had come to be the boss, it was blocking his source of income. Whoever blocked his financial path, he would ensure their downfall. Tang Yi didn't say anything to Liu Kai, but turned to Wei Hai and said, "Brother Wei, I don't remember signing up for the wine competition. There might be a misunderstanding." Wei Hai squinted his eyes, sizing up Tang Yi. After confirming that he was unaware of the situation, he guessed some things in his mind. Clearly, someone was trying to use Tianxiang Tower as a knife to kill. The look in Wei Hai's eyes turned sympathetic as he pointed at Liu Kai and said, "There might indeed be a little misunderstanding, but yesterday, Manager Li bribed me with 500 taels to add the wine competition quota for the Inca building. The list has already been reviewed by our supervisor Wei, and there's no room for reversal." Wei Hai stared at Tang Yi, his mouth smiling, but his voice was filled with coldness. "Little boss, don't blame me for not reminding you. Today is your last chance. If you can't provide fine wine to prepare for the wine competition in half a month, I'll be killed by Supervisor Wei. But before I die, I will definitely make sure you die too." Tang Yi's face darkened. No wonder Yin Shuangyu had let him go so easily. She really had dug a big pit for him, if it weren't for the fact that he had mistakenly prepared distilled wine in advance. And if he couldn't produce good wine for Wei Hai today, he would probably be marking his own death anniversary this time next year. "Boss, I bribed Old Wei to sign up according to your orders. You can't deny it." Liu Kai didn't care at all about Wei Hai pointing out his bribery. He pointed at a group of waiters and chefs in the inn, indignantly saying, "Boss, they're just ordinary people, with elders above and children below. You can't disregard their lives." Tang Yi looked at Liu Kai's black and white reversal and moral kidnapping, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Oh man, you're really seeking death." Chapter 23. Good wine, good wine. Tang Yi stepped forward, patted the wrinkles on Liu Kai's shoulder, and spoke calmly. "Liu Kai, do you think I can't produce fine wine? I'm truly sorry, but I do have fine wine." Liu Kai suddenly raised his head, his old eyes wide open. "Impossible. Yin Shuangyu said this guy is a penniless fool. How could he possibly have fine wine?" "Uinea." Tang Yi snapped his fingers, and Tang Yi immediately popped her head out from behind him. "Brother, I'm here. Oh, I brought the fine wine for you." Only then did everyone notice that Tang Yi was holding 2 small jars of wine. Tang Yi took the jars from Tang Yi, handed one to Wei Hai, and said, "Brother Wei, this is the fine wine I'm entering for the Inca building." "Impossible." Liu Kai jumped up on the spot, pointing at the wine jar in Tang Yi's hand, his voice hoarse. "Master Hai, don't be fooled. He's just a clown from the Tang family. How could he produce any fine wine?" "Tang Yi, I'm telling you, the competition wine must be brewed by oneself. Otherwise, it counts as cheating, and you can't afford the consequences. Moreover, this packaging is crude. How can fine wine have such packaging?" "Master Hai, don't be fooled." Wei Hai looked at the wine jar in his hand and also felt the packaging was too casual. He looked up at Tang Yi, who walked to the wine table, took a wine cup, and then tore open the seal of the wine jar. In an instant, a rich aroma of wine surrounded everyone's nostrils, making Wei Hai unconsciously inhale sharply. "Brother Wei, give it a taste." Tang Yi poured a cup of wine and handed it to Wei Hai. Wei Hai took the wine cup, sniffed it, and then tilted his head to gulp it down. Cough, cough. As soon as the wine went down his throat, he bent over in a fit of coughing, his face turning as red as if it had been burned. "Damn, what kind of wine is this? Why is it so spicy? But it feels so good." Seeing his reaction, Liu Kai's pale face instantly regained color, thinking there was something wrong with Tang Yi's wine, and immediately reprimanded coldly, "Tang, you dare to harm Master Hai." However, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Wei Hai suddenly raise his head, extending the wine cup towards Tang Yi, his face looking a bit conflicted. Can the little boss pour me another cup? Li Yukai. Li Yukai's eyes widened in disbelief. So, the reason Wei Hai coughed was not because there was something wrong with the wine, but because it was too strong? How could this be possible? Didn't Yin Shuangyu say that? Tang, couldn't he possibly brew fine wine? The last cup. This is what I'm going to offer to Master Wei later. Today's matter is a bit of a misunderstanding. I should indeed come to apologize. Tang, poured another cup for Wei Hai. Originally, he made the distilled wine not only for advertising, but also to use it to build a connection with Wei Yuan, the supervisor of Tianxiang Tower, who was a wine enthusiast. He had wanted to find some reason, but he didn't expect Yin Shuangyu to provide him with a reason. Wei Hai was shocked to hear that the wine Tang he had opened was meant for his master. Little boss. ISNT this wine for you to enter the wine competition? Before the competition, the wine is supposed to be kept confidential. You just leaked it yourself. Tang Yi smiled and said, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of being deep in the alley. I have great confidence in my wine. Little boss. You're quite confident. Based on these 2 cups of wine, I'll speak a few words for you with my master later. Wei Hai laughed heartily and glanced at Li Yukai, scaring Li Yukai into shivering. Little boss, I don't like those who eat from both sides. Do you need help? Tang Yi shook his head and said, no need, I can handle it myself. Wei Hai nodded with a smile and left the inn with his men. Once Wei Hai left, Li Yutsai's face turned pale again. He stared at Tang Yi, still unable to believe it. Impossible. How could you possibly produce fine wine that qualifies for the wine competition? Yin Shuangyu said you are a waste. You can't have it. Tang Yi glanced at Li Yukai indifferently, showing no emotion on his face. However, the less emotion he showed, the more fear Li Yukai felt. He agreed to Yin Shuangyu's bribery of Wei Hai not only because he believed her, but also because, deep down, he looked down on Tang Yi. How much of a stir could a waste, who could be trampled by servants, create? As a result, Tang Yi had easily broken the trap set by him and Yin Shuangyu with just a wave of his hand. Waste. You truly know nothing about me. Tang Yi chuckled lightly, then reached into his bosom and pulled out a package, tossing it onto the table. With a loud smack, the bundle opened, revealing a pile of shiny silver coins inside. There were at least 200 taels, all in small silver pieces. Upon seeing the silver, the servants and chefs of the welcome inn brightened up, all turning their gazes towards Tang Yi. Tang Yi kicked a chair over, pulled it close, and sat down. Leaning back as he said, listen up, I have 2 announcements to make. First, wages are going up. From now on, every employee of the welcome inn will receive a basic salary of 5 taels of silver per month, with bonuses, attendance, and performance calculated separately. Second, from this moment on, Li Yukai is fired. He is no longer the manager of the welcome inn. Third, those who are willing to stay, beat Li Yukai until he is crippled and throw him out. Hearing Tang Yi's words, all the servants were instantly shocked. What? 5 taels a month? Good heavens. That's dozens of times higher than before. Fourth young master, is this true? Will we really get 5 taels of silver every month? Haha, with 5 taels a month, I can marry a good wife, and, after a few years, maybe I could buy a house in the capital. Everyone in the hall became excited, their gazes towards Li Yukai now resembling that of looking at piles of silver. They had long been suppressed by Li Yukai and had their wages deducted. And now that 4th young master was in charge, what was there to fear? Tang Yi, you dare. I am a man of the madam. If you dare to touch me, the madam won't let you go. Li Yutsai's face turned pale as he stepped back repeatedly. Oh, am I really afraid of Yin Shuangyu? Tang Yi casually waved his hand and pulled Tang Yi out the door. A group of servants and chefs from the welcome inn immediately pounced on Li Yukai, fists and feet raining down on him like a storm. Ah, you dare. Don't hit. You'll kill me. I was wrong. Li Yukai was beaten to the point of howling in agony. It wasn't until they had left him bruised and bloody that 2 servants dragged him out of the welcome inn. Meanwhile, Tang Yi had already taken Tang Yi to the side of Tianxiang Tower. Under the old locust tree on the side, there was a reclining chair occupied by an old man with white hair. Behind the old man stood Wei Hai, who had been at Tianxiang Tower before. Zunio Tang Yi, I have come to pay my respects to my senior. Tang Yi said respectfully, bowing. Yin pays her respects to Grandpa. Tang Yi directly knelt on the ground and bowed her head. Grandpa, The old eunuch ignored Tang Yi but smiled at Tang Yi, waving her over to stand in front of him. Little one, what is your name? The old eunuch reached out to rub Tang Yin's head, his gaze inadvertently catching sight of the white jade pendant at her waist, causing his hand to stiffen slightly. Grandpa, my name is Tang Yi. This is wine brewed by my brother, just for you. Tang Yi held the wine jar with both hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Brother said, "This is the best wine in the world. No wine in the world can compare to this jar." As she spoke, Tang Yi opened the seal. Instantly, a rich and mellow aroma of wine wafted through the air. The old eunuch initially thought Tang Yi was trying to get close to him through his sister. But upon smelling the aroma of the wine, his small eyes widened, and he almost instinctively swallowed. Good wine. Excellent wine. Chapter 24. The nation is broken, but the mountains and rivers remain. In his past life as a Special Forces soldier, Tang Yi's consciousness was all about offense. He had never been passive in taking hits. That woman, Yin Shuangyu, was extremely calculating. Agreeing to offset debts with resources must have its problems. Yet, this problem wasn't a secret. After taking Tang Yi out to eat a couple of times, he had learned quite a bit. The welcome inn was on the brink of closing, partly due to poor management, but mostly because of the presence of Tianxiang Tower. Tianxiang Tower, backed by the princess's residence, was the largest restaurant in the capital. The manager of Tianxiang Tower, Wei Yuan, was a eunuch from the palace, a heavy drinker. With this information, he had enough to do many things. Kid, what do you want to do? Wei Yuan, smelling the wine aroma, felt his cravings stirring, but he only reached out to pat Tang Yin's head, not taking the wine jar from her hands. The young man before him was becoming increasingly difficult to understand. He had previously mentioned that if this young man was unreasonable, he would treat him like a toy and play with him. But the unreasonableness he referred to meant using underhanded means to compete with Tianxiang Tower. As long as he conducted his business honestly, he wouldn't bother with it. After all, as the #1 restaurant in the capital, what kind of delusional dreams did one have to rob Tianxiang Tower business? Tang Yi clasped his hands together and said, Junior has just taken over the welcome inn and will need to renovate it before reopening. During the renovation, it might get a bit noisy, so I hope the esteemed eunuch can be understanding. The old eunuch squinted his eyes and stared at Tang Yi for a while, feeling quite surprised. Just this? You come with a child and wine, clearly intending to have a good talk with me, and this is all for it? After pondering for a moment, Tang Yi smiled and said, It's not just for this. After my restaurant opens, I will compete fairly with Tianxiang Tower for customers, and I hope the esteemed eunuch won't hold it against me. The old eunuch was taken aback for a moment, then laughed like a raccoon cat. His adopted son Wei Hai behind him scoffed at Tang Yi's words, sneering, Kid, are you out of your mind? Do you really think your little restaurant's business can compete with our Tianxiang Tower? Tianxiang Tower had 6 floors, covering more than 100 acres, including the garden in the back. The higher up, the more prestigious the identity. To get to the top floor, one must have at least a third-rank official in the family. And what about the welcome inn? It had only 2 floors and covered just a few acres. How did it expect to compete with Tianxiang Tower? Ridiculous. Tang Yi was self-aware and smiled. Naturally, I can't compare, but at least I have some small secrets that can earn a little money to support myself. He had never thought of going against Tianxiang Tower. Generally, large restaurants like Tianxiang Tower were mixed with all kinds of people, and the guests came from all over, either rich or noble, serving as a large intelligence base. Not to mention the royal background. Even as a transmigrator, he was still just a lone commander and couldn't play so extravagantly yet. However, even if he couldn't play so extravagantly in the short term, making a restaurant prosperous was not a difficult task for him. So it was better to say some things up front to avoid misunderstandings later. Grandpa, I can hardly hold on. Tang Yi pouted, holding the wine jar high, her small hands already trembling. Wei Hai was about to scold her, but the old eunuch raised his hand to stop him, smiling as he took the wine jar from Tang Yin's hands. Then, under the expectant gaze of the little girl, he tilted his head back and took a sip. The moment the wine touched his lips, the old eunuch felt like his whole mouth was set ablaze, as if flames were burning inside. Swallowing it down, that burning sensation swept through his entire body, almost igniting him. Haha, what a good wine. What kind of wine is this? The old eunuch exclaimed in delight. He had drunk plenty of good wines and spirits before, But compared to the jar of wine Tang Yi brought, those past good wines and spirits felt like water. Distilled wine, it's my unique recipe, Tang Yi smiled. Grandpa, this wine was brewed from a whole cart of ingredients by my brother. Tang Yin's eyes sparkled with pride as she boasted about her brother. The old eunuch tapped Tang Yin's forehead and laughed. Little one. So this was brewed from dozens of jars of wine? You just leak your brother's recipe to Grandpa. Tang Yin was taken aback, her big eyes widening. Oh, it really is. We'll accept the wine, and do send over a few more jars in the future. The old eunuch waved his hand with a smile, signaling to dismiss them. Junior takes his leave. Tang Yi wisely led Tang Yin away from Tianxiang Tower. And Tang Yin didn't forget to remind the old eunuch to keep it a secret. The old eunuch smiled and agreed, while Wei Hai stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his godfather had never been this good-natured in front of them before. As he watched the siblings leave, Wei Yuan's smile gradually faded. Have someone looking at Tang Yi again? This young man is not simple. Wei Hai was taken aback and shook his head, saying, Godfather, we've already looked into him. He doesn't have much status in the Tang family. He's like a discarded piece. Discarded piece? The old eunuch stared sharply at Wei Hai, his gaze piercing. He has killed people, and with that kind of gaze, the ones who died at his hands are definitely not one or two. You say he is a discarded piece? Foolish. Wei Hai's expression changed drastically. How could this be possible? A rumored, useless person raised in the manor. How could he have killed someone? But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Wei Yuan's gaze fell on Tang Yin. That little girl has the Emperor's jade pendant. At this moment, Tang Yi had already returned to the guest reception building. After distributing wages to more than a dozen employees and having them select a temporary manager, he handed over the renovation matters to them and then left with Tang Yin. Just as they stepped outside, a carriage stopped in front of them. The carriage curtain lifted, and the old prince smiled and waved at him, saying, Tang family's young man. Get in the car. Tang Yi, holding Tang Yin, climbed into the carriage and asked in surprise, Aren't you going out of the city for an inspection, Your Highness? Why did you come here? The old prince laughed and said, Yes, I was going out of the city for an inspection, and I have already left. But the more I think about it, the more upset I become. Why should that old scoundrel Dizong have such good poetry? Young man, you also need to compose a poem for me. Otherwise, I won't spare you. It turned out to be for this reason. Tang Yi, who was not short of poetry, said, What kind of poem do you need, Your Highness? Just tell me your requirements, and I will compose it. The old prince pondered for a moment and said, The shame of Jinkong. At that time I stood on the city wall of the capital, watching the past splendor now reduced to ruins, but I was powerless. Tang Yi clearly saw that when the old prince said this, the calm expression on his face was replaced by a fierce killing intent. Evidently, the past was an indelible shame for him. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yi said, Understood, then I shall present a poem titled Spring View to Your Highness. The old prince was taken aback. Wait, you are composing it now? Don't you need to think about it? Tang Yi shook his head and smiled. No need. Then, under the astonished gaze of the King of Fortune, Tang Yi slowly recited the poem. The country is broken, mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is deep with grass and trees. Feeling the time, flowers shed tears. Hating separation, birds startle the heart. Beacon fires have lasted 3 months. Letters from home are worth thousands of gold. With white hair, I scratch my head shorter. I can hardly hold my hairpin. Chapter 25. HEIR must not let her brother worry. The country is broken. Mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is deep with grass and trees. With white hair, I scratch my head shorter. I can hardly hold my hairpin. Ha ha ha, good poem. Good poem. Ha 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 ha, woo woo. The old prince murmured the lines a few times. The once desolate and helpless feeling instantly filled his chest. First, he laughed and cheered for the poem, but soon, thinking of his wife and children who died tragically, he couldn't help but shed tears, sobbing in grief. After comforting the old prince and seeing him out of the city, Tang Yi directly returned to the Tang family. Back in the courtyard, Tang Yi let Tang Yin play by herself while he returned to his room to start drawing the blueprints for the compound bow and Zhuge divine crossbow he promised to Xiao So. He didn't notice that Tang Yin, who was chasing butterflies in the courtyard, had already run out of the small yard. After a few days of recuperation, The little girl was already full of vitality, and her injuries on her body and hands had almost healed. At this moment, she danced like a butterfly, her laughter ringing in the wind. So much so that Tang Yi didn't even notice she had left the safe range marked by her brother. "Oh, it's you, little brat. Having a great time, huh?" A teasing voice rang out behind her, and Tang Yi's small body seemed to be struck by lightning, instantly shivering coldly. She slowly turned around and saw Tang Hao and Lin Zhu not far away. Memories of being bullied by Tang Hao and Lin Zhu surged in her mind, causing Tang Yi to feel pain all over, and her small face turned pale with fear. But she still respectfully bowed and said, "HEIR has seen second brother and second sister-in-law. HEIR shouldn't run around. I'll go back now." Tang Yi buried her head and turned to leave. Lin Zhu thought of the humiliation Tang Yi had brought her in recent days, her eyes filled with resentment. She smiled and squatted down, blocking Tang Yi's way, gently saying, "What's wrong? Little HEIR, are you very scared of your sister-in-law?" Tang Yi's small body stiffened slightly, instinctively nodding her head, then shaking it. "This child, your sister-in-law was strict with you before because she cared for you." Lin Zhu placed her hands on Tang Yi's small arms, pinching her slightly plump arms and gradually increasing the pressure. "Little HEIR is the best. Tell your sister-in-law. What has your brother been doing these days? And where did you get your money?" The severe pain in her arms made Tang Yi feel as if her limbs were about to shatter. The pain caused her small body to tense up, her face turning pale, and tears rolled down her cheeks. But she still bit her lip and shook her head, refusing to speak. Her brother said that the matter of selling poems was a secret for now, and she must not tell anyone in the Tang family. She had to guard her and her brother's secret well. "Little brat, you're not behaving, are you? Do you not want to be a good child?" Lin Zhu then grabbed her thigh flesh and twisted it hard. "Ah!" Tang Yi cried out in pain, but instinctively covered her mouth with both hands to keep from crying out loud. Her brother said that without him, she must never leave the yard. It was her fault for chasing butterflies and accidentally running out. She couldn't implicate her brother. "Little brat, your mouth is pretty tough. I'll make you tough. Say, will you say it?" Seeing Tang Yi not cooperating, Lin Zhu was completely enraged, her face filled with resentment and ferocity. She clawed and hit Tang Yi's body, yet she restrained herself from hitting Tang Yi's face, violently bullying her frail body for 5 or 6 minutes until Tang Yi could barely stand. At this moment, Tang Yi was almost unrecognizable from the torment. Tang Hao stood by with his arms crossed, watching with a mocking and derisive expression, occasionally glancing towards Tang Yi's courtyard, fearing that the madman Tang Yi would suddenly come out. "Bastard, bastard, bastard. Just like your mother, a little bastard. What are you so high and mighty at such a young age? What are you so high and mighty about? Kneel down for me. Kneel down and kowtow. Apologize to your stupid brother and make amends." Lin Zhu screamed hysterically. That day, Tang Yi had slapped her hard in the face, leaving her with a swollen face that she couldn't show to anyone for days, even causing misunderstandings between them as a couple, leading to some rumors. Yet he faced no punishment at all. "What is this? This isn't fair. Little wild brat, you still have some backbone. I want to see if your backbone is hard or my foot is hard." Tang Hao kicked Tang Yi in the back, knocking her to the ground. He came up and kicked her twice more. Tang Yi curled up on the ground, her small body trembling, and the jade pendant at her waist fell to the ground. Seeing the jade pendant, Tang Hao and Lin Zhu exchanged glances, their eyes turning hot and greedy. This jade pendant, just looking at its luster, was a high-quality jade pendant, worth at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Sure enough, Tang Yi's mother must have left a huge fortune for Tang Yi and Tang Yi. Otherwise, how could they have had money to spend freely these days? "Oh, Tang Hao, look what you did to Lilin." Lin Zhu glared fiercely at Tang Hao, heartbroken as she picked Tang Yi up from the ground. She raised her hand to brush off the dust from Tang Yi, smiling gently. "Little HEIR, do you and your brother have any more of this kind of jade pendant?" Tang Yi bit her thin lip and shook her head slightly. "No more. That's fine." Lin Zhu picked up the jade pendant, her smile gradually turning cold. "Sister-in-law will keep this jade pendant for you, and when you get married in the future, sister-in-law will prepare a dowry for you. But, little HEIR, remember to keep it a secret, okay? Otherwise," Lin Zhu's hand fell on Tang Yi's thigh, causing Tang Yi to retreat in fear. "Ha ha, Tang Hao and Lin Zhu laughed heartily, hand in hand as they turned and left. Tang Yi stood still, afraid to move. It wasn't until Tang Hao and Lin Zhu's figures disappeared that she turned and ran wildly towards the courtyard where she and her brother lived, wiping her tears as she ran. After a moment, she finally rushed into the small courtyard, struggled to close the gate, and then squatted down to cry. After crying for a long time, she got up from the ground, made an effort to wipe away her tears, and forced a smile. Yinin, don't cry. You have to be strong. Boo-hoo. Yinin mustn't let brother worry. But it hurts so much. Tang Yi walked to the well, managed to draw up half a bucket of well water, and washed away the dust on her face. Then, she entered the room. Inside, her brother was still bent over the table, busy drawing blueprints. Looking at her brother's back, Tang Yi tried hard to adjust her state and walked into the room. Brother, can I help you? Sure, when brother stabilizes, I'll take you to school, and you can help brother then, Tang Yi replied with a smile. He then picked up the blueprints for the Zhuge crossbow and composite bow, checked them again to ensure there were no issues, folded them up, and hid them in a secret compartment. Tomorrow he would have to go to Champion Street to deliver the blueprints to Xiao Su or someone from the old prince's side. Thinking of the old prince, Tang Yi couldn't help but recall how the old prince looked when he received that poem, and he felt a strange pang in his heart. He dipped his pen in ink and rewrote the poem's spring view, intending to formally present it to the other party later. Tang Yi, you bastard, get out here. I'm going to kill you. At that moment, a roar came from outside the door. Chapter 26. Beat up Tang Hua. Bang. Hearing the roar, Tang Yi was so startled that she trembled, and the cup in her hand fell to the ground. Tang Yi saw Tang Yin's face turn pale and quickly squatted down. Yiner, what's wrong? Don't be scared. It's just brother Liang coming. Liang Xiao coming to cause trouble was something Tang Yi had anticipated. He just didn't expect him to come over so late at night. Brother, I'm not scared. I'm fine. Tang Yi shook her head, afraid her brother would find out she was hurt. Tang Yi rubbed the little girl's head and raised his hand to put away the written spring view, but just as his hand landed on the paper, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He had previously suspected that Tang Hua's top score was problematic and might involve favoritism or cheating. Now he could test it. If he took this poem out to boast, claiming he wrote it, that would prove he had no talent, and there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, this poem had already been given to the old prince. If he really dared to steal it to show off, that would be quite amusing. Thinking of this, Tang Yi smiled, pressed the paper down on the table with a ruler, and then took his sister out of the room. Once outside, Tang Yi saw Tang Hua standing in the courtyard with 7 or 8 other boys. At the front was Liang Xiao, hands on his hips and seething with anger, clearly furious about being blamed for today as trouble. Behind Liang Xiao stood some of his old buddies, including his cousin Lu Wenin. However, at this moment, Lu Wenin's expression was very cold. The others, surprisingly, seemed to get along well with Tang Hua. Seeing this scene, Tang Yi's eyes grew colder. Merging with the memories of his previous life, he knew Yin Shuangyu had deliberately let Tang Hua interact with the signs of the Liang family to accumulate capital for him. Looking at this, could it be that these fools had really been fooled by him? It shouldn't be, although the Liang family was unreliable. They shouldn't be this brainless, right? Hey, Xiao Yang, don't be so angry. Xiao, he definitely didn't do it on purpose. I know his character. He is sensible and wouldn't harm his brothers. Tang Hua, looking like a good brother, was desperately trying to explain for Tang Yi. However, the more he explained, the darker Liang Xiao's expression became. You were chased by thousands of people for 10 streets. Now you come back and say this to me? Liang Xiao, with his legs trembling, gritted his teeth and said, Brother Hua, don't plead for that little brat. Do you think I would wrong him? If I don't beat him up this time, my anger won't be resolved. The others also looked at Tang Hua, echoing him. Brother Hua, just don't speak for that little brat. He harms his brothers the moment we meet. He deserves a beating. Yeah, it's been years since we've seen him. We can't let him off easy just because of a little bit of our past. Brother Hua, don't worry. We won't be too rough. It'll just be a little heavy. Tang Hua thought to himself, don't give me face. It's best to just beat him to death. But his face showed shame as he joined his hands and repeatedly bowed. No, don't hurt the Brotherhood. Please don't hurt the Brotherhood. I apologize for my brother. Is that okay? Tang Yi couldn't watch any longer and interrupted. All right, Tang Hua, stop acting. If you keep this up, I'm going to vomit. However, before he finished speaking, Liang Xiao had already jumped up, pointing at him and shouting angrily, "Hey, Tang Yi, you bastard. Get over here and die." With that, he lunged forward, wanting to punch Tang Yi. Today, he had been chased by thousands of people for 10 streets, nearly scaring him to the point of wetting himself. But when he tried to grab the flesh under Tang Yi's ribs, after several attempts, he couldn't catch hold. All he could grab was the bare, bony frame. What? Liang Xiao's anger instantly turned into shock. He began to fumble all over Tang Yi, even not sparing his buttocks, and what he felt was all protruding bones. "Get away, what are you doing? Stop touching me. My orientation is perfectly normal." Tang Yi was covered in goosebumps, raising his hand to push Liang Xiao away. "Hey, my sister is here. Pay attention to the impact." But Liang Xiao leaped up, his eyes red as if he wanted to eat someone. "Stop talking nonsense. Where's the meat? Where's your meat?" He grabbed Tang Yi's collar, his eyes reddening. "Damn it. You used to be the fattest among us. Where did your meat go? Did you chop it off to feed the dogs?" The Tang family always said he was doing well. Was this how good he was? When they came to find Tang, the Tang family always said he was studying and preparing for the exams, using various excuses to block them. They believed it and didn't come back to find Tang. Damn it, they shouldn't have trusted them. The Tang family was mistreating his brothers while they indulged in pleasures, and his brothers were suffering. "Liang Xiao, what's wrong?" Seeing Liang Xiao lose his composure like this, Lu Wenin and the others were also confused. Didn't we agree to drag Tang Yi over for a beating? He not crying. Why are you the one crying first? Touch him, touch him. You all come over and touch him." Liang Xiao pointed at Tang, shouting angrily at Lu Wenin and the others. "No, don't do that. I'm a man." Tang Yi was completely bewildered, thinking what the hell was going on. Being touched by a group of men. Did he not have any dignity? He instinctively wanted to escape, but Lu Wenin and the others rushed forward, touching him all over. At first, they thought Lu Wenin was just playing around, but when they felt Tang Yi's bony frame, everyone understood Liang Xiao's meaning, and their expressions immediately darkened. The atmosphere fell into silence, even becoming a bit oppressive. Ignoring Tang Yi, everyone's gaze almost uniformly turned to Tang Hua. The anger in their eyes surged. Tang Hua looked at this scene, momentarily stunned. Just a moment ago, they were all calling him Brother Hua. Why did they turn against him so quickly? What? Have I been accompanying you for so many years, and it doesn't compare to Tang Yi's few years with you? Tang Hua's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, as this scene completely surpassed his expectations. He thought that over these years, he had easily controlled this group of wealthy young men. There was no way this waste Tang Yi could replace his position in their hearts. But now it seemed the situation was very wrong. Everyone looked like they wanted to eat him. Even Tang Yi was a bit taken aback by this scene. He thought that after years of not seeing them, his relationship with these guys had faded, and it was normal for Tang Hua to intervene. Unexpectedly, there was such a twist. Why are you all looking at me like that?" Tang Hua felt a bit uneasy in his heart, but still maintained a smile on his face. "Don't worry. You can make a fuss. I definitely won't intervene, as long as it doesn't go too far. He has his share, right? You're going to kill you just to make way for this guy, right?" Liang Xiao turned to look at Tang Yi, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Tang Yi nodded with a smile. Everyone knows about the affairs inside the big family. "Brothers, what do you say?" Liang Xiao picked up a stone from the ground, silently took off his coat, and wrapped the stone in it. "What do you say?" "Of course, let him kneel and talk." Lu Wenyuan also picked up a stone from the ground, deftly rolled it up in his outer garment. "If you bully my brother, I will retaliate 100-fold. If you insult my brother, I will humiliate you 1,000-fold." The others quickly surrounded Tang Hua, some picking up stones, some picking up wooden sticks, some grabbing ropes. Tang Hua was frightened by this scene. His face turned pale. He really didn't expect that after all these years. Tang Yi still held such a high status in the hearts of these guys. "Xiaoyang, things can't just be seen with your eyes. What you see is not the truth. These are all just Tang Yi knowing you were coming and deliberately pretending to frame me." In fact, Tang Hua tried hard to maintain his smile, attempting to sow discord. However, the stone wrapped in Liang Xiao's coat had already heavily smashed into his face, causing blood to spurt from his nose on the spot. "A concubine raised by me, and you dare to talk to me? Kill him." Chapter 27. The princess is lost. Fight, kill him. Lu Wenyuan and the others immediately rushed forward, raining punches and kicks on Tang Hua. Tang Hua curled up on the ground, clutching his head and screaming incessantly. Tang Yi watched this scene, equally astonished. He really didn't expect this group of guys to stand up for him. Well, it seems they haven't been fooled by Tang Hua after all, still very upright. This made him feel a bit unexpectedly warm inside. Tang Yi hid behind Tang Yi and quietly peeked out from behind him, looking at this scene with disbelief. Brother, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Liang Xiao walked over, grabbed Tang Yi's hand, his eyes red. Tang Yi's mouth twitched violently. Two men holding hands with red eyes made for a scene that was a bit hard to look at. He silently pulled his hand out of Liang Xiao's grip and said, "Just talk, don't get physical. Otherwise, people might think I have something with you." Liang Xiao looked sad. Isn't it normal for us to have something? After all, we used to lie in bed naked together. Tang Yi's face darkened. Don't bring up childhood black history. It's been a few years since they last met, and Liang Xiao had become even more shameless. All right, cousin, stop hitting him. Leave his life to me. Tang Yi pulled away from Liang Xiao and quickly asked Lu Wenyuan and the others to stop. If they really beat Tang Hua to death, that would be too cheap for him. Plus, he didn't want this group of brothers to be burdened with a lawsuit because of Tang Hua. It wasn't worth it. I once said, don't believe Tang Hua. Not a word he says can be trusted. Did you believe it now? Lu Wenyuan threw down his blood-stained coat, clearly dissatisfied. He knew from the beginning that Tang Hua had no good intentions when he approached them. After all, his aunt was killed by Tang Hua's mother. What good could come from someone raised by that woman? At that time, Liang Xiao and the others were deceived by Tang Hua's sweet words and didn't fully believe him. Now, hearing Lu Wenyuan's words, the group looked awkward. Damn, we didn't expect Tang Hua to be so shameless. At this moment, Tang Hua was already covered in blood, lying limply on the ground. Cough, cough. All right, today is a reunion. Let's not mention anything unlucky. Liang Xiao put his hand on Tang Yi's shoulder. Winking, to help Xiao Yi nourish his body, I propose we go to Huanin Fong tonight. Tonight, the three great courtesans of Huanin Fong will be serving tea together. This is a rare event. Let's help Xiao Yi out tonight. Maybe he can become the man of the three great courtesans in one night. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed in unison. This can work, I support it. Indeed, Xiao Yi's body really needs the nourishment of women right now. Then let's hurry. If we delay, we won't be able to serve tea anymore. Tang Yi glanced at him, chuckling. Are you trying to nourish my body? I see it's for you, right? You know my identity and want me to help you pry open the courtesan's doors? Brother, you have to help with this because tonight, the one wanting to open the courtesan's doors is our former enemy. Lu Zhou, do you remember? That idiot son of the Minister of Revenue. Liang Xiao whispered. Tonight he wants to use Tang Hua's poem to make Mei Xiang his guest of honor. I don't want him to succeed, and besides, aren't you a little poetry genius? Since you are, you must take all three courtesans tonight. We have to stomp that son of Gunhard. Hearing this, Tang Yi's gaze turned cold. He naturally knew Lu Zhou, Tang Hua's good buddy, because Minister Lu Wen and Tang Jing belonged to the same faction. The two families had a lot of dealings, and when Lu Zhou came to find Tang Hua before, he would either beat or scold him, treating him like a dog. So tonight, he had to go to the brothel, not to pursue the courtesans, but for revenge. But he had to be a bit restrained. No way. I just got a poem and haven't memorized it yet. Tang Yi deliberately raised his voice, steering the conversation towards poetry. He broke free from Liang Xiao's grasp and said, Besides, I still have to take care of my sister. Send my sister home. Liang Xiao directly called over his servant and instructed him to take Tang Yi to the Pingyuan Bo's residence to be temporarily cared for by her sister for a few hours. Tang Yi was furious upon hearing this guy's wise decision. He wanted to send his sister to Liang's house just to go to the brothel. How would people see him if this got out? Unfortunately, objections were useless. A group of people thus surrounded him and left the Tang family. Meanwhile, Tang Hua, disheveled and in disarray on the ground, was ignored by everyone. Damn it, just wait for me. Once I achieve the top 3 in the imperial examination and ascend to great heights, I will make sure each of you dies and your clans are exterminated. Tang Hua struggled to get up from the ground, filled with rage. A group of rich young masters, a group of losers who can't even pass the exams, dare to look down on him. Besides his background, what do they have that can compare to him? Tang Hua gritted his teeth, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Yi's shabby courtyard, and with a flick of his sleeve, he left the small courtyard. After walking a few steps, he suddenly recalled what Tang Yi had just said about obtaining a poem and turned back to look at Tang Yi's room. Tang Hua walked toward Tang Yi's room. In the distance, Tang Yi, who had just walked out of the courtyard, glanced back at the small courtyard, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tang Hua entered Tang Yi's room and saw that although it was simple, it was very tidy. Even the quilt was folded into neat tofu shapes. Tang Hua was somewhat taken aback, but didn't pay much attention. Only when he saw the poem on the table did his pupils constrict, and his face was filled with shock. After carefully reading the poem, Tang Hua's face shifted from shock to a grimace. A good poem, a great poem. But how could a waste like Tang Yi be worthy of such a good poem? He is not worthy. At this moment, Tang Hua finally understood why Tang Yi always ran to the top scholar street. This waste was going to the top scholar street to find poems. Wanting to buy good poems to win him at Kong Shirlan's poetry gathering? That's a dream. Tang Yi, you waste. You can only tarnish this good poem. This poem is mine now, in the palace, in the imperial study. The emperor was reviewing memorials when Chun Jiaoxi brought in the crown prince, Shao Kong. After bowing, the emperor looked at Crown Prince Shao Song, pondering a test for him. Crown Prince, what do you think of the northern border? As the heir apparent, Crown Prince Shao Song naturally knew that the Great Yin and the Northern Di were currently at a standoff at the northern border, and war could break out at any moment. Thinking of the discussions among his ministers in recent days, he immediately clasped his hands and said, Father, I feel that our Great Yin does not yet have the capital to fight against the Northern Di, and I believe it is better to seek peace. The Emperor Yinwen's face suddenly darkened, interrupting the crown prince. He placed his hands on his hips, anger swirling around as he pointed at the crown prince. You are the crown prince, the heir apparent. You must have your own judgment, not just be led by others. Whatever your subordinates say, you just follow along. Where is the demeanor of an heir apparent? The crown prince, frightened, knelt on the ground and clasped his hands, saying, Father, please calm your anger. I know I was wrong. Emperor Yinwen thought of the current situation in Great Yin, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead, saying, Forget it. This matter cannot be entirely blamed on you, but you cannot have only those who lack a sense of home and country around you. I will give you a person, Tang Yi, the son of Tang Jing, the Minister of Rights. This person has great talent, and I give you a task. Use all means to recruit him for yourself. With him around, your position as crown prince will be stabilized. Although Great Yin seems calm on the surface, the struggle for the throne is extremely fierce. It is only because he is suppressing it that your brothers with ulterior motives do not dare to act rashly, but he cannot hold them down for long. And you, as the crown prince, have too soft a character. If you cannot control those powerful ministers, you will only become a puppet for them. Yes, I understand. The crown prince replied respectfully, but he was already very displeased in his heart. Tang Yi? I haven't heard of him, but it was because of this guy that father was angry. Thus, as he left the imperial study, the crown prince's face was very unsightly. Just as the eunuch reader approached, he waved his hand and said coldly, Prepare the carriage. I want to leave the palace. Also, check on Tang Yi for me. Your Majesty, something has happened. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, Chun Jiaoxi reported anxiously, Princess Gaoyang, on her way back from Hugua Temple, has rid herself of her guards and gone missing. Chapter 28. Find two girls to get him familiar. By the Qinhuai River, a carriage slowly stopped by the riverbank. The curtain was lifted, and a pretty maid jumped down, helping the pure and ethereal Kong Shirlan out of the carriage. After Kong Shirlan got down, she personally assisted a girl wearing a bamboo hat to get off as well. Lanner, your health isn't good. I wanted to come and get you, but His Majesty is not an unreasonable person. If you run around alone like this, His Majesty will be worried. The girl was none other than the Emperor's most beloved, Princess Guiyang Xiaolan. Kong Shirlan had grown up with her, and they had a very good relationship. However, Xiaolan suffered from tuberculosis and had been weak since childhood. Kept in the palace by the Emperor, rarely coming into contact with the outside world. This led to her very willful personality. wanted to sneak out of the palace to play every few days. I don't want to. If I tell father, cough, he will tell my mother, and mother will cry again. It's so annoying. Xiaolon paid no heed to her own coughing, bouncing along and pulling Kong Shirlon forward. All right, Sister Lon, enough about me. I heard that the Rouge Pavilion has just developed a lot of new cosmetics. Let's hurry and check it out. Kong Shirlon's expression changed, saying, your health is poor. You can't use these things recklessly or you'll start coughing again. Xiaolon pondered for a moment, her big eyes blinking. Then I'll just smell it. Is that okay? Sister Lon, let's hurry. If we wait any longer, father will come and catch me. Kong Shirlon looked at the pleading and pitiful expression on the girl's face and softened her heart. Fine, we can only take a look. But if you dare to put on your lips, just see how I deal with you. The Rouge Pavilion, as the name suggests, is the largest cosmetic shop in the capital, gathering various cosmetics from all over the world. It is located by the Qinhuai River, where all the brothels are. So business is extremely prosperous. However, just as Kong Shirlon was pulling the princess through the crowd, they encountered Tang Yi, who was walking ahead with his arms crossed, boasting with a group of friends. Upon making eye contact, both stopped in their tracks. Liang Xiao and the others also halted at this scene. Tang Yi actually had little interaction with Kong Shirlon. They had met a few times in the past, but had never spoken. A few days ago, she had boldly gone to the Tang family to break off their engagement without saying a word to him. But considering they might become the emperor's married couple by decree, it still felt a bit strange for Tang Yi, as if he had been caught visiting a brothel by his wife. He felt a little nervous. After a moment of silence, Tang Yi slightly nodded. Miss Kong, what a coincidence. Are you also here to visit the brothel? As soon as these words came out, Tang Yi was stunned himself, thinking, how did I say what I was really thinking? Liang Xiao, Lu Wenin, and the others were instantly dumbfounded, their eyes wide open like copper bells. Wow, is this how you talk to a beauty? In front of you is the so-called first beauty of the capital, Kong Shirlon, and your first sentence is asking if she's here to visit a brothel? Dude, she comes from a prestigious family and is a paragon of women in this era. Would she do something like visiting a brothel? Sure enough, Kong Shirlon's brow furrowed, pulling Xiaolon aside. I wouldn't want to disturb young Master Tang's elegance. You can go to the brothel yourself. Sister Lon, is the brothel that place over there, Huanin Fong? Xiaolon pointed to Huanin Fong, not far away, where many flamboyant women were waving handkerchiefs. Cough, Sister Lon. Why don't we go take a look? Xiaolon tugged at Kong Shirlon's hand, a little eager to try. Kong Shirlon was startled, thinking, you want to let a princess enter a brothel? Do you know how many people have been silenced because of this? The first to be silenced would be me. Try what? If you dare to enter that place, I'll break your legs. Kong Shirlon looked coldly at Tang Yi. Young Master Tang, please take your friends and leave. We have no relationship to speak of, and there's no need for you to explain. Tang Yi and his group stayed there, worried that they couldn't dissuade Xiaolon. Once this girl's stubbornness kicked in, she couldn't be pulled back by 10 oxen. Just like that, the little bit of good feelings Tang Yi had built up in recent days instantly vanished. Such a debauched man. How could he be a little poetic immortal? All right, then you all should go back early. It's unsafe for girls to be out at night. Tang Yi raised his hand to touch his nose. This misunderstanding was getting big. However, as soon as these words came out, Tang Yi clearly noticed that Kong Shirlon's pretty face grew colder. She coldly laughed and said indifferently, then there's no need for young Master Tang to worry. Kong Shirlon took Xiaolon, who kept looking back, and left. Liang Xiao, Lu Wenin, and the others stared at Tang Yi in shock, and after a long while, Liang Xiao finally said irritably, what kind of way is that to talk to a girl? Are you serious? Every one of those sentences is stepping on a landmine, man. That Kong Shirlon, the first beauty of the capital. Others would kill for a chance to speak with her, and you just wasted such a great opportunity. You useless fool. Liang Xiao felt like hitting him. Tang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Can this be blamed on me? I was a special forces soldier in my past life, and what I was best at was fighting and killing. I have no experience in dating or wooing women. The only thing I know is what I learned from the television. All right, let's go to Huanin Fong. Tonight, if I don't make him lose his virginity, I won't be surnamed Liang. Liang Xiao gritted his teeth, believing that Tang Yi's inability to deal with women was entirely due to being trapped in the Tang family by a wicked stepmother for years, having no opportunity to interact with the outside world. Tonight, He must let Tang Yi know the wonders of women. A group of them surrounded Tang Yi and entered Huanin Fong, even starting to teach him various poses. Meanwhile, behind them, a carriage slowly approached. The curtain was lifted, and the crown prince looked at Tang Yi, who was surrounded and entering Huanin Fong, his expression extremely gloomy. "Your Highness, should we wait?" The eunuch reader asked. "Wait? Do you want me to wait outside the brothel for him to come out? Who's he think he is? Does he deserve it?" The crown prince lowered the curtain and said coldly, "A great talent? A great talent who lingers in the brothels? This guy must have used some means to deceive the emperor. Return to the palace. This brat is not worth my time." At this moment, Tang Yi and Liang Xiao had already entered the illusion sound pavilion. "Oh, young Master Liang, you finally arrived. The girls have been dying to see you." As soon as they entered the pavilion, the alluring old madam approached, twirling her waist and waving her handkerchief. She paused slightly upon seeing Tang. "This young gentleman looks a bit unfamiliar." Tang Yi nodded slightly. Having been confined at home for so long, it was no surprise he looked unfamiliar. Liang Xiao stepped in front of Tang Yi and said impatiently, "It's precisely because he looks unfamiliar that I brought him here to get acquainted. Hurry up. Get this good brother of mine a dozen lovely girls. Treat him well, and this young master will reward you handsomely. Of course, it would be even better if Mei Xiang is available." Mei Xiang, the top courtesan of the Illusion Sound Pavilion. Chapter 29. Whoever loses must bow 10 times. Tang Yi was speechless. This was the difference between a seasoned player and a novice. Just 2 sentences, and they were already racing ahead. However, upon hearing Liang Xiao's words, Tang Yi clearly sensed the atmosphere around them had suddenly quieted down, becoming extremely strange. Even the old madam's smile became somewhat stiff. "Young Master Liang, other girls are fine, but Mei Xiang is currently busy with a tea gathering." The old madam's expression was awkward. Mei Xiang was the top courtesan of the Illusion Sound Pavilion, and wanting to meet her wasn't just about money. One had to participate in the tea gathering and be chosen by Mei Xiang herself. Then let's participate in the tea gathering. Today, this master is determined to win Mei Xiang, or rather, my little brother here is determined to win her. Liang Xiao directly pushed Tang Yi to the front. "I couldn't become a guest before because I lack the ability, and I accept that. But do you know who is standing before you? If I'm not mistaken, this guy, Tang Yi, is the current poetic sensation in the capital." Liang Xiao realized this through the events on Top Scholar Street. He appeared to be a frivolous playboy, but in many ways, he was actually quite insightful. He, a mere tea gathering, is nothing to the little poetic sensation. Seeing Liang Xiao standing tall and proud, Lu Wenyuan and the others were also confused. "What's going on? This guy seems very confident today. Where did he get this confidence?" Young Master Liang, you really know how to joke." The old madam had already tossed her handkerchief at Liang Xiao's face and whispered to him, "Familiar or not, don't ruin my business." Right now, Lord Lu Wen's son, Lu Zhou, is also up there participating in the tea gathering. He has even brought along this year's second-place scholar, Wei Zijing, to help him. "If you go over now, aren't you just asking for trouble?" The old madam glared. "I don't know what kind of character you are, but with the girls in bed, you can at least hum a tune. But poetry, that thing knows you, and you don't know it." Lu Wenyuan and the others instinctively pulled Liang Xiao back. They had clashed with Lu Zhou in the Illusion Sound Pavilion more than once, and each time they had been utterly defeated. "Haha, Liang Xiao, haven't seen you in a few days, and you think you're capable now?" At this moment, a mocking voice came from above. Tang Yi looked up and saw a young man leaning over the second-floor railing, staring at them with a sneer. It was Lu Zhou, the son of the Minister of Revenue, Lu Wen. Since he felt that the last time he got his face slapped wasn't enough, he now wanted to present his face again. Just in time, Mei Xiang's tea gathering hadn't started yet, and I was feeling bored. Normally, Liang Xiao would have been a bit intimidated. But now, with Tang Yi around, it was Lu Zhou who should be feeling intimidated. "Lu Zhou, what are you so arrogant about? That was just you getting a free pass before, you know?" Liang Xiao pointed to himself with his thumb and said, "Today, dealing with you doesn't even require me to lift a finger. My little brother can easily pin you to the ground." Saying this, he leaned close to Tang Yi's ear and whispered, "Right, my little poetic sensation? Let's go, brothers. I'm taking you to get revenge." Liang Xiao laughed heartily. took out a gold coin, casually tossed it to the old madam, and boldly strode upstairs. Lu Wenyuan and the others looked at his back, exchanging glances. What the hell? Liang Xiao, what kind of trick are you playing? If you go up there, it won't be stepping on them. It's us who are getting stepped on. Tang Yi was taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. This guy dared to play so big just based on his own assumptions. If he wasn't the little poetic sensation, he would have been in deep trouble. However, it had to be said, this guy was quite clever, managing to guess so much. The group went upstairs, where the second floor was filled with many people, all tea guests of Meixiang. Upon seeing them come up, everyone's gaze fell upon them, with looks of pity and amusement. Oh, you really dare to come up. Lu Zhou supported himself on the chair with his hands, pointing to a young Confucian businessman sitting beside him, and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you. This is the second-place scholar of this year's provincial examination, Wei Zijing. Second place on the gold list? Is that impressive?" Liang Xiao scoffed. He placed his hand on Tang Yi's shoulder and pushed him forward. "Go on, don't be afraid. Your brother is right behind you. You won't lose." Tang Yi's face twitched as he shot a sideways glance at Liang Xiao. "Thinking lose? I want to slap you." "Him? Tang Yi? Ha ha." Lu Zhou naturally recognized Tang Yi, and since he was close with Tang Hua, he was also aware of some of Tang Yi's circumstances. He pointed at Tang Yi and laughed loudly. "Liang Xiao, are you sure you want him to take action?" "Ha ha. He's been a servant in the Tang family for years. Can't even recognize all the characters, and you want him to take action? Liang Xiao, do you think you didn't lose too badly before? So you're letting this guy come up to amuse us?" With that, Lu Zhou stepped forward, putting his arm around Tang Yi's shoulder, and said, "Everyone, let me formally introduce you to this young man beside me, the son of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Tang Jing, Tang Yi. His brother is about to top the 3 examinations, Tang Hua. Do you know why you haven't seen him for so many years?" Lu Zhou pointed at Tang Yi with his thumb and said, "That's because our young master Tang here has an extremely heavy sense of jealousy, seeing his brother better than him. He even had the thought of poisoning and harming his brother. The deputy minister, in a fit of anger, confined him to the Tang family." Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in an uproar. What? There is actually such a thing? This kid is so young, yet so malicious? Unhuman. No wonder he hadn't been seen for years. It turned out there was this backstory, and his brother had been out there speaking well of him all along. People began to murmur, pointing at Tang Yi. Lu Wenyuan looked at this scene with a dark face, glaring coldly at Liang Xiao. "Damn it, you better explain yourself. If you push my brother out to be humiliated, I won't let you off." Liang Xiao crossed his arms, unperturbed. "Don't worry, everything is under control. Do you know who you're mocking? You're mocking the little poetic sensation I recognize. The harsher the mockery, the worse you'll fall later." Tang Yi glanced at Lu Zhou with indifference and said, "You've been talking too much. However, since you've set the atmosphere to this extent, it would seem unreasonable for me not to respond. How do you want to compete? Literary or martial? You choose, I'll accompany you." He originally didn't want to take it too far, but since the other party had brought it up, he wouldn't hold back. However, upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Lu Zhou laughed even louder, thinking that he still saw himself as the noble son of the Tang family from back then. In his eyes, the current Tang Yi was nothing but trash, still daring to be arrogant in front of him. Haha, interesting, too interesting. Hearing Tang Yi's words, Lu Zhou immediately burst into laughter. "You want to compete in literature or martial arts? Since you love to play, let us have a good time. Let us bet tonight. Whoever can impress Meixiang with poetry will become her chosen guest." He raised his hand and pointed to the ground. "If you lose, kneel down and bow 10 times. Calling me grandpa, I was wrong. If I lose, I'll do the same." Of course, I won to lose. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Weren't the two of them playing too big? If Tang Yi lost, it would embarrass Tang Jing. If Lu Zhou lost, it would embarrass Lu Wan. But damn, their fathers were in cahoots. Weren't they afraid their fathers would start fighting first? Tang Yi also thought of this point and immediately agreed without hesitation. He was more than willing to do things that would make Tang Jing unhappy. "All right, I have no problem." Tang Yi looked at Lu Zhou and said, "So here is the question. What if you go back on your word?" "Go back on my word?" Lu Zhou spread his hands, casting a glance at everyone present. "Let all of you here be witnesses. Whoever loses between me and Tang Yi If they go back on their word, they'll be a turtle bastard, cut off from descendants. Let the heavens strike them. Tang Yi's eyelids twitched. So ruthless? He truly left no way out. But that's fine. It just happened to settle both old and new scores. And it could be considered a revenge for his previous life. Okay, no problem. As you wish, Tang Yi readily agreed. The entire Huanin workshop instantly became uproarious. And everyone looked at Tang Yi in shock. What the hell, is this guy crazy? He actually dared to agree to this? Lu Zhou had the second spot on the gold list. What did this kid have? Lu Zhou said he couldn't even recognize all the characters. Haha, isn't Tang Hua the top of the gold list, his brother? Too bad he can't help him. Liang Xiao stood on his toes with his arms crossed, looking smug. Lu Zhou, you've been tricked. Lu Wenyin and his group were so nervous that they wanted to pin Liang Xiao to the ground and give him a beating. Damn it, what are you two playing at? We're almost worried sick, and you're here gloating. Wei Zijing, the second on the gold list, cast a disdainful glance at Tang Yi and couldn't help but sneer. He had a very good relationship with Tang Hua and naturally knew about Tang Yi's situation. A useless person dared to act in front of him? An ant-like thing that could be easily crushed. Chapter 30. The courtesans were shocked. Behind the semi-transparent curtain in front of the tea table, Mei Xiang's maid, Ling Dang, observed Tang Yi and Lu Zhou from behind the curtain and pouted miss. Who do you think will win? Mei Xiang, with her unparalleled beauty, was sitting behind Qin and playing the zither. Without raising her head, she simply smiled faintly. There was a hint of sadness and melancholy in her smile, making her look even more enchanting. I actually hope Tang Yi can win. During this time, Lu Zhou had been pestering her in every possible way, wanting to take her as a concubine. Once she entered a wealthy family, she would only become Lu Zhou's pet. Waiting for death once her beauty faded, she would rather die than enter a wealthy family. Ling Dang's eyes turned red. Given her character, if she were forced, she definitely wouldn't survive. When Lu Zhou saw Tang Yi agree so readily, his expression became even more arrogant. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you're still so brainless. Wei Zijing, make your move and teach him how to be a person. Wei Zijing leaned back in his chair, gently twirling his folding fan, appearing extremely lazy, even yawning. It seemed that dealing with Tang Yi wasn't worth his effort at all. Tang Yi, right? Wei Zijing lightly tapped his palm with the fan and said, I won't bully you. If I make the first move, you won't have a chance to strike. Everyone's gaze immediately fell on Tang Yi, wanting to see how he would break the deadlock. However, they saw Tang Yi shake his head slightly and said, you got it wrong. If I make the first move, you won't have a chance to strike. So for your own good, you should make the first move. Otherwise, it would really be me bullying you. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Is he this arrogant? The reason he dared to be arrogant was that he was the second on the gold list and had the confidence to be so. What about you? What do you have? Ha! Lu Zhou pointed at Tang, laughing so hard he couldn't straighten his back. Liang Xiao raised his hand. Glancing at Lu Zhou, don't laugh too happily, or you might end up crying later. Everyone, I testify, my little brother is not bragging. If he really makes a move, then Wei Zijing will have no chance. Liang Xiao reached into his pocket and took out a golden bean, casually tossing it to the nearby old madam. How about this? To prevent my little brother from bullying too much, I decide to increase the difficulty a bit. Let us also include the tea tables of the two ladies, Lu and Qiuju. 3 beautiful women serving my little brother would be a great story in Kyoto. As soon as these words came out, the whole place exploded. Damn, so arrogant, too arrogant. Wei Zijing, don't hold back, give this guy a good beating. Damn it. To simultaneously challenge the tea tables of 3 courtesans, this has never happened in Kyoto before. What kind of beauty is this? Everyone was indignant. We all came for the 3 courtesans, and you're going to sleep with all 3? Are we supposed to sleep in the air? Lu Wenyin and his group were so enraged by Liang Xiao that they were gritting their teeth. To pry open the doors of 3 famous courtesans in Kyoto. Who else could do it? Even those self-proclaimed literary geniuses in the past couldn't do it. Can Tang Yi do it? At this moment, even the melodious sounds of the zither and pipa in the Huanin workshop fell into a momentary chaos. Clearly, the 3 courtesans sitting behind the curtain were also stunned by Liang Xiao's words. Liang Xiao, are you out of your mind? Lu Zhou was also shocked. This bastard was even crazier than him. However, Tang Yi turned to glance at Liang Xiao and smiled. The difficulty has increased, but it's still too much of a bully towards them. To show fairness, Tang Yi raised 2 fingers and said, for each lady, I will only write 2 lines of poetry or lyrics, and that will make them happy. If I write more than that, I lose. Upon hearing this, the originally noisy Huanin workshop fell into dead silence. Even the music stopped. Everyone stared at Tang Yi shocked. They initially thought Liang Xiao increasing the difficulty was already crazy, but they didn't expect Tang Yi to be even more arrogant, daring to say that he could win over the courtesans with just 2 lines of poetry. What a joke. Damn, too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Are you the little poetry immortal who is popular in Kyoto? Damn it. I was actually feeling a bit sympathetic for this guy, but now I want to slap him. Arrogant. Does he think he is the little poetry immortal? Wei Zixing, go. Take him down. After a moment of silence, the entire Huanin workshop exploded again. They originally thought Lu Zhou and Tang Yi were arrogant enough. Now, compared to Tang Yi, their previous arrogance seemed like child's play. Even Liang Xiao instinctively swallowed hard. Brother, are you playing too hard? I increased the difficulty because I believed you could write good verses and slap Lu Zhou and the others in the face. But you directly raised the difficulty to hell level. Using 2 lines is comparable to a complete poem? Even if you're the little poetry immortal, isn't that too ridiculous? Lu Wenyan and his group were also dumbfounded. Lu Zhou's anger burned, with veins popping on his forehead. Wei Zixing's face darkened as well, fists clenched. His folding fan deformed in his grip. He originally wanted to step on Tang Yi and Liang Xiao's group to become the center of attention. But before the competition even started, Tang Yi had already become the focus of the crowd. Good, very good. Wei Zixing pointed his folding fan at Tang Yi and said, there have been many who dare to be arrogant in front of me, but none include you. You can start now. I want to see how you will prevent me from having a chance to strike. Everyone's gaze fell on Tang Yi. Tang Yi slightly nodded and smiled. All right, as you wish. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Tang Yi walked to the table and held a brush, writing poetry on 3 sheets of paper. Many people gathered around to see what he was writing, but they were blocked by Liang Xiao and Lu Wenyan's group, who wouldn't let anyone near Tang Yi. Damn it, Liang Xiao, today a situation is getting too big. Do you have any confidence? Lu Wenyan's face turned ashen. Who is usually cold, couldn't help but curse. Tang Yi's life in the Tang family was already hard, and if he lost today, he would become the laughingstock of all Kyoto, with no place to stand in the Tang family. Don't worry, I have my own clever plans. Liang Xiao fanned himself with the folding fan, looking calm. If there were any doubts earlier, he is now completely certain. Tang Yi is indeed the little poet immortal. Just wait for Tang Yi to finish showing off, and he will come in to wrap things up. After all, it is no secret that he has been chased by thousands of people today. At that time, he will just blow his cover, saying that the little poet immortal is his brother and that he asked the little poet immortal to write the poems. After all, Tang Yi's identity as the little poet immortal cannot be exposed right now. The emperor is trying every possible way to help Tang Yi cover it up. If he messes it up here, who knows if the emperor will silence him. After a moment, Tang Yi put down his brush, folded the paper, and looked at Liang Xiao, asking, I've finished writing, what are the next steps? Liang Xiao raised his hand and clapped, and 3 maidens came over with trays, took the paper from Tang Yi's hand, and delivered it behind the curtain. Seeing that Tang didn't even think and just wrote out the poem, Wei Zixing immediately sneered. Ha, putting on airs. A good poem is crafted and revised continuously. Only the great scholars of the literary world can write a poem in one go. Tang Yi, are you one of them? Lu Zhou stared at Tang Yi, his face full of mockery. Who says he isn't? Our young master Tang wants to charm 3 courtesans at once. Even those literary scholars might not be able to do this. Yet our young master Tang confidently claims he can do it. Ha ha! Laughter erupted in the Huanin pavilion. Tang Yi glanced at them and shrugged with a smile. So funny. You can only laugh for a while. Later, you might not even be able to laugh out loud. The crowd immediately began to jeer, many people booing him. Keep pretending. Let's see how long you can keep it up. At this moment, the maid also delivered the paper to behind the curtain. She placed the tray on the table, and Lingling took the paper from the tray and handed it to Mei Xiang, pouting. Miss, this is the poem written by that Tang. And he wants to charm you and Miss Chiujuan. How arrogant. Maybe he really has the ability, Mei Xiang said as she received the paper, gently tapping the maid's forehead with her fingertips. Then she unfolded the paper. With just one glance, she was stunned. Her beautiful eyes gradually widened, her breathing became rapid, and her heart raced like thunder. Chapter 31 now, do you believe it? After a moment, she suddenly stood up and ran directly out from behind the curtain. The crowd in the Huanin pavilion was still discussing, and when they saw Mei Xiang rush out, her pretty face showing urgency and excitement, they were all stunned. In the midst of everyone's astonished gaze, Mei Xiang stood on the stage, adjusted her clothes, and saluted. May I ask who is young Master Tang Yi? I humbly invite you to my room for a discussion tonight. At the same time, two tall, stunning women hurriedly ascended the stage behind Mei Xiang. Young Master Tang Yi, Chiujuan sincerely invites you to come in for a chat. I will definitely take good care of you. Young Master, pick me. My skills are excellent. The entire venue fell silent. Lu Zhou's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping to the ground, while Wei Zizheng was left dumbfounded, dropping the folding fan from his hand. Everyone present was so shocked that their mouths gaped open, as if they could swallow their fists. Lu Wenin and the others were also in a daze, finding it hard to believe. Even Liang Xiao, who knew the truth, was dumbfounded at this moment. Only Tang Yi remained calm, scratching his nose with a slightly melancholic expression. Sigh, all the beautiful women are picking me. What should I do? How troublesome. His voice, though not loud, sounded like thunder in the quiet Huanin pavilion. The still shocked crowd erupted. Damn it, he actually did it? He really did it. This is impossible. How could this happen? Those literary scholars couldn't do it. How could he? There must be some inside story. Wasn't it said that this guy couldn't even recognize all the characters? Is this what you call not recognizing all the characters? The crowd was furious and incredulous, especially seeing Tang Yi's seemingly melancholic expression, which made them even angrier. Damn, this guy really pulled it off. This is impossible, impossible. Lu Zhou also snapped back to reality, suddenly standing up with a grim look. Mei Xiang, Chiujuan, Liu Liam, do you dare to collude with Tang Yi? Do you want to die? Wei Zizheng also stood up, pointing at Mei Xiang angrily. Tang Yi is a waste. What does he know about writing poetry? You actually chose him as the guest of honor? And he only wrote 2 lines. Show us the poem he wrote. Otherwise, it's hard to convince us. Yes, if you have the ability, show us the poem. The crowd echoed. Liang Xiao walked to Tang Yi's side, nudged him with his shoulder, and said, since they have this request, let's fulfill it. We are good people, and we want them to lose convincingly. Mei Xiang looked at Tang Yi and saw him slightly nodding. Her beautiful eyes scanned the crowd, and she smiled seductively. Choosing young Master Tang as the guest of honor is naturally because of the lines he wrote. Anyone here who can write better poetry than young Master Tang, I will choose them as tonight's guest of honor. She carefully opened the paper in her hand, her clear voice resonating throughout the venue. The lines young Master Tang wrote for me are, the sparse shadows are slanted across the shallow water, and the hidden fragrance floats in the moonlight at dusk. Many people present were scholars who cherished poetry, and upon hearing Mei Xiang recite these 2 lines, the faces of those who had doubted and mocked turned stiff. The sparse shadows are slanted across the shallow water, and the hidden fragrance floats in the moonlight at dusk. The poem is incomplete, only 2 lines. But in these short lines, the humble plum blossom is depicted as extraordinary, beautifully portrayed, and vividly described. It could be called the greatest poem about plum blossoms in history. Hiss! Immediately, the sound of people taking sharp breaths spread through the air. What the hell? Wasn't it said that Tang Yi is a waste who can't even recognize all the characters? Is this what you call not recognizing all the characters? Throughout history, countless poems have been written about plum blossoms. With these 2 lines, who would dare to write poems about plum blossoms in the future? No wonder Mei Xiang couldn't help but run out herself. With these 2 lines, her worth can skyrocket dozens or even hundreds of times. The public opinion instantly reversed. Originally, everyone thought Tang Yi was arrogant, but now they realized that was not arrogance. He was being modest. Stating that he could easily achieve what others couldn't is not arrogance. Lu Zhou's expression changed between blue and red as he watched this scene. Although his talent was not impressive, he still had some understanding of poetry appreciation, and he knew how high the value of these 2 lines was. In the entire Dian, perhaps only the little poet immortal who is currently popular in the capital could write such poetry. Wei Zixing's complexion also gradually paled. Such poetry he couldn't produce. Tang Yi, however, remained calm, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Standing next to Tang Yi, Liang Xiao could no longer contain his excitement. Damn it, I risked my neck to bring Tang Yi here for revenge. If I don't take action now, when will I? He immediately pointed at Lu Zhou, smugly saying, how about it? Lu Zhou, I ask you, are you convinced? Are you convinced or not? I told you long ago, when my little brother takes action, you won't even get a chance to retaliate, and you still thought I was bragging? Every word felt like a slap to Lu Zhou's face. He was furious, his killing intent palpable. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't there still 4 lines left? He didn't believe that the poems Tang Yi wrote for Li Yuliam and Xiujuan would be that good. As long as one of them wrote something slightly lacking, and Wei Zixing seized the opportunity to write 2 lines better than Tang Yi's, he would still have a chance. After all, Liang Xiao said that his poetry had to charm all 3 beauties to win. If one didn't charm them, he would still lose. That's right. There are still poems for Li Yuliam and Xiujuan. Wei Zixing clenched his fists and shouted in a deep voice. All right, if you want to humiliate yourselves, we are naturally willing to accompany you. Liang Xiao placed his hand on Tang Yi's shoulder and winked at him. He then looked at the 2 beautiful women on stage and said, Li Yuliam and Xiujuan, please help me, let them lose convincingly. Lu Zhou and Wei Zixing wanted to find fault with the poems of these 2 beauties. Their imagination was truly beautiful. Did they have the ability to pick on the little poetry fairy? Everyone's gaze fell on the stage towards Green Willow and Autumn Chrysanthemum, curious about what verses Tang Yi wrote for these 2 courtesans. Naturally, the most excited was the madam, looking at Tang Yi as if she were seeing her own father. The 2 lines of poetry Tang Yi wrote for Mei Xiang could, with some maneuvering, increase Mei Xiang's value exponentially. If Green Willow and Autumn Chrysanthemum also received 2 good poems, then Huanin Fang would make a fortune. On stage, Autumn Chrysanthemum smiled charmingly and said, the verses Mr. Tang wrote for me are, the hibiscus cannot compare to the beauty's adornment. The fragrant wind in the water palace brings the scent of pearls and jade. Green Willow swayed her slender waist and threw a flirtatious glance at Tang Yi, saying, the lines Mr. Tang wrote for me are timeless. Beauty's charm obscures past and present. The lotus flower shames the jade-like face. The voices of the 2 beauties were enchanting and heart-stirring. However, the entire Huanin Fang fell silent once again. The poem written for Mei Xiang described beauty through the imagery of plum blossoms, while the verses for Green Willow and Autumn Chrysanthemum directly wrote about beauty itself. Although they were only fragments, they vividly depicted the stunning appearance and graceful demeanor of the beauties. Each line was a masterpiece. Damn it, I'm convinced. Who says Tang Yi is useless? I de-slapped them right in the face. Although they were just fragments, it was precisely these fragments that made them even more alluring. Is the Tang family this powerful? Tang Hua topped the list, and Tang Yi is exceptionally talented. Doesn't this count as a double genius? Coming back to reality, the entire Huanin Fang erupted into chatter, discussing Tang Yi's ability to impress 3 major beauties without a hint of doubt. Damn it! Such wonderful poetry thrown in their faces. Wouldn't doubting it be slapping themselves? Lu Zhou listened to the surrounding discussions, his face alternating between green and purple. Just a moment ago, he deliberately belittled and even slandered Tang Yi, portraying him as a villain, and now these people were praising him. The key was that every line of poetry Tang Yi wrote for Green Willow and Autumn Chrysanthemum was a timeless classic. It was so good that it made him feel a bit hopeless. Wei Zixing also turned pale, stumbling back to his chair, causing his tea to spill. At this moment, any trace of arrogance and confidence he had was gone, leaving him looking like a drowned rat. Tang Yi crossed his arms and calmly looked at the 2. Lu Zhou, Wei Zixing, the spring night is short, don't waste my time. If you can, then make your move. If not, then admit defeat. I told you before. If I make my move, you won't even have the chance to strike back. You didn't believe me. Now, do you believe it? Chapter 32. Ladies of the court, please take good care of my brother. Every word from Tang, it was like a slap to Lu Zhou's face, making him furious. Wei Zixing, aren't you second on the list? Didn't you say you were very capable? Lu Zhou lost his composure. He had acted so tough just now. And now he was losing face. He grabbed Wei Zixing by the collar and shouted, Write immediately. Create poetry better than Tang Yi's. If you can't write it, I'll kill you. Wei Zixing was now pale as a ghost, his gaze somewhat vacant. He still couldn't believe that the so-called useless Tang Hua could be so formidable, stepping on him. I can't write it. Every line of this poetry is a classic. I can't write it. Wei Zixing fell limply to the ground, his heart filled with regret. If I had known, I wouldn't have deliberately trampled on Tang Yi to curry favor with Lu Zhou. Now it's good, within a day. The entire capital would know that the dignified Wei Zixing, second on the list, is no match for a so-called useless person from the Tang family. It's likely to affect even his palace examination. Slap. Lu Zhou slapped Wei Zixing across the face, furious. You can't write? Why did you act tough just now? Huh? What were you acting for? Then he turned to Tang Yi, shouting angrily. I won to lose. I won to lose. Tang Yi, you cheated. You cheated. These are poems written by Tang Hua. You must have stolen Tang Hua's poems. Lu Zhou's face twisted, feeling he had found the truth. Everyone looked over, suddenly feeling that Lu Zhou's words seemed somewhat reasonable. Tang Hu, a pretentious hypocrite. How dare he? Tang Yi snorted coldly. I'm copying the poems of those amazing poets from the Dragon Kingdom in my past life. Could Tang Hua write such poetry? Are you kidding me? Ahem. Liang Xiao coughed twice. It's my turn now. He walked forward with his arms crossed, stretching his neck to look at Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou, you really can't take a loss. Even now, you still want to reverse right and wrong? That's right. The poetry isn't written by Tang Yi. It was written by me, the little poetry fairy. Yes, it's the little poetry fairy who is currently all the rage in the capital. I'm good friends with him. Today, to protect him, I was chased for 10 streets by thousands of people. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Wow, I underestimated this guy. He is not stupid. He can turn this around? As soon as Liang Xiao's words were spoken, the scene erupted into an uproar. Damn. So it was written by the little poetry fairy. It's actually written by the little poetry fairy. If it's the little poetry fairy, then there is no problem. Only the little poetry fairy in the entire capital can write poetry with such depth. Little poetry fairy, Liang Xiao, you actually have a connection with the little poetry fairy. No one at the scene questioned Liang Xiao's words. After all, he had been chased for 10 streets today because someone saw him interacting with the little poetry fairy. Moreover, such perfect poetry should indeed come from the little poetry fairy. Lu Zhou originally wanted to frame Tang Yi to divert attention, but he didn't expect that the poetry was indeed not from Tang Yi, but from the little poetry fairy, that famous little poetry fairy in the capital. Before he could say anything, Liang Xiao looked at him and sneered. Lu Zhou, what qualifications do you have to talk? Don't forget, you just wanted to use the poetry written by Wei Zixing to gain entry. Of course, if you think it's necessary to confront, I can call the little poetry fairy over. However, the premise is that you can bear the consequences. After all, your father and those literati are desperately looking for the little poetry fairy, but the little poetry fairy has already been hidden by the emperor. If the emperor gets angry, someone might lose their head. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Zhou was immediately frightened. He clearly understood the trouble the little poetry fairy had brought to his father during this time. Now, if he wasn't careful, his father would run to the top Scholar Street with only one purpose, to drag the little poetry fairy out. But if the little poetry fairy was hidden by the emperor's regard for him was understandable. If Liang Xiao really called him over, and his identity was exposed, the emperor might destroy the entire Huanin Fong just to silence him. He didn't dare to gamble. Lu Zhou clenched his fists, coldly glaring at Liang Xiao, then turned to leave. Humph, Liang Xiao, you're lucky today. We're leaving. However, just as he stood up, Tang Yi was already blocking his way. What? Don't want to abide by the bet. Kneel down and call me grandpa, or I'll make you childless. You dare? Lu Zhou sneered, pointing at Tang Yi's chest. My father is the Minister of Revenue, Lu 1. If you dare to touch me, you'll be at odds with the Lu family. Do you dare? Idare. Tang Yi turned to Liang Xiao and said, go find a knife. A kitchen knife will do. After all, it's just cutting 2 tails of meat. No need to be so particular. Tang Yi's voice was calm, but all the men present instinctively tightened their legs. 2 tails of meat? What does that mean? Lu Zhou felt a chill run down his spine, his throat involuntarily swallowing. Tang Yi was too calm. When he said this, there wasn't a hint of emotional fluctuation, as if killing and chopping were everyday matters for him. Just this one sentence made Lu Zhou certain that if Tang Yi had a knife in his hand, he really would dare to castrate him. All right, very good, Tang Yi. I'll remember you. Lu Zhou smiled and nodded, looking like a madman. He slowly bent his knees and knelt down, banging his head on the ground towards Tang Yi, knocking his forehead until it bled. Suddenly, he looked up at Tang Yi and laughed. Grandpa Tang, your grandson was wrong. Please spare my life. I will pay my respects to you. Each word was filled with murderous intent. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. My God, Tang Yi actually dared to make Lu Zhou kneel and call him Grandpa. Is he crazy? Aren't you afraid that your fathers will come to blows over this? Liang Xiao, Lu Wenin, and a group of people all stood behind Tang, meaning that Lu Zhou kneeling to Tang Yi was essentially kneeling to them as well. They felt that the humiliation they had endured for so many years was finally being released at this moment. It was exhilarating. Tang Yi waved his hand and said, I don't have a grandson like you. Get lost. Lu Zhou got up from the ground, wiped the blood from his forehead with his hand, and licked it. This matter is not over, Tang Yi. All the humiliation you brought me today, I will repay it to your uncle. Oh, since I just called you Grandpa, that makes you my great-grandpa. Don't worry. I will ensure your great-grandpa suffers a fate worse than death. Tang Yi's expression darkened. His uncle was the right minister of the Ministry of Revenue, serving under Lu 1. Lu Zhou meant to put him in a difficult position. Lu Zhou, you dare? My father is innocent. Before Tang Yi could speak, he heard Lu Wenin's furious roar. Tang Yi turned around and saw that his cousin Lu Wenin's face was as pale as death. He asked, Cousin, what's going on? Oh, you don't know? Lu Zhou pretended to be shocked and said, Lu Gongjin embezzled hundreds of thousands in tax silver from the Ministry of Revenue. The evidence is conclusive. He has already been imprisoned. We're just waiting for the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to start the trial. At that time, the lightest punishment will be exile for the whole family for 3,000 miles. And if it's heavier, Lu Zhou raised his hand and stroked his neck, tilting his head and sticking out his tongue. The whole family will be dead, huh? After saying that, Lu Zhou turned around with a group of people, laughing as he left. You're seeking death. Lu Wenin was furious and wanted to make a move on the spot. But Liang Xiao and the other brothers held him back tightly. Liang Xiao looked at Tang a bit awkwardly. He said, the reason I called you out for drinks today is partly because of the Lu family situation. You know the Lu family's current predicament. It's like calling for heaven but not getting a response from the earth. Now, the only one we can rely on is you. Because, having confirmed that you are the little poet immortal, it also confirms that you have a good relationship with His Majesty. I know, but I can't say it. Who the hell made you unaware that Xiao Su is the emperor? Would it kill you to just say it directly? Why all this drama? Tang Yi's expression was dark, and he felt like hitting someone. He indeed could get involved in this matter. Both the old general and Xiao Su could help a bit. He couldn't ignore it. If it weren't for the Lu family secretly supporting him over the years, he and his sister would have starved to death long ago. Isn't this just to see if he can deal with it? I swear using you to step on Lu Zhou was just incidental. Liang Xiao scratched his head. Oh, Tang Xiao, don't say such unlucky things now. Lord Lu will definitely have good fortune. The old madam walked over and winked at Tang. 3 girls are still waiting for you, and they're dressed so little, it's cold at night. They really need some tenderness from you, Tang Xiao. After saying that, she gave Liang Xiao a knowing look. Liang Xiao waved his hand, and a group of people immediately lifted Tang Yi and brought him to the 3 beauties. Ladies, tonight, this brother of mine is entrusted to you. You must serve him well, and there will be rewards if you do. Chapter 33. Don't stop me. I'm going to cut him down. Tang Yi's face instantly turned dark. Damn, my uncle is still suffering in prison, and you want me to have fun in bed? Am I still human? He tried to struggle, but Green Willow and Autumn Chrysanthemum held him tightly, gripping his hands. Don't be afraid, Tang Xiao. I will be very gentle, they said. Come on, Tang Xiao, I'm the best at taking care of people. The three women hugged him and dragged him into the room. Seeing this scene, the group of men outside felt their hearts shatter into pieces. Bang! Inside the room, Tang Yi was directly thrown onto the soft big bed. Cough! Wait a minute, I have something to say. Tang Yi hurriedly climbed up, but saw the three women surrounding the window, starting to take off their clothes. Especially Greenvine, her green skirt had already come off, leaving only a bright red belly band. A gentle breeze blew in, and the view of the Twin Peaks was extraordinarily beautiful. Damn, are you serious? Tang Yi's throat involuntarily swallowed. Greenvine threw her green skirt at Tang Yi's face and fell towards him. Tang Xiao, I'm coming. Wait, I'm not that kind of person. Tang Yi was so scared that he hid at the foot of the bed, just as he wanted to escape from the foot of the bed. Autumn Chrysanthemum had already fallen in front of him. She chuckled softly and said, Well then, I really want to know what kind of person Tang Xiao is. Mei Xiang also sat at the bedside, surrounding Tang Yi from three sides. Tang Xiao, don't struggle. What kind of person you are doesn't matter. Once you're on our bed, there is only one type left, and that is a man. So, Tang Xiao, do you not want to be a man? Tang Yi, that makes a lot of sense. I'm left speechless. Three female rascals. This is a misunderstanding. Tang Yi still wanted to struggle, saying, You've got the wrong person. It was the little poet immortal who wrote you the poems. Don't mess around. Don't take off. Hey, that is my pants. Damn. Before he could finish speaking, the three women had already surrounded him, attacking from both sides, taking off his clothes and pants. Tang, you didn't want to be really forced by the three women. How would he face people if that got out? He suddenly pulled them all into his arms. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and amidst the three women's screams, he neatly pinned them down on the bed. Then, Tang Yi directly straddled their backs, his palm landing on their perky behinds. Slap, slap, slap. With three loud slaps, the three women instantly screamed, looking at him with watery eyes. Did they really think I have no temper? If it weren't for the fact that I haven't fully moved on from my past identity, you'd really think I'd be afraid of you? I wouldn't be afraid even if all three came at me. It's just that my current mindset doesn't allow me to do that. You all stay down. If you keep messing around, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Yi climbed off the three beauties, thought for a moment, and feeling unwilling, turned his back to them and felt them up a few times. He directly tore off the three red belly bands. The three women screamed from behind. Tang Yi held back and didn't turn around. Directly walked to the table, took a brush, dipped it in ink, and returned to the bedside, handing the brush to the three beauties. He wrote a few words. O Tang Yi, a first night, to be repaid within 3 months. Hearing this, the three beauties were shocked, staring at Tang Yi with wide eyes. You don't want it now, but you want to wait 3 months? A big man like you can't let go? If you don't want your behind to suffer, just write obediently. Tang Yi threatened fiercely. Mei Xiang, Green Willow, and the three suddenly froze. To be honest, this guy had no mercy, and it hurt a lot. The three had no choice but to take turns writing the IOU and handing it to Tang Yi. Tang Yi tucked the belly bands into his arms, then with a leap rushed to the window and jumped down. Three beauties, which man wouldn't he want? But right now, he really couldn't let go, and with his uncle still suffering in prison, it wouldn't be right for him to enjoy himself here. He escaped. The three women looked at the empty window, arms crossed over their chests to cover their assets, glancing at each other. If it were any other man, wouldn't they be overjoyed at this moment? But instead, Tang Yi escaped. He escaped. Is he even a man? It's quite rare to see a man who can't let go like this. I've never seen one before. Mei Xiang said through gritted teeth, forget it. You all just rest here tonight. This matter about him escaping must be kept secret. Just pretend he slept here for a night. Autumn Chrysanthemum bit her lip and said, Sister, are you really sure he is the little poet immortal? What if, as Liang Xiao said, the poems were written by the little poet immortal and given to Tang Yi? Mei Xiang did not answer the question, but turned to Green Willow and said, Lure, what do you think? Green Willow, with her bare body and swaying waist, walked to the table, took a sip of tea, and said, I had some doubts before, but now I can be sure he is the little poet immortal. As for why, well, it's a woman's intuition. Xiao Jiao rolled her eyes at her. Intuition? You're willing to sleep with him based on that? Mei Xiang raised her hand and patted the two of them, saying, whether he is the little poet immortal. That mystery will soon be revealed, but we must be grateful. He saved us. With these few lines of poetry from Tang Yi, their value in Huanin Fong will undoubtedly soar. Those who covet their beauty and want to force them will have to think carefully. At that moment, Tang Yi had already passed through the crowd and was leaving Huanin Fong. If it were just one woman, he could handle it, but there were three, and given the current condition of his body, he'd be drained in half an hour. Not worth the trouble. Not worth the trouble. Bang! As a result, just as Tang Yi came out of a narrow alley, he bumped into a woman head-on. Tang Yi staggered back a step, while the woman opposite was knocked onto her back, and surprisingly, she didn't move after that. Hey miss, don't act like you're hurt. It was you who bumped into me. Tang Yi scrutinized the woman. She was stunning, with a bit of baby fat, but her face looked extremely pale, and he felt she looked somewhat familiar. Seeing her belongings scattered on the ground, Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Wasn't this the woman who was with Kong Sherlon before? So delicate? Just a bump and she's out cold? Miss, are you okay? Can you hear me? Tang Yi frowned and instinctively walked over to check the woman's pulse. His expression changed drastically. She actually had no pulse, not even a heartbeat. Without time to think too much, Tang Yi hurriedly carried the woman into the open light and tilted her head back. Listen, whether you can hear me or not, everything I'm doing right now is to save you. If I can't bring you back, don't blame me. If I do, don't come crying to me to marry you. Tang Yi crossed his hands over the woman's chest and began performing CPR. Tang Yi, what are you doing? Let go of Lianer. At that moment, a sharp voice came. It was Kong Sherlon's voice. Then, hurried footsteps approached from all directions. If you don't want her to die, don't disturb me. And tell your people to get far away. I need to ensure the air circulation here. Tang Yi didn't look up. His cold voice rang out. His tone was not to be questioned, leaving Kong Sherlon somewhat stunned. But seeing Xiao Lan pale and unconscious on the ground, she could probably guess what Tang Yi was doing. Without any hesitation, she turned to the tall man beside her and said, Captain Shi, order your men to disperse immediately, and no one is allowed to approach within 3 miles. As for this place, leave it to me. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. Also, report the situation here to His Majesty quickly and have the palace doctors rush over. The man was the captain of Princess Xiaolan's guards. He glanced at Tang Yi, waved his hand, and the guards surrounding them immediately dispersed. At the same time, he ordered the situation to be reported to the emperor. Meanwhile, by the banks of the Qinhuai River, a carriage was racing down the road. Inside the carriage, Emperor Yinwen rubbed his forehead, his expression extremely gloomy. Your Majesty, don't worry. Didn't old Master Kong send a letter? Princess and Miss Kong are together, Chun Jiaoxi said, noticing Emperor Yinwen's anxiousness and instinctively trying to comfort him. Not worry? How can I not worry? Yinwen opened his eyes and said angrily, Does she think she's like other young ladies? She has been weak and sickly since childhood, falling ill with just a breeze, and she dares to play runaway with me. I will grab her, I will, but I dare not do anything. Chun Jiaoxi suppressed a laugh, knowing that His Majesty was reluctant. Your Majesty, something has happened. At that moment, Zhao Hu's voice came from outside the carriage. The princess suddenly fell ill and has no pulse or breath. What? Emperor Yinwen suddenly stood up, hitting his head hard against the top of the carriage. He didn't care about the pain and said in a deep voice, I have doctors with me. Hurry up and rush over. If Liana has an accident, I won't spare you. Yes. Zhao Hu answered and immediately drove the carriage towards the Qinhuai River. Soon, the carriage arrived at the scene. Emperor Yinwen anxiously wanted to get out of the carriage when Zhao Hu's voice came again. Your Majesty, Tang Yi is treating the princess. No one is allowed to enter. Tang Yi? Emperor Yinwen abruptly lifted the curtain of the carriage. Shocked, he can treat illnesses? Nonsense. However, before Emperor Yinwen could finish speaking, he was stunned. At that moment, not far away on the ground, his daughter lay quietly while Tang Yi was kneeling beside her. His hands crossed as he pressed on his daughter's chest. Not only that, after pressing a few times, he even dared to kiss his daughter mouth to mouth. Outrageous. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. Chapter 34. Kissing and touching is also called healing. Emperor Yinwen exploded on the spot. Healing? Is this what you call healing? Your Majesty, he is humiliating the princess. It is unforgivable. The imperial doctor beside Emperor Yinwen was also furious, shouting, Healing? There is no such healing method in the world. Unheard of, unheard of. Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to treat the princess. Sun Yudao was the best doctor in the imperial hospital, and his intervention would undoubtedly be the best choice. However, just as Sun Yudao was about to rise, he was stopped by the gradually recovering Emperor Yinwen. Enough. Let that kid do his thing. If he cures her, I will reward him heavily. If he fails, I will personally take care of him. Although Emperor Yinwen was angry, he did not lose his rationality. Based on his understanding of Tang Yi, this kid had a stable personality and was not the kind of playboy. Although Sun Yudao's medical skills were superb, if he went in now, it might actually affect Tang Yi. Your Majesty, this child is obviously messing around. Sun Yudao looked at the emperor in disbelief. The emperor actually preferred to believe a reckless young man over him. I believe him. Emperor Yinwen said coldly. His teeth clenched slightly. Sun Yudao wanted to say something, but Chun Jiaoxi raised his hand to stop him, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, not far away, Kong Shilan watched Tang Yi pressing and kissing Xiao Lan, completely stunned. Tang Yi, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Coming back to her senses. Kong Shilan's voice turned sharp. He is taking advantage of the princess. Taking advantage of a royal princess? Is he seeking death? Moreover, how important is a woman's reputation? How would the princess face people if this spread? Less nonsense, don't disturb me. Tang Yi's cold voice rang out. Kong Shilan was so angry that she nearly bit him. Not disturb you? If you don't, you might not see tomorrow's sun. Even the best doctors in the palace wouldn't dare to touch the princess's hand to check her pulse. Did you dare to touch and kiss her? Tang Yi was very anxious. How could his attitude be good? If he couldn't save the princess, he would be held accountable, and he might end up losing his head. After performing CPR again, Tang Yi leaned down to give Xiao Lan artificial respiration, just as his lips landed on hers. The previously unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes. Their eyes met, and both Tang Yi and Xiao Lan froze. Then Tang Yi saw Xiao Lan's pupils gradually widen, and he knew something was wrong. Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Lan screamed, what are you doing? Pervert! Catch the pervert! Xiao Lan pushed Tang Yi away and scrambled back with her hands and feet. Tang Yi fell back to the ground, dazed. Damn, this is not scientific. Normally, shouldn't there be a buffer period for waking up to help the woman adapt to her surroundings? Yet this woman skipped that buffer period entirely. Kong Shilan looked at Xiao Lan rolling and scrambling back. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her previously pale face suddenly became excited. It turns out that Tang Yi was not just messing around. He actually saved the princess. Lan, are you awake? You finally woke up? You scare me to death. Kong Shilan rushed towards Princess Xiao Lan, hugging her tightly. I told you not to run around. Why did you run? Why did you run around? In the carriage. Emperor Yinwen looked at this scene, stunned for a moment, and his previously ashen face melted instantly, a broad smile blossoming on his face. He can write poetry and heal people. This young man is increasingly impressive in his eyes. Not bad, kid. Once again, you have not let me down. Emperor Yinwen smiled widely and quickly lowered the carriage curtain to prevent Tang Yi from noticing. The imperial physician, Sun Yudao, beside him stared wide-eyed, looking utterly shocked. He is really treating the princess. Is there really such a method of healing in the world? Sun Yudao could hardly believe it, unable to comprehend the principle behind it. A few kisses, a few touches, and then a person who had no pulse and no breath, who was almost declared dead, miraculously came back to life? No needles? No medicine? Can he still heal? Your Majesty, who is this young man, and how does he have such abilities? Sun Yudao slowly turned to Emperor Yinwen, swallowing hard as he asked. Fortunately, the emperor did not agree to let him get off the carriage to treat her earlier. Otherwise, it would have been a big problem. Who is he? Just a self-righteous brat. Emperor Yinwen snorted coldly, but he couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. TSK, this kid is touching and kissing the princess. Should I just take him as a son-in-law? Thinking of this possibility, Emperor Yinwen instinctively shook his head, extinguishing that thought. Tang Yi has great potential, and he will definitely become a key minister in the future. He believes in his own judgment. If he becomes a son-in-law, he won't have much power, which would only limit his growth. Moreover, HEIR is already gravely ill. How long she can hold on is still unknown. Your Majesty, can I meet this young brother? I really want to know what happened. Sun Yudao rubbed his hands together, asking excitedly. Emperor Yanwen glanced at him and said, Want to know? Go study it yourself. After speaking, he told Sun Diaoxi, Sun Diaoxi, today's matter cannot be hidden. Let Ning Chuan take Tang Yi to the Jinyui for one night as a lesson for me. I do not want to hear any memorials about him disrespecting the princess or ignoring the imperial authority. Let it be locked up next to the fourth prince. Also, send someone to bring Tang Yi into the palace. No one will care that he saved the princess. What those censors and scholars care about is his disrespect towards the princess. He doesn't want Tang Yi's identity to be exposed in the future, and these matters to be used by those scholars to attack him, especially since this also involves his daughter's reputation. Sun Diaoxi complied and immediately sent orders. As for why to lock him up next to the fourth prince, it was because after the crown prince met Tang Yi today, he only said one sentence. This kid is not capable of great things. This made Emperor Yanwen so angry he wanted to lash out. What? As the crown prince? You still doubt my judgment? But then he thought better of it. Since the crown prince is not blessed enough to appreciate him, then this kid Tang, he can be handed over to the fourth prince. After all, among all the princes, the fourth prince is the one who resembles him the most. Sister Lan, he kissed me, he even touched me, he's being a rogue. Xiao Lan pointed at Tang Yi, wiping her mouth while puffing her cheeks. Catch him. I want to kill him. I want to slice him into 1,000 pieces. Boo-hoo, Sister Lan. I'm not clean anymore. What should I do? Tang Yi. Tang Yi's face darkened. I was saving you, okay? What do you mean kissing and touching you? That was cardiopulmonary resuscitation. How is that being a rogue? Besides, was that last touch on your chest my fault? I was going to stop, but when you moved, I accidentally touched you. But it's pretty big. One hand can't cover it all. That would be terrible. If you kissed and it's not clean, in a few days, there will be a little baby. That's too scary. Tang Yi got up from the ground and brushed the dirt off his butt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan's eyes widened in shock, turning pale. Tang Yi, why are you scaring her? Kong Shirlan gritted her teeth in anger. This rascal, taking advantage and then playing innocent. She quickly comforted Xiao Lan, saying, Lan'er, don't listen to her nonsense. A kiss won't lead to a baby, and besides, he was saving you. Although I don't know what's going on. You didn't have a pulse or breath just now. If it weren't for him kissing and touching you, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kong Shirlan also couldn't understand what was happening. Could it be that the princess woke up in shame after being violated by this guy? Sister Lan, stop comforting me. I know you're just trying to make me feel better. Xiao Lan's tears fell, her beautiful eyes fixed on Tang Yi. I know. If the crown princess was kissed by the son-in-law, she would have a baby. He kissed me and touched me, so I will also have a baby. I want my father to kill him. I'm the princess. How dare he defile me? Tang Yi was dumbfounded. He just wanted to retort this ungrateful woman. But he didn't expect her to take it seriously. How old is she? 18. She should know by now, right? 18 and still unaware of such matters? Kong Shirlan glared fiercely at Tang Yi, saying, Brat, are you satisfied now? She has been weak since childhood, always recovering alone. Apart from the emperor, she has hardly seen any men. Even the teacher who taught her to read was a female teacher. How could she know about such things? Tang Yi was speechless. In other words, this woman is a blank slate in this regard. He rubbed his nose, looking to Kong Shirlan for help. Why don't you comfort her? But then Kong Shirlan also looked displeased. Comfort? How to comfort? Xiao Lan is a blank slate in this regard. She only understands a little bit. Such things are usually taught by the midwife on the night before the wedding. Cough, cough, all right, stop crying. Tang Yi had to step in, saying, I was just scaring you. A kiss won't lead to pregnancy. Sleeping together is what could lead to pregnancy. In short, this issue is very complicated. For now, don't dwell on it. The important thing is that your illness I can treat. Once cured, you'll be no different from a normal person. You can do what you want, and when the time comes for pregnancy, you can explore that yourself. Kong Shirlan and Xiao Lan almost instantly looked up. Really? The imperial physician said Xiao Lan's illness was incurable. Either she would cough to death, or she was on the way to coughing to death, waiting until her internal organs were all coughed out, and then she would die. Now, Tang, he actually said he could cure her? Bang! After hearing the report, Emperor Yanwen stood up again in the carriage, banging his head hard against the roof of the carriage. This time he felt the pain, holding his head as he sat back down, but he was so excited that his whole body was slightly trembling. His daughter's illness had always been a worry for him. Over the years, he had sought countless famous doctors, and the conclusion was always the same. There was no cure. Now, this kid Tang, he actually says he can treat it. Emperor Yanwen almost instantly believed Tang Yi. Hadn't he just saved Lan'er? Sun Yudao was dumbfounded, pointing at Tang Yi in front of him, unable to speak. He can treat tuberculosis? What a joke. This problem that countless doctors could not overcome is so trivial in this young man's mouth. Chapter 35, Kong Shilan, Don't Regret It. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the two beauties, Tang Yi nodded. Really, get some liquid penicillin, it should be effective. However, I need to try to cultivate some penicillium. It will take about half a month. So, you will need to cough for about half a month longer. Making penicillin is difficult, but it can be overcome. It's just that some equipment is a bit hard to get, but I can draw it out and let the ancient glass manufacturers make it. If that doesn't work, I can also try to make it myself. In his previous life, being a top-notch all-around soldier, known as the god of death and hell, these skills were just basic skills he had researched and mastered to cope with the wild battlefield. Just half a month? Kong Shilan and Xiao Lan exchanged excited glances. Especially Xiao Lan, whose big eyes were still glistening with tears, was tightly hugging Kong Shilan while bouncing up and down. She had been coughing for several years and didn't mind coughing for another half a month. If you can cure me, I won't kill you. After a moment, Xiao Lan stroked her little belly and said, Although I find you very annoying, if I have a baby, I might reluctantly accept you as the father. Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Thank you very much. What kind of thought process does this woman have? Tang Yi turned to leave, nearly tripping over a stone on the way. Haha, you fool, you got scared by that? What happened to your skills just now? Xiaolan put her hands on her hips and snorted. Kong Shilan also covered her mouth and laughed, realizing that not only was Lan'er an idiot in matters of the heart, this guy wasn't much better either. Clang! However, after Tang Yi had taken a few steps, two daggers blocked his path. Around them, dozens of people surrounded him, heavily encircling him. Tang Yi then noticed that these people were not the previous guards, but rather dressed in flying fish uniforms, wielding embroidered spring knives, members of the Jinyui. The Jinyui were a direct institution of the emperor. Ning Chuan cough, what do you want? Xiaolan rushed out to block Tang Yi, glaring at the approaching young man. He is my savior. Do you dare to harm him? Kong Shilan bowed and said, Ning Qianhu, there's a misunderstanding here. Tang Yi was saving the princess, not offending her. Ning Chuan's expression was cold and proud. He just clasped his hands towards Kong Shilan and Xiaolan, saying, Your Highness, Miss Kong, I'm acting on orders. Please do not make things difficult for me. After speaking, he pressed down on his embroidered spring knife and looked at Tang Yi, saying, Tang Yi, you have disrespected the princess and defied the royal family. I will have you imprisoned tonight and await your punishment. The Northern Town Suppression Office was like the Hall of Yama for the people of Dian. Very few who entered the Northern Town Suppression Office came out alive. Tang Yi's hand slowly clenched into a fist. He could never submit without a fight. Otherwise, entering the Northern Town Suppression Office would make him nothing more than meat on the chopping block. This was a bit unreasonable. Tang Yi's gaze locked onto Ning Chuan's throat. Capturing the king to catch the thief was his only chance to turn the tables. However, Ning Chuan had already seen through his thoughts. He stepped forward to pin down Tang Yi's hand and whispered in a tone only the two could hear, Don't struggle. This is your Uncle Zhao's intention. You've caused too much of a scene tonight. It can't be hidden. In the future, someone will definitely bring it up before the emperor. If you are dealt with tonight, no one will dare to accuse you of this in front of his majesty. Uncle Xiao? Xiaosi? Tang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Was Uncle Xiao so powerful that he could command the Jinyui? Bro, we're the Jinyui. Give us some face. Just walk with us. It's better than us dragging you along for the sake of face. Ning Chuan's hand rested on Tang Yi's shoulder, saying a man should have courage. But we are the elite Jinyui. Your little frame probably can't withstand a few rounds. Tang Yi glanced around. All the Jinyui had their hands on their dagger hilts, eager to try him. Tang Yi was taken aback. What did this mean? He hadn't offended them on their first meeting, so why the hostility? All right, I'll go with you. Tang Yi nodded. 1. He knew Xiao's identity was not simple, and he had some trust in him. 2. Damn it, why was this group of Jinyui so hostile? It seemed like they wanted him to make a move. Although he was strong, this body was far from his peak condition, making it unlikely he could suppress these top-tier experts from the inner court. Moreover, if they started fighting with lethal moves exchanged, it would surely result in casualties, which was not what Tang Yi wanted to see. Tang Yi, Xiaolan stamped her foot in anger. Do you know what you're saying? It's nothing. They just want to talk to me. Tang Yi turned to Kong Shilan and said, Miss Kong, please send someone to tell Yang Xiao to help take care of my sister tonight. I'll go pick her up tomorrow. Kong Shilan nodded slightly. Watching Tang Yi being taken away by the Jinyui, Xiaolan gritted her teeth in anger. I'm going back to find father. He saved me. Father can't be unreasonable like this. Humph. Did you think of discussing reason with me when you escaped privately? Came the cold voice of Emperor Yinwen. Xiaolan was startled and turned around to see Emperor Yinwen sitting in the carriage, staring coldly at her. Kong Shilan didn't expect to have alarmed the emperor and quickly knelt to pay her respects. But before her knees could touch the ground, Chun Jiaoxi helped her up, saying, Miss Kong, His Majesty is in disguise and out on a tour. No need for formalities. After that, Chun Jiaoxi clasped his hands toward Xiaolan, saying, Your Highness, please return to the palace. Xiaolan dared not disobey her father's words, so she could only lower her head and say, Sister Lan, I'll go back first. I'll come to play with you in a few days. The emperor then looked at Kong Shilan and said, Little girl, I heard you're going to hold the Xinyuan poetry meeting to defy my betrothal. Kong Shilan's body slightly stiffened, and she quickly bowed and replied, Your Majesty, I want to be in charge of my marriage. In charge of your marriage? Emperor Yinwen's eyes narrowed slightly. Kong Shilan bit her thin lip. Marriage is a big deal, dictated by parents and matchmakers, and moreover, this was an imperial betrothal. She knew how rebellious her words were. However, Kong Shilan still firmly stated, Yes, I want to be in charge of my marriage. Father, let her decide her own marriage. Xiaolan pretended to cough, struggling for breath, and said, What if Sister Lan doesn't do well in a betrothal arranged by you? Father, since you don't even know the character of the other party. Emperor Yinwen shot a glare at Xiaolan, ignoring her poor acting skills, and said, What if the betrothal is to Tang Yi? Xiaolan suddenly lifted her head. Huh? That's the father of my child, father. Kong Shilan had no hesitation in her heart, and said, I still stand by what I said. I want to be in charge of my marriage. Hearing this, Emperor Yinwen couldn't help but laugh. He lightly tapped the window of the carriage for a moment before saying, All right, I approve. Since you want to hold it, let it be in your grandfather's name instead of yours. Make it grander, and invite all the noble families and dignitaries in the capital to attend. Also, I promise you that after the Xinyuan poetry meeting, I will retract the decree and no longer arrange a marriage for you. Kong Shilan's heart was immediately tumultuous, filled with shock. Her grandfather was the current leader of the literary world in Dian, and more than half of the officials in Dian were his students. Holding it in his name would guarantee the attendance of all the nobility and aristocracy in the capital. But what she didn't understand was why the emperor was doing this. I will also personally attend. Upon hearing this, Kong Shilan's head buzzed. The emperor would also attend. Her Xinyuan poetry meeting, in a sense, was a demonstration to force the emperor to retract the marriage, and the emperor actually agreed to her demonstration. Not only that, but he was also personally backing her. What was going on? I thank your majesty. Kong Shilan. If she couldn't figure it out, she would go back and ask her grandfather. Kong Shilan, don't regret it. Emperor Yinwen smiled meaningfully and lowered the curtain of the carriage as it drove away from the Rouge building. Xiaolan immediately panicked. Father, I haven't gotten on the carriage yet. What do I do if you leave? The carriage from your princess's residence has already arrived, waiting to take you back. Emperor Yinwen's indifferent voice came. Kong Shilan stood in place, her face still filled with confusion. Regret? Regret what? I will never regret it. At this moment, Emperor Yinwen in the carriage could hardly contain a smile. It's better not to arrange a marriage. A good man should naturally be kept for my own daughter. Chapter 36. The Fierce and Unmatched Fourth Prince. Northern Town Suppression Office, prison. As soon as Tang Yi entered the prison, a foul stench of decay mixed with blood assaulted his senses. At the same time, the sound of hysterical screams echoed through the corridor, like the wails of vengeful ghosts. Don't be afraid. We will be very gentle. Ning Tuan Tuklet. He thought that someone like Tang Yi, a child of a noble family, would definitely vomit and defecate on the spot upon seeing such foul smells and heart-rending screams, scared to the point of losing control. However, to his surprise, Tang Yi looked at him with a calm expression and said, I'm not afraid. Isn't it just a night in here? Are you guys from the Jinui really that poor? The prison is all rusty and you don't even replace it? After the iron rusts, it becomes brittle and can break with a little pressure. Tang Yi raised his hand and snapped a rusty iron bar into two. Looking at the broken prison door, Ning Chuan's face twitched slightly. Damn it, do we need you to teach us a lesson? Who the hell is crazy enough to break the Jinui's prison door? Looking at the layout of the prison, he thought it was also inadequate. There were too few ventilation openings, and it was too damp. More ventilation openings would be better. Seeing Tang Yi shaking his head as he assessed the prison, Ning Chuan and the group of Jinui behind him were grinding their teeth, wanting to beat him up. The Jinui's prison was meant to instill fear, not comfort the prisoners. Ning Chuan gritted his teeth. Tang Yi nodded. That's true. Otherwise, there wouldn't be legends of the Jinui being the Hall of Yama. Is there an interrogation going on? Passing by an interrogation room, Tang Yi noticed that some Jinui were interrogating a prisoner. The prisoner stood, handcuffed and shackled opposite the Jinui, his hair disheveled, but without any injuries, clearly not tortured. Though his right hand's fingers seemed hurt, with blood seeping through the bandage. He maintained a calm expression, straightened his back, and answered the Jinui's questions in an orderly manner. Beside him was his luggage, a black package containing a set of clothes and 2 account books. Tang Yi's occupational habit kicked in as he stood in front of the interrogation room, watching the Jinui interrogate the prisoner. What are you doing? You're still a prisoner. Ning Chuan was furious. Damn it. If you keep this up, do you believe I'll throw you in there and make you go through the torture? Who is he? Tang Yi turned to look at Ning Chuan. Does it have anything to do with you? Ning Chuan retorted. It has nothing to do with me. Just curious. Tang Yi said as he turned to walk further inside, no longer asking. The man was a merchant from HEIR. He had some issues with his travel permit and was caught in the morning, but it wasn't a big deal. Once his guarantor came to bail him out, he could leave. Of course, that required paying a hefty bail. Otherwise, would the Jinui lose face? HEIR? Isn't that to the south? Tang Yi squinted and said, in that case, this person might be lying. Oh, then tell me, what is the problem? Ning Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The Jinui following Ning Chuan also scoffed. The second division of the Jinui didn't find any issues. You think you could just tell by looking? The guys from the second division were notoriously ruthless. They could create problems even when there weren't any. And would they let someone with problems go? Tang Yi paid no attention to the ridicule from the crowd and replied calmly. There's been heavy rain in the south for 3 consecutive days. Anyone coming from the south would have some mud on them. But he doesn't have a speck of mud on him, which proves he didn't come from the south. This was a case for the second division and not under the jurisdiction of the first division. So Ning Chuan didn't pay much attention to it, only holding his embroidered spring knife and laughing. That makes sense. Doesn't he ride a horse or take a carriage? In that case, he wouldn't have any mud on him, right? Tang Yi glanced at Ning Chuan and said, his luggage only includes 2 account books and 1 piece of clothing, indicating he is alone, whether riding a horse or in a carriage. He would still get wet from the rain, right? Even if he rented a carriage, wouldn't he need to get off to rest or eat? As long as he gets off, he would inevitably get some mud on him, right? Hearing this, Ning Chuan's smile gradually faded. At this moment, he finally realized that the young man in front of him was not just playing around. He had genuinely noticed some information that the second division had overlooked. Continue. Ning Chuan looked up at Tang Yi and said, what else do you see? Tang Yi shook his head and said, come on, don't you all read? Sitting upright, legs slightly apart, hands on the table, this is the typical sitting posture of an officer in the Northern D Emperor's Guard. This person must have developed this habit from sitting like this for a long time. So when facing interrogation, he sits this way too. At this point, Tang Yi raised his hand and said, moreover, his index and middle fingers are injured, and several joints are hurt at the same time. What do you think could cause such injuries? So he might not be injured. Rather, to prevent you from noticing, he deliberately removed the calluses from his fingers. After all, the guards of the Northern D Emperor are all skilled archers. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan finally changed his expression, and the other Jinhui looked at Tang Yi with shock and disbelief. If what Tang Yi said was true, then this guy was indeed a spy for the Northern D, and he had just arrived in the capital of Dian, possibly even a big shot. Lin Bao, inform the 2nd Division about the situation. If they don't respond, we'll take the case. Ning Chuan issued the order. A Jinhui immediately took his leave. Ning Chuan patted Tang Yi on the shoulder, no longer carrying the previous sarcasm. Kid, not bad. If it turns out as you say, and we confirm this guy is a spy, you'll get credit for it. The people from the 1st Division of the Jinhui looked at Tang Yi, their hostility finally lessening. No wonder he caught the Emperor's attention. This guy really has some skills. Just being polite, it's nothing special. Tang Yi shrugged. One sentence made everyone want to beat him again. Soon, Tang Yi was thrown into a cell. As soon as he was brought into the prison, he heard a roar from next door. Come here, give me some wine, and bring me some meat. I'm about to starve to death. Do you believe I'll come out and kill you dog servants? Listening to the angry shouts from the neighboring cell, which were powerful and deep, Tang Yi thought, with such momentum, how could he possibly look starved? Even if he starved for 3 more days, it probably wouldn't be a problem. Ning Qianhu, who was locked up next door. Ning Chuan waited for Tang Yi to ask and replied. The one next door is the 4th prince, Xiao Di. He killed the son of a Ning and Marquis, who forcibly abducted a common girl and was locked up by the emperor without food or drink. All right, the person he killed was my brother, Tang Yi. He killed your brother, and you can still be so calm? You really have deep brotherly love. Brother. The Princess Gaoyang is a bit willful, but she is definitely the most beautiful princess in Dian. Ning Chuan laughed and gave Tang Yi a thumbs up, then looked at the next cell and deliberately raised his voice. You, who are touching and pressing, have accomplished what we men want to do but dare not do. Just for that, I'll treat you to a drink. Tang Yi. Damn, this dog thief is trying to set me up. Sure enough, the neighboring cell fell silent for a moment, then erupted with a howl of rage. Ning Chuan, what the hell are you saying? Were you next door? What did you do to my sister? I'll kill you. Tang Yi looked at Ning Chuan in disbelief. Is this what you call a peaceful night's sleep? You said you'd let me out of the northern town supervisory office in the morning? Damn, I believed your nonsense. Ning Qianhu, this is too much. Tang Yi gritted his teeth. Don't worry, you'll definitely be let out tomorrow. It's just a matter of whether you go out horizontally or vertically, depending on your luck. Ning Chuan chuckled and turned to leave with a carefree demeanor. How carefree? So carefree that he swayed his hips so dramatically that the keys at his waist flew out. By a stroke of luck, the keys flew into the neighboring cell. Damn it, Ning Chuan, you bastard. Tang Yi turned green at this sight and threatened. Ning Qianhu, are you sure you want to play this way? Playing like this could easily narrow your options. Ning Chuan waved his hand and gave him the middle finger, walking away without looking back. The emperor said you should spark some fireworks overnight. The 4th prince isn't a stunning beauty. What fireworks are you talking about? The emperor is right. Men need passion. What is easier to build rapport than fighting? As long as it doesn't end in death, it should be fine, right? The 4th prince should know his limits. Forget it. Isn't His Majesty very optimistic about this kid? If he can't even survive under the 4th prince, then he doesn't deserve His Majesty's attention. He deserves to be beaten to death. Bang! At the same time, Tang Yi heard the sound of chains clanking from next door. Clearly, the 4th prince had opened the door. A sudden sense of crisis made his body tense up. Then, Tang Yi saw a tall, disheveled young man dragging along. Thick iron chain with both hands resting behind his head, appearing right in front of him. It's you, kid, who dared to disrespect my sister. Xiao Di had straw in his mouth, twisting his neck and swinging his arms. The chain trailing behind him wound around his hands, forming a massive iron fist. Seeing this, Tang Yi's brows furrowed. The chain weighed at least 100 pounds. Most people wouldn't be able to lift it even with both hands, yet in his hands, it seemed as light as cotton, as if it had no weight at all. He's a master. Tang Yi immediately went on high alert and said, It's not disrespect. I'm here to save her. Enough with the nonsense. Before he could finish, The young man had already kicked open the prison door and swung a punch at him. Tang Yi's expression changed drastically as he raised his hand to block. Xiao Di's move was quite ordinary. Tang even thought about his next move. As long as he blocked Xiao Di's fist, he could follow up with a shoulder throw to toss him out. The result: boom! He was the one who flew out first. Xiao Di's seemingly weak punch hit his palm, and Tang Yi felt as if he had been struck by a galloping horse. He couldn't react in time and was immediately sent flying, landing 2 zhong away. In an instant, Tang Yi felt as if his entire right arm had shattered, the piercing pain causing him to break out in a cold sweat. It had been a long time since he had felt such force, but at that moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in his hand. He clutched his right arm and stood up, looking at the young man across from him with a wary expression. Damn it, he had a hunch that Xiao Di was a master, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. How the hell am I supposed to fight? Chapter 37, Tang Jing, Unworthy as a Father. In the palace, in the consort's quarters. After dealing with Princess Gaoyang, the emperor went directly to the consort's quarters. Seeing the emperor's grim expression, Consort Zhao smiled and waved her hand, dismissing everyone around before saying, "What's wrong? Is your majesty still worried about the standoff in the northern border?" The emperor, supported by the consort, sat down and said angrily, "It's not just the standoff in the north. There's a pile of troublesome matters in court. I've already insisted on going to war, and the decree has been made clear. Yet the Ministry of Revenue tells me they have no money. The available silver is less than 500,000 taels, and they are conducting internal inspections, finding that Lu Gongjin embezzled 500,000 taels. Do I not know what kind of person Lu Gongjin is? He's just a diligent and honest man. To give me an explanation, the Ministry of Revenue actually push him out to take the blame. It's simply outrageous." The consort raised her hand to soothe the emperor and said, "So, are you planning to clean up the court and deal with the corrupt officials? Acting against them at this time may affect the war in the northern border." The emperor slammed his fist on the table and said angrily, "Not acting against them now is what will affect the war in the northern border. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Where's that little girl Tang Yi?" Emperor Yinwen glanced around but did not find Tang Yi. The consort smiled and said, "The child is being taken to bathe by the nurse. She doesn't know this is the palace and thinks she is just at her Uncle Zhao's house. I didn't tell her that I am the consort, just that I am her Aunt Xiao. This child is also quite unfortunate." Before the consort could finish, the nurse rushed in with red-rimmed eyes. Your Highness, that child. The nurse pointed towards the inner room, speechless. Tang Yi, Emperor Yinwen, and the consort immediately stood up and hurried into the room. Inside, Tang Yi was curled up in the corner of the bed, lacking the vitality she had when she first entered the palace, vigilantly staring at everyone around her. Her face extremely pale. Seeing the girl before him devoid of her former spirit, Emperor Yinwen's expression turned cold. What nonsense is this? What have you done to her? Everyone in the room was terrified and knelt down. Tang Yi, frightened by Emperor Yinwen, trembled and quickly shook her head, saying, "Uncle Xiao, don't blame my sister and grandmother. It's my fault. The old nurse knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Your Majesty, that little girl is covered in injuries. She wouldn't let us help her bathe. She ran around, and when she fell, we discovered she was covered in bruises and contusions, large patches of them. There was hardly a good piece of flesh on her body." Emperor Yinwen and the consort's expressions changed drastically. "HEIR, come here. Let Uncle take a look at your injuries." Emperor Yinwen stepped forward, wanting to pick up the curled-up Tang Yi from the corner of the bed. However, Tang Yi shrank back even further, shaking her head repeatedly, forcing a smile at the corners of her mouth. "Uncle, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit, and I'll be better soon." "Okay. How can you be okay? Many of your wounds are still bleeding. How much pain must this child be in?" The old nurse was heartbroken, and a group of palace maids were also in tears. Hearing this, Emperor Yinwen's heart sank, and the consort patted his arm, saying, "Your Majesty, let me handle this." The consort walked to the bedside and sat down, looking at the girl hiding in the corner of the bed. The girl was delicate and beautiful, especially her eyebrows and lips, which were strikingly similar to her mother's. Her heart ached, and she smiled at Tang Yi, saying, "HEIR, come to your aunt. Technically, you shouldn't call me aunt. You should call me little aunt. Little aunt? Tang Yi looked up with confusion in her eyes. The consort nodded and said, yes, little aunt. Your mother and I were the best of sisters. Before she married your father, we were together every day. She said that if she had a daughter in the future, she would name her HEIR. Your mother played the zither beautifully, even better than your little aunt. Thinking of her mother playing the zither, tears streamed down Tang Yin's big eyes. Yes, mother plays the zither so well. I miss my mother so much. I don't have a mother anymore. Those words pierced the consort's heart. She reached out to rub Tang Yin's head and held her in her arms, saying, who said that? HEIR is so good. Your little aunt is also your mother. Be good. Let your little aunt see your injuries. Otherwise, your little aunt will be sad. Tang Yi nestled in the consort's embrace, nodding slightly. With permission granted, the consort slowly lifted Tang Yin's clothes and indeed saw that her emaciated body was covered in countless injuries. Many were from being pinched, with fingerprints deeply embedded in the flesh, and others were from being hit. The force was so heavy that the large palm prints were clearly visible on the child's body. The consort could no longer hold back her tears, and they flowed down like a burst dam. She slowly removed Tang Yin's pants, revealing her thin legs, which were also covered in injuries. Especially on the inner thighs, they'd been pinched so badly that the flesh was raw and bleeding. The consort thought back to when Tang Yi entered the palace, being led in by the nurse, still bouncing and kneeling to salute her. How much pain must she have endured at that time? The consort held Tang Yi in her arms, not speaking, but her body trembled slightly. If her mother knew that she had suffered so much, she would be heartbroken. Who? At this moment, Emperor Yanwen was panting heavily, like a trapped beast, angrily pacing back and forth. Afraid of frightening the child, he did not speak, but the coldness in his eyes was almost palpable. Tang Yi was just a 5-year-old child. What grievance could she have? How could anyone be so cruel to a child? Little aunt, I'm fine. I'll get better soon. Tang Yi nudged her small head against the consort's embrace and said, little aunt, please don't tell brother, okay? If brother finds out, he will beat second brother and sister-in-law to death. I don't want brother to worry. So, it was Tang family's second son and his wife who did this? Emperor Yanwen's face turned ashen, and he turned to leave. What a Tang Jing, not only neglecting your legitimate son, but also being so lax in teaching. How can you still have the face to be a model for the officials? I won't spare you. Your Majesty, no. The consort called out to Emperor Yanwen. Emperor Yanwen stopped in his tracks and turned back to look. The virtuous concubine was holding Tang Yi and said, this is a matter for the subjects. It's not appropriate for your Majesty to intervene. Let's wait for Tang Yi to come out and let him handle it himself. If Tang Yi can't resolve it, I will handle it. I am their aunt, so it is reasonable for me to step in. Emperor Yanwen naturally understood this, but he was still quite angry. I am an emperor with many children and daughters. I have my favorites and those I don't like, but at least I won't harm them. Tang Yi, you are unworthy to be a father. The virtuous concubine gently tapped Tang Yin's nose and smiled, saying, all right, your aunt promises not to tell your brother. But you need to take a medicinal bath. Your aunt will help you apply the medicine. Otherwise, without your aunt telling him, your brother will definitely find out. Tang Yi notet vigo dusin. Chapter 38. Those who write well will be the top scholars. The next day, the palace examination officially began. Early in the morning, Tang Jing took in Shuangyu and Tang Hao to Tang Hua's courtyard to busy themselves. Just for the clothes alone, they tried on more than 100 sets before settling on one. The headpiece, shoes, and hairstyle were all carefully matched after trying them on one by one. It took a full 2 hours for Tang Hua to be dressed properly. By this time, the sky had already brightened, and Tang Hua stood in the courtyard holding a folding fan, looking handsome and elegant, unmatched among young gentlemen. Oh, my son is truly remarkable, just by this temperament. There won't be anyone in the imperial palace who can compete with him. Yin Shuangyu's eyes brimmed with tears, excitedly saying, today's top scholar must belong to my son, right? My lord. Tang Jing was also very satisfied with Tang Hua's outfit. Smiling and nodding, Huaer was taught by me personally. His talent will naturally shine above all others and surpass all scholars in the world. Let's go. Today I will take you to win the top scholar. Tang Hua raised his lips and looked toward the western courtyard with a somewhat playful expression, saying, Father, Should we inform Xiao Yi? No need. After you win the top scholar, invite him to the celebration when you return. Tang Jing's smile faded. He didn't want Tang Yi's sharp tongue to affect Tang Hua. However, for an entire night, no one in the Tang family noticed that Tang Yi and Tang Yin were not home. In the imperial palace, in the study, Emperor Yanwen had just changed into his court attire when he summoned Ning Chuan. He was eager to know the situation in the prison. How did Tang Yi get along with Xiao Di last night? Did that kid Xiao Di manage to convince Tang Yi? Emperor Yanwen smiled. He was quite fond of his son Xiao Di. He had a carefree personality, strong opinions, and ideas. But he had grown up outside and had a bit of rogue air. However, taming Tang Yi shouldn't be too difficult. As a result, Emperor Yanwen saw Ning Chuan kneeling on the ground, his expression very strange, hesitating to speak. Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in Emperor Yanwen's heart. What's going on? Did something unexpected happen? Did Xiao Di fail to tame Tang Yi? Ning Chuan did not dare to hide the truth and quickly clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, I believe it was not the fourth prince who tamed Tang Yi, but rather Tang Yi who tamed the fourth prince. Ning Chuan recounted what he had witnessed last night. Emperor Yanwen. This is possible? After pondering for a moment, Emperor Yanwen sighed. There isn't a useful one among them. However, he realized he had indeed made a miscalculation, not considering Xiao Xi's indulgence toward Gao Yang. And he never expected that Tang Yi would dare to call him by his name and endorse himself. Your Majesty, yesterday when Tang Yi was imprisoned, he even helped the Jinyui identify a Northern D spy. Although he was displeased with Tang, Ning Chuan did not downplay his merit. A Northern D spy? This kid has such skills? Emperor Yanwen was also somewhat speechless. This fellow was indeed never idle. Ning Chuan clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, we have already interrogated him. Here is the confession. Ning Chuan took out the confession from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Diaoxi. This person's name is Wu Yong, a traitor of Dian, a slave serving the Northern Decon, who became one of the most trusted individuals of the Northern Decon through his own abilities. He infiltrated Dian to keep track of Dian's movements at all times. Furthermore, during the interrogation, I obtained an unverified piece of information that is quite significant, and I ask Your Majesty to make a decision. Emperor Yanwen was initially indifferent to spies. It was normal for Dian and Northern D to engage in conflict and send spies to test each other. However, upon hearing Ning Chuan's words, he realized that things might not be that simple. After receiving the confession from Chen Diaoxi and reading it, Emperor Yanwen couldn't help but frown. Northern D is colluding with Dongyu, attempting to swallow Dian's northern borders? This is impossible. Dian and Dongyu have just signed a non-aggression pact, and the prime minister responsible for signing the pact hasn't returned to Dian yet. How could Dongyu possibly collude with Northern D? Emperor Yanwen did not believe it. Although various pacts between Dongyu and Dian were signed at the border by Prime Minister Fan Yong, he and the Emperor of Dong were the driving forces behind this matter. This was a political achievement he could present, and once the Prime Minister returned to the capital, it could be announced to the world. This would be a glorious moment for Emperor Yanwen. Now, however, to say that the signing of the pact was false, that Dongyu was pretending to build a road while secretly moving troops, attempting to join forces with Northern D to divide Dian? Is this the work of that little brat Tang Yi? Emperor Yanwen snorted coldly. Tang Yi had indeed had such insights before. However, just as he was about to speak, Emperor Yanwen dismissed the thought himself. If it were the prime minister or a powerful minister in the court, that could be understood. But Tang Yi, that kid, still didn't have that capability. Go! Bring that spy to see me. I want to interrogate him personally. Emperor Yanwen did not show favoritism and immediately ordered Ning Chuan to fetch the person. He wanted to conduct the interrogation himself. The consequences of this matter were too serious to be taken lightly. A quarter of an hour later, Emperor Yanwen arrived at the Zijing Hall. After the earlier incident, Emperor Yanwen was in a very bad mood. Seeing the smiling officials and the young scholars participating in the examination, he couldn't help but feel displeased, especially when he saw Tang Jing and his son enjoying the compliments from everyone. His anger flared up. The officials and scholars bowed to Emperor Yanwen, who coldly said, Today we will not discuss politics, only the palace examination. Previously, the little poet had written a passionate poem Man Jiang Hong, which made me decide not to yield to Northern D anymore. However, you all still believe we should negotiate with Northern D, leading to my imperial decree being issued, and the Ministry of War being negligent in preparations, while the Ministry of Revenue was also lackadaisical in organizing supplies. Very well, I will give you this opportunity. Emperor Yinwen stood up, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. All the ministers who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with him. Emperor Yinwen snorted coldly and said, "Today's examination topic will be, if I go to war with Northern D, what will happen? Write a poem or a CI based on this theme. Those who write well will be the top scholar." Upon hearing this, the faces of the ministers changed instantly, and a rustle of discussion erupted in the hall. What? How can this be the topic? Is your majesty making things difficult for us or for those young scholars? How can your majesty be so unfair? I refuse to accept this. The ministers were outraged. However, Emperor Yinwen made it clear that he was venting his dissatisfaction. The Ministry of War was not diligent in preparing for battle, and the Ministry of Revenue was negligent in their preparations, which had already angered the emperor. If they could not produce a good poem or CI advising against war today, things might not end easily. Moreover, it had to be a poem comparable to Man Jiang Hong. This was indeed a challenge. Even they could not achieve it, let alone those novice scholars. Tang Yi also looked grim, feeling that the emperor had gone too far. How many people in the world could write poetry like Man Jiang Hong? Your Majesty, I. Tang Yi instinctively stood up, wanting to rebut. Emperor Yinwen shot him a cold glance. You old fool, indulging your son and abusing your daughter. And I haven't settled accounts with you yet you dare to talk back. Tang Yi met Emperor Yinwen's death glare, his body stiffened, and he immediately changed his words. Your Majesty is wise. I have no objections. Chapter 39, Good HEIR, well done. All the ministers looked at Tang Yi with ugly expressions. No objections? Can your son write it out? You dare to have no objections? If he can't write it out today, it would be a shame for all of us. Not just for you, Tang Yi. Seeing the crowd's gaze fixed on him, Tang Yi was also sweating profusely. Don't look at me like that. If you have the ability, go negotiate with the emperor. All right. Only Tang Hua was so excited that he was breathing rapidly. The conditions required by the emperor. Isn't that poem Spring Expectation in Tang Yi's room suitable? Haha. Then let his poem accomplish me. Your servant, as the top scholar of this imperial examination, should set an example for the students of the world. Tang Hua immediately stepped forward, cupping his hands and loudly saying, Your Majesty. Although that poem Full River Red is written exceptionally well and is impassioned, it is merely a case of needless lamentation. Your Majesty, though dying is great, being warlike will lead to its downfall. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Full River Red is nothing but words that mislead the country and its people. Your Majesty should discard it like an old shoe. And we, the ministers of Dian, have exhausted our efforts for the sake of the Dian's fortunes, sacrificing ourselves. This is the fortune of Dian, and they should be the ones to receive your Majesty's compassion. Today, let me present a poem of admonition on behalf of all the ministers. Tang Hua's voice was righteous and solemn. Hearing his words, the gazes of the ministers softened. Although his tone was a bit arrogant, his words were quite resonant. We exhaust ourselves to advise peace for the sake of Dian's tranquility to save lives. But how can your Majesty not understand our heartfelt concerns? Must it take another humiliation like Jinkong for your Majesty to be honest? Emperor Yinwen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Tang Hua. He opens his mouth again, full of righteousness and morality. It's shameful. When others advise me, I can still listen to a portion, but your Tang family has no qualifications. Advising me about a 5-year-old girl, you? Absurd. Oh, then, little love minister, please begin your performance. Emperor Yinwen raised his hand, a smile on his lips with a hint of mockery. Full River Red is a poem that misleads the country and its people. Then I want to see what you soft-boned individuals can write that is impassioned. The gazes of everyone focused on Tang Hua. Tang Yi clenched his fists, even more nervous, his hands sweating, his heart racing. Tang Hua smiled with the satisfaction of a scheme succeeding, walking leisurely in the great hall, pretending to be in deep thought. After a moment, Tang Hua spoke, his voice tinged with sorrow. The country is broken, the mountains and rivers remain. The city is deep with spring grass and trees. Feeling the time, flowers splash tears. Hating separation, birds startle the heart. Everyone was originally focused, tense, and expectant. But as soon as these 4 lines of poetry emerged, almost all breaths synchronized and momentarily halted. In just 4 short lines, the sense of devastation, vicissitude, and desolation of the post-war city was fully drawn. The once prosperous city now lies in ruins. How could it not evoke sadness and tears? Isn't this the scene of the Jingkong humiliation years ago? Emperor Yanwen's pupils slightly constricted. He had underestimated this guy. Truly talented. Those few lines of poetry also evoked images buried deep in his heart. But unlike the ministers who were excited, Emperor Yanwen felt only shame. It had been over a decade since the Jingkong humiliation. But no one knew that he was alive because he had hidden in a dog hole in the East Palace back then. They wanted him to hide in a dog hole again. The beacon fires lasted 3 months. Family letters worth thousands of gold. With white hair scratched short. I can barely hold a hairpin. The following 4 lines, Tang Hua suddenly raised both hands high, his voice sharply rising, echoing throughout the hall. The echo was still reverberating. But the entire hall was frighteningly quiet. All eyes were fixed on a young man, standing in the center of the hall. Whether it was from emotion or the previous humiliation of full river red being washed away, many ministers had red eyes, tears misting. They thought full river red was already a momentary masterpiece, but unexpectedly, Tang Hua's poem of admonition was even more stunning. The most important thing was that Tang Hua had said this poem was written from their perspective. Your Majesty, look, we are not afraid of battle. We truly care for the country and its people. Look, we are so worried that our hair has fallen out and we can no longer insert hairpins. Who said we couldn't write it? We did it. Who said we, as literati, couldn't write verses to advise your Majesty to stop the war? Who? Well, it's no wonder you are the top of the gold list. Well done, Minister Tang. You have taught a good son. After a moment of silence, the entire hall instantly erupted. The civil officials, previously suppressed by full river red, now completely let themselves go, excitedly roaring without regard for their image. Fortunately, Tang Yi was not present. If he were, he would think that if Du Fu knew that his poem of caring for the country and its people was so misinterpreted, the coffin board might not be able to hold him down. Tang Jing trembled with excitement, his old eyes red. Good. Well done. Good job, son. Tang Jing patted Tang Hua's shoulder and said, It's no wonder you are my most outstanding son. You have brought great honor to your father. From today, let us see who still dares to say that I, Tang Jing, favor concubines over my wife. Only a group of military generals looked at the excited civil officials, confused. It was written well, sickly, without any momentum. Where is it good? Emperor Yanwen's expression was also somewhat complex at this time. It seemed he had indeed underestimated Tang Jing. This old man had poor personal morals, but he had to admit that his son was very talented. One Tang Hua. What a pity. If Tang Jing could treat Tang Yi kindly, the Tang family would be a family of dual scholars. If you count Tang Jing, that would be a family of 3 top scholars. One honor. Very good, little love minister. You truly deserve to be the top of the gold list. Indeed. You are exceptionally talented. Emperor Yanwen clapped his hands and said, Based on this poem alone, I appoint you as the top scholar of this imperial examination and appoint you as a compiler in the Hamlin Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang Hua was so excited that his eyes turned red. The Hamlin Academy's compilers, which important ministers in the court are not from the Hamlin Academy. If you want to be conferred a title or become a minister, you must first be from the Hamlin Academy. But how could Tang Hua be satisfied with just a small 6th grade compiler? Now was a great opportunity to win over the ministers and build a good image in their hearts. How could he miss it? Your Majesty, I would rather not have this top scholar title. I only ask your Majesty to stop the war and make peace with the people. Tang Hua knelt down, his head heavily knocking on the ground, saying, I plead with your Majesty for the sake of our Dayan's country and society, to negotiate peace with the Northern D, and not to raise arms again. A group of pro-peace ministers also stood up in agreement. Your Majesty, Scholar Tang is right. Please, Your Majesty, cease the weapons and negotiate peace. Your Majesty, for the sake of the country and society, I hope Your Majesty thinks thrice. Do not truly let our Dian's mountains and rivers be shattered. Your Majesty, I second this. Seeing the crowd behind him kneeling, Tang Hua felt a surge of pride, a sense of being the leader. This feeling was exhilarating. Chapter 40. Your Majesty, you must not joke. Upon hearing this, a group of military generals who had originally not intervened immediately became furious. What the hell, I'm all prepared. You're saying no battle now? Screw you. The troops have already set out, the generals have been chosen, and you're saying no battle now? What a joke. A group of military generals were immediately displeased, jumping up in anger. However, no one paid them any mind. A bunch of coarse soldiers, why bother with them? Tang Jing directly ignored the group of military generals, stepping forward to bow to Emperor Yanwen and said, Your Majesty, you previously stated that as long as someone can write a poem of admonition, there will be something to discuss. Your Majesty, you must not joke. Emperor Yanwen looked at this scene, his face extremely gloomy. He indeed meant that. He thought no one could write a poem better than Full River Red, but he didn't expect Tang Hua to write it. This put him in a difficult position. Not to fight. The troops have already been dispatched, provisions are being gathered, and the imperial edict has been issued. To say no battle now? What would that group of military generals think? Fight. This is what he said before. Should he, as an emperor, go back on his word? Chun Jiaoxi was well aware of Emperor Yanwen's situation at this time and quietly reminded him, Your Majesty, Ning Qianhu has brought someone. Emperor Yanwen was taken aback and immediately understood. We could talk, but before we do, I want you to meet someone first. Emperor Yanwen shouted, Come in, bring him up. Ning Chuan then dragged in a bloodied man into the main hall. Seeing the Jinui bring in a bloodied person, the civil officials felt a jolt in their hearts, sensing a hint of bad premonition. The involvement of Jinui was definitely not a good sign. Minister Ning Chuan, greetings to Your Majesty. Ning Chuan threw Wu Yong onto the ground and knelt, saying, The person has been brought. Please decide, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the ministers were immediately confused. Emperor Yanwen looked at Wu Yong coldly and asked, Who are you? What business do you have in Dian? Speak honestly. Wu Yong struggled to get up from the ground and coldly stared at Emperor Yanwen. I am a spy under Shuali Khan, Wu Yong, responsible for gathering intelligence on Dian. Ha, a bunch of foolish pigs, just wait. Your doom is coming soon. Shuali Khan will lead 300,000 Iron Cavalry, along with 300,000 troops from Dongyu, to completely divide Dian. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and the entire hall erupted in chaos. What? The Northern D and Dongyu have teamed up? Impossible, this absolutely cannot be. Dongyu just signed a pact with our Dian. How dare they betray us? Presumptuous. Who are you to speak such nonsense here? Tell me, who instructed you? The ministers were instantly filled with rage, yelling at Wu Yong. At this moment, many of them thought this was a play by the emperor, a well-rehearsed act to prevent peace talks. Dongyu and Northern D had just signed a non-aggression pact, and the chancellor who signed it hadn't even returned to Dian. How could Dongyu act against Northern D? Is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yong, with his hands and feet shackled, covered in blood, laughed maniacally at the minister's anger, tears streaming down his face. His laughter nearly drowned out the condemnation in the hall. You dog thief, what are you laughing at? Someone couldn't help but shout in anger. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at you bunch of dog thieves. Wu Yong straightened his back with effort, staring at Emperor Yanwen in the main seat. How is it? Your Majesty, do you feel sorrow? Do you feel shame? This is your minister. This is your national pillar. They think of nothing but governance, and don't think of war. Do you think Dian has any hope left? Ha ha. You can only wait for my Northern D army to march south and face another slaughter, to be wiped out completely. Wu Yong swung his hand violently, the iron chain flying off, scaring the ministers into retreating in panic. Emperor Yanwen's expression was unchanged, but he felt as if his face had been slapped. The ministers were furious at being humiliated, and Tang Jing directly pointed at Wu Yong. angrily scolding, "Look at you, a person from Dian. Yet you have become a dog of Northern D, a traitor. How dare you shout here?" "I'm not," Wu Yong retorted angrily. "I'm not a person of Dian. 15 years ago, I was no longer a person of Dian." Wu Yong swept his gaze across the hall, filled with hatred. "Dian people, huh? I hate those 3 words the most in my life. Do you know how we have lived in Northern D all these years? Our women, our daughters, suffer humiliation from a Northern D people day and night. Our children, just born, the first thing they see in this world is a hot branding iron. The red-hot iron against their tender bottoms, with a hissing sound, the smell of burnt flesh spreading in the air, followed by the cries of the children. For the rest of their lives, they will only have one identity, a slave. And all of this is because of you. If it weren't for you so-called pillars of the court being greedy for power and selling out the country, if you weren't so afraid of death, how would countless common people have suffered this misfortune? It is you who stood by and watched your own people being taken away by Northern D without lifting a finger. I dare to ask, who is the dog thief?" "Huh? Ha ha." Wu Yong pointed at the ministers, laughing wildly, tears mixed with blood falling down, making his face alternately pale and blue, looking extremely terrifying. A group of civil officials felt their scalps go numb at the images Wu Yong described. Meanwhile, military generals like Di Song clenched their fists, feeling a burning shame, and bowed their heads. Emperor Yanwen calmly watched the crazed Wu Yong, feeling as if his heart was being pierced by a knife. "Dian people? Speed. I am a traitor. I cannot be forgiven. But I still feel ashamed of you. With you and Dian, it is doomed." "Ha ha ha." Wu Yong looked wildly at Emperor Yanwen, saying, "I have said what I needed to say. Your Majesty, the high and mighty Emperor, come and kill me if you want. If I frown even once, I will not forgive the thousands of compatriots who died in humiliation." Emperor Yanwen looked at Wu Yong, standing in the main hall, momentarily speechless. Treason deserves to be punished. Selling out the country deserves death. But they had once been loyal to the emperor and loved the country, who loved them in return. Emperor Yanwen's gaze fell on the ministers in the hall, feeling that they were particularly glaring at this moment. Loyalty to the emperor and love for the country. Huh. They do not know the suffering of the people, nor do they understand the needs of the common folk. It is just a slogan. "Ning Chuan, take him down." Emperor Yanwen did not order Wu Yong to be killed. He was the emperor, the master of everything, but he did not have that face. Wu Yong continued to laugh as he was dragged away by Ning Chuan, but he still laughed. However, as he exited the main hall, he tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood, along with his bitten-off tongue. He committed suicide by biting his tongue. He had lived until now just to stand in this hall and say what he wanted to say. If he lived, his family in Northern D would die. Emperor Yanwen suddenly stood up, seeing that the man had slowly knelt down, but was looking up with wide eyes towards the north. If his identity had not been discovered by Tang Yi, what he wanted to do was lead the hundreds of thousands of troops of Dian into the encirclement of Northern D and Dongyu to annihilate the living forces of Dian. He did not regret it. He only hated this country for forgetting them. They were not pigs or sheep. They were people. Finally, Wu Yong's head slowly drooped, and only a vague sound came. Hee lulialu. That was his last words, but no one could hear clearly what he said. Chapter 41. Is Dian going to be destroyed? Wu Yong is dead. A spy, a traitor of Dian, is dead. But the entire hall fell into silence. Many civil officials looked terrified, shocked by this scene. As for Tang Hua, he had already collapsed on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The old General Di Tsong looked up, also gazing towards the north, his old eyes reddened, filled with undisguised anger and self-reproach. If he had insisted back then, if he hadn't given up military power, if he hadn't been deceived by Zhao Hu, if he had counterattacked and killed back, would these tragedies have unfolded? Emperor Yanwen stood in front of the dragon chair, also speechless for a long time. After a while, Emperor Yanwen looked at Ning Chuan and said flatly, "Take him down. Bury him." Ning Chuan saluted and waved his hand, and Tu Jinyui immediately stepped forward, carrying Wu Yong out of the Zijing Hall. The serving maids and eunuchs rushed out immediately, quickly cleaning up the blood on the ground. Soon, the hall returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. "Your Majesty, This villain committed suicide in the hall, just to make you feel sympathy for him. You must not be deceived. Tang Yi stepped forward and said solemnly, "Moreover, our Dian has already allied with Dongyu, and the treaty was personally signed by our Dian's chancellor." How could it be false? This villain actually claims that Dongyu has colluded with Northern D. It is simply ridiculous. Other ministers also regained their composure and echoed in agreement. What Lord Tang said is indeed correct, Your Majesty. This is the Northern D trying to sow discord. Your Majesty, you must not let the words of a traitor mislead our great Yin. Your Majesty, the alliance with Eastern Yu was pushed forward by your own hand. Are you trying to overturn your own conclusion? Emperor Yin looked at the indignant ministers in the Great Hall, feeling a chill in his heart. If he had previously doubted Wu Yong's intelligence, now he was beginning to waver. However, his ministers, his loyal supporters, did not immediately seek to verify Wu Yong's testimony, but instead looked for excuses to refute it. Report. Urgent news from 800 miles away. Eastern Yu has gathered 300,000 heavy troops, borrowing passage through Northern Yin, attempting to launch a surprise attack on our great Yan's Young City Pass. Eastern Yu is conspiring with Northern D to divide our great Yan's northern territories within a month. At this moment, a roar came from outside the Great Hall. The voice grew louder, filled with desperation. What? Emperor Yin stood up abruptly, and Ditsong also raised his head, both looking towards the hall's exit, their faces filled with shock. Tang Yi's words were true, Wu Yong's testimony was reliable, and Northern D and Eastern Yu had indeed joined forces. Impossible, how could this be? The previously indignant civil officials were now dumbfounded, feeling as if thunder was crashing down on their heads. Northern D and Eastern Yu were conspiring to seize the northern frontier? What a joke. Great Yin had just signed a non-aggression pact with Eastern Yu. The prime minister who went to sign the contract had not even returned to the capital when Eastern Yu had already torn up the agreement. But if this were true, then Great Yin would be attacked from both sides, and the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the urgent report had already entered the Great Hall. Emperor Yin coldly commanded, "Bring it to me." Chen Jiaoxi hurriedly ran down from the hall, took the urgent report from the already exhausted knight, and quickly delivered it to Emperor Yin. After Emperor Yin received and read the urgent report, he was so furious that his eyes turned red. The confidential report was sent jointly by the secret agents of Eastern Yu and Northern Yin, stamped with the Great Seal of Su Dingen, the commander of the Eastern Border Troops. This meant that the reported events were true. Northern D secretly dispatched 300,000 troops, attempting to borrow passage from Northern Yin and directly penetrate Great Yan's Young City Pass from the side. In another 20 days, they would reach Young City Pass. Once Young City Pass was breached, the entire northern front of Great Yin would have no defenses, and the Northern D army would easily invade Great Yin. In less than 3 days, the cavalry of Northern D would be seen outside the capital. And if the capital wished to seek reinforcements, it would take at least more than a month. There was simply not enough time. Smash! Emperor Yin slammed the urgent report down in front of Tang Yi, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Look, take a good look for me." Tang Yi picked up the report from the ground, and many ministers gathered around. After reading the report, their faces turned pale, and some ministers were even so frightened that they could not stand. "Damn it, Eastern Yu is shameless. How dare they betray us? Ha! What non-aggression, this is their scheme. Northern D is mobilizing troops at the border to distract us, and Eastern Yu allied with us to make us let our guard down. Shameful." The ministers were furious, jumping up and down in anger. Emperor Yin looked at Tang Yi and the other ministers, speaking coldly. "Talk. Good, fine, now we can talk. Do you think you can just hand over Great Yan's northern territories to Northern D?" Emperor Yan's voice was icy, reverberating through the Great Hall. Upon hearing his words, the ministers all knelt down in unison. "We are willing to die 10,000 times. Your Majesty, please forgive us." "Forgive you? What crime have you committed?" Emperor Yin stood up, looking down at the ministers. "The country is broken. The mountains and rivers remain. The city is spring, and the grass and trees are deep. The flowers in spring shed tears, and the birds are startled by the parting. The beacon fires have lasted for 3 months. A letter from home is worth a fortune. My hair has grown shorter with age, and I can hardly hold a hairpin. What great poetry! Isn't this the true portrayal of all of you, my dear ministers? Very well, now it's time for all of you to contribute. Smash! Emperor Yin slammed his palm on the dragon table, looking down at the ministers kneeling all over the Zijing Hall. Talk, you must talk for me. I give you half a day to come up with a way to break the enemy. Don't you want to talk? I'm giving you the opportunity now. If you can't reach an agreement, I'll take your heads. Emperor Yin stood up and quickly walked out of the great hall. Di-tsang, come with me. He had no hope for this group of fools. If they were good at scheming against each other, they would be formidable. But if he wanted them to devise strategies, if they did not unite, their plans would be useless. Now he just wanted to see Tang Yi. The young man had spoken with such conviction that he clearly had a countermeasure. Thinking of this, Emperor Yin felt a wave of regret. If he had known this would happen, he should have let that kid finish speaking that day, and he wouldn't be so passive now. He had wasted precious time for nothing. Di-tsang naturally knew that Emperor Yin wanted to see Tang Yi now, and quickly follow behind. As Emperor Yin and Di-tsang left, the civil officials stood in the Zijing Hall, exchanging glances, feeling like crying without tears. Damn it, if we had known. We should not have delayed. Otherwise, the army would already be on its way to support the Northern Front. Now, what was the use of saying this? Now, they needed to figure out a way to break the enemy. With 300,000 troops from Northern D moving south, and another 300,000 troops from Eastern U attacking the Northern Front, the Northern Front could hardly hold out for a few days. If it did not resolve this well, Great Yin might face not just another humiliation of Jinkong, but annihilation. Hearing the words annihilation, the entire Great Hall fell into a dead silence. Tang Hua also stared blankly. How could this be? Clearly, he had stunned everyone today. He was supposed to be the center of attention, but now he was forgotten in the corner. Chapter 42. Tang Yi's strategy to repel the enemy North Town Guard office. Prison. After a night of adjustment, Tang Yi and Xiao Di had become good brothers. While chatting, Tang Yi finally learned why this guy, despite being a prince, always had a rough demeanor. He had grown up in Wudong, following his senior brothers and sisters to wander the world, acting heroically and seeking justice. He was later thrown into the border army for a few years, so how could he still have any royal elegance? He had only returned to the capital half a month ago. The first thing he did upon returning to the capital was to draw his sword and kill the son of the Marquis of Ningen, who was also Ning Chuan's younger brother, Ning HEIR. After just one night of getting along with Xiao Di, Tang, he discovered that although he had been desperately studying the knowledge of this world in Tang Jing's study, he still knew too little about it. For example, martial arts. He knew martial arts too. In his previous life, no more than a dozen enemies could approach him. He even believed that he could have fought against the secret guards behind Ning Chuan. But after witnessing Xiao Di punch the ground and create a crack over 10 meters long last night, Tang, he was left doubting his life. Science? Screw your science. Even the ancestors of scientists couldn't explain what true energy was in this world. Thus, the originally confident Tang Yi, who wanted to show off in front of Xiao Di, became honest on the spot, fearing that if Xiao Di got unhappy, he would be smashed in half with a punch. The two chatted all night and fell asleep in each other's arms in a daze. So when they woke up in the morning, the first thing they did was check their rear ends. Damn, why are you hugging me while drinking? Xiao Di glared, covered in goosebumps. You little sister, how could you still have the nerve to say that? Your fist is bigger than my head, and you had it resting on my head. How could I move? Tang, he was also quite distressed, mainly because the two brothers had reactions, and then he imagined the scene of hugging Xiao Di from behind, which was simply unbearable to look at. That was you asking me to teach you martial arts. Xiao Di shouted in anger. How was that teaching? You clearly wanted to use me as a sandbag. You bullied my sister. Nonsense, I was saving her. Damn it, you were talking in your sleep last night so loud. One hand couldn't cover it all. Your thin lips are so soft, very comfortable. Tang, he stared at Xiao Di, his face as dark as a pot bottom. Damn, can you use your brain a bit? Even if I talk in my sleep, but I never talk in my sleep. Tang, you can leave now. The two stared at each other, and Ning Chuan's voice came from outside. Open the door, staying with this idiot affects my IQ. Tang, turned and left, righteous indignation. I'm out of here, gotta run, or I'll get beaten. Why can he leave? Why can't I go out? Xiao Di gritted his teeth, and Ning Chuan looked at him indifferently. You killed my brother, and I'm not attacking you now. I'm giving you face. I'm in a bad mood today. If you want to practice, I'll accompany you. No, I like being in jail. Xiao Di immediately smiled and shook his head repeatedly. Tang Yi glanced at Ning Chuan, thinking this guy must be even more impressive than Xiao Di. Otherwise, with Xiao Di's reckless nature, could he let it go so easily? The spy you identified last night is dead. The two walked toward the prison door when Ning Chuan suddenly said. Tang Yi paused slightly and asked, "Can you tell me more?" Ning Chuan thought for a moment and told Tang Yi everything. This was the will of Emperor Yenwen. After listening, Tang Yi stood in front of the North Town Guard's gate, silent for a long time. "Where is he buried?" After a long time, Tang Yi finally asked. "On the highest mountain 10 miles outside the North City. It overlooks the Northern Territory and can see farther." Ning Chuan looked up towards the north. "Thank you." Tang Yi smiled and said, "Let's go meet Uncle Xiao and General D." Half an hour later, in the restaurant outside Zhuangyuan Street, when Tang Yi pushed open the door, he indeed saw Xiao Su and Di Cong already inside. The two looked at him with intense gazes. After just experiencing Xiao Di's matter, Tang Yi felt a bit uneasy, instinctively swallowing hard as he leaned back. "Kid, do you have a plan to repel the enemy?" Emperor Yenwen directly asked. He didn't have time and got straight to the point. "Yes, there's still time enough." Tang Yi didn't waste words. He was going to seize power through martial means, so why be modest? He said, "The plan to repel the enemy is resist Dongyu in the east and let the northern D be free. In simple terms, immediately seal the borders in the eastern region, cut off all communication with Dongyu, gather heavy troops at the border, and create the appearance of preparing to attack Dongyu with full force. Since they broke the agreement, we should show a no-retreat attitude. As for our Great Yin as Northern Territory, we can be tight internally and loose externally. We can directly open the border for trade in advance, and even offer some discounts. In previous years, 1 sheep could be exchanged for 50 pounds of rice. Now 1 sheep can be exchanged for 60 pounds of rice." Before Tang Yi finished speaking, Emperor Yenwen slapped the table, his eyes shining brightly. Wonderful, extremely wonderful. He already understood Tang Yi's meaning. Resist Dongyu in the east. Let the northern D be free. To put it bluntly, create a tense situation in the eastern region while pretending to relax the guard level against the northern D in the northern territory. The tense situation will make Dongyu think Great Yin is going to attack Dongyu. And then when Dongyu sees that Great Yin is still trading with the northern D, what will they think? Dongyu will definitely feel that the northern D and Great Yin have colluded, waiting for their army to come and die. After all, for these years, the northern D has almost been supported by Great Yin. In this way, Dongyu can only withdraw their troops. And what about the northern D? The excuse for the northern D to go to war with Great Yin is winter supplies. All right, don't you need winter supplies? Just trade with you. Moreover, when trading supplies, some rumors can be spread to tell the northern D people that their Khan started the war to take their lives in exchange for his glory and wealth. They have supplies for winter, so there is no need to sacrifice their lives to make others rich. The censors are very skilled at playing this game. Just send a censor over. By then, even if the northern D Khan forcibly goes to war with unstable morale, can he still fight? Even if Dongyu doesn't join in, the border trade is the best strategy to sanction the northern D royal court. Emperor Yenwen was extremely excited. Tang Yi nodded and said, "This move can not only win over the northern D border citizens, but even the northern D nobles, seeing such favorable exchanges, will definitely not sit still and will get involved. Once they get used to it, it won't be as easy for the northern D royal court to make moves again. Thus, we will take the initiative in the subsequent game. Attack when we can, defend when we must." Good. Emperor Yenwen stood up excitedly. "All the civil and military officials are a bunch of useless fools. They are not as good as a young man." He placed his hands on his hips in a good mood and said to Tang, "You've done a great service this time. The rewards will be reported, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Kid, you really are something. Something that all the civil and military officials couldn't handle. You managed to solve in just a few words." Di Cong patted Tang Yi's shoulder, also quite satisfied. He initially thought this kid was only good at poetry, but unexpectedly, his vision is not bad, and he sees the problem quite clearly. While the civil and military officials in the court are still fighting among themselves, He has already thought of a strategy to solve the problem. This is truly rare and precious. That old man Tang Yi is really a blind fool. The old general also cursed angrily, feeling indignant. What a good kid. Look at this intelligence, look at this courage, and look at this momentum. What the hell is there that doesn't compare to that little brat Tang Hua? That old man Tang Yi is truly blind. Chapter 43. The officials want to move the capital at this moment. Both Emperor Yanwen and Di Tsong were very excited. With 300,000 troops from the northern Di pressing down and another 300,000 troops from Dongyu supporting them. What a huge crisis that is. If it goes wrong, it's not just losing the northern territory, but the destruction of a nation. Yet, such a crisis has been solved by the young man in front of them with just a few words. Although he only provided the idea, that was enough. As for the details, a group of schemers would help him fill in. Although Emperor Yanwen didn't have much hope for the ministers in the court, when it came to playing conspiracies and schemes, they were indeed the best. However, now hearing Di Tsong mention Tang Hua, Emperor Yanwen's good mood immediately vanished. It was disappointing. Why bring up that stupid fool who only flatters? Emperor Yanwen knew very well that Tang Hua's performance today was clearly a show of allegiance. His father is part of the Chancellor's faction, and it's understandable for him to show allegiance. But Emperor Yanwen felt very displeased, as a newly appointed top scholar. Shouldn't you first pledge loyalty to me? Tang Hua, that brother of yours, I isn't much of a person, but his talent is indeed remarkable. Thinking of that admonition poem, although Emperor Yanwen was dissatisfied, he still sincerely thought it was good. He just felt that the meaning expressed in the poem seemed to be misinterpreted. Today in the palace examination, his admonition poem almost embarrassed the emperor. Emperor Yanwen's face darkened slightly and said, "If it weren't for the spy you identified and the urgent situation in the eastern region, today in the Zijing Hall, it would have really caused a huge uproar. Of course, now it's me who wants to cause an uproar. Those noisy guys can come up with a plan to repel the enemy. That's fine, but if they can't come up with a plan, let's see how I deal with them when I go back." Tang Yi was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then just smiled, not caring. Seeing his expression, Di Tsong patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, that guy got the top scholar. Why do you seem so unconcerned?" Tang Yi shrugged and said, "There's nothing to be concerned about. Tang Hua got the true inheritance from Tang Yi, and being the top scholar is very normal. All right, I am still a bit concerned. Can you tell me what poem he wrote?" Tang He still felt he needed to see what level Tang Hua was at. What if in a few days at the Shan Garden Poetry Conference, the topics are not related to those great figures poems from my previous life? And I have nothing to copy? That would be nonsense. Di Tsong looked at Emperor Yanwen and said, "Your Majesty, you can tell him. I want to recite it. Usually, I tell you to read more books, and you still say I'm making it difficult for you." Emperor Yin glared at Di Tsong and turned to Tang, saying, "The country is broken, but the mountains and rivers remain. In spring, the city is deep with grass and trees. Feeling the time, the flowers spill tears. Hating the parting, the birds startle the heart." You say this poem was written by Tang Hua? Before Emperor Yin finished speaking, Tang Yi was already shocked and stood up. What the hell? This is Du Fu's Chun Wang, right? How did Chun Wang become Tang Huajiang Jianshi? Could it be that this guy is also a time traveler? This thought just popped up, but Tang Yi immediately dismissed it. If a time traveler had the same temperament as Tang Hua, it would be a disgrace to time travelers. So this poem could only have been stolen by him. Last night, when he was called out by Liang Xiao and the others, Tang Hua was in the courtyard. And at that time, he had just written down this poem Chun Wang to give to the old prince. It must have been after they left that Tang Hua sneaked into the house and took this poem. Then, Tang Hua used this poem as his own and won first place in the palace examination. Shameless. How about that? Scared, right? Let me tell you, everyone in the Great Hall was scared. Emperor Yin recalled the scene at that time and shook his head. That group of literati thought they had found a spokesperson. Their laughter almost collapsed the Zijing Hall. Tang Yi's mouth twitched slightly. That's not what I meant. I meant to say that Tang Hua plagiarized. I have already given this poem to the old prince, and now it belongs exclusively to him. Chun Wang. When we left that day, the old prince even changed the name of the poem. It's called Old Prince Wang Remembers the Shame of Jinkong. When old Prince Wang returns from his inspection and finds that his exclusive poem has been stolen, with that old man's temperament, won't he explode? I just don't know if. When the matter escalates, it will involve him and Tang Yi. Tang Yi looked at Emperor Yin, wanting to reveal the truth several times but held back. If he said it now, it would seem like jealousy of talent, and whether Emperor Yin and General D would believe him was another matter. The key was that he had also plagiarized, but no one knew he had plagiarized. If Tang Hua plagiarized, it would lead to big trouble. Tang Yi, don't take it so seriously. Your man Jiang Hongyan Pajivar, not inferior to Jiang Jianshi. Emperor Yin smiled and comforted, fearing Tang Yi might think too much. After saying this, his smile gradually faded. Let's not mention this matter. There is something I need to tell you, but don't get excited. Tang Yi was injured, badly hurt. Clang. Before he finished speaking, Tang Yi had already jumped up, knocking over the chair behind him. Hearing this noise, Chun Jiaoxi and Zhao Hu, who were guarding outside, almost instantly broke in, standing protectively in front of Emperor Yin. Zhao Hu's sword was drawn in an instant. At this moment, Tang Yi's face was dark, his eyes cold, and the killing intent that enveloped him almost became tangible. An icy and strong oppressive feeling rushed towards them. Who did this? My sister is not at the Liang family? Tang Yi's voice was as cold as ice. Emperor Yin and Di Tsong were both shocked by Tang Yi's aura. This kind of aura usually only belonged to battle-hardened generals. But now, they felt it from this young man before them. How could a boy who had never left the residence possess such killing intent? It was Tang Hao and Lin Zhu who did it, and they also took my jade pendant. They really have a lot of nerve. Emperor Yan's face was also cold. First, they robbed him of the silver note he gave to Tang Yi. Then they stole the jade pendant he gave to Yin. The Tang family truly had the audacity. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate to interfere in the internal affairs of the Tang family, and that he had not yet revealed his identity in front of Tang Yi, he would have made the Tang family understand the consequences of offending imperial authority. Tang Yi is fine now. Yesterday, the virtuous concubine happened to be at the Liang family and brought her back to the palace to take care of her. Emperor Yin waved his hand, signaling Chun Diaoxi and Zhao Hu to step back. You go wait in the palace. We will return and have someone notify the palace to bring Tang Yi out. That child is very sensible and is trying hard to disguise herself. You handle the situation. If you can't handle it, the virtuous concubine will help you. As for HEIR, just pretend you know nothing. Tang Yi's body trembled violently, and his heart felt like it had been stabbed hard. It hurt. There are signs. Last night, he clearly noticed that Tang Yi had lost her daytime vitality and had become timid and fearful. But he thought it was because of Liang Xiao and the other's arrival that scared her. Tang Yi felt guilty and wanted to slap himself. Uncle Xiao, I will go with you into the palace. Tang Yi's eyes turned red as he said, I will go outside the palace to pick her up. I won't feel at ease until I see her. Emperor Yin agreed. A group of people left the tavern and got into the carriage, heading towards the palace. In the palace, Zijing Hall. At this time, the group of ministers who had been arguing for half a day had not thought of any strategies to repel the enemy, but had already thought of an escape route. Moving the capital, since Beatty and Dongyu had united, with a total of 600,000 troops attacking the northern border. It was certain that they could not withstand the attack. Once the Beatty and Dongyu armies combined and broke through the last fortress of Dian, Yongshang Pass, within 3 days, the Beatty cavalry would appear outside the capital. The only way now was to move the capital. First, relocate the capital of Dian to the south, far from the attack range of the Beatty and Dongyu coalition forces, and then buy more time to escape. Not to escape, but to lay out a plan. Perfect. Chapter 44. Who is the expert behind the Emperor? Half an hour later, Emperor Yin didn't even change into his dragon robe. He returned to Zijing Hall in plain clothes. He needed to discuss Tang Yi's strategy for repelling the enemy with the ministers as soon as possible. All right, my loyal subjects, I have given you 2 hours. Have you come up with any strategies? Now, you can speak. I am listening. Emperor Yin strode through the crowd of ministers towards the dragon throne, his voice echoing throughout the hall. I want to see if any of you, after discussing for 2 hours, have ideas that coincide with Tang Yi. If so, it proves you still have a chance. If not, let me see how I deal with you. Your Majesty, the only option now is to move the capital. While Emperor Yin was deep in thought, the voice of Minister Liu, one of the Ministry of Revenue, came from behind him. He stumbled on the stairs, nearly falling to the ground. Move the capital? Emperor Yin suddenly turned around, looking at Liu and behind him, his voice raised by 8 degrees. What did you say? Say it again. Emperor Yin exploded on the spot. He had thought of countless answers, but he had never imagined he would hear such a shocking answer from these high-ranking ministers of Dian. Move the capital? I will move your ancestors. Emperor Yin almost couldn't help but curse. At present, although Dian appeared prosperous on the surface, it had long been hollowed out internally. The only reason it could hold on until now was that the emperor was still in the capital, holding on to the last bit of luck of Dian. If the emperor moved the capital south, before the battle had even begun, the emperor had run away first. How could they still fight? Who in Dian would dare to resist? Move the capital. Your Majesty, the only option is to move the capital. Liu Wen did not notice the emperor's anger and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, the combined forces of Beide and Dongyu number 600,000, and they are a fierce army. The northern border troops find it difficult to resist. Moreover, it will take at least a month for the capital to send troops to aid, by which time defeat is a foregone conclusion. I believe that we should not send troops north for aid at this time, but rather send troops to escort your Majesty. Get out! Emperor Yin jumped up and kicked. Liu Wen was immediately kicked to the ground, sprawling on the floor, losing all semblance of a scholar. The ministers were all dumbfounded. No one expected that the usually elegant and cultured emperor would actually jump up and kick someone. Not elegant at all. Not elegant at all. Move the capital? Is this the strategy you discussed for 2 hours? Ha! I'm a hand over this beautiful land to Beide and Dongyu, letting my millions of subjects be bullied and humiliated by them, to be slaves and servants? Emperor Yinwen pointed at the ministers, his voice icy. Is this the opinion of all of you? Is it? Faced with the emperor's fury, the ministers felt a chill in their hearts. No one expected that their usually cultured emperor would be so opposed to relocating the capital. Your Majesty, with great enemies at the gates, do not act on impulse. Liu Wen climbed up from the ground and knelt before Emperor Yinwen. What if the emperor was angry? There were 600,000 troops at the borders. If they couldn't win, forcing a fight was not rational, it was foolish. The common people? We live, and only then do the common people deserve to live. We live wherever we are. That is Dian. As for the people, is their life more important? Of course not. Your Majesty is the supreme ruler. Do not take risks. Liu Wen, with righteous indignation, said, Now, the northern D and eastern U are poised for battle, fully prepared. Yet our Dian's northern border has only 200,000 border troops. The disparity in forces is too great. Does your Majesty intend to exhaust the entire nation to fight a war with no hope of victory? Please, your Majesty, think it over. Liu Wen knelt heavily on the ground, almost hysterical. I second that. Tang Jing also stepped forward, echoing, Your Majesty, what Minister Liu said is absolutely correct. Now, with the Northern D army pressing down and Eastern U being treacherous, Dian is in imminent danger. We implore your Majesty to relocate the capital south to prevent the shame of Jinkong from repeating. Liu Wen, Tang Jing's faction, also stood up, all expressing their support for relocating the capital. Your Majesty, for the sake of Dian's country and people, I beg your Majesty to relocate the capital. Please, your Majesty, relocate the capital. I second that. With nearly half the ministers kneeling in the hall, Emperor Yinwen's expression turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Good. Very good. You're all very good. Emperor Yinwen's cold gaze swept across the entire hall, pointing to the hall beneath his feet. Before I stepped into this hall, I was still giving you opportunities, still wondering whether anyone among you would have strategies to repel the enemy after experiencing what just happened with Wu Yong. As a result, you have disappointed me greatly. All you want is to escape. You want to recreate the shame of Jinkong. You want the common people to be plundered by the D bandits, to suffer humiliation, and then stand in this hall, stabbing at my backbone and cursing me. You are shameful, utterly shameful. Emperor Yinwen pointed at the ministers, furious. You have no strategy to repel the enemy, but I do. I have been out of the palace for 2 hours and have just come up with a strategy. Listen carefully. This strategy is called resist Eastern Yu to the east, and let Northern D pass to the north. Although Northern D and Eastern Yu conspired, they have grievances. The people of Eastern Yu cannot follow the commands of the Northern D, and the Northern D look down on the people of Eastern Yu. This is our opportunity. First, we will alarm the enemy, gathering troops at the eastern border to feign an attack on Eastern Yu, and if necessary, we can indeed attack Eastern Yu to force them to withdraw their troops for defense. Then, we will deceive them, opening up trade in the northern border, allowing Northern D and Dian to exchange winter supplies. Finally, we will sow discord, splitting the relationship between Eastern Yu and Northern D, causing their relationship to completely break down. Emperor Yanwen spoke eloquently. Previously, Tang Yi had only mentioned the general idea, but now he added many details, laying out the strategy clearly for all the ministers. It was explained so clearly that even an idiot wouldn't know what to do. Indeed, those who had previously been indifferent, like Tang Jing, Lu Wan, and the group of ministers advocating for the relocation of the capital, became increasingly alarmed as they listened to Emperor Yanwen's words, ultimately turning red in the face. Every word from Emperor Yanwen slapped them across the face, making their cheeks burn. When they heard that Northern D and Eastern Yu were joining forces and gathering 600,000 troops to attack Dian, their first thought was not how to resolve the crisis facing Dian, but how to protect their own wealth. Relocating the capital was naturally the best choice. But now, Emperor Yanwen was teaching them step by step that they could undermine the Northern D and Eastern Yu coalition without relocating the capital, using diversionary tactics, deception, alarming the enemy, and sowing discord. As long as they executed it well, breaking the Northern D and Eastern Yu coalition would not be a problem. And playing with schemes was obviously their strong suit. Soon, Tang Jing and Lu Wan realized something was wrong. What did the emperor just say? He had been out for 2 hours to seek advice. He went out once, and upon returning, he had a strategy to deal with the crisis threatening Dian. Who was this person advising the emperor? Chapter 45. Tang Jing was going further down the path of self-destruction. Until Emperor Yanwen finished speaking, the entire hall was silent. Emperor Yanwen looked down at the expressions of the crowd. Seeing their shock, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, at this moment, he did not feel triumphant after a scolding. He felt particularly sad. Most of the ministers in the court had been frightened by the shame of Jinkong. Fierce in internal strife, but weak as sheep in external war. If the court could not be revitalized, next time Dian might not be so fortunate. And this time, if it weren't for Tang Yi's suggestion, these ministers might have united all the influential families to pressure him into relocating the capital south, leading hundreds of thousands to relocate the capital south. Just thinking about that scene sent chills down Emperor Yanwen's spine. And these ministers would actually do such things under the banner of serving the nation. Emperor Yanwen shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He couldn't think too much, or he would want to kill. My loyal ministers, what do you think of my strategy? Emperor Yanwen asked coldly from above. One sentence slapped the ministers in the face. The ministers looked awkward. Your Majesty, you did that on purpose, didn't you? If you had a plan, you should have said it earlier. If you had said earlier, we wouldn't have talked about relocating the capital. The ministers felt some resentment towards Emperor Yanwen, but respectfully praised him. Your Majesty is wise. This plan will surely resolve the crisis of Dian. With this strategy, we will surely defeat the Northern D and Eastern Yu coalition. Your Majesty is talented. We are ashamed to be in your presence. At this moment, the advocates for relocating the capital, Lu Wan and Tang Jing, also fell silent. Compared to their complicated relocation plan, the emperor's strategy was clearly the best option. And there might not even be a war. Dian would only lose a portion of supplies. Supplies they were not lacking. You are naturally ashamed to be in my presence. Do you know whose strategy this is? Emperor Yanwen looked down at everyone, smirking in mockery. This strategy was provided by the young poet who wrote Man, Jiangheng and Humph. The entire court of civil and military officials cannot compare to a young man. I'm ashamed for you. Upon hearing this, the entire hall erupted in an uproar. It's him. How is that possible? Not only does he write poetry well, but he also has such high strategy. Who is this person? The young poet. Do not let me find out who you are. Some were shocked, some were astonished, and some were furious, their expressions particularly vivid. Especially Tang Yi, Lu Wan, and the others, their faces felt not only hot, but also as if they had been force-fed a pile of excrement, feeling sickened. That guy with the single man, Jiang Hongyan Pigeon, had rubbed their faces in the dirt. Now, as the Northern D and Eastern U 600,000 coalition prepared to attack Dian, they were terrified and flustered. And it was again the Emperor's young poet who stood up with a plan to secure the northern border and stabilize the country. Who on earth is this young poet? Tang Yi, Lu Wan, and others were all silently furious. Tang Hua's face turned from blue to purple, veins bulging in his anger. He was the top scholar. Today, he should be the most dazzling one in the entire capital. But now, all the limelight was stolen by that so-called young poet. Damn it, a coward hiding behind the scenes. Who do you think you are to compete with me? Tang Hua clenches fists, filled with hatred. No matter who you are, I will step on you and let you know what it means to know your place. Ditsong looked at the expressions of Tang Yi, Lu Wan, and others, feeling extremely pleased. To have this feeling that others do not know, but only oneself knows, is quite enjoyable. Your Majesty, the young poet has such talent. It is a blessing for Dian. Tang Yi was too lazy to guess and directly asked Emperor Yan Wendy. May I ask your Majesty to introduce him to us? The group of ministers all turned their complex gazes towards Emperor Yan. Their eyes were filled with anticipation, heat, anger, and hatred. Emperor Yan was well aware that many of them wanted to know Tang Yi's identity, simply to confirm it and then eliminate him. But Tang Yi, that is your son. How will you cope when the truth is revealed? Emperor Yan gave Tang Yi a meaningful glance, sneeringly said, Rest assured, my lords, in a few days, you will be able to meet him. I also look forward to introducing him to you. I can't wait to see how your faces will change when you learn Tang Yi's identity. As for the poetry meeting in the Shun Garden, I am indeed a bit impatient. On to serious matters. The Central Secretariat will draft an edict, urgently presenting it to the Prime Minister to delay his return to the capital and to immediately return to the Eastern region to assist General Su Dingen in managing the situation there. The Northern region will be overseen by the Border Army Commander Qin Jian, and the Supervision Bureau will select a few censors to head north to assist. You all boast so much. I want to see if you have the same style as the late prince. Finally, Emperor Yan's cold gaze swept across the entire room. You all should pay back the money. The ministers were stunned. Pay back? What money? Emperor Yan coldly snorted. You all borrowed money from the treasury. Within 10 days, return it yourselves. After 10 days, I will send someone to investigate this matter personally. And if found out, I will certainly execute without mercy. This is all your fault. Emperor Yan flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. With the conversation reaching this point, if anyone still sought death, then he could not be blamed. Upon hearing Emperor Yan's words, many ministers turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. Most of the treasury's money had been taken out by them in the form of loans, but all along, they had not thought about returning it. Now, the emperor was asking them to pay back. The little poetry immortal, again the little poetry immortal, compared to the debt. Tang Yi was more concerned about the identity of the little poetry immortal. He looked at the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhao Ke, beside him and asked in a deep voice, So, you still haven't found out who the little poetry immortal is? Zhao Ke glared at Tang Yi and coldly said, The little poetry immortal we found is your son, Tang Yi. Tang Yi? Tang Yi and Tang Hua exchanged glances, both unable to help but sneer. Impossible, it can't be him. He can't even recognize all the characters. How could he be that so-called poetry immortal? Zhao Ke's face turned ashen. It's precisely because it's impossible that I haven't announced it. He might be someone used to confuse the situation, deliberately diverting attention. Someone? Who else could it be but the emperor? Tang Yi pondered for a moment and slightly nodded. Then hurry up and investigate. We need to find out who this person is. Their threat is too great. The emperor used to be easy to deal with. But ever since he interacted with that little poetry immortal, it feels like everything has gone out of control. If this continues, who can withstand it? After speaking, Tang Yi cupped his hands and smiled at everyone. Gentlemen, today to celebrate my son's success in the exam, I will host a banquet at Tianxiang Tower, and I invite you all to grace us with your presence. Emperor Yan had not walked far when he heard this, and his expression darkened. Yin is currently facing internal and external troubles. Yet you still think of celebrating? Celebrating what? Celebrating the Eastern Yu and Northern D coalition attack into Yin? Xinjiao Temple. Convey my order. Tang Jing has been negligent in teaching his son, and he is to be removed from his position as deputy minister. After the banquet begins, you go personally. Emperor Yan's voice was low. He had not wanted to move against Tang Jing for the time being. But this old fellow was going further down the path of self-destruction. Chapter 46. Miss, can you lend me some money? In the palace. Tang Yi stood outside the palace gate, waiting for an hour. Finally, a carriage appeared in his sight. Brother, I'm here. Tang Yi stood on the carriage, waving her arms desperately. The little girl had her hair styled beautifully, wearing new clothes, and in the sunlight, she looked like a butterfly dancing gracefully. However, Tang Yi's eyes felt a bit sore. His sister was genuinely happy, but the pretense was also real to avoid worrying him. She would rather endure the pain herself without uttering a word. So foolish yet so heart-wrenching. Brother, let me tell you, my aunt gave me lots and lots of things. There are delicious foods, fun toys, and even a beautiful big sister. Just as Tang Yi was feeling sentimental, he saw Tang Yi lift the curtain of the carriage and pull out a stunning beauty. The woman was in her early 20s tall, wearing a simple white dress that perfectly outlined her curvy figure, looking very dignified and graceful. As the gentle breeze blew, her white dress fluttered, like a fairy descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder she was with a noble consort. This kind of aura was not something an ordinary aristocratic young lady could compare to. Tang Yi thought to himself. After the admiration, only awkwardness remained. The noble consort and his mother were close friends, so calling her aunt was no problem, and it was fine for her to bring Tang Yi food and toys. But sending a beautiful woman was a big issue. It felt like she was finding a wife for him. The key point was that Tang Yi and his small courtyard had only one room, and a lonely man and woman living together could easily lead to misunderstandings. Du Ling Fei, I have met young Master Tang. The woman slightly bowed, answering Tang Yi's confusion. I am here on the orders of the noble consort to take care of Miss Yi for a while. The noble consort said that although Miss Yi is still young, it is not convenient for young master to take care of her all the time, as it would harm her reputation in the future. Tang Yi had originally planned to buy a maid for Tang Yi to serve her after some time. After all, Tang Yi was a girl, and although he was her brother, many things were still inconvenient for him to do. He just didn't expect that the noble consort would also think of this and send someone over. It wasn't that it was bad, but she was too beautiful. What if by chance she ended up serving him? That would be problematic. Then I will trouble the lady. The wages will be settled. Tang Yi scratched his head. He really had no experience dealing with women. Du Ling Fei smiled litli. In her memory, talented scholars were usually gallant and charming. She didn't expect that the renowned little poetry immortal in the capital seemed to be quite inept in this regard. She was a lady-in-waiting beside the noble consort. And since the emperor and the noble consort did not avoid her during their conversations, she naturally knew Tang Yi's identity. Brother, the sister is very pretty, but you can't forget about me. Tang Yi jumped up and down on the carriage, declaring her ownership. Brother, I'm still here. I didn't sleep well last night. I miss you so much. Tang Yi shook his head, feeling a sense of competition for affection. Let's go home. He didn't reveal Tang Yin's concealed injury. Reaching out to pick her up. Let's go home. Tang Yi note that he li. Although the aunt was nice and gentle like their mother, where brother was, that was home. Du Ling Fei watched the siblings playfully leave and was momentarily speechless. Why not sit in the carriage? Do you want to walk back to the Tang family? That would take 2 hours. She could only jump off the carriage and follow behind the siblings, instructing the driver to follow closely. Until Du Ling Fei saw Tang Yi letting Tang Yi buy food and toys by herself, bargaining with the vendors with her hands on her hips. She finally understood Tang Yi's intention. He was helping his sister heal. Physical injuries could heal in 10 days to half a month. But what about psychological wounds? Psychological wounds are difficult to treat, and if not treated well, they could become lifelong nightmares. What Tang Yi wanted to do was obviously to make his sister cheerful, thinking of the girl who was trembling in the corner of the bed last night, and now looking at the girl who was confidently standing with her hands on her hips. Du Lingfei suddenly felt that perhaps there's a kind of love that can truly heal all wounds. Ahem, Miss Du, can you lend me some money? Tang Yi's voice came. Du Lingfei blinked in surprise at the awkward-looking boy beside her. Wasn't the payment supposed to be settled? Cough. Last night, he was locked up in prison, and he vaguely mentioned that the money was gone, deliberately concealing the fact that he went to the brothel. Du Lingfei took off the pouch at her waist and pulled out 100 taels of silver notes, handing them to Tang. Just as Tang Yi reached out to take them, Du Lingfei suddenly shrank back, the corners of her lips curling up. The shadows lean against the water. The fragrance drifts in the dusk. Master Tang writes beautifully. The empress said that the girl who could receive 2 lines of poetry written by Master Tang was truly fortunate. Why does that sound a bit sour? Tang Yi stroked his chin, sizing up Du Lingfei. All right then, I'll write you a poem. Clouds think of garments. Flowers think of beauty. Spring breeze brushes the railing. Dew is rich. If not seen atop the Jade Mountain, would I meet under the moon at Yao Terrace? After speaking, Tang Yi pulled the 100 taels from her hand. Consider it a purchase. Du Lingfei, however, was stunned on the spot, her pretty face in shock, her beautiful eyes wide open. She originally just wanted to tease Tang Yi. After all, the renowned poet of the capital had actually fallen to the point of borrowing money from him. Unexpectedly, this guy misunderstood her meaning and immediately recited a beautiful poem to her. As a lady-in-waiting to the virtuous empress, she also came from a scholarly family and had deliberately entered the palace to serve the empress to escape marriage. Therefore, she understood very well how valuable the poem Tang Yi wrote for her was. Even though she came from a scholarly background, even though she was exceptionally beautiful, after carefully savoring the poem, for some reason, Du Lingfei felt that she seemed a bit unworthy of it. If this poem were to spread, it could shake the entire literary world of the Great Yan. This fool. Du Lingfei glared at Tang Yi, who was paying for Tang Yin, suddenly gritting her teeth. Not romantic at all. How can you say buy at this time? Just looking at this guy as expression, it seemed like a poem that could transcend time and space was not as important as that 100 taels. She quickly caught up with Tang Yi and whispered, "What is the name?" Tang Yi, knowing she was referring to Li Bai's poem, replied, "Qingping Jiao," dedicated to Du Lingfei. Du Lingfei's steps faltered slightly, her pretty face flushing. This guy seems to not be completely clueless. Tang Yi and Du Lingfei spent more than an hour shopping with Tang Yin, until the cart was stuffed full, and only then did Tang Yin contentedly return to the carriage. Perhaps because she was too tired, Tang Yin fell asleep in Tang Yi's arms shortly after getting on the carriage. Taking advantage of Tang Yin's sleep, Tang Yi lifted the girl's new clothes and indeed saw her body covered in bruises and contusions. The palace's medicine was good. After applying it, the girl's wounds had already scabbed over, but they still looked pitiful. How much pain must she have endured if she hadn't applied the medicine? When she forced a smile and asked if she could help herself with the drawing, how much pain did she have to bear? Dang Hao, Lin Zhu, I won't let you go. Tang Yi's eyes turned red as he whispered in anger. Chapter 47. The Glorious Moment of the Tang Family. Princess Mansion. Princess Xiaolan had rested for a night under the care of the imperial physician, and her complexion had improved significantly. Squatting on the swing set, she was holding a bunch of grapes, popping one after another into her red lips. Sitting in front of her was Kong Shilan. So, the top scholar of this imperial examination is Tang Hua. Xiaolan looked at the frowning Kong Shilan and said, "Sister Lan, didn't you say this was within your expectations? If it was expected, why the frown?" Kong Shilan put down her teacup and said, "It was indeed within my expectations that Tang Hua would become the top scholar. But I didn't expect his poetry to be this good. This poem, Qing Jian Shi, is comparable to man Jiang Hongyan Pa Zhang Zi. If Tang Hua can write such poetry at the Xinyuan poetry meeting, then I'm afraid no one there would be his match. Unless we can find that little poet immortal, but he is elusive. And now the entire capital is filled with legends about him. Yet no one knows who he is." Xiao Lan Thou Wen, saying, "My father won't tell me who the poet immortal is. That old man is very cunning. But we can ask Liang Xiao. Let us knock him out and bring him back to question." Xiao Lan said excitedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Didn't he say the poet immortal is his brother? Last night he stole the spotlight at the brothel using a few lines from the poet immortal. Kong Shirlan was startled. You better not joke. Last night, you almost scared me to death when your heartbeat and pulse disappeared due to intense activity. If it weren't for Tang Yi, you might not even be able to sit here eating grapes right now. If you go out and cause trouble again and something happens, everyone in the princess mansion would probably have to pay the price. It's useless, I had my brother ask. They are all in the Jinyue prison now. After Tang Yi was taken away last night, they were also captured. Clearly, the Yanwen Emperor intends to deliberately hide the identity of the little poet immortal. Tang Yi, Liang Xiao, and others who might know the little poet immortal's identity are all in prison. Moreover, what the Yanwen Emperor said last night, she had relayed to her grandfather word for word. But after her grandfather listened, he pondered for a long time and only asked her if she would regret it. She didn't know her grandfather's riddle with the Yanwen Emperor, so she just said according to her own thoughts that she had no regrets. But even if she regretted it, what should she regret? Sister Lan, I feel that Tang Hua might be the little poet immortal. Xiao Lan rested her chin on her hands and said, Don't you notice? Whether it S-Man Jiang Hong or Pajang Zi, or today S Imperial Examination Qingjin Shi, they all have a very distinct characteristic. They all sound very mature. Kong Shirlan had also doubted, but she shook her head. It can't be the same person. Man Jiang Hong and Pajang are written from the perspective of military generals. Because of these two poems, the civil officials lost a lot of face. Tang Hua is self-righteous and wouldn't he have any ties to military generals. After hearing Kong Shirlan's words, Xiaolan became even more frustrated. This isn't that, and that isn't this. Her father really knows how to hide. She jumped down from the swing and grabbed Kong Shirlan's arm. Since that's the case, let us go to the Tang family banquet today to stir up some excitement and probe Tang Hua's reality. Let us find this guy's weakness. Even if he is not the little poet immortal, we'll still have ways to deal with him. Kong Shirlan pondered for a moment and nodded. Now we can only do that temporarily, but you must listen to me. No jumping around or causing trouble. Eastern Palace. Crown Prince Xiao Tsong was painting in the study, the scroll depicting a graceful girl. But the face wasn't painted. Your Highness, today the Tang family is hosting a grand banquet at Qianxiang Tower to celebrate Tang Hua becoming the top scholar. The Grand Princess said Your Highness could go. This would not only gather the ministers but also bring Tang Hua and a group of young talents under the Crown Princess banner to serve him. The attending eunuch, Hongzhu, said respectfully. The Crown Prince didn't even lift his head, still lightly outlining the painting, until he dyed the girl's skirt completely red. He carefully admired it for a while. Only then did a smile appear on his face. Whereas Tang Yi, has my aunt checked on him? What did she say? Father said that this person can threaten my position in the Eastern Palace. What was my aunt's investigation result? Hongzhu smiled. The Grand Princess said Tang Yi is just a useless person. It's probably the virtuous Empress making noise in His Majesty's ear that led to Your Highness wanting to keep him around. He does have some background, but to say he can shake Your Highness's position is pure nonsense. Oh, the Crown Prince's eyes narrowed. After pondering for a moment, a disdainful smile appeared, filled with strong dissatisfaction. Does Father really think of me as a garbage dump? Throwing all sorts of rubbish here? Since he is useless to me, let him stay in his garbage heap. As for the Tang family, one is a minister and the other a newly appointed top scholar. They are indeed worth winning over. The Crown Prince put down the vermilion brush in his hand, picked up the scroll from the table, and looked at it for a while, saying, Prepare the carriage. We're going to Qianxiang Tower. Since the Tang family is hosting a banquet, I will give face to Tang Hua. The eunuch attendant clasped his hands and turned to prepare. A moment later, the prince's carriage left the East Palace under the escort of the prince's guards. At Qianxiang Tower, the sounds of drums and gongs filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The Tang family was to be bestowed a marriage by the emperor, and now they had produced a top scholar, supported by the prime minister's faction, destined for great achievements. Many prominent families in the capital were showing their respect and naturally brought their families to the Tang family's celebration banquet. Minister Tang, congratulations. You have raised a fine son. Truly enviable. Minister Tang, your son is outstanding, surely a dragon among men. Congratulations. Minister Tang, your son has brought us honor this time. Otherwise, we would still be overshadowed by that unfilial poet. Minister Tang Jing stood at the entrance, personally welcoming guests with Tang Hua and Tang Hao. Every arriving guest praised Tang Hua, filling the hearts of Tang Jing and his sons with pride, as if years of frustration had finally been released at this moment. In the banquet hall, Yin Shuangyu, who originally came from a humble background and had always felt inferior, now stood proudly among a group of official wives like a peacock. Ladies, you may not know, my Hua has been intelligent since childhood. He recognized characters at 2, studied literature at 3, and could compose poetry and paint by 7. At that time, he was already a renowned child prodigy, praised by teachers as a child destined for greatness. Sure enough, my son has now become the top scholar. Yin Shuangyu boasted with Lin Zhu, flaunting among the women. Even her past miseries now sounded like glory from her lips. The group of women echoed her praises, saying her education was superb and that Tang Hua's achievements were largely due to her efforts. Yin Shuangyu laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't close. If only Tang Yi were here at this moment, to let that waste know that her mother came from a scholarly family. What of it? He, Tang Yi, could never compare to her son, Tang Hua. Meanwhile, Tang Yi had arrived outside Tianxiang Tower. Chapter 48. The only one standing is Tang Yi. Across from Tianxiang Tower was the guest reception building under renovation. Tang Yi did not enter his own guest reception building, nor did he go into Tianxiang Tower. He simply glanced at the Tang family trio standing at the entrance before turning to walk towards a nearby corner. Under a secluded eave to the left of Tianxiang Tower, an elderly man with white hair was quietly reclining on a lounge chair, drinking wine while basking in the sun. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow on the old man, adding to his kindness and gentleness. But Tang Yi knew this old man must have been a fearsome figure in the past, as his half-open chest was covered with crisscrossing scars. Tang Yi placed a pot of wine in front of the old man, opened the lid, then calmly sat beside him without speaking. After a long while, the old man could no longer resist the temptation of the wine's aroma. And since the wine had been exposed to air for too long, it had lost its flavor. Kid, if you have something to ask, just say it. No need to waste good wine. Fine wine is innocent. The old eunuch picked up the wine pot from the ground and covered it. There's indeed something. I want to borrow your place to handle a private matter. Tang Yi nodded. Will it result in loss of life? The old eunuch asked. Tang Yi shook his head, saying no, but there might be some unrest. The old eunuch pondered for a moment and replied, then one pot of wine won't be enough. If unrest occurs at Tianxiang Tower, it will damage its reputation. Do you think you can smash our reputation with just one pot of wine? Not possible, unless the private matter you handle has a compelling reason for us. A cold glint flashed in Tang Yi's eyes as he said, my sister was injured, covered in wounds, while the perpetrator is currently enjoying himself inside. The old man's half-closed eyes suddenly opened wide as he looked at Tang Yi. Is it that little brat from yesterday? Tang Yi nodded. The old man slightly nodded, then leaned back in the lounge chair, his voice calm and indifferent. Go ahead, hit hard. Tang Yi stood up and respectfully bowed to the old man. Returning to the front of Tianxiang Tower, looking at the continuous stream of guests, a hint of mockery appeared on Tang Yi's face. He was aware of the Tang family situation. Tang Hao and his mother had already run the family business into the ground, and they could barely scrape together a few hundred taels. Yet, hosting a banquet at Tianxiang Tower started at 10,000 taels. He truly couldn't understand where the Tang family found the money to host such a grand feast. Of course, that had nothing to do with him. Fourth brother, you finally came. Before he reached the entrance, Tang Hua had already come up, smiling to greet him. Today is a big day for our Tang family. If you hadn't come, both I and Tang Hao were ready to carry you here. Tang Hua put his arm around Tang Yi's shoulder and smiled at Tang Jing, saying, Father, see? I told you Xiao Yi is very clear about the big picture. Tang Yi glanced at Tang Hua indifferently. This was a jab at him. I may have taken the top scholar position with your poem, but you need to have a broader perspective. For the sake of the Tang family, you must endure and keep quiet. Think again. What? You have nothing to say to your brother after coming here? Seeing Tang Yi arrive, Tang Jing felt a little comforted. After all, today was the Tang family's banquet. What kind of situation was it for the legitimate son not to be present? However, noticing Tang Yi's indifferent expression, He was immediately dissatisfied. Your brother just became the top scholar. Don't you have a few words of congratulations to say? Tang Yi smiled faintly and said, if I say congratulations, he might lose his head. Are you sure? Stealing poetry during the palace examination is a crime against the emperor. In this era, not only would Tang Hua lose his head, it could very well implicate the entire family. Impudent. Tang Jing's face darkened, nearly unable to restrain himself from slapping Tang Yi. Your brother just became the top scholar, with limitless prospects. You dare to curse him? Tang Yi, don't be ungrateful. Before you is the newly minted top scholar. Also a Hamlin Academy editor. Do you dare to be arrogant? Tang Hao snorted, his face full of pride. Believe it or not, my brother could kill you with a single word, as easily as squashing an ant. Tang Hua glared at Tang Hao and said, we are brothers. Why speak of life and death? After saying this, Tang Hua put his arm around Tang Yi's shoulder and leaned in close to his ear. To outsiders, the two appear to be whispering, as Tang Hua's smile was elegant and charming. However, his words were extremely cold and filled with provocation. My dear brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for that poem of yours, I might truly have no connection to the top scholar. I know you're unwilling, but what can you do about it? You can only endure. Want to resist? Huh? Do you think anyone would believe the words of a waste like you? At this point, Tang Hua's smile grew even wider. The one who helped you write that poem must be that so-called little poet, right? How about this? Tell me who the little poet is, and I promise to let you and Tang Yi live peacefully for the rest of your lives. How about that? The little poet cannot live. Only by finding him and silencing him completely can the matter of him stealing poetry to become the top scholar be hidden forever. Hearing this, Tang Yi also smiled and said, Tang Hua, enjoy your dance while you can. You can only dance for a few more days. Once the people coming to deal with you return to the capital, you'll know what it means to be utterly disgraced. As for the little poet, Tang Yi raised his hand and pointed to himself, saying, sorry, the little poet that everyone is talking about outside is me. Tang Hua's words had been spoken in a low voice, so no one heard. But Tang Yi did not lower his voice. His words were heard by both Tang Jing and Tang Hao. Tang Hua and Tang Hao could hardly contain their laughter. You are the poet? Ha ha ha. You are the poet? If you are the poet, then the Qinhuai River could fill up with the bodies of all the literati in the capital. Tang Jing's face also turned pale with anger, instinctively wanting to cover Tang Yi's mouth. Fortunately, by this time, the guests who were supposed to arrive had come, and only the three of them were left at the entrance. Otherwise, if others heard Tang Yi's words, who knows what kind of joke would ensue? Brat. If you want glory, then earn it with your abilities like your brother. Boasting is no skill. Tang Jing stepped forward and angrily reprimanded. I know you're envious of your brother. You became the top scholar, and you're feeling unbalanced. But today, you better behave yourself. If you embarrass me, I won't spare you. Tang Yi glanced at Tang Jing, scoffing at his self-dramatization. Which of your eyes saw me feeling unbalanced? Just as he was about to speak, a sharp voice came from outside the street. The crown prince has arrived. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy tavern instantly fell silent. Tang Yi looked in the direction of the voice and indeed saw a luxurious carriage approaching the tavern, protected by hundreds of soldiers. Soon, the carriage stopped outside Tianxiang Tower. A young eunuch lifted the curtain and helped a young man step down from the carriage. The young man was tall and slender, dressed in brocade, with long hair bound by a golden crown, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Tang Yi looked him up and down and felt that this guy resembled Xiao Su to some extent. It made sense. He suspected Xiao Su was a certain prince, who was the emperor's brother, so it was reasonable that the crown prince bore some resemblance. However, he didn't expect that the Tang family celebration banquet would even attract the crown prince's attention. Beside him, Tang Jing, Tang Hua, and Tang Hao's breaths quickened. The crown prince's presence was a tremendous honor for the Tang family. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness. We pay our respects to His Royal Highness. Tang Jing, Tang Hua, and everyone in the tavern all knelt down to pay their respects. Only Tang Yi merely bent slightly and performed a cupped fist salute. He was the only one standing in the entire place. Chapter 49, A Gift, Blood for Blood. In his previous life as a soldier, Tang Yi had his own pride. Apart from his parents, he knelt to no one. Now, with a nominal father, he was not worthy of his kneeling. As for kneeling to the crown prince, his knees were not that weak. Impudent. Who are you? Why don't you kneel before the crown prince? The crown prince's attendant, Hong Zhu, coldly reprimanded. Tang Jing's face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly tugged at Tang Yi's trousers. But Tang Yi remained unmoved. The crown prince glanced at Tang Yi with a smile and raised his hand to stop Hong Zhu, saying, "Oh, it's fine. Today is a joyous occasion for the Tang family. We are guests, so let's not disturb the host's mood. Everyone, please rise. I'm just like you, here to attend the banquet. No need for excessive courtesy." Everyone thanked him and stood up. The crown prince walked into Tianxiang Tower and passed by Tang Yi without sparing him a glance. He walked directly to Tang Jing's side and said with a smile, "Dan Si Lang, Gong Da Din. You have taught a good son, a top scholar in his 20s. There are not many throughout history. Tang Hua is quite good, talented, and capable. I appreciate him. But Tang Shilang, you should also pay attention to the education of your other children, so as not to lose the Tang family's face in the future." Tang Jing's face instantly turned blue, purple, and red. Although the crown prince did not name names, who didn't know he was talking about Tang Yi? The Tang family's reputation had been completely ruined by this scoundrel. The people around also looked at Tang Yi with mockery, pointing and whispering. The most excited of all was Yin Shuangyu. She wanted everyone to know that Lu Riyu's son was not even worthy of carrying her son's shoes. What a pity for this child, Xiao Yi. Yin Shuangyu looked at Tang Yi with some sadness, saying, "This child is very smart, but ever since Sister Lu passed away, he has held a grudge against me. If he could let go of his grievances and under my careful guidance, even if he couldn't achieve fame, he certainly wouldn't be lacking and wouldn't be ignorant of the rules, causing trouble for His Highness." Second sister-in-law Lin Zhu coldly smiled and supported Yin Shuangyu, saying, "How can this be blamed on the mother? The mother has treated him very well. His food and clothing are even better than his elder brother and Tang Hao. It's his own fault for not striving. Who can he blame?" Hearing this, the looks of the crowd towards Tang Yi were tinged with some disgust. No rules, no talent, and still daring to offend the crown prince. He had no family upbringing at all. No wonder Tang Jing wanted to bring the concubine back to the Tang family instead of the concubine and the excellent children. Would he allow such a waste to ruin the Tang family's reputation? Tang Yi naturally noticed the strange looks from the crowd and understood that the crown prince was indirectly scolding him, but he didn't care. He came today only to seek justice for his sister. What else did it have to do with him? "Tang Hua, you're quite good." At this moment, the crown prince had already walked to Tang Hua's side. He raised his hand and patted Tang Hua on the shoulder, saying, "The emperor has ordered you to enter the Hamlin Academy as a compiler. This shows his regard for you. Work hard, and your future will be boundless." Tang Hua glanced at Tang Yi, excitedly cupped his fists, and said, "Yes, I will definitely dedicate myself and work hard." "Oh, then you must be Tang Hao." The crown prince's gaze fell on Tang Hao. Tang Hao's body trembled, and he quickly said excitedly, "Yes, Your Highness, I didn't expect the crown prince to know about me." The crown prince nodded slightly and smiled. "Of course I know. The three brothers of the Tang family. The elder brother enters the Hamlin Academy to serve in politics. The younger brother fights in the military, and only you manage the family business. You are the most crucial link, regardless of your elder brother and younger brother. They cannot succeed without your support." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was instantly exhilarated, laughing. "See, even the crown prince has to admit my greatness. Tang Yi, do you think you're worthy of competing with me? Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. I will work even harder," Tang Hao said, cupping his fists excitedly. Tang Jing felt a sense of satisfaction from the crown prince's praise. Among the three sons born to Yin Shuangyu, none had disappointed him, only Tang Yi. Tang Jing's gaze fell on Tang Yi, and his heart was filled with disappointment. His mother, Lu Ruyu, was once known as the #1 talented woman in the capital, and he himself had been a top scholar. He had everything going for him, so why couldn't he raise this scoundrel? If only you could perform a bit better and earn a few compliments from His Highness, your future path would be much smoother. But you are indeed a piece of rotten mud that cannot be molded. Your Highness, this is my fourth brother, Tang Yi." At this moment, Tang Hua deliberately shifted the topic to Tang Yi. All three brothers had been praised by the crown prince, and now that he brought up Tang Yi, everyone would only think he was helping Tang but his true intention was to completely step on Tang Yi. The Crown Prince looked at Tang Yi and smiled. He is good. I won't comment further. However, his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. He simply could not understand why such a useless person could shake his position, and why he, of all people, deserved it. Tang Yi glanced at Tang Jing and the Crown Prince, shaking his head with a smile. He is indeed good. Compared to your hypocritical behavior, I may not be much, but I am certainly better than all of you. Your Highness, please come in. Tang Jing, not wanting his son to embarrass himself any further, made a gesture of invitation for the Crown Prince to take his seat. However, Tang Hao would not miss this opportunity to embarrass Tang Yi in front of the Crown Prince. He immediately looked at the scroll in Tang Yi's hand and laughed. Tang, this thing is so tattered. It must have been picked up from a garbage heap, right? Today is our elder brother's joyous day, whose gift isn't worth a fortune. Don't deliberately make our elder brother look bad. Hurry up and throw it away, lest you embarrass yourself by bringing it in. Tang Hao's voice wasn't loud, but it was just enough for everyone to hear. Sure enough, the Crown Prince stopped and looked over, and Tang Jing's expression darkened. The scroll in Tang Yi's hand was indeed shabby and dusty, giving the impression that it had been hanging on the wall for a long time, and he had casually pulled it down to give as a gift. Tang Yi, what are you causing trouble for again? Get out. Tang Jing had a bad premonition and pointed toward the door, coldly reprimanding him. To offend the Crown Prince and offer a shabby gift. This scoundrel wasn't here to attend the celebration banquet. He was here to cause trouble. Tang Shirling doesn't need to rush to drive someone away. I will leave on my own, of course, provided that I finish my business first. Tang Yi raised his hand and threw the scroll in his hand to Tang Hao, simultaneously pushing towards him. Aren't you curious if it was taken from a garbage heap? Then take a look. Tang Hao didn't expect Tang Yi would throw the scroll over, and hurriedly reached out to catch it. However, he only managed to grab the top of the scroll, causing it to unfurl immediately. The tattered scroll displayed 4 blood-red characters, blood for blood. Upon seeing these 4 characters, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 50. What debt do you owe? Now you know. Blood for blood. In the main hall of Tianxiang Tower, many people gasped at this scene. The weight of these 4 characters surely signified a vendetta as grave as a father's murder or a wife's abduction, right? How deep was this guy's grudge against the Tang family to choose such a moment to slap them in the face? The prince's refined smile finally froze. He was standing here effectively supporting the Tang family, yet he never expected Tang Yi would dare to pull such a stunt. Tang Hao was also stunned. Like Tang Hao, he thought Tang Yi would merely present a shabby painting to annoy them. Since he dared to act, they naturally had to let everyone know just how shameless their legitimate son was. But who could have anticipated that such a secret was hidden within that tattered scroll? Tang Jing's face turned blue and purple. At that moment, he wished he could slap Tang Yi to death. What nonsense are you pulling? Does the Tang family lack for your presence? What grudge do you have? Yin Shuangyu and Lin Zhu had already stood up, trying to maintain smiles. But their gazes towards Tang Yi were filled with resentment. Today was the Tang family's moment of glory, a time to showcase their success to the powerful families of the capital. They couldn't let it all be ruined by Tang Yi. Especially Tang Hao, who was holding the scroll, felt as if he was holding a hot potato. Damn useless fool. I stepped on you out of respect. Why are you resisting? You dare to fight back? Tang Hao roared in his heart, his face contorting in rage. He had only wanted to use the prince's influence to crush Tang Yi into the dust, ensuring he could never rise again. Who would have thought he would dare to be so defiant in this shabby painting? Blood for blood. Tang Yi, you're outrageous. What debt do we owe you? You're slandering. Tang Hao was flustered, speaking without thinking. At this moment, Tang Yi had already stepped up to him, grabbing his hand and twisting it sharply outward. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the room. Everyone's nerves were on edge, and the next second, they saw the previously arrogant Tang Hao collapse to the ground. His hand bent at an unnatural angle. Following that, Tang Hao's screams rang out like a pig being slaughtered. Min Wei Hin, Tan Yi Gan Li stood beside Tang Hao, picked up the fallen, tattered scroll, and casually tossed it onto Tang Hao's face, covering his head. What debt do you owe? Now you know. Tang Yi spoke indifferently. His voice was not loud, but in the hush hall, it sounded like thunder. Many people instinctively swallowed hard, shocked by Tang Yi's actions. Today was supposed to be the Tang family's moment of pride, admired by so many in the capital. How could such a thing happen? Moreover, it was infighting within the Tang family. It was like a grand drama unfolding. Outrageous! 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 Tang Jing finally regained his senses, looking at his injured second son. Furious and nearly exploding. You ungrateful brat. Causing trouble is one thing, but you dare to injure your brother. Shoo! Tang Yi raised a finger to his lips, signaling Tang Jing to be quiet. He looked at Tang Jing with a serious expression, exuding a menacing aura. Tang Shirlang, I am not causing trouble. I am saving the Tang family. As for the unwarranted injury, you might as well ask your precious son and his wife what they did to my sister. Upon hearing this, the previously wailing Tang Hao suddenly fell silent, and Lin Zhu among the women turned pale. So this was the trigger. It turned out this useless fool was causing a scene at Qinxiang Tower to stand up for that little wretch. Just a little wretch born from an old hag. What does it matter if she gets hurt? Compared to the rise and fall of the Tang family, she was nothing. Father, we did nothing to Tang Yi. Tang Yi is slandering us. Dang Hao Sao Det Ang Vidi. Lin Zhu also shook her head desperately. They could not admit to such a thing. Everyone present was a prominent figure in the capital, and if this came to light, they would be met with countless scorn. Hearing their words, the entire hall erupted into chatter. Interesting, Tang Yi severely slapped the Tang family in the face at their most triumphant moment. It seemed there was a story behind this. Tang Shirlang, your household seems quite unsettled. Sister? I almost forgot, Tang Yi has a little sister. Has the Tang family mistreated his sister? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Tang Jing's face alternated between shades of blue and red, while Tang Hua's anger surged, hatred for Tang Yi reaching a peak. Today, he had achieved the highest honor. It was his moment of glory. But in the palace, he had been overshadowed by that mysterious little poet, and now, at the celebration banquet, he was being humiliated by Tang. It was simply unforgivable. Literally, I know my little sister was injured, but you can't just blame it on Tang Hao and his wife because of that. Tang Hua stepped forward to look at Tang, still trying to maintain his image as a good older brother. That's right, father. It was Tang Yi who fell by herself. Lin Zhu and I helped her up, but Tang Yi blames us for it. Tang Hao instantly understood Tang Hua's hint and cried out loudly. Mother, it was the daughter-in-law's fault. She just saw my sister chasing butterflies and fell, and kindly helped her up, but unexpectedly became the excuse for the fourth brother's outburst. Lin Zhu also knelt before Yin Shuangyu, crying pitifully. All right, get up. This isn't your fault. How did it come to this? Leave this matter to your father. He'll give you justice. Yin Shuangyu said with a face full of pain and reluctance, helping Lin Zhu up. Combined with Tang Hua and Yin Shuangyu's words, many people immediately nodded, believing them. Compared to Tang Yi, the Tang family's words were naturally more credible. A person who had no manners and dared to confront the prince. How many would believe what he said? So that is how it is. He just can't stand to see others do well. Such a person is the most detestable. He also bears the surname Tang, sabotaging his family situation, foolish. They initially believed he was a good brother standing up for his sister, but it turned out he was using his sister to frame his brother and sister-in-law. Shameful. The situation flipped almost instantaneously. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Tang Hua shot a cold glance at Tang, thinking, you want to compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Tang Jing was also initially shocked. Could it be that Tang Hao and Lin Zhu had gone to trouble Tang Yi? But after hearing Tang Hua's words, he recalled that Tang Yi had previously used Tang Yi to create a scene in an attempt to leave the Tang family. He almost instantly believed Tang Hua's words, thinking this was yet another scheme from this scoundrel. Useless brat, stop embarrassing yourself and get back. I'll deal with you tonight. Tang Jing was furious but did not lose his rationality. Dealing with Tang Yi at this moment would only make them the laughingstock. Today was already embarrassing enough. Dang Si Lang, may I speak? The prince's laughter rang out. His patience had reached its limit. Tang Yi had begun to disrespect him, boasted arrogantly in front of him, and even injured Tang Hao before his eyes. They were barely 7 feet apart. He was treating the prince as if he didn't exist at all. Youth. The road is walked step by step. Young people shouldn't aim too high. The prince looked at Tang Yi with a smile. his tone carrying a sense of superiority. You're still young. Admitting that others are better than you isn't that difficult. Chapter 51. I'm not here to reason. However, in the face of everyone's accusations, the furious reprimand from Tang Yi, the prince's mockery, and the ridicule from the crowd, Tang Yi merely chuckled lightly. How ridiculous, Tang Hua. Do you think you can turn black into white with just a few words? He moved a chair over and dragged it forward. His target was clear, Lin Zhu. This woman had left his sister battered and bruised, with not a single good spot on her body. How could such a small child dare to lay such a vicious hand? She must be prepared to pay the price. I didn't come here to reason, nor to listen to your reasoning. In my eyes, anyone who harms my sister, no matter the excuse, has no right to reason with me. My sister is the reason. With that, Tang Yi hurled the chair directly at Lin Zhu, who was not far away. Lin Zhu screamed in fright and turned to flee, while the surrounding guests scattered in panic, screaming continuously. No one expected the prince to be present and even speak out to stop it. Yet Tang Yi dared to act so brazenly and with lethal intent. With a loud crash, the chair smashed onto the table, shattering into pieces and scattering the fine food and wine all over the floor. Taking advantage of the chaos, Tang Yi rushed forward. Lin Zhu had barely taken a few steps before he caught her and slammed her down onto the table covered in soup. She was so young, so innocent, filled with kindness towards everything in this world, never once harboring any evil thoughts about anyone. How could you lay a hand on her? Tang Yi's voice was icy, echoing in Lin Zhu's ears like the whisper of death. The overwhelming killing intent enveloped her, and she trembled in fear, finally experiencing the terror of death. Tang Yi, I was wrong. Lin Zhu instinctively apologized, but before she could finish, Tang Yi had already grabbed a pair of chopsticks from the table and viciously stabbed them down onto her outstretched hand. Tang Yi, you dare. Tang Yi, you are outrageous. The prince, Tang Jing, and Yin Shuangyu's voices rang out together, trying to stop him. However, Tang Yi turned a deaf ear, and in an instant, the chopsticks pierced through her palm. I did not accept apologies. At the same time, his cold voice rang out. Lin Zhu screamed, clutching her hand that had been pierced by the chopsticks, her cries echoing throughout the Tianxiang building. She wanted to curse, to wish for Tang Yi to have a bad end, but all that came out was a scream. She was afraid of dying and did not dare to provoke Tang Yi. Listening to Lin Zhu's shrill cries and seeing the youth pressing her down, everyone felt their heads buzzing and their scalps tingling. So ruthless. They had never seen such a decisive and ruthless young man before. Tang Jing's face turned ashen, furious like a trapped beast, his breath accompanied by a low growl. Ruined, completely ruined. What was supposed to be a celebration banquet had turned into a farce for the Tang family. Yin Shuangyu's face lost all color, her usual gentleness gone, replaced by a pale and resentful expression, filled with hatred. Damn you, bastard, you ruined my son's banquet. You ruined my son. Tang Hua looked at Tang, instinctively taking 2 steps back, a chill creeping into his heart. In the past, he had never looked at Tang Yi with any respect. But the current Tang Yi made him inexplicably fearful. The warm smile on the prince's face vanished, replaced by barely concealed anger. There had never been anyone so arrogant in front of him like Tang Yi. Outside the Tianxiang building, an old eunuch sitting in a remote corner, quietly drinking, rarely showed a smile. Decisive and killing, without a hint of hesitation. Is this what the reports called a waste? This kid has a story. Apologies, everyone, for interrupting your enjoyment. Tang Yi casually tossed Lin Zhu onto the table and cupped his hands toward the crowd, saying, I've finished my business and now I'm leaving. You all continue with the music and dance. Enjoy your food and drink. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly wore a face full of black lines. How could they enjoy their food and drink when the atmosphere was so tense and the ground was in disarray? Tang Yi, un fidèle son. Tang Jing came back to his senses, pointing at Tang, furious to the point of being speechless. Tang Yi ignored him and turned to walk out of the Tianxiang building. As he walked out, people actively made way for him, distancing themselves. Stop! The prince, unable to bear it any longer, spoke coldly. Did you not hear what I said? I heard it, so what? Tang Yi sneered. You are not qualified to teach me how to do things. Tang Yi didn't stop, not even glancing at the prince. He treated him like the prince had previously praised the Tang family's 3 brothers, not putting him in his eyes at all. As the prince of a nation, with the Northern D army pressing down during a national crisis, you should be thinking of how to alleviate the emperor's worries, instead of scheming to consolidate your own position. Engaging in intrigue. To be honest, someone like you, as a prince, usually doesn't have a good ending in history. He shot back without holding back. Xiaosu, the old general, and the old prince together were over 200 years old, yet they still exerted themselves, still worried about the future of the yin. Even I, who came from another world, hope this country can grow strong and not be bullied by other nations. And the current crown prince, in his prime, is not thinking about the safety of the yin, but rather consolidating his position, forming cliques, disregarding the country and the people. What kind of good successor can such a prince be? But as soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. What did they just hear? This guy actually taught the prince how to do things, and even scolded him like a grandson? This is so crazy. Does this guy not know what it means to bring disaster upon oneself? Does he not know that slandering and disrespecting the royal family is also a capital offense? Tang Hua's eyes turned vicious, and even Tang Hao forgot to struggle, his mouth agape. Offending the prince, he was doomed. Unfilial son, shut your mouth. Kneel down and apologize to His Highness at once. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Tang Jing was frightened to the point of almost passing out. Although he didn't like Tang Yi, this bastard had turned the celebration banquet into chaos. But he didn't want Tang Yi to lose his life because of it. The prince was also stunned. He had a good reputation, and wherever he went, people treated him politely. Now, a useless young man from the Tang family actually publicly reprimanded him, scolding him for not understanding how to alleviate the emperor's worries. Truly seeking death. The prince's heart burned with anger, and a killing intent surged, but he still maintained a gentle smile on his face. He couldn't let this waste ruin the good image he had built over more than a decade. However, not killing him would not quell the anger in his heart. I've learned my lesson. You are right. Now that the yin is facing both internal and external troubles, I have indeed neglected state affairs and improperly attended a banquet. The prince stepped forward and bowed to Tang Yi's back, saying, however, as your superior, when you injure others in front of me, when you jump around in front of me, where does that place me? Where does that place the laws of the yin? For reasons of sentiment and logic, I cannot indulge you today. With a wave of his hand, several of the prince's guards waiting outside immediately surrounded Tang Yi, blocking his way. Chapter 52. He is my person. Who dares to move? Seeing this scene, everyone knew the situation was serious. Tang Yi's arrogance would ultimately lead to his own downfall. Tang Yi, you are outrageous. Who gave you the courage to offend the prince? Tang Hua stepped forward, full of disappointment, kneeled down and apologized to His Highness at once. Do you want to bring ruin to the Tang family? Today, what was supposed to be a celebration banquet has been messed up by you. Do you want to implicate your father and bring him down like you? Tang Hua stood on the moral high ground, criticizing and reprimanding Tang Yi in the guise of a good brother. Only in this way could he recover a bit of lost face. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi shook his head and said, Tang Hua, the mask has been worn for too long. Don't think it will become real. Tang Jing will inevitably suffer disgrace. That is certain, but not because of me, but because of you. I'm not revealing you today because I lack the strength, but because some matters are more persuasive when spoken by others than when I speak. No rush. The Shun Garden Poetry meeting, the old prince will make in time. Stealing the old prince's exclusive, you can explain it to him yourself then. Tang Hua's pupils suddenly constricted, and he felt a wave of unease in his heart. Who are they talking about? Who? Does this waste have a backup plan? But so what? I am the newly appointed top scholar by His Majesty. Even if that little poet comes forward to accuse me, could he prove that I plagiarized? Thinking of this, Tang Hua smiled and said, Tang Yi, stop pretending here. If you have something to say, just say it directly. My father and His Highness the Crown Prince are here. They could decide for you. Tang Jing was so furious that he trembled and shouted, outrageous! You scoundrel! You dare to hit your brother and sister-in-law. And now you want to bite at your elder brother? Although he didn't understand what riddle Tang Yi was trying to play, he was clear that this scoundrel's riddle was definitely not well-intentioned. He truly wanted to ruin the Tang family. Tang Yi glanced at Tang Jing, and indeed, this old man trusted Tang Hua too much, to the point of not allowing any doubts. He just didn't know if he could withstand the truth when it was laid bare. This era had no quick-acting heart-saving pills. If he were to die from anger, would it have anything to do with me? Minister Tang, Scholar Tang, since he doesn't appreciate your kindness, why bother to humiliate yourselves? The Crown Prince smiled at Tang Yi and said lightly, "This matter is best left to me to handle. Tang Yi injuring someone in front of me is a provocation against the laws of Dian, and the laws of Dian cannot be violated. Someone immediately take Tang Yi down. Escort him to the Jingzhou mansion and await punishment." The Crown Prince's guards immediately surrounded Tang Yi. "Your Highness." Tang Jing wanted to say something, but his hand was pulled by Tang Hua, who shook his head slightly at him. Tang Jing glanced at Tang Yi and had to close his eyes. "Forget it. This scoundrel is seeking death on his own. I can't let the entire Tang family be harmed because of him. Let him suffer a bit in jail first. When the Crown Prince's anger subsides, I will find a way to get him out. For now, this is the only way." However, the next second, Tang Jing was almost scared to death because Tang Yi actually picked up a chair again. This scoundrel actually wants to resist. Infidèles sont, infidèles sont, infidèles sont. Tang Jing immediately pointed at Tang Yi, so angry he couldn't speak. Meanwhile, Tang Hua, Yin Shuangyu, and Lin Zhu became excited. Yes, just like that, resist. If he dares to resist, he's dead. Seeing Tang Yi grab the chair, the Crown Prince's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Dare to stubbornly resist? Kill without mercy. A waste, repeatedly challenging my bottom line, deserves to die." Tang Yi looked up and chuckled lightly. "Just right. I also don't like to be captured without a fight. However, Your Highness, you'd better think clearly. If we fight today, we will be enemies. If we are enemies, then I cannot allow you to sit in that position. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous for me. If we are enemies, if I do not die today, you won't be able to sit in that position for long." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince laughed in anger. Enemies? Does he really fear becoming my enemy? He coldly waved his hand. "Do it." As the battle was about to break out, those nearby instinctively stepped back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. At this moment, many people looked at Tang Yi as if he were an idiot, facing dozens of the Crown Prince's guards who could turn him into meat paste in minutes. He still dared to be arrogant? Who dares to touch my people? Just then a light shout came. Tang Yi looked up and saw two tall and beautiful women walking in from outside. It was Kong Shilan and Princess Xiaolan. Upon seeing Xiaolan, Tang Yi's face stiffened for a moment. Thankfully, this woman didn't say, "Who dares to touch the father of my child?" Otherwise, things would have gotten serious. It's Princess Gaoyang. No wonder this guy dared to be so arrogant. It turns out he has the backing of Princess Gaoyang. And Miss Kong's family? No way. Does Miss Kong have a connection with him too? The entire Tianxiang building immediately buzzed with discussion, and everyone was shocked. This made Yin Shuangyu's face twist with anger. She was both surprised and furious. She had worked hard to plot for her son, just to arrange a good marriage for him. Yet, what she struggled to accomplish, that scoundrel Tang, he managed to do effortlessly. Why? Does he even deserve it? Tang Hua's pupils shrank sharply, and his hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Kong Shilan was the woman he had his eyes on. Does that mean this woman is also going to help Tang Yi? Tang Jing was also very surprised. This waste of a son could actually have connections with the princess? The Crown Prince saw Xiaolan and smiled, but his eyes were cold. "Lan'er, don't speak nonsense. What do you mean, my person? She's an unmarried girl." Xiaolan was the daughter of the virtuous consort, and the virtuous consort was a sworn enemy of his mother, the Empress. Naturally, he had no good feelings for Xiaolan. In fact, he wished for her not to live. "He is my person. If I say so, then he is." Xiaolan pulled Tang Yi behind her. "How is he not my person? If my brother has any objections, then just hold it in." Kong Shilan glanced at the messy hall of Tianxiang building and instinctively raised her eyebrows. This was done by that scoundrel Tang. This guy really can't stay idle. He injured someone in front of me, and all these people are witnesses. Are you going to protect him? The Crown Prince's expression darkened, suppressing his anger. "Even you dare to defy me?" Xiaolan turned to Tang Yi and raised her eyebrows. "Huh? Is that so?" "There's nothing to deny." Tang Yi nodded and said, "That's right. Xiao Lan gritted her teeth, emphasizing, say, their ISNT. Tang Yi, beautiful lady, are you being overly protective? Besides, I'm a man. I dare to act. So I can't be short in any aspect. This happened because they hurt my sister. Tang Yi did not hide anything. Although the princess had good intentions, he couldn't be unreasonable, could he? Xiao Lan looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Royal brother, did you hear that? They were fault first. Is there any problem with Tang Yi dealing with them? No problem, right? If I were beaten, would you still reason with him? The crown prince's anger caused his lips to tremble slightly. If you were beaten, I wouldn't reason with them. I would drink 300 cups. Chapter 53. A huge joke. Your Highness, this is purely Tang Yi's slander. Tang Hua, seeing the princess's not-so-smart behavior, stepped forward and displayed his most charming smile. He performed a scholar's bow, his smile like a spring breeze. Your Highness, my brother and sister-in-law have already said that Tang Yi's little sister fell by herself. Xiao Lan nei jia li nu dang hu. And upon hearing him say Tang Yi was slandering, she immediately became displeased. Who are you? You say she fell. So, she fell? Then I can say you're the ones who slandered me. No, you're the ones who slandered me. Xiao Lan held onto Tang Yi's hand. And Tang Yi tried to pull away several times, but couldn't. You so many people bullying him alone. Shameless. I'm going to tell my father about you. Everyone, Tang Hua, the crown prince. Everyone was momentarily confused. What the hell? What do you mean we are bullying him alone? Isn't it him bullying a whole group of us? He is committing violence in front of all of us, causing chaos, and you say we are bullying him? Cough, cough. Tang Yi coughed a couple of times and said, give me some face. They can't bully me. Xiao Lan glared at him, saying, they're the ones who don't give me face. Why should I give you face? Tang Yi looked at Xiao Lan in astonishment. What kind of logic is that, woman? Royal sister, don't go too far. The crown prince's face darkened, saying word by word, he injured someone, and everyone here is a witness. But he says Tang Hao and Lin Zhu harmed his sister. That is just his one-sided word. You must not be deceived by him. Are you trying to deceive me? Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes looked at Tang Yi. Not at the moment. Tang Yi's mouth twitched. Why did it feel like a cliché romantic drama? Will you take responsibility? Will you marry me? Will you not go in? Did you hear that? He said he didn't deceive, so he didn't. Xiao Lan raised her head, her beautiful eyes surveying the crowd. Today, this man is claimed by me. Whoever is unconvinced, hold it in. After saying this, she pulled Tang Yi and turned to leave. Kong Shilan stood beside Xiao Lan, shaking her head helplessly at the scene before her. Wasn't it agreed that everything would go according to her? Encountering this dogma man, you seem to have completely forgotten your promises. However, Prince Wei stood in front, refusing to give way. Xiao Lan turned around, looking at the prince's ashen face, and said, Brother Prince, I also have bodyguards. Do you really want to start a war with me? As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Yi saw that hundreds of people in plain clothes were quickly surrounding Tianxiang building. Xiao Lan didn't like having people follow her. Her protectors were always in the shadows. Especially after last night's incident, the emperor had increased the number of bodyguards, not because he feared he couldn't protect her, but because he was afraid she would run away again. At that moment, all eyes fell on Tang. What exactly did this guy do to the princess? How could the notoriously willful princess Gaoyang be so devoted to him? Tang Jing was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. If the princess and the prince were to fight, then his Tang family would surely face dire consequences. Kong Shilan was also alarmed and shot Tang Yi a glance. Think of a way to persuade this little demon. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Tang Yi was equally speechless. This was far from his original plan. His plan was to disrupt the Tang family's celebration banquet, exposing Tang Hua's matter, so the furious emperor wouldn't implicate him in Tang Yin. Besides, he was already providing the composite crossbow, Zhuge Divine Crossbow, and strategizing. The emperor couldn't possibly be so ungrateful, right? However, he really didn't expect that a Tang family celebration banquet would drag both the prince and the princess into it. If it really came to blows, things would spiral out of control. No, there's no need for that. This is a society governed by law. We should abide by the law. Tang Yi quickly grabbed Xiao Lan and said, I have evidence. I have evidence that Tang Hao and Lin Zhu harmed my sister. There is a jade pendant that Uncle Xiao gave to Tang Yin, which was taken by Lin Zhu. Tang Yi looked at Tang Jing, his tone reminding. Tang Shirlang. He's the one who gave me and Tang Yi the silver before. Boom. Tang Jing, who was already scared out of his wits, felt the world spin when he heard Tang Yi's words, and he fell to the ground. The Uncle Xiao who gave Tang Yi and Tang Yi the silver was actually the current Emperor Xiao Su. Oh my god. A Tang family banquet actually dragged 3 heavyweight figures from the royal family into it. And Lin Zhu actually took the Emperor's jade pendant. That was the Emperor's jade pendant. Everyone was shocked to see Tang Jing kneeling on the ground. What, there's a big scoop. The last name Xiao? Who? Which Xiao could scare Tang Jing like this? The prince was equally astonished. Where's the jade pendant? Little beast, where's the jade pendant? At that moment, Tang Jing suddenly erupted, rushing directly in front of Tang Hao and slapping him hard. Where's the jade pendant? Hurry up and give me the jade pendant. Tang Jing's voice was trembling. The last time Yin Shuangyu privately used the silver, the emperor rewarded Tang. The emperor talked to him for a long time and almost sent him to the underworld. Now Tang Hao and Lin Zhu had taken the jade pendant. The emperor rewarded Tang Yin. Whether he could survive to chat with the emperor again was uncertain. In the past, the emperor would probably just give him a warning, but now with the armies of Beide and Dongyu pressing in, he not only advocated for moving the capital, but also gave his son a reward. If the emperor was unhappy, he could very well be the chicken that gets killed to warn the monkey. Tang Hao was stunned on the spot. He and Lin Zhu had beaten Tang Yi half to death that day, and indeed took a jade pendant from her. However, he never expected that his father, who had always doubted Tang Yi, would hit him over a jade pendant. Lin Zhu's face also turned pale, ignoring the pain in her hand. She instinctively tried to hide the beautiful jade pendant hanging from her waist. But Yin Shuangyu, seeing her son being hit, felt heartbroken, unaware of the severity of the situation. She snatched the jade pendant from Lin Zhu's waist and quickly stood in front of Tang Jing. Sir, why are you hitting the child? What did the child do wrong? You believe Tang Yi's words without giving HEIR a chance to defend himself? Yin Shuangyu blinked, tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to use her tears to manipulate the angry Tang Jing. Sir, don't listen to little Yi's nonsense. HEIR and Lin Zhu did not rob Tang Yi of the jade pendant. This jade pendant was a gift I prepared for HEIR and Lin Zhu. A few days ago was their wedding anniversary. Saying this, she opened her palm. The jade pendant appeared before Tang Jing and the prince. Tang Jing was instantly petrified, and the prince felt as if he had been struck by lightning. That is father's jade pendant. That is father's jade pendant. Father's jade pendant became a gift prepared by this woman? Are you kidding me? Tang Jing, you are so bold. The prince's furious voice rang out. Well, your family really knows how to play. I'm helping you deal with Tang Yi, and you dare to stab a knife in my back. Father's personal jade pendant appears in your wife's hand and becomes a gift from her. What the hell is this? What will people say about father if this gets out? Will they say father has an unclear relationship with your wife? Chapter 54. The Emperor takes action. Tang Jing was so frightened that he felt as if his flesh was being stripped away, his soul knocked out of his body. He never expected that this woman would reveal the Emperor's jade pendant in front of everyone just to protect her son. Fortunately, at this moment, only he and the prince were in front of her. However, it was clear that many people had gathered to join in the excitement, including several officials from the court who often dealt with the emperor. Would they not recognize the emperor's jade pendant? Without considering anything else and ignoring the embarrassment, Tang Jing stepped forward, snatched the jade pendant from Yin Shuangyu's hand, and slapped her in the face. Ignorant woman, how dare you lie at a time like this? From now on, you shut your mouth. How dare you? This is the emperor's jade pendant. How much face do you have to be able to take the emperor's jade pendant as a gift? Are you crazy? Over the years, Tang Jing had doted on this childhood sweetheart and often indulged her, but now he first had the thought of wanting to kill this woman. She was more troublesome than that rascal Tang Yi. Everyone was astonished to see Yin Shuangyu slapped to the ground, their eyes fixed on the jade pendant hidden in Tang Jing's sleeve. So, whose jade pendant was it? Whose jade pendant could make Tang Shirlang lose his mind? Sir, Yin Shuangyu was completely stunned, covering her face in disbelief. She had always been able to manipulate the man in front of her at any time and place. But now, He actually hit her over a jade pendant. Over the years, he had never hit her, not even touched her with a finger. But seeing Tang Jing's cold and sinister face, Yin Shuangyu knew that the man in front of her was truly angry, and at this moment, his anger far surpassed Tang Yi's disruption of the celebration banquet. What she didn't know was that while Tang Yi's disruption of the banquet would only lead to embarrassment for the Tang family, if the emperor's personal jade pendant appeared in the hands of a woman like her, the rumors would be unbearable. By then, if the emperor was furious, the entire Tang family would likely have their heads lined up neatly in the market. Tang Hua was also dumbfounded, wanting to say a few words for her mother. She didn't dare to utter a single word. Kong Shilan and Xiao Lan exchanged glances, both puzzled, as they hadn't clearly seen the jade pendant. Tang Jing hit it too quickly. Even Tang Yi furrowed his brows at this moment, not expecting that Xiao Su's jade pendant could cause Tang Jing to lose control like this. However, thinking about it, Tang Yi understood that Xiao Su was from the royal family, one of the powerful princes in the capital. If the personal jade pendant appeared beside Tang Jing's partner. Damn, such baseless speculation was not something an ordinary man could endure. Until now, he hadn't dared to guess that person was the emperor. The imperial edict has arrived. Just as everyone was lost in their thoughts, a rather sharp voice rang out. Everyone looked up towards the entrance and saw a little eunuch carrying the imperial edict, escorted by the imperial guards. Tang Hua's eyes suddenly lit up. The edict must be for him. Today he had topped the imperial examination, and although the emperor had said he would be appointed to the Hanlin Academy, there was no formal decree yet. Now, as long as the emperor issued the decree, he could regain the face he had lost today. Tang Hua immediately stepped forward and knelt, saying, "I, Tang Hua, receive the edict." The little eunuch was momentarily taken aback. "Did I say the edict was for you?" He smiled and said, "Scholar Tang, please rise. The edict is for Deputy Minister Tang." Tang Hua's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly stood up. The edict wasn't for him. He thought that after outshining everyone in the Zijing Hall today, the emperor would have a reward for him. For me? Tang Jing's heart suddenly jolted, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. Yet he still knelt down and said, "I, Tang Jing, receive the edict." The eunuch unfolded the edict and read, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor commands, Deputy Minister of Personnel, Tang Jing, has been lax in educating his children, allowing his 2 sons and wife to commit acts of violence against a young girl, leaving her covered in wounds, unworthy of being a model for the officials. Therefore, he is to be dismissed from the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel, but since the court is in need of talent, his authority will be temporarily retained for service to the country. Thus it is decreed." Boom! Tang Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. To be dismissed from the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel, while temporarily retaining his authority, simply means removing you from your position. You're no longer a deputy minister, but you can still exercise the powers of a deputy minister. Whether or not he can be restored to his original position will depend on his future performance. If he performs well, he can be reinstated. If he does poorly, he will be dismissed. Of course, what shocked Tang Jing even more was that Tang Hao and Lin Zhu had actually harmed Tang Yin. Even the emperor knew, yet he, as the father, was still in the dark and didn't even believe his son Tang, who spoke up for his daughter. Tang, he didn't lie. The ones lying were his most trusted son and wife. This made it hard for Tang Jing to accept. Everyone watching the scene looked shocked and astonished, whispering among themselves, "Wow, it's true? They really are abusing Tang Yi's sister." Huh, I actually believed Yin Shuangyu's words. This woman is simply a hypocritical poisoner. Turns out we wronged Tang Yi. The one with no principles is actually the concubine. Listening to the discussions around her, Yin Shuangyu stood frozen, her face pale. I'm not a poisoner. This is all Tang Yi's scheme." Yin Shuangyu roared inwardly, her face twisted and fierce, but she didn't dare make a sound. Tang Hao and Lin Zhu were trembling in fear, their faces devoid of color. Damn it, it was just a lesson for that little vixen. How could it involve even the emperor? Tang Hua was also dumbfounded. He often did such things before and never caused any trouble. Why was it making such a big commotion now? Directly reported to the emperor. At this moment, the angriest was Crown Prince Shao Kong. His face was ashen. veins bulging on his forehead. Although these discussions were disdainful of the Tang family, every word felt like a slap in the face to the crown prince. Previously, he had praised the Tang family, only failing to praise Tang Yi, whom he deemed unworthy of acknowledgement. He had even told Tang, "Young man, it's not so hard to admit others are better than you." But now, the emperor's edict had directly exposed the ugliness of the Tang family. The so-called excellent people were merely wolves in sheep's clothing, while the one he looked down upon had instead become noble in character. What did his previous support for the Tang family count for? It felt like a fool's errand. It turned out he'd been burdened with so much before. Kong Shirlan glanced at Tang Yi, her brows furrowing slightly. Now that he had the ability to resist, what about when he was weak and powerless? How much darkness had he endured? Suddenly, Kong Shirlan's mind inexplicably recalled the scene from that day when she visited, where the young man held his sister in one arm and a stick in the other, confronting the Tang family. That frail body inexplicably made her feel a pang of pity. Long live the wise emperor. Long live the wise and martial emperor. Xiaolan excitedly waved her small fists, punching Tang Yi's shoulder twice. Not bad. You actually got the emperor to help. Do you believe me if I say it has nothing to do with me? Tang Yi rubbed his nose. He hadn't expected the emperor to take action. Chapter 55. I am the little poet. The emperor's intervention was beyond Tang Yi's expectation. But thinking about it, it was somewhat anticipated. After all, during this period, Tang Jing had indeed been acting a bit too freely. If the emperor didn't reprimand him, it would be a disservice. In any case, it was a good thing. The emperor did what he most wanted to do. TCH, I don't believe it. Xiao Lan Pao that. Soon, she assessed Tang Yi's profile and couldn't help but smile. To be honest, this guy looked quite good up close. The child born should also be quite good looking, right? Deputy Minister Tang received the edict. The little eunuch finished reading the edict and, seeing Tang Jing still unmoving, smiled and reminded him. Only then did Tang Jing come to his senses, slumping his shoulders to receive the edict. I thank the emperor for the great kindness. The little eunuch flicked his feather duster and cleared his throat, saying, by the command of the virtuous consort, Yin Shuangyu, wife of the Tang family, has a heart of malice, treating her legitimate children harshly. She is to receive a slap. After speaking, the little eunuch walked up to Yin Shuangyu, respectfully bowed, and said, Madam Tang, I apologize. With that, he raised his hand. Slap. Yin Shuangyu was knocked to the ground, her hair disheveled and her face bloodied. Yet, she remained in shock, unable to believe that for that little vixen, the virtuous consort had personally come to punish her. As a concubine in the harem, how could she interfere in the affairs of an official's household? The entire venue fell silent. No one expected that not only had the emperor punished Tang Jing, but even the virtuous consort had not spared Yin Shuangyu. The Tang family's reputation was utterly ruined today. Even Tang, he was dumbfounded at this moment, truly. His aunt was impressive, that was well-deserved. Just 2 words, satisfying. If it weren't for the restrictions of his status, he would have wanted to hit that woman long ago. Eunuch, this is too much. Tang Hua stood in front of his mother, his voice icy. The little eunuch respectfully clasped his hands and said, the virtuous consort said, I am the aunt of Tang Yi and Tang Yin, and it is only right for me to act on behalf of their mother in punishing her. If any official in the world is dissatisfied, they may submit a petition to impeach me. With that, the little eunuch turned and left with his entourage. Once the edict carrying eunuch left, the atmosphere in the venue became extremely strange. Everyone in the Tianxiang building looked at each other, and no one spoke. Your Highness, may I leave now, or do you want to continue this battle? You choose. I'm ready for either. Ultimately, it was Tang Yi who broke the silence. However, the way he broke the silence was so forceful that countless people twitched their mouths. Was he looking to escalate the situation? Xiaolan also stepped forward, firmly standing by Tang Yi's side. Kong Shirlan, alongside Xiaolan, bit her lip and could only stand on Tang Yi's other side. Seeing this scene, the crown prince's eyes darkened frighteningly. He didn't care about Tang Yi, but he had to take Xiaolan and Kong Shirlan seriously. Let's go. The crown prince waved his hand, and the crown prince's guards opened path. Tang Yi turned to leave with Xiaolan and Kong Shirlan. Tang Jing, manage your family affairs. What a mess this is. The crown prince flicked his sleeve and coldly snorted, leading his people away. Deputy Minister Tang. It's time to tidy up your home. Farewell. Deputy Minister Tang. The concubine at home is about to give birth. I must hurry back to see. Once the crown prince left, the guests at the banquet began to find excuses to leave. In a matter of moments, the entire Tianxiang building was empty. Today, they witnessed the glory of the Tang family, and likewise, they also witnessed the Tang family's disgrace. For a long time to come, the Tang family would be a hot topic in the capital, a source of humor after meals. The entire Tianxiang Tower was left with only the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled members of the Tang family. Tang Jing held the imperial edict with a pale face, while Tang Hao and Lin Zhu lay on the ground, unaware of their fate. Yin Shuangyu supported herself on the table, swaying unsteadily, and Tang Hua glared at Tang Yi outside the door, filled with hatred. To her, all of this was caused by Tang Yi. Master, they have gone too far. Yin Shuangyu approached, tried to awaken the man's compassion. You all are very good. Tang Jing closed his eyes and said coldly, Go home, return to the ancestral hall. I'm too tired today. I have no energy to deal with this. At that moment, Tang Yi, having exited Tianxiang Tower, walked again towards the old eunuch lying in the corner. He bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. The old eunuch had kept his eyes closed the entire time and did not speak. Only after Tang Yi had walked far away did he open his eyes. Looking at Tang Yi's back and smiling, an interesting young man with a noble character, though currently lacking in methods. However, if this person gains the emperor's favor and has the opportunity to grow, he will become a great enemy. Him, Wei Hai, who had walked out from behind, was slightly taken aback. Did my godfather misjudge him? Also, why did my godfather allow him to cause trouble in the tavern? If the grand princess pursues this, my godfather will surely be reprimanded. Wei Yuan glanced at the fine wine in his hand and said, Because we also have a granddaughter. Anyone who dares to touch our granddaughter, we will annihilate their entire clan. As for being reprimanded, if it weren't for our granddaughter needing protection, would we fear her scolding? Wei Hai's expression darkened upon hearing this. His godfather was forced out of the palace because his granddaughter needed protection. He couldn't trust anyone else. Otherwise, even Shun Diaoxi would have to respectfully call him ancestor in front of his godfather. Tang Yi, do you know who the little poetic immortal is? Xiao Lang, walking alongside Tang Yi on the street, cut straight to the chase and asked, Didn't Ti Liang Xiao say last night at Huanin Fong that you and the poetic immortal are good brothers? We know each other. Tang Yi tried to pull back his hand, but the woman held on tighter. He could only point to himself and say, I am the little poetic immortal, and the little poetic immortal is me. Really? Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes lit up suddenly. I knew it. How could the person I like be inferior? Kong Shirlan tapped Xiao Lan's forehead with her fingertip and said impatiently, You idiot. Only you would believe that. Ivichiked. He hasn't even graduated from school and can't even recognize all the characters. How could he write poetry? You think too highly of him. Kong Shirlan had suspected that Tang Yi was the poetic immortal, but after careful investigation, she concluded that Tang Yi could not possibly be him. Her doubts had long been overturned. Tang Yi, who exactly is the little poetic immortal? Can you reveal it? I have something to find him for. Tang Yi glanced at the pleading look in Kong Shirlan's beautiful eyes and was momentarily speechless. The poetic immortal is right in front of you. How can you not believe it? Having spoken the truth and still not being believed, Tang Yi pondered for a moment and changed his wording. Don't worry. The little poetic immortal will also attend the Xinyuan poetry meeting. Tang Hua won't monopolize the spotlight. Really? Gongxilan Sureli Gatang Yi Shengvit. Her happiness coming too suddenly for her to believe. She had put in a lot of effort to find the little poetic immortal these past few days. Really? He said it himself. Tang Yi nodded. Hearing this, Kong Shirlan finally let out a long sigh of relief. Tang Yi had no reason to lie to her about such matters. She believed his words. However, Xiao Lan leaned closer to Tang Yi and whispered, If Lan Jie doesn't believe you, I believe you. The father of my child definitely won't be inferior. Tang Yi and Kong Shirlan exchanged glances. If this were to reach the emperor's ears, it would be a big problem. Princess, some things I think it's better to clarify. Tang Yi looked at Xiao Lan, his expression very serious and solemn. I was saving you, And besides, a kiss cannot lead to pregnancy. Xiaolon blinked her beautiful eyes and said excitedly, "Is that so? Then you come back to the princess's mansion with me and teach me how to get pregnant." Tang Yi. Great, this conversation just died. Chapter 56. Tang Yi can't stay any longer. In the palace, in the emperor's study. It was already night, and Emperor Yinwen stood by the window, looking towards the north. His brow furrowed, unable to hide his worry. Chen Diaoxi, in the end, I was impulsive. After a long time, Emperor Yinwen sighed lightly. Chen Diaoxi slightly bowed his hands and remained silent. He knew the emperor was just talking to himself and did not need a response. I shouldn't have revealed Tang Yi's strategy in the Zijing Hall today, but upon hearing that group of old thieves wanted me to relocate the capital, I couldn't hold back. Now this news, I'm afraid, can no longer be hidden. If it reaches Beatty and Dongyu first, the consequences will be serious. Which dynasty has not had a few traitors? Don't be fooled by these ministers' loyal appearances. Emperor Yinwen knew very well that if Beatty's troops really approached the city, many would likely bind him, the emperor, to the city wall as a sacrifice to Beatty. Having spoken of Tang Yi's plan in the Grand Hall, some might quickly pass the information to Dongyu and Beatty in exchange for future survival opportunities. Your Majesty, rest assured, the Jinyui has been fully deployed. The news will not leak out. Chen Jiaoxi said with a smile, as long as we can control it for about 3 days. Even if the news leaks, Beatty and Dongyu won't have time to stop it. Just then, a young eunuch entered to report, Your Majesty. Jinyui Captain Ning Chuan requests an audience. Chen Jiaoxi respectfully stepped aside, and the emperor did not turn around, only frowning and saying, Summon him. Soon, Ning Chuan entered the emperor's study, saluted, and said, Your Majesty, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Gu Cheng, has died suddenly at home. Emperor Yinwen turned abruptly, his face in shock. What? Ning Chuan said, He died of poisoning. It appears to be suicide, but I suspect he was murdered. Emperor Yinwen struck the window ledge with a fist, his face pale. I just ordered the officials in debt to the Ministry of Revenue to repay their debts. And now the assistant minister in charge of finance has died suddenly. Very good. Do you think that by killing someone to silence them? I can't do anything about you? Ning Chuan, I give you 10 days. Within 10 days, I want to know the truth. 10 days? Ning Chuan felt his head grow heavier upon hearing this. In the past, such cases were handled by the Ministry of Justice and Dali Temple. As long as they could reach a satisfactory conclusion for everyone, it would be closed. Handing it directly to Ji only proved the emperor was angry and wanted a thorough investigation. But finding the truth within 10 days was an exceptionally difficult task. I will obey. Ning Chuan could only brace himself to continue. Emperor Yinwen pondered for a moment and said, I will assign you an assistant. Let Tang Yi assist Jinyui in the case. I originally wanted to wait a bit longer, but since someone doesn't want me to wait, then I won't. Chen Diaoxi, draft an edict to appoint Tang Yi as 100 households of Jinyui. He will start working in Jinyui tomorrow. At this point, Emperor Yinwen looked at Ning Chuan and said, Release the 4th prince as well. I'll let them work together to handle the Ministry of Revenue case. Since the case has now occurred, let them work together on it. Ning Chuan thought of Tang Yi and Xiao Di, and his head suddenly hurt even more. These 2 guys are both troublemakers, and one of them is even a prince. It was already enough of a headache to investigate the case, and now he had to bring them along, making it even worse. I will obey. Ning Chuan accepted the edict and left the emperor's study with a heavy heart. Emperor Yinwen raised his hand to pinch his brow, his expression extremely grim. Very well. You couldn't help but reveal yourselves, right? Do you really think I can't catch your tail? Then this time, I will show you my determination. Tang family. When Tang Yi returned home, the moon was already high in the sky. He had wasted a full 2 hours explaining to Xiaolon that a kiss wouldn't lead to pregnancy. Tang Jing was already waiting in the courtyard. At this moment, he had a stern expression, his eyes cold, and his robe neat. Having seemingly stepped out of the shadow of today's banquet. Why choose today? Tang Jing questioned coldly. If it weren't for Tang Yi choosing to take revenge today, the Tang family wouldn't be so thoroughly humiliated. Tang Yi had long known that Tang Jing would come to seek justice. He was eager to prove that he was right, eager to prove that he hadn't favored a concubine over his wife back then. Otherwise, in front of Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hua's mother and son, his intelligence would be equivalent to 0. Quite tragic. Why not go see Tang Yi? Tang Yi retorted. If he had seen his sister's injuries, he wouldn't have asked such a stupid question. I asked you why you chose today. Tang Jing became somewhat enraged and did not answer his question. I asked you why you didn't go see Tang Yi. She's also your daughter. What's wrong feeling guilty? Tang Yi sat down on a wooden chair, resting his hands behind his head, but his eyes were full of anger and mockery. Are you struggling to convince yourself to believe Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hua, believing that they didn't intentionally conceal anything, but for the benefit of the Tang family? Are you afraid that if you see Tang Yin's injuries, you might waver? That you might doubt your nearly perfect eldest son? Huh, Tang Shirlang, you live quite laughably. Tang Jing's face suddenly turned various shades of blue and purple as he was struck at the heart by Tang Yi's words. You still haven't answered my question. Tang Jing took a deep breath and said coldly. For him, nothing was more important than the honor of the Tang family. But because of Tang Yi, today the Tang family, having just reached the peak, was kicked back into the dust. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes at Tang Jing and said, Tang Shirlang, I actually disdain to explain this to you, but listen carefully. I will only say it once. Whether you believe it or not, that is your business. First, the poem that Tang Hua used to achieve the top scholar was plagiarized from my poem. Secondly, if Tang Hua won the top scholar with my poem, then his previous results on the gold list might have problems. You better check whether he privately cheated. Finally, if there was cheating, then Tang Shirlang should be careful. You have leverage in their hands. Tang Yi sneered and said, otherwise, once the truth comes out, Tang Shirlang should count for himself. Which charges would be enough to annihilate the entire Tang family. This is one of the ways I have ruined the Tang family celebration banquet. What I want is to sever ties with your Tang family in front of everyone. Your few obedient sons can act recklessly, but don't involve me and my sister. Tang Jing stood there in shock. Tang Yi's words were like rolling thunder, plowing through his head. Tang Jing's mind went blank, and after being dazed for a long time, he finally came to his senses and shouted angrily at Tang Yi, impossible. This is impossible. What nonsense are you talking? Your brother is the top scholar. He is the top scholar I have carefully trained. How could he possibly cheat? Tang Yi, if you can't compare to your brother, you're just slandering him. Well, faith is shattered. Tang Yi raised his hand and said, return the jade pendant to me. Go back and take care of your children. This is simply unreasonable. Tang Yi snatched the jade pendant from Tang Jing's hand and turned back to his room. Du Lingfei was waiting for Tang Yi outside the door, and when she saw him coming, she said, don't worry, your sister doesn't know he came. She woke up, ate something, and then fell asleep again. Tang Yi glanced at the sleeping Tang Yi in the room and said, you should rest too. I will go next door. Call me if something happens. During this time, he could only temporarily sleep in that small woodshed. He couldn't let a beautiful woman sleep in the woodshed, right? In the east courtyard, Tang Hua, Tang Hao, and Lin Zhu knelt in a neat row. Yin Shuangyu sat in front of them, applying medicine to her face. From now on, don't provoke those two little beasts, Tang Yi and Tang Yin. The next thing will be handled by mother personally. Yin Shuangyu's face showed malice. Tang Yi cannot be left alive. Chapter 57, your last words. I know. 2 days later, as soon as the sky brightened, Tang Yi took Du Lingfei and Tang Yin out of the city to visit their mother's grave. Today is the anniversary of their mother's death. For the past 2 years, the previous body and Tang Yin had been under house arrest, and whether it was Qingming or during festivals, Yin Shuangyu had not allowed them to visit their mother's grave. The reasons were always the same, claiming it was unlucky. It is only natural for a son to visit his mother's grave, yet in her eyes, it is so unbearable. Tang Yi somewhat regretted that he should have consulted Yin Shuangyu before going out today. If she dared to say the word unlucky, he would immediately chop her parents' tablets at home into firewood. You think it's unlucky for me to pay respects to my mother, yet you burn incense every day and it's not unlucky? Their mother's grave is outside the North City. Originally, Tang Yi thought that after 2 years without anyone visiting, the grave would surely be overgrown with weeds. But upon arrival, he found the grave to be very clean, clearly indicating that someone had been coming to maintain it regularly. The Tang family is heartless and unlikely to do this, so the one visiting the grave should be his grandmother or uncle. And now, His uncle is entangled in lawsuits and currently imprisoned. He cannot ignore this. To investigate this matter, he might need to ask Xiao Su for help. Thinking of this, Tang Yi felt a bit melancholy. That old emperor in the palace is immoral. Helping you come up with plans, where is the promised reward? It's been 2 days, and he hasn't seen a single hair. Mother, it was my fault for not being able to visit your grave in the past 2 years. From now on, I and HEIR will come to see you regularly. Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister. With me around, who dares to bully her? I will make them pay 1,000-fold. Mother, I'm sorry, I will have to walk my own path from now on. This path is different from what you expected. I want to fight with this world and see if I can make it a little better. Tang Yi lit incense and bowed to his mother's grave. In the past, his mother's greatest wish was for him and his sister to live healthy and happy lives. As for the storms, their father and mother would bear them. But in the end, only his mother bore all the storms. Tang Jing's shoulder had always been reserved for Yin Xuanyu's mother and son. In Tang Jing's eyes, he and his sister were merely products of intertwined power. Brother, will mother be very lonely here? Tang Yi looked at Tang Yi, her eyes blinking, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was almost forgetting her mother's appearance. After we go back, let us set up a tablet for mother again, a good one. Tang Yi rubbed his sister's head. It doesn't matter that the Tang family doesn't acknowledge their mother and doesn't let her enter the ancestral hall. He and his sister can acknowledge her. Ling Fei, please take care of my sister. I need to take care of something. Back at the foot of the mountain, Tang Yi handed Tang Yi over to do Ling Fei and climbed back up to the highest mountain alone. At the top of that mountain stood a soil grave without a tombstone. Tang Yi stood by the grave for a while, sighed, and poured half a jar of wine in front of the grave. Then, Tang Yi sat beside the grave and quietly looked to the north. After a long time, Tang Yi took a sip of wine and said, in a certain sense, you should be the first person I indirectly killed upon arriving in this world. But if I had to do it all over again, I would still choose to expose you. The 16 states of the northern border have fallen. Hundreds of thousands have become slaves of the northern D, and for over a decade, the Yin hasn't even dared to utter a word about the ownership of the 16 states of the northern border. You should hate it. You should want a Yin to perish. However, the method you chose was wrong. You could have formed your own power, raised your own army, and then stormed into the capital, killing those useless bastards. That way, even if you failed, I would still commend you. But you shouldn't have chosen this way. It would lead to the deaths of countless innocent people. Of course, this is just my own stance. After all, some reasoning cannot be articulated. Tang Yi murmured to himself. He had learned everything from Ning Chuan, knowing that this man had angrily reprimanded the court in the main hall, scolded the emperor, and finally committed suicide to the north. Even at the moment of his suicide, because he bit off his tongue, no one knew what his last words were. All that was known was that at that time, he bled profusely. I know what you want to say. Perhaps only I know. Tang Yi stood up and poured all the wine from the jug in front of the grave. In his past life, as a soldier, there was still one place he hadn't recaptured. The wish of the man in the grave was nothing more than to see the 16 states of the northern frontier return. Suddenly, the sound of a horn echoed throughout the valley. Tang Yi turned to look and saw a mighty army marching north along the winding road below the mountain. The war horses neighed, and the battle flags fluttered, sweeping northward like a fiery dragon. It was the reinforcements for the northern frontier, finally setting off. Tang Yi felt a bit envious. When Hui Zubing was awarded a marquis title on horseback, he must have been about the same age as Tang Yi now, right? Another day passed. Tang Yi finally awaited the person he had been expecting, the palace eunuch delivering the imperial edict. The old emperor in the palace had finally remembered this meritorious subject. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, the son of the deputy minister of personnel, Tang Yi, is clever and intelligent, and has exceptional wisdom. He is promoted to the position of 100 households in the Jinyui and is to report for duty immediately. Hearing the little eunuch read the decree, Tang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't too different from what he had expected. The Jinyui was directly under the emperor and was known as the emperor's sword. They could interrogate ministers and nobles above and behead corrupt officials and bureaucrats below. Although their reputation had long been tarnished by those literati, their power was immense. This identity would allow him to investigate his uncle's case. After spending 100 taels to send off the eunuch, Tang Yi returned to his room and changed into the flying fish suit and embroidered spring knife. Although he hadn't fully recovered and was still a bit weak when he emerged in the flying fish suit with the embroidered spring knife, he shocked both Du Lingfei and Tang Yi in the courtyard. The flying fish suit on him exuded an aura of heroism. "Wow, Big Brother looks so handsome," Tang Yi exclaimed with wide eyes. It was the first time she had seen her brother looking so good. Now that her brother was out, he would surely captivate a crowd of young ladies in the capital. Tang Yi lightly tapped the girl's forehead and said with a hint of annoyance, "Handsome is used to describe girls. For your brother, you should say he's very dashing, too dashing, incredibly cool." Du Lingfei walked over, circling Tang Yi and nodding in admiration. "Indeed, this outfit feels like it's tailored just for you. When you wear it, there's a unique aura about you. How should I put it? It feels very righteous. To be honest, I think this is how the Jinhui should look. I just wonder how many literati will curse when they find out such a talented young poet, renowned in the capital, has joined the Jinhui." She giggled, unable to contain her excitement at the thought. Chapter 58. You must step on that waist. Tang Yi was well aware that Du Lingfei was not just by his side to take care of Tang Yi. The main reason was still for Princess Gaoyang. Xiaolan, because he could save Princess Xiaolan, and Xiaolan was the beloved daughter of the virtuous consort. Therefore, Tang Yi directly handed over the task of cultivating penicillin to Du Lingfei. Once the penicillin was cultivated, he would personally extract it. At the same time, Tang Yi instructed Du Lingfei to find a craftsman to rebuild a small house. From the current situation, it seemed the virtuous consort had no intention of sending Du Lingfei back, and he did not want to continue living in a cramped woodshed. Yesterday, Yin Shuangyu had come over once. Even if her face was swollen, she still had to put on a front. The consort's personal maid lived in the cramped courtyard of the West Yard, so out of both reason and sentiment, she had to invite Du Lingfei to move to the East Yard. At the same time, she pretended to let Tang Yi and Tang Yi move back. Before Tang Yi could say anything, Du Lingfei had already outright refused. He could even see the anger surging in the beauty's eyes. If it weren't for her status, Yin Shuangyu would probably have been slapped. Just after Tang Yi finished his instructions and walked out of the West Yard, he saw Yin Shuangyu standing in the courtyard with the Tang Hua brothers. At that moment, seeing him in the flying fish suit with the embroidered spring knife, their faces turned extremely ugly. "Tang Yi, your luck really is extraordinary." Yin Shuangyu glared at Tang Yi, gritting her teeth, looking as if she wanted to tear him apart on the spot. This fool, who had previously allowed them to manipulate him, now seemed to have awakened and had made them suffer greatly in just a few days. Most importantly, now that he had the identity of the Jinhui, it would be even harder to deal with him. Luck was indeed good. He accidentally became a Jinhui. Tang Yi flicked his sleeve and smiled. "Being an official feels pretty good. You all carry on. I'm off to work." After taking a few steps, Tang Yi turned back to warn, "By the way, don't enter the West Yard. Otherwise, I'll be angry." Yin Shuangyu was so furious, she almost stomped her feet, while Tang Hua clenched his fists, anger boiling over. "What are you so proud of? Now that you're in the Jinhui, you'll die even faster." Tang Hua took a few steps forward, his face cold. "It was I who confined you for these past few years, allowing you to walk around under the identity of the Tang family's legitimate son. Besides your few worthless friends, the young masters and ladies of those noble families in the capital only recognize me, Tang Hua. Coincidentally, there are several noble offspring in the Jinhui who are on good terms with me. Don't worry, once you're in the Jinhui, I will make sure they have a good time with you." Tang Yi took 2 steps back, pretending to be terrified. "Oh, really? How scary. I'm so afraid." Seeing his exaggerated expression, Tang Hua almost couldn't help but rush over to fight him. The old Tang Yi would have dared not even let a fart in the face of various humiliations, but now this guy could verbally choke someone to death. Let him be arrogant for now. There will be a time when he faces life and death. Tang Hua suppressed his anger and sneered in my eyes. "You will forever be nothing but an ant. Dream on if you think you can turn the tables." "Exactly. Trash should stay in the trash heap." Tang Hao also sneered arrogantly. Tang Yi glanced at Yin Shuangyu and her 2 sons, smiling. "Just when things quieted down for 2 days, you all think you're capable again. All right, if you want to jump around, then go ahead." Tang Yi couldn't be bothered. As long as it didn't involve his sister, they could play however they wanted. Oh, by the way, I'm now a Jinyui. Tang Yi raised his head, his gaze fixed on Tang Jing, his clear eyes carrying a hint of sharpness, as if he could see through people's thoughts. Tang Hua felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Now I have power. I can investigate how your famous admonitory poem came about, and I can also look into how you became the top scholar. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Yin Shuangyu exploded. Tang Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? You can't compete with HEIR, so you're slandering him like this? Tang Hua stared at Tang Yi with clenched fists, his fingertips turning pale. Seeing their reactions, Tang Yi's heart sank. Damn, it seems he guessed correctly. It was not just a matter of the palace examinations' stolen poems. The important thing was that Tang Hua's top scholar status might truly have been obtained through cheating. That was cheating in the imperial examinations, a definite crime against the emperor. When the truth is revealed, it might even implicate him. No. Why should the old Tang family be saved for the sake of the previous life? They are rotten to the core. I must find a way to quickly distance myself and escape. Oh, just joking. Don't be so tense. Tang Yi chakit koldi, sheathing the embroidered spring knife and turning to leave. However, his smile sent chills down the spines of Tang Hua and Yin Shuangyu. This guy was too dangerous. He absolutely could not be left alive. Mother, big brother, the money shop is demanding payment. Tang Hao had no time to deal with Tang Yi now, as he was already in a precarious situation. To throw a grand celebration banquet for Tang Hua, they had borrowed 10,000 taels from the underground money shop, with a 3-day repayment period that was now overdue. It was all Tang Yi's fault. That bastard. Why won't he die? He should die. Yin Shuangyu's face turned ashen as she stomped her feet and cursed. If it weren't for Tang Yi ruining Tang Hua's celebration banquet, they would have received gifts until their hands were sore. Forget about 10,000 taels. Even 100,000 taels would be easy to come by, right? 3 yuan Jinshi, a legend in the capital, who wouldn't want to curry favor and bask in the glory. As a result, Tang Yi caused a ruckus and ruined the celebration banquet. And those high-ranking officials and noble families who came to congratulate left with their gifts. What was supposed to be a prestigious celebration in the capital ended up becoming a big joke. Tang Hua was filled with resentment. Let's discuss with the bank and delay for another 3 days, he said. Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hao looked over. Tang Hua clasped his hands behind his back and said, in 3 days, it will be the Shun Garden Poetry Meeting. This time, the Shun Garden Poetry Meeting was being held on a grand scale, organized under the name of the Grand Tutor. It was said that embassies from various countries would send representatives, and even the emperor would attend personally. As long as I can outshine everyone at the Shun Garden Poetry Meeting and receive the emperor's decree for marriage, what's 10,000 taels? Even if it's 100,000 or 1,000,000 taels, it would just be a matter of a few words. He was not the slightest bit worried that Tang Yi would expose his cheating in the palace examination. After all, the emperor's words were like a royal decree, and they could not be contradicted. To say he plagiarized would be equivalent to directly overturning the emperor's decision to appoint him as the top scholar. And the emperor would never admit he was wrong. Moreover, as long as he found and dealt with that little poet, there would be no evidence to contradict him. Tang Hua's expression was extremely sinister. Meanwhile, Yin Shuangyu and Tang Hao were suddenly excited. That's right, once Tang Hua wins at the Shun Garden Poetry Meeting, all difficulties will be easily resolved. Oh, the bank 10,000 taels? By then, the bank would probably even give Tang Hua an extra 100,000 taels to celebrate. Good. As long as my son is confident. Yin Shuangyu raised her hand to smooth Tang Hua's scholar's robe and said, my son is exceptionally clever. Back then, I stepped on his mother to rise to power. Now you must step on that waist, Tang Yi, to vent your mother's anger. Chapter 59. What do you get the face to bark here? Tang Yi left the Tang residence and didn't take a taxi. Instead, he hired a horse-drawn carriage to report to the northern governor's office. The Jin Iwei usually rode horses to work. If he was seen taking a carriage, he would be laughed at by his colleagues. Therefore, when the carriage was about 100 meters from the northern governor's office, Tang Yi asked the coachman to stop and got out to walk in. As soon as he entered the northern governor's office, he saw a familiar face. Fourth Prince, Xiao Di. At this time, Xiao Di was also wearing a flying fish suit and had a spring knife at his waist, just like him. Both being Jin Iwei Baihu. The two stopped in their tracks, exchanged glances, and immediately thought of what happened that night, feeling tense. Damn, is the standard for Jin Yi Wei this low now? Even a weakling like you can get in? Seeing Tang Yi wearing a flying fish suit, Xiao Di was very displeased. It should be known that even the lowest-ranking soldiers of Jin Yi Wei could take on 10 opponents. As for Tang, he could play around with him in various ways with just one hand. If even someone brainless like you can get in, why can't I? Tang Yi retorted. You think you can insult me while losing a fight? Damn, who are you calling brainless? Do you believe I can knock you out with one punch? Xiao Di exploded on the spot. Tang Yi was shocked and pointed at Xiao Di's head, saying, "Are you sure you have a brain? No need to explain. An explanation is just a cover-up. Take the incident where you slashed Ning Chuan's brother, Ning HEIR. How do you think you handled that?" Xiao Di didn't catch on to Tang Yi's meaning and boasted, "I nearly killed him with one slash, saving the abducted woman. It felt great." "Ha, that's reckless and thoughtless." Tang Yi coldly laughed. Xiao Di's mouth twitched violently. Damn, what this guy said was exactly what the emperor said. Did he eavesdrop? Tang Yi stared at him and said indifferently, "If I were you, I'd let Ning HEIR chase after me first, then injure myself a bit, and blow the matter out of proportion. At that point, all the officials would stand behind you. Ning HEIR would be exiled 3,000 miles, and everyone in the capital would know that you, the fourth prince, are a chivalrous person. Instead, you went and directly slashed Ning HEIR, giving them a reason to criticize you. You forced the emperor to pacify the Ning family and put you in prison. You had a good hand, but played it poorly. Don't you think you're stupid?" Xiao Di's face turned awkward, and he felt a bit foolish after hearing this. What's going on? Why does this guy's words sound exactly like what the emperor said? You see, considering all this, do you still think you have a brain? Tang Yi added. Xiao Di subconsciously nodded, feeling deceived. Damn it, Tang Yi, you tricked me? Xiao Di jumped up on the spot, but in his line of sight, there was no trace of Tang Yi anymore. At this moment, Tang Yi had already slipped into the main building of the northern governor's office. Following the door signs, he quickly found Ning Chuan's office. He raised his hand to knock on the door, and soon Ning Chuan's voice came from inside. "Come in." Tang Yi pushed the door open and saw more than 20 people sitting inside. As soon as he entered, all eyes turned to him. Some looked curious, some had playful expressions, and many were sneering and provoking Tang, making him feel a bit guilty. It was his first day at work. He shouldn't have offended anyone yet, right? Ning Baihu, newly appointed Jin Yi Wei Baihu Tang Yi, is here to report as ordered. Tang Yi cupped his fists and spoke loudly. Jin Yi Wei Baihu Xiao Di, here to report as ordered. Xiao Di also cupped his fists and spoke loudly, while not forgetting to glare fiercely at Tang. "Just wait, we'll settle the score slowly after we get out of here." Tang Yi rolled his eyes, thinking it was childish. Ning Chuan noticed the little actions of the two and felt extremely irritated. Two troublemakers. I really don't know what the emperor is thinking, sending you two troublemakers to handle a case. All right, let me introduce you all. Ning Chuan stood up and pointed at Tang, saying, "This is Tang Yi, he is." Ning Baihu, does he still need an introduction? Who doesn't know he is a great hero now? Before Ning Chuan could finish, a somewhat mocking voice interrupted. Tang Yi looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in his 30s. He didn't recognize the youth, but the look in his eyes was filled with coldness, even carrying a hint of a hidden murderous intent. Tang Yi frowned slightly. He couldn't recall when he had offended such a person. Is there a misunderstanding? Tang, this is Zhao En, the young lord of the Jing'an Marquis residence, under the command of Jin Yi Wei Qian Hu Su Kuang. The Northeast spy you accused, Wu Yong, was captured by them, Ning Chuan reminded. Tang Yi was taken aback and quickly understood what was going on. He felt that his credit was being stolen, which was why they were targeting him. Baihu Zhao, what do you mean by that? He wasn't looking for trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. What do I mean? How about we trade our credit for your outfit? Is it comfortable to wear? Zhao then stood up, suddenly grabbing Tang Yi's collar with a wicked smile. Damn it, do you think you're so impressive? You casually solved the Northeast spy case? Do you know that because of you, our department's carefully laid plans for over 10 days were completely ruined? And you, taking credit that belongs to us to enter the Jin Yi Wei. Do you think that's fair? The people from Jin Yi Wei's second department stared at Tang Yi, their eyes filled with coldness. They always solve cases, and the Wu Yong case had caused them significant embarrassment. Tang Yi's eyes narrowed, and a chill gathered in his gaze. Stealing their credit? How could they have the face to say such things? If he hadn't stepped in, they would have probably let Wu Yong slip away safely. Just as he was about to speak, Ning Chuan's cold voice rang out. Zhaoan, let him go. This is my department, and he is one of my people. Ning Chuan stood up, his face looking grim. Tang Yi was personally appointed by the emperor. If anything happened to him, it would be disastrous for him as well. Ning Baihu, don't be anxious. Zhaoan knows his limits. The burly organizer of the 2nd Division, Su Kuang, looked at Ning Chuan with a bloodthirsty smile. The achievements that should have been his were snatched away. Surely you can't expect my brothers to not make a sound at all? He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze falling on Tang Yi with a cold sneer. Kid, you got into the Jinyui because of this achievement. But the merits of our 2nd Division aren't so easily taken. Today serves as a small lesson for you. Mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. For Ning Chuan's sake, I'll break one of your hands as punishment. With a wave of his hand, Zhaoan reached out to grab Tang Yi's arm. Kid, accept your torment. Zhaoan shouted coldly. As long as he could grab Tang Yi's arm and straighten it, he would then drive his knee up hard. TSK, TSK. That kid's hand would definitely snap like a bamboo stick, making a crisp and delightful cracking sound. It would be wonderful. However, they underestimated Tang Yi. As a former battlefield god of death, how could he simply surrender? He immediately kneed forward, crashing directly into Zhaoan's groin. Zhaoan's martial arts were decent, but at such close range, no matter how skilled he was, he couldn't react in time. Boom! The sneak attack succeeded. Zhaoan's body suddenly shuddered. His hand reaching for Tang Yi froze in midair, and he stood there as if his acupoints had been sealed. I didn't say anything. Do you think I have no temper? Snatching your achievements? What face do you have to bark around here? At the same time, Tang Yi's cold voice resounded, sweeping his gaze across the room. A bunch of incompetent, furious trash. Chapter 60. Tang Yi's counterattack. Tang Yi pushed lightly on Zhaoan, who then fell straight to the ground, foaming at the mouth, convulsing as if he were having a seizure. The entire room fell silent, and everyone instinctively tightened their legs. Damn, that was brutal. After that hit, wouldn't Zhaoan be in pieces? Xiao Di instinctively distanced himself from Tang Yi, feeling a chill beneath him. Su Kuang's expression gradually turned colder. The reason he was so aggressive was that he had heard Tang Yi was timid and cowardly. The earlier display was enough to frighten a coward to death. But unexpectedly, Tang Yi dared to resist. Now his right-hand man was foaming at the mouth, left with nothing but worries about his manhood. And this guy even dared to call them trash, simply slapping Su Kuang in the face. Tang Yi, you're seeking death. Who gave you the audacity to touch my people? Su Kuang slammed his hand down, and the embroidered spring knife on the table flew up. His hand swept through the air, the cold light flashed, and the embroidered spring knife suddenly came out of its sheath. Su Kuang, yudare, Ning Tuan sohtet angridi. He and T expected Su Kuang to be so reckless, truly wanting to kill Tang Yi at this moment. However, Xiao Di had already raised his hand to pull Tang Yi behind him, playfully staring at Su Kuang. The face he has, I gave him, so what? Xiao Di pointed at himself with his thumb, then pointed at Tang Yi, speaking domineeringly. I, the 4th Prince of Dian, Yin Wang Xiao Di. He, my #1 subordinate. Touch him. And who do you think you are? Su Kuang, right? Get the hell out of here and stand aside. Damn it, trash. Su Kuang. Su Kuang looked furious, nearly collapsing in anger. Another person just called him trash. And this person, he didn't dare to touch, nor even dare to retort. Tang. I was quite moved at first, but now it seems like this guy is just trying to take advantage of me. #1 subordinate? Damn. Sounds like a top dog. He's from my 1st Division. Ning Chuan snapped his fingers and coldly said, You think my 1st Division is easy to bully? Su Kuang? Whoosh. All the members of the 1st Division instantly stood up. Hands resting on their embroidered spring knives, they faced off against the 2nd Division. The atmosphere was tense. Su Kuang's face was filled with murderous intent, pointing his knife at Ning Chuan, then glancing at Xiao Di. Ning Chuan, His Highness Yan Wang, think carefully. Do you really want to go against my 2nd Division for this waste? Ning Tuan, don't forget that this case from the Ministry of Revenue was you begging us to work with your 1st Division. Or do you think that with these two fools from your division, you can crack this case without our second division? He stared coldly at Ning Chuan and said, Today, do you want our second division? Or do you want this waste who has taken our credit? Think carefully before you speak. His tone was full of threats. Sure enough, Ning Chuan's face turned ugly. The case of the Ministry of Revenue was somewhat sinister. They had investigated for several days without any leads, which was why they had shamelessly asked the second division to assist in solving the case. The second division was known for solving cases, which truly was a significant help for the first division. But Tang Yi was someone the emperor valued greatly, and having Tang Yi join the Jinhui to assist in the investigation was the emperor's order. For confidentiality, he had not disclosed Tang Yi's standing in the emperor's eyes to the people of the first and second divisions. Xiao Di, straightforward by nature, could not stand Su Kuang's arrogance and was ready to make a move. Damn, I even brought up my identity to protect him, and you still dare to be so arrogant? 1,000 households of the Jinhui, organized by the second division. Is that really so impressive? I've even taken down heirs before and wouldn't mind taking down a Jinhui 1,000 households. Tang Yi stood beside Xiao Di, clearly feeling the change in his momentum, and quickly pulled him back. Don't do anything reckless. We need to use our brains at a time like this. If a fight breaks out and the first division doesn't help, we might be in trouble. Even if we have to fight, let us find some help first. Ning Chuan, there's really nothing to think about here. They never intended to cooperate with you in the first place. As soon as Tang Yi said this, everyone turned to look at him. Su Kuang's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Tang Yi chose to ignore him. He had already seen through Su Kuang's intentions. Since the other party was not giving face and wanted to eliminate him, did he still need to show mercy? Su Qianhu targeting me was not because he thought I snatched their achievements. He was doing it for you to see. Ning Chuan. The case of Wu Yong. Even if you save them, they still feel you have overstepped your bounds. Hitting me is actually hitting you, so don't meddle in their cases in the future. But for the cases of the first division, they want to meddle. Tang Yi swept his gaze over the members of the first division and suddenly felt a bit sorry for these guys. Simply put, what the first division can manage, the second division will handle. What the first division cannot handle, the second division will also manage. Establishing authority, that is Su Qianhu's goal. Hearing this, Ning Chuan looked at Su Kuang with a cold gaze, and the faces of the first division members also turned grim. Damn, this guy makes a good point. The members of the second division, however, looked awkward. What? You believe him? Su Kuang is native. He naturally would not admit it. But his gaze towards Tang Yi was already filled with a chilling, killing intent. Originally, he just wanted to use Tang Yi to establish authority for the first division. But unexpectedly, it had turned into Tang Yi using them to establish authority. Waziti had said that this guy was just a waste, weak and incompetent. With this reasoning, is that called a waste? Is that called weak and incompetent? Not admitting it? It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Tang Yi shrugged and looked at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan, he is waiting for you to beg him right now. As long as you open your mouth to let him stay, the one who will lead the case of the Ministry of Revenue from now on will be them. When the case is solved, all the credit will be theirs. Our brothers in the first division will work themselves to the bone. And when it comes time to assess merits, they will only get the scraps that the second division doesn't want. Who knows? They might even deliberately step on the first division and spread rumors that our case handling is ineffective, merely occupying positions without merit. The members of the first division already believed Tang Yi's words, and now, spurred on by him, they exploded on the spot. Damn, so this was your plan? I was wondering why you were so agreeable this time. If you didn't want to cooperate in the investigation, you could have just said so. Was it necessary to put on this act? Damn it. I originally thought it was Tang Yi who was clueless and lacked a big-picture perspective. But it turns out I underestimated the shamelessness of your second division. Damn, I'm not incapable of handling this myself. Do I really have to beg you? The first division's group was instantly furious and scolded on the spot. The second division had initially felt a bit guilty, but now that they were being directly confronted, they naturally had no intention of holding back. Damn it, I just don't want to team up with you to solve the case. What's wrong with that? Did I give you face? Look at your first division's case-solving efficiency this past year. How dare you act tough? Get lost. What are you shouting about? Why should I let you take the credit for my hard work in solving the case? The first and second divisions were at each other's throats, arguing heatedly. Many had already rolled up their sleeves, just waiting for the order to fight. Xiao Di watched the scene with wide eyes. Wow, this move is impressive. Just by talking, he managed to turn everyone in the first division into allies. Su Kuang, do you still need to pretend? Ning Chuan glared at Su Kuang coldly. Su Kuang ignored Ning Chuan and just coldly stared at Tang Yi for a while before speaking with a smile. No need to pretend. It's pointless. He pointed at Tang Yi, fixing his gaze on Su Kuang. Just as he said, I want the case from the Ministry of Revenue. This case can only be solved by our second division. You can't do it. Chapter 61. If you have nothing to say, then shut up. Upon hearing this, the first division was instantly enraged. Who do you look down on? Damn it, without your second division, will we not be able to solve the case? But despite their anger, no one dared to curse out loud due to Su Kuang's pressure. Ning Chuan was also furious. Although he was well aware that Tang Yi was instigating, he was more annoyed by Su Kuang's lack of appreciation. You want to hit me? You think you're so great, huh? The moment I learned about Wu Yang's identity, I reported it immediately and let you know. You were busy getting drunk with some woman at that time, and now you blame me? No need for your help. We can solve the case ourselves. You don't need to worry about it. Ning Chuan raised his hand, pointing to the door, issuing an eviction order. Su Kuang now. You can take your people and get lost. Damn it. Do you really think I'm asking for your help because I think you're more capable than the first division? I simply thought that more people means more strength. Maybe you could notice details we missed in the first division. As for your high case solving rate, others might not know, but I certainly do. To solve cases, you use any means necessary. You disregard rules and laws. And for one case, you uncover the truth while causing how many wrongful convictions? I'm ashamed to associate with you. Su Kuang's gaze suddenly turned cold, but his mouth still wore a smile. Ning Chuan, it seems you have a lot of confidence in this newcomer. Su Kuang ignored Ning Chuan and focused on Tang Yi. Then let us stop wasting time. Are you daring enough to play a big game? If our second division loses, we'll run naked around Kyoto. If you lose, you also run naked around Kyoto. At the same time, I want his head as a night pot. Su Kuang licked the blade of the knife in his hand, extremely arrogant. Everything has gone out of control because of this waste. He must die. Su is mighty. Su is domineering. First division. Weren't you all just very arrogant? Show us the momentum you had earlier. The second division people also grinned wickedly, shouting at the first division. Seeing this scene, the first division clenched their fists, their faces turning pale. They felt an unbearable humiliation. If they agreed with the second division's unscrupulous methods, they really had no chance of winning. Ning Chuan was also boiling with anger. In terms of martial arts, he was several levels above Su Kuang, but in terms of shamelessness, he was far from Su Kuang's match. If we're going to gamble, why be afraid of them? Xiao Di's temper exploded on the spot. He bumped into Tang Yi and said, What do you say? Don't tell me you're scared too. Not scared. It's just that the stakes are not equal. Tang Yi glanced at Su Kuang and said, If they lose, it's just a naked run. But if we lose, not only do we have to run naked, but I also have to offer my head. My head is very valuable. Tang Yi looked at Ning Chuan. Ning. How many people do we have in the first division? Including external personnel? 30 people. Ning Chuan frowned slightly. What does this guy want to do? Tang Yi nodded, looking at Su Kuang. How about this? If we lose, we'll run naked outside the city. And as for my head, if you can take it, you could do whatever you want with it. But if you lose, well, you don't have to use your head as a night pot. That's disgusting. However, besides running naked around the city, you have to give every colleague in the first division 1,000 taels. Do you dare to bet? Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan's pupils constricted, and the first division's people also widened their eyes. Damn, kid, are you serious? You're too young. You have no idea how shameless these people are. Even if the real culprit isn't found later, they can still arrange for someone to take the fall. This is the second division's way of solving cases. Wait. Ning Chuan quickly stepped forward, wanting to stop it. Su Kuang sneered and directly interjected. Good, interesting. I'll take the bet. Su Kuang waved his hand, and someone from the second division immediately took out the contract. He threw the contract in front of Ning Chuan and said, Ning Qianhu, sign it. Once you sign, the bet is on. Then, you could just wait to run naked outside the city. Ning Chuan looked at the document in his hand, furious to the point of exploding. Damn it. They even prepared a contract, clearly premeditated. And those two fools, Tang Yi and Xiao Di, actually stepped right into their trap. A prince running naked outside the city. Where is the royal dignity? You really dare to play. But now that it's come to this, what else can he do? He could only sign the contract with a cold face, and he would deal with Tang Yi and Xiao Di later. Sign, get lost. Ning Chuan signed the agreement and threw the contract back to Su Kuang. Su Kuang received the contract, laughed loudly, and left with the second division. Wait, Ning. I have a few more words to add. Tang Yi shot a glance at Su Kuang, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, but the smile was filled with coldness. Su Qinhu, are you accusing us of stealing your credit? Who gave you the face? Tang Yi walked up to Su Kuang, locking eyes with him coldly. If I hadn't deduced Wu Yong's identity, he would have already been released by you. Then, you would have been casually enjoying Wu Yong's hefty bail money. Where would Wu Yong be? He would be in our great Yin-S Kyoto, casually sending intelligence back to Beide, letting Beide and Dongyu better divide our great Yin-S northern borders. By then, hundreds of thousands, even millions of people will die. If that happens, I dare ask Su Qianhu, is this your achievement? Tang Yi's eyes were icy, his voice suddenly rising. Speak. The venue fell silent. The second division's people all had ashen faces, their eyes filled with coldness. This was a heart-wrenching statement, almost accusing the second division of treason. The first division's group, however, was full of shock. This guy is so arrogant. He directly threw back the words they dared not say into Su Kuang's face. Su Kuang's brow twitched, nearly unable to hold back from drawing his knife. No words? Then good. Just shut up and don't bark like a wild dog. Tang Yi smiled, raising his hand to smooth out Su Kuang's slightly rumpled flying fish uniform. As a person, you must understand gratitude. Our first division helped you solve the case and avoided a major loss. We are your benefactors. When dealing with benefactors, remember to be polite. All right, that's all. Now you can get lost. Tang Yi elegantly cite pudacide. With just a few words, he made the faces of the second division's people alternate between green and red. And Su Kuang's expression was even colder than ever. They thought they had completely trampled the first division underfoot, but unexpectedly, they were stomped back by Tang Yi. Damn it. All right, well done. This deserves applause. Ha ha ha. Xiao Di also felt relieved and clapped for Tang Yi on the spot. All right, well said. We can't spoil them. Did you hear that? I'm your benefactor, so be polite to your benefactor. A group of people in the first division burst into applause, their previous frustrations instantly swept away. Even Ning Chuan had a smile at the corners of his mouth. Su Kuang's fists clenched instinctively as he stared at the young man before him, a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Many dared to flaunt in front of him, but they all ended up dead. Laugh, go ahead and laugh. This will be your last smile in this lifetime. Su Kuang snorted coldly and left the room with the people from the second division. Now the people in the first division were united against a common enemy, thanks to Tang Yi. If they really fought, they wouldn't gain any advantage. Chapter 62. Tang Yi takes action, killing moves everywhere. In the office of the Northern Town Pacification Office, once the people from the second division left, the applause ceased. Including Ning Chuan, everyone in the first division looked at Tang Yi and Xiao Di with unfriendly gazes. They even blocked the door, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. At this moment, everyone in the first division felt a bit stifled and furious. Damn it, the second division was already domineering, but everyone could still negotiate for the sake of the case. Did you think you were impressive? Did you lay all the cards on the table? It felt good. But what if you can't win? If you can't win, everyone will be doomed. Are you satisfied, gentlemen? Ning Chuan said, hands on his hips. Turning around in place, his teeth gritted. These two guys made decisions without even consulting him. The others were also burning with anger. What to do if they couldn't suppress it? If they lost, the boss would lose his head and everyone in the first division would be left exposed. Trampled on by the second division, with no chance of turning things around. Why are you afraid of the second division? Xiao Di patted his chest and said, with us involved, this case will be a piece of cake. Ning Chuan stared at Xiao Di, his mouth twitching slightly. A piece of cake, my ass. At your level of recklessness, by the end of this, it might really be a case of destruction. You won't have to run naked, but what about us? Tang Yi glanced at Xiao Di, thinking, can we keep a low profile for now? Now that it's just the first division here, being high profile will get us beaten up. Do you think so too? Ning Chuan looked at Tang Yi, his eyes narrowing. Tang Yi could clearly see the cold glint in his eyes. This guy was clearly looking for a chance to beat them up. He instinctively shook his head, but Xiao Di directly threw an arm around his shoulder, saying, Ning, no need to ask him. This is my little brother. My thoughts are his thoughts. Tang Yi. Damn it. When did I become your little brother? Although I think the same way as you. Don't drag me down with you if you want to die. Did you see that their fists are already clenched? Sure enough, Ning Chuan revealed a dangerous smile. He clapped his hands and spread his arms, saying, since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Let us give the two newcomers a set of care from the First Division. A dozen people from the First Division immediately rolled up their sleeves and surrounded them. All right, Ning, we will definitely let the newcomers feel our care from the First Division. I just want to see if their bones are as tough as their mouths. The group from the First Division was boiling with anger, eager to give these two arrogant newcomers a good beating. Xiao Di was panting heavily, but froze at the sight. Brothers, let us talk this out. Don't repay kindness with enmity. He wasn't afraid of the others. Dealing with them was no different from dealing with little chicks. But there was also Ning Chuan, this madman. He usually seemed normal, but once he started fighting, he was a lunatic. Previously, when he attacked Ning Chuan's brother, Ning fought him for a whole day and night without caring for anything. If it weren't for the imperial decree arriving and locking him up, who knows how it would have ended. Ning, I have a suggestion. Let us fight, but don't use true energy. Let us have a clash of men. Tang Yi knew Ning Chuan wanted to use this method to help him, and Xiao Di quickly integrate into the group. He had played this tactic brilliantly when he was a rookie. Xiao Di abruptly turned to Tang Yi, exclaiming, are you crazy? I can still resist if we use true energy. Without it, we 1T last a few breaths. Well, look at you with some spirit. Ning Chuan leaned on the table, glaring at the brothers from the First Division. Since they have issued a challenge, what are you waiting for? 12 against 2. I'll count to 10, and if those two don't fall, it's you who will fall. Ning Chuan propped himself on the table, raising a finger. Begin. Newcomers, get ready. A man from the First Division, who had long been unhappy with Tang Yi and Xiao Di, immediately lunged at the two. Hey, if you got guts, challenge us one-on-one. What is the point of a group fight? Xiao Di threw away his knife and rolled up his sleeves to charge in. Tang Yi quickly grabbed him, saying, run. Don't get entangled with them. Split them up and find opportunities to eliminate the enemy while moving. This is called mobile warfare. Xiao Di, you idiot. Before he could finish, Xiao Di had already shaken off his hand and lunged forward. Run? In his world, there was no retreat. What is there to run from? A man should face things head-on. Xiao Di shouted coldly and jumped into the crowd. Tang Yi was infuriated. He had already devised a battle plan that required cooperation. But Xiao Di went off to do his own thing. Did he have any sense of teamwork? Idiot. Tang Yi cursed and turned to run. The room was spacious, and the tables, chairs, and porcelain were all precious items. The people from the First Division were hesitant to use their full strength, so Tang Yi used these items to evade attacks with agile movements. 10 counts, and they would win. Ning Chuan's mocking voice echoed in the room. He had been observing the battle and saw Xiao Di being pinned down and beaten by several people. He couldn't help but shake his head. Oh, poor kid. It seems my guess was right. His Majesty brought this guy in just to take the blame for Tang Yi. His gaze fell back on Tang Yi, and his eyes narrowed. Tang Yi was jumping around, dodging 6 opponents, looking rather embarrassed. However, to Ning Chuan, it felt quite rhythmic. Was he deliberately feigning weakness to find a chance to counterattack? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. What kind of waves could a guy who couldn't even fight cause? Can you guys do it? 6 against 1 and still being toyed with? Do you want to go wash the toilet? Ning Chuan snorted coldly. According to his predictions, by now, Tang Yi and Xiao Di should be on the ground begging for mercy. Hearing Ning Chuan's words, the Jinyui besieging Tang Yi felt their pride wounded and were instantly enraged. Originally, the 6 were somewhat coordinated, but now, in their anger, their teamwork fell apart. Seeing this, Tang Yi knew his long-awaited opportunity had arrived. He stopped fleeing and turned to charge at the encroaching Jinyui. With a block, he seized one Jinyui's hand and violently threw him out. The force was so strong that it overturned tables and chairs along the way. At the same time, he grabbed another Jinyui by the groin and pushed upwards with both hands, sending him flying over 10 meters away. The other few faced similar moves, almost losing their combat effectiveness on the spot. What the hell? Ning Chuan watched this scene, forgetting to count, utterly shocked. He was a master among masters and could tell at a glance that Tang Yi couldn't channel true energy and didn't even know martial arts. Yet, a guy who couldn't fight had taken down several of his elite subordinates. Moreover, it was evident that Tang Yi's strikes were lethal. There was a single unnecessary movement. In other words, if he didn't use true energy, killing these Jinyui would be as easy as pie. The Jinyui who had been pinning Xiao Di down were now wide-eyed, forgetting to deal with Xiao Di. I thought Xiao Di was the toughest nut to crack, but unexpectedly, the hardest to deal with turned out to be Tang Yi. This guy, who couldn't even fight, actually defeated a group of skilled brothers without any resistance. Xiao Di glanced at Tang Yi standing in front, and then at the Jin Wei lying on the ground, wailing, his eyes wide open like two copper bells. Is this really the same little brother who couldn't take a single punch from him? The guy who couldn't take a punch from him has now defeated the Jin Wei, and yet is being overwhelmed. Damn, how embarrassing. Xiao Di slammed his fist on the floor, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Chapter 63. The Embroidery Spring Knife, First Unsheathing. Damn, is it my illusion? Have you noticed that this kid is getting braver as he fights? His moves are ruthless. Every strike is lethal. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Not only is he getting braver, but his techniques are quite interesting. If he were a bit stronger physically, we might end up dead in his hands without even using our true energy. The group that was beating Xiao Di was also discussing, thankful that they chose Xiao Di earlier. Otherwise, they would have suffered greatly at Tang Yi's hands. Time's up. Ning Chuan walked over and assessed Tang Yi. No wonder he caught the Emperor's eye. This kid is truly something. He can heal people and also has a deadly skill. This guy is playing both doctor and warrior? Kid, you've passed. From now on, you're one of us. What was that move you used just now? Tang Yi did not hide it and replied, Black Dragon, 18 hands. Black Dragon, 18 hands? That name is quite imposing. Ning Chuan looked at Tang Yi and said, This Black Dragon, 18 hands, you created it yourself, right? Tang Yi thought for a moment, knowing that if he said it wasn't, no one would believe him. These were all skills he learned in the Special Forces. He could only nod and say, It was self-taught out of the need to resist bullying. Please don't laugh, Ning head. Ning Chuan's face twitched. Laugh? I wouldn't dare. This martial skill is fast, precise, and ruthless, very suitable for close combat. Anyway, if I can't even create it, how could I dare to laugh? The group was once again shocked. A guy who couldn't fight had created martial skills that knocked them down? Damn, so embarrassing. All right, time is short. Let's start discussing the case. Ning Chuan returned to the main seat. The Ministry of Revenue's case cannot be delayed. If the second division solves it first, the consequences would be unimaginable. Head, I want to see my uncle. Tang Yi stepped forward, cupping his hands. Lu Gongjin is currently detained in the Southern Town Patrol Office. And Tang Yi wanted to check on his uncle's situation. He looked at Ning Chuan and said, My uncle is Lu Gongjin, the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. He might know some other information. However, upon hearing his words, the room, which had been buzzing with discussion, suddenly fell silent. Tang Yi noticed Ning Chuan's brows furrowed, while the other colleagues in the First Division looked at him with a mix of pity and schadenfreude. This made Tang Yi's heart skip a beat. Something must have happened to my uncle, right? No way. The old emperor isn't a fool. My uncle's case was originally investigated by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, but now it's handed over to the Jin Wei, clearly indicating that the old emperor knows my uncle is a scapegoat. Handing the case to the Jin Wei is obviously to prevent my uncle from becoming a scapegoat, fulfilling certain people's wishes. Transferring him to the Jin Wei was meant for his personal safety, but thinking about this made Tang Yi's mouth twitch. Safety my ass. The most unsafe place in the world is the damn Jin Wei. Ning head, where's my uncle? Tang Yi grew anxious. Ning Chuan rubbed his forehead. At this moment, his heart felt colder than Tang Yi's. If it weren't for Tang Yi's reminder, he would have forgotten about Lu Gongjin's relationship with Tang Yi. But damn, the second division has already tortured Lu Gongjin. Damn it, now letting this kid see Lu Gongjin, who knows what this hothead will do. Tang Yi. Ning Chuan knew he couldn't let Tang Yi see Lu Gongjin, But when he looked up, that kid's eyes were fixed on him, unblinking, filled with an unyielding chill. Ning Chuan is highly skilled, one of the best in the entire capital, but now, facing Tang Yi's gaze, he inexplicably felt a little scared. All right, you have the Emperor backing you. I can't afford to provoke you. You can go. This is my token. Take it with you. With my token, you can interrogate any prisoner in the jail. Ning Chuan took out the token from his pocket and casually tossed it to Tang Yi. Thank you, Ning Head. Tang Yi received the token and cupped his hands as he left. Wait for me. I'll go with you. Xiao Di yawned with his hands behind his head, following Tang Yi. Once the two exited the conference room, all the colleagues from the First Division looked at Ning Chuan in unison. Ning Head, is it proper to let Tang Yi see Lu Gongjin now? Lu Gongjin is Tang Yi's uncle. According to the rules, in cases involving relatives, Tang Yi should recuse himself. Rules? Rules mean nothing in front of him, and besides, he is Prince Yin with him. Can you stop them? Ning Chuan directly shifted the blame to Xiao Di. Of course, there was one more important reason. Damn it, this mess was caused by the Second Division. Why should he take the blame for them? Everyone is part of the Genie Way, but Ning Chuan still values the rules. Also, please invite Dr. Sun over. Ning Chuan felt that what Tang Yi needed most right now was a doctor. The colleagues from the First Division exchanged glances, confused. What is going on? Why does it feel like the head is indulging Tang Yi? Could it be that the head and this guy have some special situation? Tang Yi had previously spent time in the Genie Way prison with Xiao Di, so he was somewhat familiar with the place. As they entered the prison, the old head immediately surrounded them. He recognized Xiao Di and naturally greeted him with a flattering smile. Your Highness, why are you here in person? Just tell me which prisoner you want to interrogate, and I will personally take you there. Xiao Di lazily glanced at the head of the prison and said, Which cell is Lu Gongjin in? Lead the way. I want to see him. The old head was taken aback and said, Lu Gongjin? Your Highness, isn't Lu Gongjin being interrogated by the Second Division? That old fellow is quite stubborn. He has been hanging for a whole night and hasn't said a word. Zhao just took people over, and if he doesn't speak today, he probably won't survive. As soon as he finished speaking, the head felt the temperature around him suddenly drop a few degrees. Xiao Di sensed the sharp killing intent beside him and immediately became alert. Lead the way. The old head dared not delay and led the two through the corridor to the Genie Way interrogation room. As soon as they entered, Tang Yi saw a bloodied person tied up and hanging in midair, with a tub of salt water underneath, now dyed red with blood. At that moment, Zhao En was mercilessly whipping him with a whip, one lash after another. With each strike, the skin split open, and blood mixed with salt water dripped into the tub below. You old bastard, I'm not here to interrogate you today. I'm here to vent my anger. Your precious nephew almost caused me to be childless. So I'll put you in a life-or-death situation. Haha, scream, wail. Zhao En sneered, like a demon toying with his prey. Seeing this scene, Xiao Di was instantly furious. The Genie Way can execute first and report later if there is solid evidence, but they absolutely cannot abuse power or coerce confessions. He was about to shout in anger, but before he could speak, his hand was grabbed by Tang Yi, stopping him. Xiao Di then realized that Tang Yi's expression was extremely cold. He and T said a word, but the chilling aura emanating from him made Xiao Di feel a sense of dread. Tang Yi stepped toward Zhao En, his pace steady, without a hint of disorder. As the sound of his footsteps was swallowed by Zhao En's maniacal laughter. As he got closer, the embroidery spring knife in his hand was drawn inch by inch. The embroidery spring knife, first unsheathed. Chapter 64. If he is unhappy, just hold it in. Tang Yi walked to within 3 or 4 steps behind Zhao En. In the Genie Way standing next to Zhao En finally noticed him, his pupils dilating in fear. Zhao En, be careful. Zhao En heard his colleague's warning and suddenly lunged forward. However, it was too late. Tang Yi's knife had already come down. Slash! A wound more than 10 centimeters long instantly opened on Zhao En's back. The flying fish suit was almost immediately soaked in blood. After Zhao En tumbled several meters forward and stopped to check, his palm was covered in blood. He looked up and saw Tang Yi holding a knife ahead, and his face immediately twisted into a snarl. Just a moment ago, he had been ambushed by this bastard, almost crippled by a knee strike. Now, he was ambushed again by Tang Yi, nearly killed by a single blow. If he hadn't dodged quickly, that knife could have shattered his skull. Tang Yi, how dare you hurt me? You're asking for death. You're asking for death. You're asking for death. Zhao was both shocked and furious, jumping up and down in rage. Xiao Di, please put my uncle down, Tang Yi calmly said, but his knife was still pointed at Zhao. And is this how your second division handles cases? You dare to abuse your power and coerce confessions? Is this how you solve cases without fail? Damn it. The case of the murder of the left deputy minister has nothing to do with my uncle. When he was wrongfully imprisoned, the left deputy minister was still prancing around. So what if he was? Zhao sneered, his face fierce. He didn't take Tang Yi seriously at all and directly admitted, that's right, I am abusing my power. I am taking personal revenge. So what? What can you do to me? What will you dare to do to me? Zhao unsheathed his knife, pointing it at Tang Yi. What can you do to me, a useless person who can't even fight? Come on. Tang Yi has ambushed a colleague and attempted to cover for Lu Gongjin. This is an unforgivable crime. Listen to my orders. Immediately chop him to death with a flurry of blades and turn him into meat paste. If Tang Yi had hidden somewhere, he might have had some reservations. But this bastard actually came to the prison, which was like asking for death. The Jinhui of the 2nd Division received the order and immediately unsheathed their knives. Surundink Tang Yi. Tang Yi instinctively tightened his grip on the knife. Hey, what's the meaning of this? A bunch of dog slaves? Do you think I don't exist? Xiao Di pressed down on his knife, somewhat dissatisfied. I'm a prince here, and you actually ignore me like this? Your Highness, this is my personal grudge with Tang Yi. You'd better not interfere. Zhao casually glanced at Xiao Di, thinking, what kind of arrogant prince has no foundation in the court? Behind their 2nd Division stands the Crown Prince. In today's Dian dynasty, which prince dares to compete with the Crown Prince? Personal grudge? You call this a personal grudge under the name of the law? Xiao Di stood next to Tang Yi and patted his shoulder. Don't be afraid, just call me brother, and I'll help you. Tang Yi replied, Bro, I'm ready to fight to the death, and you're still negotiating terms with me? Xiaolon, don't you want to save me? Tang Yi glared at Xiao Di, as if to say, do I not have bargaining chips? In his previous life, even 3 to 5 top special forces soldiers would not have been taken seriously. But in this world, forget 3 to 5 people. Even a random member of the Jinhui from either division could easily beat him to a pulp once they used their true energy. He still hadn't figured out what that ethereal, beautiful, true energy was all about. Hey, just kidding. You're my brother. You're my big brother. Xiao Di stood in front of Tang Yi with the knife, looking righteous. This is my big brother. Whoever dares to touch my big brother must step over my body first. Damn, I'm so angry. Tang Yi, you'd better be able to scare me with this line for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I'll torment you 800 times a day. Before Xiao Di finished speaking, Tang Yi saw him charge out. Zhao and the others' expressions changed drastically. They never expected Xiao Di to act so swiftly and could only draw their knives to confront him. However, in the next second, Zhao and the 7 or 8 others were sent flying, crashing heavily into a nearby wall. When Zhao hit the ground, he was already pale and coughing up blood. The 7 or 8 of them had not even lasted a single exchange against Xiao Di. Tang Yi felt a chill in his heart. This guy was surprisingly strong. You don't have anyone capable. What are you being arrogant for? Apart from being part of the Jinhui, you are useless in front of me. Xiao Di, carrying the embroidered spring knife, turned to Tang Yi with a rogue-like demeanor. You want to kill? Or should I kill instead? I should do it. I'm a prince. I'm a prince. Who am I afraid of? Xiao Di walked toward Zhao and the others with a knife. Tang Yi raised his hand to stop him, saying, You protect me. I'll handle this myself. Xiao Di was taken aback, blinking. You're a young master from a civil official's family? You dare to kill? Tang Yi nodded slightly. That's right, I dare. To be honest, the enemies who have died at my hands, there are no less than 800. Looking at Tang Yi and Xiao Di exchanging glances, Zhao and the Jinhui turned pale, finally realizing fear. In the past, they were the ones thinking about how to kill, contemplating ways to torture others. Now it was their turn to be studied on how to be killed. Tang Yi, you dare. We are from the 2nd Division. If you dare to kill us, Su Qianhu will never let you go. Zhao tried to invoke the Crown Prince, but ultimately did not dare to involve him. Su Quan? Am I afraid of him? Tang Yi picked up the whip from the ground and tugged on it. I'm very easy to talk to. Treat my uncle however you want, and I'll hit back just the same. At the same time, I'm not easy to talk to. If you don't want to die, then don't resist. Whoosh. Tang Yi swung the whip directly at him. Zhao instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he saw Xiao Di's embroidered spring knife flip, his body shrank back. Crack! Tang Yi's whip struck his shoulder, instantly tearing the flesh. The whip had barbs and salt water, so the pain was unimaginable. Zhao's body trembled from the pain, but he didn't cry out, just coldly stared at Tang Yi. That gaze was as if looking at a dead person. Crack, crack, crack. Tang Yi ignored Zhao's murderous gaze and landed more than 10 lashes. Finally, Zhao could not bear it anymore, trembling all over, his throat emitting a low, mournful howl. Tang Yi, you wait. If you don't kill me today, if I get the chance, I will make you wish you were dead. Zhao roared. The few Jinui beside him were so frightened they lowered their heads, not daring to look at Tang Yi. Kill you? That would be too easy for you. Tang Yi sneered it. In this world, the most terrifying thing has never been death. Go on, report it. Go back and tell Su Kuang that this burden is too heavy. My uncle can't bear it. So my uncle, I will protect him. If he's unhappy, let him hold it in. Chapter 65. What exactly did you do to my sister? Tang Yi casually threw the whip in front of Zhao instinctively shrank back. Realizing he actually felt fear towards Tang Yi, he felt humiliated. He looked up at Tang Yi, his face twisted. Hee, haha, with you, how dare you repeatedly provoke our second division? Anyone we want to kill. Even the Heavenly King can't protect. How do you qualify? Zhao struggled to get up, spitting a mouthful of blood on the ground. I'll remember these 36 lashes. Live well, I will repay you 1,000-fold for this whip. After saying that, Zhao laughed heartily as he left the prison. Xiao Di was very dissatisfied when he saw this scene. Not killing someone like this. Are we keeping him for the new year? If it were me, I would have cut him down long ago. There wouldn't be so much trouble. Tang Yi glanced at Xiao Di, coldly laughing. Who said we won't kill him? But letting him die like this would be too easy for him. I want them to truly experience what real fear is. Looking at Tang Yi's smile, Xiao Di felt a chill run down his spine. This guy was already treacherous, and with the Emperor backing him, it wouldn't be surprising if the second division really had kicked a hard iron plate this time. Don't think too much. I won't play dirty. Tang Yi saw through Xiao Di's thoughts and glared at him, saying, we are now the Jinui. We are enforcers of the law. And what we must do first is to abide by the law. If we really kill Zhao and the others here, what difference would there be between us and them? Since they look down on the law and manipulate it, treating lives as nothing, then we will use the law to deal with them. Tang Yi decided to review all the cases handled by the second division over the years. As long as there were wrongful convictions, they would be doomed. Xiao Di rubbed his head, feeling a bit irritated. Ugh, this is so annoying. I hate these rules. I say, do you all forget about me? There's still another person here. Lu Gongjin's weak voice came through. Uncle, I'm here. Tang Yi hurried over to support Lu Gongjin. At this moment, Lu Gongjin was covered in injuries, a bloody mess, with none of his previous calm and elegant demeanor left. Tang Yi held Lu Gongjin's hand, his gaze icy. Uncle, don't worry. The harm you suffered today, I will repay them 1,000-fold. No, don't. Lu Gongjin was very weak, gripping Tang Yi's hand tightly. He shook his head at Tang Yi, saying, the Ministry of Revenue case is not as simple as you think. Don't get involved. This case is too big, and no one can handle it. Whoever investigates it will die. Lu Gongjin trembled slightly, injured all over, but he didn't scream. However, thinking of the Ministry of Revenue case made him shudder. Tang Yi was taken aback. Indeed, his uncle knew some insider information. Uncle, tell me what you know. Just as Tang Yi opened his mouth, Lu Gongjin used all his strength to push him away. Ridiculous. The implications are too great. If we investigate, the court will definitely be unstable. If the Emperor turns against us, he will likely throw the investigators to appease the anger of the officials. If you get involved, you'll have no chance of survival. Xiao Di touched his nose. Don't talk nonsense. Is my dad that kind of person? Well, actually, he is. Tang Yi pointed at Xiao Di and said, Uncle, don't worry. This is the fourth prince of the current dynasty. He is my, superior. Even if we can't investigate later, it won't be my fault. He will take the blame. Cough. I'm just a minor character. Lu Gongjin pondered for a moment and glanced at the jailer. Xiao Di understood and said to the jailer, "What are you staring at? Go arrange a clean cell and bring a bucket of hot water and some clean prisoner clothes." The jailer repeatedly acknowledged and left with the guards. Lu Gongjin held Tang Yi's hand, saying, "Xiao Yi, I don't know much, but I think Gu Cheng's death is related to the national debt. Over the years, many officials have borrowed money from the Ministry of Revenue, and the accounts were all handled by Gu Cheng. The accounts he made were likely false. Now that he is dead, those officials will have to return the money to the ministry, which is probably the amount on the false accounts. That could be several times, or even dozens of times the amount." Upon hearing this, Xiao Di jumped up, furious. "Damn, that is the Treasury's money. The country's money. They dare to make false accounts with the country's money? Are they crazy?" Tang Yi ignored Xiao Di, his expression already serious. No wonder his uncle said the implications were too wide. If this case was investigated, the truth would likely offend a large number of officials. But if they didn't investigate, they would lose their heads and implicate everyone in the First Division. He had no way out. "Uncle, don't worry. I have a plan." Tang Yi reassured Lu Gongjin and carried him to a clean cell. He then cleaned Lu Gongjin's wounds and took out a small bottle of distilled alcohol from his pocket to help disinfect. Watching Tang Yi work diligently and skillfully, Xiao Di was taken aback. "Oh, so you really know medicine." Finally, Xiao Di felt relieved. He had suspected that this kid wanted to take advantage of his sister. After all, his sister was so beautiful. He couldn't let just anyone take advantage of her. At this moment, Ning Chuan arrived with Sun Yudao outside the cell. Upon seeing Tang Yi, Sun Yudao's eyes lit up. "Oh wow, isn't this the little divine doctor who saved the princess that night?" That night he was so close to the princess and brought her back. He had been pondering this for days, unable to understand what had happened. He wanted to ask the little divine doctor for clarification, but thinking of the emperor's sour face that night, he had to give up. But now that he encountered him, the emperor couldn't possibly use secrecy against him, right? "Little divine doctor, it's really you." Sun Yudao quickly walked towards Tang, his face full of excitement. "Little divine doctor, I finally see you. You don't know how much I've missed you these past few days." Gulp. Tang Yi looked at Sun Yudao in front of him and instinctively swallowed. "Old sir, do we know each other? What do you mean by missing me? If I didn't know better, I'd think we have something going on." Xiao Di immediately leaned over, full of gossip. Those standing outside, including Ning Chuan and the Jinyui, were all stunned. They knew how bad-tempered Sun Yudao was. Just asking him to come over had led to him scolding them all the way. Yet now, he was treating Tang Yi with such kindness, even trying to curry favor. Just because Tang Yi knew a bit of medicine and saved the princess? "I am Sun Yudao, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau." Sun Yudao slightly cupped his hands towards Tang Yi, eagerly asking, "Little divine doctor, please tell me how you saved Princess Lanner that night. Why was it that by hugging, touching, and kissing you could bring back the princess who had no pulse or heartbeat for the brink of death?" The room fell into dead silence. Xiao Di's face stiffened. He originally wanted to eavesdrop on the big scoop between Tang Yi and Sun Yudao. Unexpectedly, he ended up being the subject of the scoop. Hugging, touching, and kissing? Damn it. Tang, what exactly did you do to my sister? Chapter 66. You have 3 days to solve the case. Ning Chuan and the Jinyui were also dumbfounded. They knew Tang Yi had saved the princess, but they didn't know how. They never expected it to be so explosive. "Dr. Sun, are you sure this guy really saved someone? This method of saving people is unheard of." Even Lu Gongjin, who was groaning in pain from the disinfection, had forgotten his pain, looking up at his nephew in shock. "You little brat usually can't even do anything right. Now you have the guts for this?" Tang Yi's face darkened as he thought, "Old man, do you have any medical ethics? Can you casually say things like this? This concerns the princess's reputation. Aren't you afraid the emperor will want your head? I'm afraid the emperor will want mine too." That wasn't hugging, touching, and kissing. It was CPR. Tang Yi explained. Otherwise, Xiao Di, this sister con, would explode again. Although the princess had no pulse or heartbeat, as long as it's within a short time of cardiac arrest, using chest compressions and artificial respiration can restore her heartbeat. This is the principle behind how I saved the princess that night. Not hugging, touching, and kissing. Everyone was left bewildered. But Sun Yudao seemed to understand Tang Yi's meaning, and his face flushed with excitement. So that is how it is. Sun Yudao clenched his fists, muttering to himself in the cell. So the heart and pulse can stop, but there is still a chance to save a person. This way, many lives can be saved. Sun Yudao stepped forward, grabbing Tang Yi's arm, saying, "Little divine doctor, can I announce this method to the world? This first aid method is not too difficult. Even non-medical personnel can perform it. This is a matter that benefits the world. CPR is indeed common knowledge in later generations." Tang Yi did not refuse. "Of course. But wait until I find time to teach you all, and then you can promote it." Although cardiopulmonary resuscitation is simple, it also requires mastery of techniques. Upon hearing this, Ning Chuan and others looked at Tang Yi with a hint of admiration. Even Sun Yudao praised this first aid method, and as long as Tang Yi did not disclose it, it would be his secret. He could rely on this set of first aid methods and medical skills to earn money throughout Kyoto or even the entire Dian. However, he chose to make the first aid methods public and even personally demonstrate them to Sun Yudao and others, teaching them on site. Just in terms of this mindset, he could overshadow countless people. Even Xiao Di, who wanted to beat Tang Yi, curled his lips at this moment and chose not to hold it against him. Only Lu Gongjin widened his eyes again, saying, "Medical skills? Nephew, you could do this too? I've never heard of it. The little divine doctor has great righteousness." "I thank the divine doctor on behalf of the world," Sun Yudao said solemnly, cupping his hands in salute. Even he felt that his demands were excessive. Yet he did not expect Tang Yi to agree without hesitation. "Look, this is the vision. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning." Tang Yi cleared his throat and said, "It's just that the external injury medicine I developed hasn't come out yet. I wonder if Divine Dr. Sun has any gold wound medicine?" Sun Yudao glanced at Lu Gongjin and immediately replied, "Yes, I have some excellent gold wound medicine here." He called a young apprentice to fetch 2 bottles of high-quality gold wound medicine from the medicine box and handed them to Tang Yi. "Thank you." After Tang Yi expressed his gratitude, he began to apply medicine to Lu Gongjin's wounds. At that moment, Lu Gongjin came back to his senses and instinctively asked his nephew, "Who was so close? Are you still a nephew I know? You haven't been replaced, have you?" He really found it hard to believe that the timid and weak nephew dared to do such an outrageous thing, even if it was to save the princess. Touching and being close was a great disrespect to the royal family. How many people in the entire Yin would dare to do this? He even did it with justification. Tang Yi did not expect his uncle to reveal the truth with one sentence. He smiled and said, "Yes, I've been replaced. The nephew you knew before has died. The one in front of you now is the reborn Tang Yi." However, Lu Gongjin misunderstood Tang Yi's words, his eyes flickering with guilt. He sighed and said, "Alas, you and Xiao Yin have suffered. It is we who did not take good care of you siblings, making you bear things you shouldn't have to at such a young age. That dog thief Tang Jing, inhumane." Upon hearing this, everyone remembered Tang Jing's mistreatment of his wife and children. Those who initially had minor grievances against Tang Yi suddenly felt their displeasure dissipate. Although the Black Dragon 18 hands were painful, if he hadn't developed some self-defense skills while growing up in a family that didn't care for him, he would probably have died long ago. On the other hand, Sun Yudao was curious as to why Tang Yi was using wine to clean Lu Gongjin's wounds. What was the reasoning behind this? However, the atmosphere seemed off, so he held back and did not ask. Tang Yi knew that everyone misunderstood his intentions, but said nothing and continued to apply medicine to Lu Gongjin. Meanwhile, in the 2nd Division of the Imperial Guard, Su Kuang looked at Zhaoan, who was covered in wounds and blood, with an extremely dark expression. "Useless. In front of a useless person. You've suffered twice in a row. Zhaoan, you really are something." He was furious and grabbed a teacup from the table, smashing it against Zhaoan. Zhaoan did not dare to dodge. The scalding tea soaked through his flying fish robe and entered his wounds, causing him to tremble from the intense pain. Lowering his head, his entire face and eyes filled with resentment. "Damn it, Tang Yi, it's all your fault. All because of you. Because of you, I have suffered this humiliation. I will make you wish you were dead." Tang Yi said he would protect Lu Gongjin, right? Su Kuang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. Yes, he said Lu Gongjin can't bear this burden, and he will protect him. As for the accounts with our second division, he will slowly settle them with us. Zhao uncupped his hands and recounted Tang Yi's previous words to Su Kuang without embellishment. Just the words from Tang Yi were enough to drive Su Kuang mad. He settle accounts? A foolish brat who has no one to care for him dares to provoke our second division? Su Kuang flicked his sleeve, his face twisted in anger. Hey, doesn't he want to protect Lu Gongjin? Lu Gongjin is a scapegoat chosen by the higher-ups. I want to see how he protects him. Zhao, you personally go and handle a few matters. First, find Lu Gongjin's subordinates in the Ministry of Revenue and the young servants who serve him closely in the Lu family. No matter the cost, I want them to be witnesses and firmly implicate Lu Gongjin. Second, fabricate evidence. We need ironclad proof that the silver case in the Ministry of Revenue and the instigation to kill Gu Cheng were all Lu Gongjin's doing. As for the murderer, it is Lu Gongjin's subordinate from the Ministry of Revenue. He had his men poison Gu Cheng, who only died after returning home. This way, there will be no traces found in Gu Cheng's room, and it will all make sense. Zhao unraised his head, his expression fierce. Rest assured, Chief Su, I will personally arrange it, and I will definitely make Lu Gongjin take the fall. I will also make Tang Yi kneel before me and beg for mercy. After saying this, Zhao immediately left Su Kuang's room with his confidant. Su Kuang stood by the window, going over the Gu Cheng case repeatedly, saying, "Prepare the horses, go to Gu Cheng's residence, and examine the scene carefully again. We absolutely cannot leave the first division with the slightest clue." Half an hour later, Tang Yi finally finished treating Lu Gongjin's injuries. At the same time, he asked the jailer to bring paper and pen to write a letter to the Lu family, so that the Lu family would not make mistakes due to panic. After finishing the letter and handing it to Tang Yi, Lu Gongjin's expression was grave as he said, "Xiao Yi, I am a scapegoat chosen by the public. It's very difficult to save me. You must remember, no matter when, where, or in what situation, you must prioritize your own safety. Even if my case implicates the Lu family, if it becomes impossible to act, do not forcefully stop it. We will not blame you." Tang Yi had a sister to take care of. He did not want to let Tang Yi get too deep, lest there be no way back. After all, Tang Jing, that unfilial son, would definitely not help his nephew. Tang Yi felt a pang in his nose. "Uncle, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Tang Yi handed the letter to Ning Chuan and said, "Ning Tu, could you please find a brother to run this errand for me? The people from his second division are probably watching me closely. I'm afraid something might happen if I go to the Lu family." Lin Bao. Ning Chuan waved his hand. A young man from the first division, who had been humiliated by Tang, walked in with a swagger, took the letter from Tang Yi's hand, and gritted his teeth, saying, "The case is settled. You have to treat me to a drink. Otherwise, the matter of humiliation won't be over." Tang Yi smiled and agreed. Indeed, the incident of humiliation wasn't so glorious. Xiao Di put his arm around the jailer's shoulder and said, "Jailer, do you want to get promoted and make money? If you do, come with me. This prince has good opportunities for promotion and wealth to discuss with you." Xiao Di led the jailer toward the corner and then brought him back, his face beaming, looking like two good brothers. However, at this moment, the jailer's face was pale and devoid of blood. It goes without saying that he must have been threatened by Xiao Di. Tang Yi knew that Xiao Di was warning the jailer not to let the second division people contact Lu Gongjin again. Otherwise, after they left, if Lu Gongjin was interrogated by the second division again, his body would definitely not withstand another round of torture. He understood the situation. "Jailer, please take good care of my uncle during this time." Tang Yi grasped the jailer's hand, placing 200 tael silver notes in the jailer's palm. Although there was Xiao Di's lingering influence, he could not be unreasonable. The jailer initially dared not accept it, but after a few attempts to pull his hand back, he could not, as Tang Yi was holding too tightly. "All right, don't worry. I will take good care of Lord Lu. If anything happens to him, you can only ask me." Tang Yi was taken aback. "Dang em Beizhou. What the hell? What on earth had this bastard Xiao Di said to this guy?" Suddenly, a strong sense of unease rose in Tang Yi's heart. When he looked at Xiao Di, he saw him standing tall and proud, even winking at him. The expression seemed to say, Don't worry, I'll handle it. It's all under control. Tang, he didn't know what to say. So he said goodbye to Lu Gongjin, and a group of people left the prison. The head jailer respectfully escorted everyone out of the cell. But his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Boss, the people from the 2nd Division want to interrogate Lord Lu. We can't stop them at all. How did you promise, Tang, that Lord Lu wouldn't be harmed? The jailer hurried over to help the head jailer up. The head jailer wiped the cold sweat from his face and said, even if we can't stop them, we have to try. If we can't stop them, we all die. Damn it, it's too terrifying. Tang Yi is actually the Emperor's illegitimate son. 4th Prince, why did you tell me the secret? If it gets exposed, I'll be silenced by the Emperor, you know? Outside the prison, little divine doctor, let me know when you're free to visit our Thai hospital. After leaving the prison, Sun Yudao, who had been holding back for a long time, could finally no longer contain himself. Tang Yi thought for a moment and said, Dr. Sun, let's wait until the case of the Ministry of Revenue is solved. My uncle is still in prison, and I can't feel at ease until the case is resolved. Sun Yudao immediately looked at Ning Chuan with a cold expression and said, solve the case within 3 days, or your old man can just wait to die. Ning Chuan, what does this have to do with me? Why am I the one getting hurt? His old man had been seriously ill recently and relied on Sun Yudao for diagnosis and medication to maintain his life. If Sun Yudao stopped taking care of him, his old man probably wouldn't last half a month. Oh dear, old immortal, please spare me. Ning Chuan said with a mournful face. The Emperor has given me 10 days to solve the case, and there are only 6 days left now. I haven't even found a clue yet. You want me to solve it in 3 days? Are you trying to take my life? Old immortal, you can't play like this. Sun Yudao coldly snorted and said, that's your problem. I only wait for the results. If you delay my study of medicine, don't come to the Thai hospital for your family's illnesses in the future. After saying that, he turned to Tang Yi with a beaming smile. Little divine doctor, I'll be waiting for good news at the Thai hospital. Sun Yudao walked away with a flourish. Ning Chuan stared at Tang Yi with a resentful look. The Emperor and the ministers are fighting, and I'm the one getting hurt. The 1st and 2nd Divisions are fighting, and I'm the one getting hurt. Now, because of your nonsense with the Thai hospital, I'm still the one getting hurt. Am I destined to clash with you? Ning Tu, this isn't my fault. I wanted to help you speak, but Dr. Sun didn't give me a chance. Tang, he was also speechless. Sun Yudao had always been amiable, and he thought the old man had a good temper. It turned out that good temper was only for him. For others, it was a sour face. Enough nonsense. Did you find out anything? Ning Chuan glared at Tang Yi and said, kid, you need to be faster, otherwise your uncle is doomed. Su Kuang openly opposed the 1st Division and competed for the case, not to prove that the 2nd Division was stronger than the 1st. If I'm not mistaken, the 2nd Division must have received instructions from someone to turn your uncle's case into an ironclad case. That's why the 2nd Division dares to openly bet against the 1st Division. Because in the current situation, they are bound to win. Tang, he had already had his suspicions. But after hearing Ning Chuan's words, he felt a chill in his heart. This was not a small matter. This was a peak competition among top-tier players. Now, it was a matter of skills and levels. One wrong move could lead to disastrous consequences. Ning Tu, I want to check the scene first. Tang, he looked up at Ning Chuan and said, let us talk in detail after we check the scene. Ning Chuan nodded and said, okay, let's go check the scene together. A group of people immediately left the Northtown Guardianess office. Tang Yi, look here, we are over here. A ethereal voice came. Everyone turned to look and saw a luxurious carriage parked not far away. Beside the carriage, Xiao Lan, dressed in a long green skirt, was tiptoeing and waving at Tang Yi. Standing next to her was Kong Shilan, dressed in a white long skirt like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Upon seeing Xiao Lan, everyone's gaze almost simultaneously fell on Tang Yi. In their minds, they couldn't help but recall what Dr. Sun had said earlier. This guy is fondling, kissing, and hugging the princess. He's really enjoying himself. Only Xiao Di's teeth were chattering with rage. Tang Yi, I'm going to kill you. Chapter 68. My sister is still a patient. You won't even let her go. Sensing the hostility around him, Tang Yi instinctively touched his nose. This was unfair. They weren't called here by me, so why the hostility? Lanner, your health is not good. Why are you running around? seeing Xiao Lan and Kong Shilan coming over. Xiao Di stood in front of Tang Yi, taking on the role of an older brother. That's my sister. I can't let that shameless Tang Yi take advantage of her. Quickly go back. If you catch a chill, you'll be coughing your lungs out again. Hearing Xiao Di say this, Xiaolan immediately became dissatisfied. Royal brother, you're so annoying. I finally got to come out once, and you're cursing me. Unlike Tang Yi, who encourages me to come out for fresh air and to eat delicious food. He is still the father of my child. He knows how to care for me. Royal brother, I'm not here to find you. Why do you care? Xiaolan coldly snorted and directly bypassed Xiao Di to hug Tang Yi's arm. Tang Yi, so you really became a genie Wei. I thought that shameless person was just talking nonsense. I didn't expect to see you here. Xiao Di was stunned. He felt as if something in his chest had shattered into pieces. His sister, his most beloved sister, was actually ignoring him for another man. Tang Yi, I want to duel with you. That shameless person? Who? Tang Yi looked at the angry Xiaolan. Did someone tell them that I was at the Northtown Guardian's office? Yes, it was Jiang Yuna, your childhood sweetheart. Xiaolan snorted lightly, her beautiful eyes still filled with anger. We ran into her in Tanghua while buying jewelry at Jinjinglu. She said you were in the genie Wei and spoke many bad things about you. Childhood sweetheart? There's such a character? Tang Yi patted his head, searching through his predecessor's memories. As a result, there really was. The Jiang family and the Tang family used to be neighbors, and Jiang Yuna grew up with the predecessor. Jiang Yuna had always followed behind the predecessor, calling him Brother Tang Yi, and their relationship was very good. The predecessor also cared for Jiang Yuna, and their families even arranged a betrothal, but they never exchanged tokens or marriage certificates, so the engagement wasn't considered valid. However, after Tang Jing brought Yin Shuangyu and her son back to the capital, the predecessor was variously framed by Tang Hua and Tang Hao, leading to Jiang Yuna misunderstanding him in various ways. In the end, Jiang Yuna was almost obedient to Tang Hua, although the Jiang family moved later. Jiang Yuna would occasionally visit the Tang family and bullied the predecessor a lot. It could be said that the predecessor became timid and cowardly, and this woman was half the reason for it. It's just that for some reason, the predecessor's memories seemed to strongly resist this woman. So much so that after he crossed over, he had a very vague impression of her. Oh, so it's her. I almost forgot about this person. Tang Yi similait indifferently. The past between Jiang Yuna and the predecessor was already in the past. It had nothing to do with him. As long as she didn't come to provoke him, that would be fine. But that didn't seem very likely. Now that Tang Hua was in contact with this mindless woman, it might just be to deal with him. Really? Forgetting is good. This woman is indeed not worth reminiscing about. Xiao Lan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Forgetting is good. If the father of my child is thinking about another woman, that would be so distressing. You Xiao Lan, let me go. At this moment, Xiao Di finally came to his senses and raised his hand to separate Tang Yi and Xiao Lan. His face turned red with anger. Xiao Lan, you are a young lady, a princess of Dian. You need to be more dignified. Do you understand? In broad daylight, in front of so many people, hugging a man, what does that look like? Who are you to care? Xiao Lan wrinkled her nose and glared at Xiao Di. You want me to be dignified and virtuous? Then, royal brother, you should be elegant first. Aren't you just someone who knows how to wield a sword and chop? Tang Yi is so good, not violent at all, gentle and considerate, and he even cares about me. Xiao Di. Xiao Di's heart took another heavy blow. Hearing this, everyone in the Jinui was creeped out. Many of them shuddered on the spot. Tang is not violent, gentle, and considerate? Your Highness, are you serious? You haven't seen this guy's violent and shameless side. He loves to grope, he gropes. Even Kong Shilan, who had just arrived ahead, felt her delicate body stiffen. Lania, have you forgotten that this guy just slapped the Tang family in the face in front of all the nobles and powerful families in the capital a few days ago at Tianshang Tower? Gentle and considerate? You haven't seen his sharp tongue. Xiao Di also recalled how Tang Yi had single-handedly beaten the Jinui violently before, and he was furious. Tang Yi, what have you done to my sister? Xiao Di's eyes turned red. It's over. My sister's mind has been eaten by Tang. Tang Yi also felt awkward. In this life and the previous one, it was the first time someone praised him for being gentle, considerate, and nonviolent. If those enemies who died at his hands heard this, they would probably be unable to rest in peace. Brother, why are you being so fierce? You're scaring Tang Yi. Xiaolon'er pulled Tang Yi and said, Tang Yi, are you going to handle the case? Take us along. Well, that's not appropriate. It's against the rules. Ning too won't agree. Tang Yi smiled awkwardly and pushed the blame onto Ning Chuan. He wanted to pull his hand out of Xiao Lan's embrace. But this woman held on too tightly, and since there was no protection in this era, he could clearly feel the changes in Xiao Lan's chest. Quite nice elasticity. It's fine, no problem. Your Highness and Miss Kong want to follow along to watch. Absolutely no problem. Ning Chuan agreed without hesitation. Are you kidding? Who doesn't know that Princess Gaoyang is willful and spoiled? In front of you, Tang, she acts like a little woman. Do you believe that if she holds a grudge, she can come up with dozens of ways to kill someone in a day? I don't want to get hurt again. Tang, he was astonished. Ning too, are you serious? Xiao Di was even more furious, exploding on the spot and jumping around in circles. I disagree. I protest in the name of Prince Yan. Ning too, we're going to investigate a case, not to sightsee. What does it mean to bring two women along? Xiao Lan made a face at Xiao Di and said, opposition is invalid. Besides, we are going with Tang Yi, not with you, so why are you yelling? Xiao Di clutched his chest, feeling his heart shattered once again. What to do? Is it too late to kill Tang Yi and silence him? Kong Shirlan also bowed slightly and said, then I trouble Ning Qianhu and His Highness Prince Yan. Don't worry, we're just here to watch. We won't cause you any trouble. She originally wanted to refuse, but after glancing at Tang Yi, for some reason, she agreed. This young man in front of her has too many mysteries, making her unable to resist wanting to explore further. Thus, under the envious gazes of everyone, Tang Yi was dragged onto the luxurious carriage. Xiao Di was so angry he wanted to kill, but he wanted to get on the carriage too, only to be pushed down. He could only ride his horse closely following the carriage, ready to shatter it with his sword at the slightest unusual sound from inside. Tang Yi, you beast. My sister is still a patient, and you don't let her go. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped at the residence of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Tang Yi got off the carriage, and Xiao Di immediately positioned himself between him and Xiao Lan, preventing her from holding onto Tang Yi's arm. Brother, are you looking for death? Xiao Lan clenched her fists, furious and ready to hit someone. Xiao Di pulled Tang Yi into the assistant minister's residence and said impatiently, Kid, you're not a good person. Stay away from him. You're just jealous. Xiao Lan shot back angrily. Tang Yi was speechless. Why does it feel like this brother and sister are fighting over me? Suquan, what do you mean? While the few were still bickering, Ning Chuan's furious voice came from the study. Tang Yi and Xiao Di exchanged glances, both guessing what had happened, and their expressions changed instantly. They immediately abandoned Kong, Shirlan, and Xiao Lan and hurried into the crime scene. However, as soon as they entered the study, Tang Yi's expression darkened. At that moment, the entire study was in disarray. Bookshelves were knocked down. The floor was covered with scattered books and broken porcelain. Even the desk where the deceased was lying when he died was smashed to pieces. Damn it, this isn't investigating a case. This is destroying evidence. Oh, so Ning Qianhu brought your group of geniuses here? Looking at the pale-faced Ning Chuan, Su Kuang shrugged and smiled. It's nothing, we just can't find any clues, so we're checking all the books on site and every corner that might hide something. As you can see, there isn't a single clue. Ning Chuan's knife almost drew from its sheath several times. Su Kuang, you are destroying evidence. Su Kuang's expression turned cold, pointing at Ning Chuan with righteous indignation. Ning Chuan, you need to speak with evidence. You say I'm destroying evidence? Then show me the evidence. Where's the evidence I need to destroy? Ning Chuan's breath hitched slightly. Evidence, he had none. Originally, he brought Tang Yi over to see if this imaginative young man could find any clues. But he didn't expect the scene to be so destroyed. Even the doors and windows had been dismantled. Even if there were clues, they had long been cleaned out. Tang Yi, carefully investigate. Ning Chuan's face was grim as he glanced at Tang Yi. Aren't you good at boasting? Now I'm giving you this chance. The honor of the place is all yours. All right, let me take a look. Tang Yi nodded slightly and began to carefully investigate the room. Of course, this wasn't aimless. His attention was focused on the account books. The deceased, Gu Cheng, was the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and the accounts were what he dealt with most daily. It's also the easiest place to forge something. Moreover, his uncle said that Gu Cheng had been cooking the books for those ministers who borrowed money from the National Treasury. Tang Yi casually found a few account books and sat down in a secluded spot to read through them. You really are looking for death. If this were in the Jianghu, I would definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Xiao Di was also so angry he wanted to kill. But he knew that being angry now would only make people laugh. So he picked up the basic account book and sat beside Tang Yi to flip through it. Just flipping through it twice made his eyes a bit dizzy. The dense accounts were dazzling to him. Xiaolan and Kong Shilan also entered the study, and upon seeing this chaotic scene, both of their expressions changed. Su Kuang, is this how you investigate cases? Are you doing this on purpose? Xiaolan said angrily. She wouldn't tolerate it. She was determined to report them to her father when she returned. Wasn't this making things harder for her child's father? Shameless. Your Highness, we are carefully investigating the scene, not letting any possible clues slip through, and we have already received permission from above. Su Kuang smiled and cupped his hands. His reasoning was quite sufficient. Since they couldn't find any clues before, they should check if there are any clues now. Is there a problem? Absolutely none. Even if it comes to the Emperor, they would still have the upper hand. You. Xiaolan was furious, picked up a book from the ground, and was about to throw it. Kong Shilan raised her hand to stop her, shaking her head slightly. Su Kuang was clearly trying to provoke Xiaolan. If it escalated now, it would only create trouble for Tang Yi and Xiao Di. Is Lord Su carefully investigating or destroying the scene? Lord Su knows very well. Kong Shilan felt inexplicably angry as well, her beautiful eyes holding a hint of coldness. But heaven is watching what people do. Lord Su is a bit too happy too early. Since you dare to let Tang Yi and His Highness openly look at these account books, you must have already had professionals check it and confirm there are no problems, right? But just because others can't see the problems doesn't mean Tang Yi can't see them. After saying this, Kong Shilan was somewhat surprised. What was going on? Why did she inexplicably have confidence in Tang Yi? Even she herself didn't know where this strange confidence came from. Could it be because the young man before her had lost his previous cowardice? Had he become confident and assertive? That ugly smile of his clearly indicated he was not a good person, Xiaolan sneered. Su Kuang's cold smile froze. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. He then cast a cold glance at Tang Yi, his face full of sarcasm. Does Your Highness and Miss Kong have a lot of confidence in Tang Yi? Sorry, but you are destined to be disappointed. Su Kuang stared at Tang Yi and sneered. Miss Kong is right. We did have someone verify these ledgers. Not only did we have them checked, but Ning Qian also brought in people from the Ministry of Revenue. As a result, there were no issues with these ledgers. They were just nonsense scribbles. Oh, I forgot to tell you. These things are merely practice calligraphy sheets written by Gu Cheng. Both Xiaolan and Kong Shilan subconsciously looked at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan nodded with a pale face. He indeed had many professionals look at these ledgers, and combined with the steward's testimony, these ledgers were not ledgers at all, but Gu Cheng's calligraphy practice sheets. Gu Cheng loved calligraphy. His exquisite, small, regular script was highly esteemed in the capital. Was it a problem for the left deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue to practice calligraphy by writing random accounts? Not all. Miss Kong was right, Su Kuang. You're celebrating too early. Just because we can't see the problem doesn't mean Tang Yi can't. Ning Chuan had witnessed Tang Yi's abilities. He could discern loyalty and treachery in an instant that night. Now, he just hoped Tang Yi could do something impressive and really find something. Otherwise, it would be a huge embarrassment. Tang Yi, the face of our place is in your hands. You need to perform well. Oh, is that so? Does he really have such abilities? Su Kuang turned and walked a short distance away, retrieving a stack of thick Xian paper and a hefty book. Approaching Tang Yi, he tossed the Xian paper and the book on a Tang Yi, teasingly saying, then don't study those old ledgers anymore. This is what Gu Cheng wrote before he died. Study it carefully. Maybe you will really gain something. Ha ha ha. Su Kuang's arrogant laughter echoed in the study. Everyone in the second place stared at Tang Yi, their gazes akin to watching a clown. Ning Chuan and the others were infuriated, and Xiao Di even dropped the ledger in his hand, ready to fight. However, Tang Yi ignored the mockery from Su Kuang and others. Looking at the book and the messy numbers in front of him, his mind suddenly lit up. Damn, could this be a beginner's version of Morse code? The numbers are codes, and the book is the code book. Chapter 70. I know who the murderer is. This guess instantly made Tang Yi's blood boil. If the guess was true, then these so-called calligraphy practice sheets were actually the real ledgers. Gu Cheng had dispersed the actual records of the silver borrowed from the treasury by the court officials into these seemingly chaotic practice sheets. If that were the case, one had to admit that Gu Cheng was indeed a talent. Tang Yi placed a sheet of Xian paper on his lap, picked up the thick book from the ground. It was History of the Former Dynasty, a historical book recording the major events of all dynasties before the Great Yin. The total word count was as high as 200, making it one of the books with the most words in the Great Yin. Tang Yi immediately cross-referenced the accounts on the Xian paper, locating the corresponding page numbers and lines of numbers, then combined the characters together. He obtained a sentence. If I die, the murderer is the steward, and the evidence is in the hidden compartment by his bedside. Tang Yi's fingertips trembled. It was indeed a code. Therefore, these ledgers were the real ledgers. Well, this was a bit of a game. Tang Yi stood up, smiling as he twisted his neck. Su Quan's laughter came to an abrupt halt. Swish! Everyone's gaze turned to Tang Yi in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief. A bit of a game? Is that for real? They had flipped through these ledgers and books nearly 300 times and found nothing. Tang Yi really had a game? Xiaolan's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she immediately ran to Tang Yi's side, her delicate face extremely excited. A bit of a game? Ha ha ha, Ning Tuan. You truly deserve to be the genius of your place. Su Quang naturally didn't believe it, sneering at Ning Chuan. Hundreds of accounting experts in the capital couldn't find any issues, yet he could see them with just a glance. Impressive, truly impressive. What are you staring at? There should be applause here. Come on, give a round of applause to the brothers of the first place for finding new clues. Clap, clap, clap. The loud applause and laughter from the second place were deafening. Ning Chuan and the others from the first place turned ashen, feeling extremely humiliated. Tang Yi, did you really find a clue? Ning Chuan asked. Tang Yi shook his head and said, not a clue, but evidence. Moreover, I already know who the murderer is. Instantly, the entire room fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Tang Yi, their faces filled with shock. They had been investigating for so many days, and aside from knowing that Gu Cheng died from poisoning, they had no other leads. Tang Yi sat on the ground for a while, and somehow knew who the murderer was, and evidence was already out? What a joke. A rookie is indeed a rookie. Ha ha ha. The genius of the first place truly lived up to its name. It was impressive. They had to admit, the first place indeed had a remarkable figure. It was hard not to be impressed. The mocking laughter from the second place echoed throughout the study. Seeing this, everyone from the first place felt restless. Tang Yi, could you be a bit more reliable? If you don't explain things today, our first place will be humiliated to the point of losing face. Even Xiao Di was staring wide-eyed at Tang Yi, finding it hard to believe. I've been looking at this for a long time, and my eyes are dizzy. Yet you found evidence after just a moment? What are you laughing at? Tang Yi says these are evidence, and they are evidence. Who dares to question it? I will have them chopped up and fed to the dogs. Xiaolan was puffed up with anger, very displeased with the second place's mockery of Tang Yi. Looking at the protective Xiaolan, Tang Yi smiled and pulled her behind him. Don't be so agitated. They are mocking and ridiculing me, just waiting for me to get furious and reveal the truth. However, we don't need to explain to them. Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling that what he said made some sense. Kong Shilan slightly raised the corners of her mouth. Although she didn't know who the murderer was and the evidence was all mixed up, her intuition told her that what Tang Yi said was true. Everyone in the second place was stunned upon hearing Tang Yi's words. We really didn't mean that. We were genuinely mocking you. Only Su Quang's smile gradually faded, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Did he really know who the real murderer was? After investigating for so long without any clues, he found out the truth just by flipping through a few pages. At that moment, Tang Yi's words dispelled all his doubts. Ning, let the brothers take all the calligraphy sheets, books, tables, chairs, doors, and windows on the ground back to the Northern Town Patrol Office. These are all evidence. Su Kuang burst out laughing, looking at Tang Yi with interest. Ha ha ha, these are all evidence? Are you going to use these things to accuse the criminal? Or are you going to use these things to accuse us in the second place of destroying evidence? Ridiculous, ridiculous. Tang Yi also had a big smile on his face, looking quite happy. When the truth of the case was revealed, there would be a time for you to cry. Of course, he wouldn't reveal the truth now. Otherwise, his uncle's crime would have been in vain, right? Let the second place construct the evidence to frame his uncle first, and when they were sure of victory, he would kick them from the clouds into hell. There was nothing funny about it. Su Qianhu, let me tell you the truth. These are indeed all evidence. It's just that you are too stupid to see it. Tang Yi kicked the ledger at Su Kuang's feet. Su Kuang, I'll give you one more chance. Don't you want to destroy the evidence? Now, set a fire and burn everything to the ground. All the evidence has turned to ashes. Upon hearing Tang Yi's words, Su Kuang became even more certain that Tang Yi was just bluffing. He was trying to lure him into destroying the evidence. If he dared to set fire to the study in front of everyone, it would indeed be destroying evidence. And even if he had the crown prince backing him, he wouldn't be able to escape. This is why he was bold enough to ransack the study, dismantle doors and windows, and smash the bookshelves and desks. But he didn't dare to destroy all the books. The desks and bookshelves might hide something inside, so breaking them to search was justifiable. As for whether there was anything in the books, a quick shake would reveal it, tearing them page by page under the pretense of searching for evidence. Who would believe that? Ha ha. Tang Yi, do you think I would fall for your tricks? Su Kuang kicked the ledger at his feet back, showing no concern. You want it? I'll give it all to you. Our side won't compete with your side for this credit. Our side can't afford to lose face. The crowd from the second division also joined in, laughing and jeering. However, Tang Yi paid no attention, shaking his head and saying, "What a pity, Su Kuang. You are personally delivering the very thing that could cost you your life into my hands. If I don't take this opportunity to eliminate you, it would truly be against the natural order." Tang Yi looked at Ning Chuan. Ning Tu, you can report to the emperor now, to say we have already found out who the murderer is. As soon as the emperor gives the order, we can apprehend the murderer at any time. Ning Chuan felt numb. Goodness, are you serious? Until now, I still don't know if you're pretending or if you're serious. If we don't report to the emperor, there's still a chance to delay. But once we report, there's no turning back. If this goes wrong, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Then all of us could lose our heads. Are you playing with all our lives like this? Chapter 71. The plan continues. All right, I'll personally go to the palace to meet the emperor later. Ning Tuan noted. Although he didn't know what kind of scheme Tang Yi was plotting, he still did as instructed. The atmosphere had reached this level. If he continued to doubt Tang Yi, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? Haha, Ning Chuan, you've fallen. Su Kuang saw that Ning Chuan actually dared to support Tang Yi and burst into laughter. Go on, hurry and report to the emperor. By then, you need me to take action. A crime of deceiving the emperor will uproot your entire side. Don't worry. If no one is there to collect your bodies, I will help you collect them. Of course, I will take good care of your families as well. Ha! Let us go. Su Kuang waved his hand, laughing as he led the people from the second division away. Once the people from the second division left, everyone turned their attention to Tang Yi. Xiao Di even picked up the piece of rice paper that Tang Yi had looked at earlier and handed it to him. Come on, Tang Yi, tell me, how does the account on this paper tell you who the murderer is? This paper, can it talk? Gong Si Lan, Xiao Lan. And the group surrounding Ning Chuan also gathered around. They looked left and right, up and down. It was just a series of numbers. How could numbers tell Tang Yi who the murderer was? Tang Yi certainly wouldn't reveal the truth to them. It wasn't that he maliciously suspected them, but he didn't know the people from the first division well enough. What if there was an insider? If an insider leaked the information, that would be disastrous. While he was thinking about how to explain, an old man rushed in, crying out, my lord, you must seek justice for my elder. I heard they found the murderer. Who is it? Who killed my master?" The old man, over 60 years old, knelt on the ground with a thud, repeatedly bowing to Ning Chuan. He was the steward of the household, Gu Fu, who had been coming over to inquire about the case these past few days. Ning Chuan's face darkened. It must be Su Kuang who told him about finding the murderer, and now he has come to ask. This group of schemers. He had intended to keep it under wraps, But now that the Gu family knew, even if they didn't speak, the Gu family would cause a scene in front of the emperor. However, Tang Yi was shocked. The steward? Isn't that the murderer? Has the murderer come to our door? Is this a self-inflicted trap? Or does he have the confidence to annihilate everyone in the room after knowing the truth? Tang Yi felt the latter was more likely. Of course, it was also possible he was here to test the waters. Don't listen to that group from the 2nd Division. How could anyone know who the murderer was just from these chaotic ledgers? I'm just doing this because I don't like them, deliberately messing with them. Tang Yi stood up and looked at Ning Chuan. Ning, too. We should take everything in this room back to our 1st Division. Although it seems like a ruse if we take all these things back. Someone might be fooled and come to destroy evidence. As long as someone comes to destroy evidence, we can take the opportunity to capture them. And we'll have leads. One Tiwi. Gu Fu's tense body slowly bent down. Flicking his fingers, the small curved dagger that had originally landed in his palm flew back into his sleeve. I told you. How could a kid figure out the truth? While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also looked pained and hoarsely accused Tang Yi. How can you deceive people like this? This is too much. I'll have the mistress go to the emperor and report you, and make you pay the price. Tang Yi flicked his sleeve, coldly scolding. Nonsense. When did it become your place to meddle in the affairs of the Jinyui? The steward's accusations immediately stopped. Get lost. If you keep making a fuss, I'll have you thrown into the Jinyui prison to experience the torture of the Jinyui. Tang Yi pressed his embroidered spring knife, coldly snorting. The steward immediately pretended to crawl out of the study. Xiaolan, Kong Shilan, and the group of Ning Chuan all looked at Tang Yi in astonishment. Even they couldn't understand Tang Yi now. He had just confidently claimed to have found the murderer, and now he was using the identity of the Jinyui to pressure people. What exactly was he trying to do? Tang Yi, you better convince me otherwise today. No one can save you. Ning Chuan gritted his teeth. Damn it, can someone favored by the emperor act recklessly? If something goes wrong, the emperor will protect you. Then who will protect us? Tang Yi immediately put his arm around Ning Chuan's shoulder and walked aside, whispering in his ear. Ning Tu, I'm not joking. I'm serious. The murderer of Gu Cheng is the steward. Ning Chuan's body suddenly tensed. What? The steward is the murderer? How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. Ning Chuan's voice suddenly rose. Realizing he was losing his composure, he cleared his throat and said softly, Impossible. We investigated. And the steward was not in the residence at the time. He has an alibi. How could he be the murderer? And how do you know the steward is the murderer? Of course, Gu Qing told me. Tang Yi pointed to the piece of rice paper in his hand. Again? Ning Chuan was so angry he wanted to hit someone. Damn it. After working on cases for so many years, why do I feel like an idiot in front of this guy? These numbers are a code. Tang Yi glanced around. Although everyone was craning their necks, no one came forward. He raised his fist to his lips and whispered. Gu Cheng encrypted the accounts of the murderer and those ministers borrowing from the treasury with a code. Ning Do, this is all I can tell you for now. So, all these books and ledgers are evidence. As for the broken doors and windows, that was just to mislead. As for the murderer, let us not touch him for now. Let us wait for the 2nd Division to make a move. Ning Chuan's eyes widened. Is this for real? Why does it feel like you're talking so mysteriously? Did Gu Cheng really record the murderer and the accounts of those officials in these jumbled up ledgers? After pondering for a moment, Ning Chuan immediately waved his hand, giving orders to the people from the 1st Division. Go find a dozen carriages and bring everything from this room back to the Beijing Fusey. Release the news that Tang Yi has cracked this case, and all evidence is sealed in the Jinyui. Let us see if anyone dares to come and destroy the evidence. Ning Chuan chose to believe Tang Yi. All right. The person favored by the emperor does indeed have some skills. They struggled for a few days without a clue, and, as a result, the case was solved in half a stick of incense while someone stood here. Yes, in a room where everyone was looking at the messy study, their faces twitched. No, is this collecting evidence or moving house? After so many years of handling cases, this was the first time they encountered such a bizarre case. Xiao Di and Xiao Lan were anxiously scratching their heads, wanting to know what Tang Yi and Ning Chuan had said. Kong Shilan looked at the smirk on Tang Yi's lips, and she felt that he was probably preparing to trick someone again. Soon, someone from the place found a carriage. loaded all the books and ledgers from the study onto the carriage, and transported them back to the Northern Inspectorate. The butler personally sent the members of the Jin Yi out of the Gu family. Immediately, the butler returned to the estate and left through the back door of the Gu family. After turning down a few streets, he stopped in front of a dilapidated courtyard. In the courtyard, a peasant girl in a plain dress was feeding chickens, clucking as she scattered a handful of beans, and a dozen chickens surrounded her, competing for food. The butler slightly cupped his hands towards the main door and said, "Please report back to the master. Everything here is going smoothly. The Jin Yi has not found the murderer. They are just putting on a show. The plan can still be executed." Behind the door, the girl did not lift her head and simply said, "Okay." Chapter 72. What is Tang Yi to the Emperor? After the butler left, a man dressed in a cloak, shrouded in shadows, appeared at the door. The girl looked up at the man and said, "Master, why did you agree to cooperate with that woman? You even helped her kill Gu Cheng. Didn't you say we need to keep a low profile now? Killing Gu Cheng now. The Emperor has ordered a thorough investigation." The man sat in a chair. The sunlight shone brightly in the courtyard, yet he seemed to remain in the shadows, his face obscured. "I'm not helping her kill. The timing has come. Now that Beidi and Dong you are causing chaos. The capital of the Yin cannot be peaceful. Only when the Yin is occupied with its own troubles do we have a chance to restore our country." At this point, the man suddenly fell silent. The girl blinked and said, "Master, are you thinking about that little poetry immortal again? The Emperor has protected him too well. We still don't know who he is." The man slightly nodded and said, "Keep investigating. I have a feeling this person will become our biggest enemy." The man's gaze became incredibly sharp. Who would have thought that the seemingly lifeless Yin army would be invigorated by a poem titled Man, Jiang Hong? Who would have thought that the alliance of Dong Yu and Beidi attacking Yin would be destroyed by that guy's instigation? Emperor Wen of Yin is someone who knows how to play. The name of the little poetry immortal has already gained fame throughout the world, but who he is, he hides very well. Every time they almost find out, the people investigating mysteriously die, and those who investigate the little poetry immortal end up being investigated themselves. What kind of situation is this? All right, I've been investigating. As she spoke, the little girl put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What about Uncle Fu? He is a great master of our organization. If he's found to be the murderer, wouldn't he be in great danger?" The man shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry, no one can trace his killing methods. Besides, even if they find out, there are very few who can keep him in the capital." "Oh." The little girl nodded obediently. Then she stretched her somewhat rough hand toward the man. "Give me money. I want to eat meat tonight. I'm still growing. And you make me eat chaff and vegetables every day. I'm telling you, if it weren't for me being easy to raise, I would have run away long ago." The man was momentarily speechless. He pointed at the yard full of chickens and said irritably, "Aren't these all meat? Just catch a couple and kill them." The girl instantly widened her eyes. "Chickens are so cute. You actually want to eat chickens?" The man. "So you can eat to your heart's content outside. But the ones raised at home can't be touched, right?" In the end, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a gold coin the size of a fingertip. The girl smiled and reached out, but he withdrew his hand. "The organization's funds are tight. We need money everywhere, so you should spend carefully." "Got it, stingy." The girl snatched the gold coin. "Humph." The dignified leader of the Shadow Sect, the #1 rebel against Yin, Ing Wuzong, is so poor that he counts his pennies. How embarrassing. In the palace, in the imperial study, after hearing Ning Chuan's report, Emperor Wen of Yin suddenly stood up. He was shocked, and his voice was sharp to the point of breaking. This kid is actually this powerful? Just appointed. And he solved the case that the Jin Yi had been unable to crack for days? Ning Chuan, however, was sweating profusely. "Your Majesty, please don't be too happy too soon. Can you let me finish speaking? You're so happy. I'm afraid you'll chop my head off later." "Yes," Tang Yi said, it's solved. He had me and your Majesty say this. Ning Chuan didn't even dare to wipe his cold sweat. Damn it, I actually believed that little rascal Tang Yi. Now, the only one who knows about the evidence and ledgers is that kid. I know nothing. Huh? What do you mean Tang Yi said it's solved? Emperor Wen of Yin looked at Ning Chuan, catching on to the information. Ning Chuan quickly cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty." Tang Yi said the murderer is Gu Cheng's butler, and he has also found the true ledgers of those ministers in the court who borrowed from the treasury. Gu Cheng recorded all of this in his practice writing book. Tang Yi said the numbers in Gu Cheng's writing book are all codes, as long as they are decoded. The real ledgers will be revealed to the world. As for how to decode them, only he knows. Emperor Wen of Yan was stunned and nearly cursed. You little rascal. Are you still leaving me a hand? What? Do you want to bargain with me? No, that kid isn't that kind of person. Could it be that I misjudged him? He looked at Ning Chuan and said, what does he want to do? Does he want a reward? Ning Chuan said, Tang, he doesn't want a reward. He said those ministers who borrowed from the treasury actually dared to falsify accounts privately, which is a crime against the emperor. Then let them decode it themselves and slap their own faces. Emperor, one of Yan's eyes immediately lit up. This kid is quite cunning. He wants to wait until the officials return the money according to the false accounts before bringing out the real ledger. Moreover, he wants those ministers to decode it themselves and slap their own faces. He is quite sensible, knowing how to vent my anger. That little brat Xiao Di. Why can't he learn even a bit? Forget it. Thinking about it makes me angry. All right, I approve. Go ahead with your plan. Emperor Wen of Yan's gaze landed on Ning Chuan, and he smiled broadly, saying, go tell him he can do whatever he wants. I will support him. Also, in 3 days, the Xinyuan Poetry Conference will be held, so let him prepare well. Although I have great confidence in Tang Yi's poetic talent, it still needs serious preparation. The Xinyuan Poetry Conference is a grand feast prepared exclusively for him by me. He can only win, not lose. Ning Chuan let out a heavy sigh of relief and cupped his hands, saying, yes, I will convey it to Tang Yi. Damn it. Is Tang Yi the emperor's illegitimate son? How can the emperor not care about Tang Yi's antics and even encourage him? If it were the crown prince or any other prince, they would probably be killed for this. Moreover, the emperor actually values Tang Yi's performance at the poetry conference so much. You did well. I remember your eldest son has reached the age for schooling, right? Send him to the palace to study. Hearing Emperor Wen of Yin say this, Ning Chuan's head knocked repeatedly. Your servant. Thanks, Your Majesty. Entering the palace to accompany the prince for studies is a tremendous favor. In the future, having this honor will also greatly help his career. Countless ministers have fought tooth and nail for this favor, but never received it. Yet after spending just 1 day with Tang, the emperor just gave it to him like that. With this, it seems like he is the one mixing with Tang Yi, rather than Tang Yi following him. After leaving the palace, Ning Chuan felt refreshed, and the gloom in his heart was instantly swept away. Suquang, oh Suquang, I won't hold it against you for the crown prince's sake. But this time, you've kicked a steel plate. You can wait to pay and run naked. In the East Palace, the crown prince was playing the zither when he received the news, startling him to his feet. Tang Yi solved the case. How is that possible? He found it hard to believe that that useless person could solve a case. What a joke. But the news from the palace couldn't be wrong. Go. Immediately send someone to investigate what's going on. No, let Su Kuang come see me. I want to ask him what he's doing. How did Tang Yi uncover the truth? Chapter 73. Commoners? Just slaves. The crown prince was very angry. This debt crisis involved many officials under his command. No one wanted to repay the money, all crying that they had no funds. What could he do? He could only protect his own arms. Although Gu Cheng wasn't killed at his behest, Gu Cheng's death from falsifying accounts was beneficial for everyone. That useless Tang Yi, what's he doing making a fuss now? Your Highness, I was just about to report to you. Su Qianhu just came out of the Gu residence and went straight to the East Palace. He is currently waiting outside, Hong Zhu said respectfully. Let him come in. The crown prince waved his hand and coldly ordered. Hong Zhu responded and stepped out. Soon, he brought Su Kuang into the main hall. Su Kuang, you better explain to me clearly what it means that the case has been broken as reported from the palace. The crown prince stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the direction of the palace, his voice extremely cold. Su Kuang respectfully clasped his hands and said, Your Highness, rest assured, this is merely a smokescreen by Ning Chuan and Tang Yi. According to Your Highness's instructions, I have destroyed all the evidence at the scene. Ning Chuan and Tang Yi cannot find any clues, so they claim to have found the murderer. Everything I left in disarray is evidence. They want to scare the snake and have someone destroy what they call evidence. Once we catch them, that will be the clue they have been waiting for. Upon hearing this, the coldness on the crown prince's face quickly dissipated, and a faint smile returned to his lips. He immediately turned around and gestured for Su Kuang to sit down, saying, "So, this so-called case being solved is just fake news, right?" Su Kuang picked up the teacup on the table to toast the crown prince, took a sip to moisten his throat, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness is right. It's fake." This also shows that Ning Chuan and Tang Yi have run out of tricks. Su Kuang put down the teacup and respectfully clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, Your Highness, we don't need to do anything. We just need to wait for the deadline given by the Emperor to solve the case, and Your Highness will achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow." "Oh, what 3 goals?" The Crown Prince squinted his eyes. Su Kuang, full of confidence, said, "First, eliminate Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan is the Emperor's confidant. If Your Highness wants to control the Jinui in the future, Ning Chuan must die. Second, Your Highness will have removed obstacles for the officials, causing the accounts in the Ministry of Revenue to become bad debts, making it impossible for the Emperor to investigate. They will definitely be more loyal to Your Highness. Of course, the most important is the third point." Su Kuang's smile carried confidence and pride, saying, "Prince Yan Shao Di. Prince Yan Shao Di has no foundation in the court, but he has many supporters in the army. I have a bet with someone. Whoever solves the Ministry of Revenue's case first must run naked around the city. If Prince Yan runs naked outside the city, it will become a joke for all of Kyoto, a disgrace for the royal family. Then he will have nothing to do with that position." The Crown Prince's hand suddenly halted, and tea spilled from his cup. His previously smiling face suddenly stiffened, and he looked sharply at Su Kuang, his gaze becoming cold and stern, filled with scrutiny and evaluation. "Shao Di, although he has no foundation in the court, holds high prestige in the army. Currently, many generals guarding Kyoto have connections with him. They have fought enemies together at the border. Now, Su Kuang actually says he can destroy him?" The Crown Prince stared coldly at Su Kuang, who also smiled and slightly nodded at the Crown Prince. From the beginning, his target was not Tang Yi, but Prince Yan Shao Di. Tang Yi was just a side issue. "Your Highness, do you think that with Prince Yan's character, if he loses, he will go back on his word?" Su Kuang slowly took out the bet he signed with someone. Now, both Tang Yi and Shao Di were on the same side. Hong Zhu immediately stepped forward, took the contract, and presented it to the Crown Prince's desk. The Crown Prince carefully examined the bet, and the coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated, even causing his heartbeat to quicken. Currently, among the princes in the capital, Shao Di posed the greatest threat to him. As long as he eliminated Shao Di, the position of the Emperor would be his alone. And with Shao Di's character, he would definitely not go back on his word if he lost. A royal family member running naked in front of all the citizens of Kyoto would not be tolerated by etiquette, be scorned by the ancestral temple, and be abandoned by all officials. What qualifications would he have to compete with him? If the fourth prince loses, he definitely won't go back on his word. The Crown Prince signaled Hong Zhu to return the contract to Su Kuang and looked at him, saying, "The premise is that you must first tell me why you think you can win." Su Kuang put the contract away and said, "I have already found the witnesses and evidence to prove that it was the former Right Minister of Revenue who, unable to repay the enormous debts to the National Treasury, hired someone to kill. The murderer is one of his subordinates in the Ministry of Revenue." The Crown Prince took a sip from his teacup and said, "Liu Gongjin has maintained his integrity. The Liu family has fallen on hard times in recent years. What use is the enormous debt he borrowed?" Su Kuang smiled. "Liu Gongjin has a concubine. The concubine is the famous courtesan Mei Xiang from the Huanin Pavilion in Kyoto, and coincidentally, this woman lost a fortune in business. To cover his losses, Liu Gongjin embezzled public funds from the Ministry of Revenue." The Crown Prince smiled and put down the teacup, saying, "That's excellent. Let's proceed as you said. If this matter is handled well, there will be heavy rewards for you." Su Kuang quickly stood up, clasped his hands, and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I am willing to go through fire and water for Your Highness." The Crown Prince waved his hand, and Su Kuang turned to leave. Then, the Crown Prince returned to the zither table, his fingertips lightly plucking the strings. The chaotic yet melodious sound of the zither filled the hall. This was his usual method of thinking. While others preferred silence to ponder, he felt uneasy without something in his hands when contemplating. He used to enjoy painting, but who among the women in the world could match him? Therefore, those paintings only depicted alluring figures without faces. Now, he enjoyed playing the zither. Suddenly, The crown prince's hand paused. The originally melodious zither sound became sharp and abruptly stopped. Hongzhu knew the crown prince had made a decision and bowed, waiting for orders. Tell Lu Wan that they need to repay the money. Whatever the amount on the books, just repay that. The national treasury is out of silver. At most, we'll raise some taxes. The citizens of the world, nicely put, are subjects of Dian. Harshly put, they are just slaves of the Shao family. Slaves should dedicate everything to their masters. On Zhuangyuan Street, Zhuangyuan Building. Today is a day off. Lu Wan and a group of civil officials gathered again on Zhuangyuan Street. Their purpose, of course, was still that elusive little poet. They had sent people to stake out for several days, but still had no news of the little poet. However, he had written a few masterpieces that had stirred up a commotion. Shu Ing crosses the water, the scent drifts at dusk. What beautiful verses! It could be called an eternal ode to the plum blossom. To use such poetry for a woman is truly a waste. Clouds think of clothes, flowers think of beauty. Spring breeze caresses the railing. Dew is thick. Such beautiful verses were actually written for a maid, and they still didn't know who that maid was. Though resentful, many officials, after reading Tang Yi's poetry, were pounding their chests and stomping their feet, furious. What wonderful poetry! What excellent words! How could they be given to a woman from a brothel? Even more infuriating was that such great poetry did not come from their hands. If it had come from them, it would surely have made a name in Kyoto and left a mark in history. Chapter 74. Only Tang Hua can overshadow the little poet. Amidst the heated scolding from the crowd, Tang Jing quietly sat in a corner, drinking by himself without paying any attention. Tang Hua stood silently behind Tang Jing, hands tucked in his sleeves, not participating in the discussion either. His expression was calm, seemingly unconcerned about everything being discussed around him, yet the air was filled with madness and jealousy. Damn it, it's all because of Tang Yi and that inexplicable little poet. Otherwise, the entire capital would now be celebrating his legendary success in the imperial examination. As a result, now that he has achieved the top honors, the little poet is renowned for his talent, and Tang Yi has caused a commotion at the victory banquet, all becoming hot topics in the capital. His brilliance has been overshadowed by various mockeries, and he's been dubbed the most unfortunate top scholar in 1,000 years. This is simply a disgrace. Tang Yi, just wait. I will make you howl beneath my feet. Tang Hua's hands clenched into fists hidden in his sleeves, burning with anger. The Minister of Revenue, Lu Wan, listened to the discussions of the crowd, his expression extremely grim. They held great power in the Dian, but now they couldn't even identify a little poet, only able to marvel at his poetry. He tapped the table, his gaze landing on Zhao Ku, the Deputy Minister of Justice. What is going on? You've been investigating for so long, and you still haven't figured out who the little poet is? Lu Wan was somewhat dissatisfied. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court were responsible for investigating and reviewing various cases in Dian. Tracking investigations were their forte. Yet, the Ministry of Justice, which had solved countless major cases, was dragging its feet on this issue of the little poet, lacking its usual decisiveness. How many days have passed? They haven't even caught a glimpse of the little poet. I've said it before, the little poet I've found is Tang Yi. Zhao Ke's face looked grim as he said, but I carefully checked Tang Yi's information and found that he is the least likely to be the little poet. At this point, Zhao Ku instinctively glanced at Tang Jing and Tang Hua. Haha, it's true that one can be shocked by what they find upon investigation. I never expected the seemingly upright Deputy Minister of Personnel, Lord Tang, the gentle gentleman of the Tang family, would have so much filth hidden in his home. How could a timid and cowardly youth, bullied by his concubines, possibly be the talented little poet? Tang Jing remained silent, while Tang Hua slightly cupped his hands and said, Deputy Minister, you see my father is of no use. It's still the same saying, the little poet cannot be Tang Yi. Tang Jing put down his wine cup and said calmly, that rebellious son has indeed been quite troublesome lately, even causing the Tang family to lose face. But if he were the little poet, I would eat this table. Tang Jing did not hide the little matters of the Tang family. For him, the dark affairs of high-ranking families were numerous. The grievances between Tang Yi and Tang Hua were nothing. There are struggles in the court, and there are struggles within families. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is the rule. However, regardless of who the little poet is, he will soon surface. Tang Jing looked at the crowd and said, "Don't forget, in a few days, it will be the poetry gathering at the Shun Garden hosted by the Kong family." The crowd was momentarily stunned. Then, all eyes turned to Tang Jing and Tang Hua, with an indescribable meaning in their gazes. Originally, the Shun Garden poetry gathering was just a little trick by the Kong family's young lady to resist an arranged marriage. But for some unknown reason, the emperor inexplicably intervened, escalating the situation. Now the Shun Garden poetry gathering is personally organized by Kong Mingjin, the elder statesman of the Kong family. Who would dare to refuse an invitation from such a revered elder in the entire capital? However, everyone was surprised why Tang Jing suddenly mentioned the Shun Garden poetry gathering. What does the Shun Garden poetry gathering have to do with the little poet? Lu Wen frowned slightly and said, "Does Lord Tang mean that the little poet will attend the Shun Garden poetry gathering hosted by the Grand Tutor Kong?" Tang Jing nodded and expressed his speculation. "Not just attending. I suspect the entire Shun Garden poetry gathering is a stage tailor-made by the emperor for the little poet. The emperor wants to use this stage to bring the little poet into everyone's sight. The emperor is paving the way for him, and all of us are his stepping stones." The crowd suddenly fell silent. What? The Shun Garden poetry gathering has such an insider story? The emperor actually built a stage for the little poet to soar, even at the expense of stepping on their faces? This is intolerable. How dare he try to use us as stepping stones to elevate himself? I never expected the emperor would go this far for the little poet. What should we do? If that's really the case, with this person's poetic talent, how can we stop him? The entire room erupted into chaos, with everyone filled with righteous indignation. "Your Majesty, you've gone too far. For an ungrateful little poet, you are willing to rub the faces of all the civil and military officials into the ground. Is that little poet really that important?" Lu Wen and Zhao Ku exchanged glances, their expressions extremely dark. If what Tang Jing said is true, then the little poet is even less likely to be Tang Yi, that useless waste from the Tang family. Even if he has contact with the emperor, how could someone of his status and ability make the emperor invest so heavily in him, almost to the point of being desperate? Who says no one can stop the little poet? Don't we still have the eldest son of the Tang family? At this moment, Lu Wen suddenly looked at Tang Hua. Although Tang Hua's victory banquet was disrupted by Tang Yi, a mere banquet still couldn't overshadow the glory of Tang Hua's top honors. This made Lu Wen look at Tang Jing with a hint of jealousy. With Tang Hua here, it wouldn't be so easy for the emperor to let the little poet step on our faces. A talent capable of writing the admonition poem can definitely stand against the little poet. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward Tang Hua. Right? The emperor has a little poet, but don't we have Tang Hua? Back then, the admonition poem shook the hall, even leaving the emperor stunned. Who dares to say he is inferior to the little poet? That's right, the emperor has a little poet, but we also have Tang, the top scholar. If the emperor wants to use the little poet to step on us, he must first get past Tang Hua. But can he? Haha, now this is interesting. If the emperor wants to use the little poet to suppress us, then we can completely use Tang Hua to counter him. The crowd debated excitedly, their spirits high. If the emperor wants to use the little poet to embarrass them, then they can repay him in kind and let Tang Hua trample the emperor in the contest. Let the emperor know what it's like to lift a stone and smash his own foot. Tang Hua watched the excited crowd already starting to strategize, his heart tightening. Others may not know what's going on, but he understands. The admonition poem that shocked the audience was actually plagiarized from the little poet. Although he doesn't believe that Tang Yi and that so-called little poet would dare to expose him, the top scholar appointed by the emperor, at an occasion like the Shun Garden poetry gathering. After all, they have no evidence. They can't just point fingers at each other, right? That's right. Right now, only my HEIR can crush the little poet. Tang Jing confidently cupped his hands. Chapter 75. Who forbids them from paying back? They are their enemies. Tang Jing looked content, as if having a son made everything sufficient, enjoying the compliments toward Tang Hua. After all, they didn't have a top scholar who achieved the highest honors. Tang Jing had one. Tang Hua also enjoyed the feeling of being adored by everyone, immediately getting carried away to the point that the worries in his heart were thrown out of the window. Moreover, he had found a weapon to deal with Tang Yi. Jiang Yana. Isn't Tang Yi interested in this woman since childhood? Then let this woman completely ruin him. Rest assured, uncles, I will not let that little poet do as he pleases. At the Shun Garden Poetry Gathering, I will definitely trample him underfoot and take a breath for all of you. Tang Hua confidently smiled and cupped his hands at the crowd. All right, as long as you have confidence, we can rest assured. Very good, young man from the Tang family. As long as you can step on that little poet and rub the face of that old codger D song into the ground in the future, I will support you in your official career. Isn't His Majesty wanting to support the little poet? This time, let him fall apart in front of His Majesty. Seeing the confidence radiating from Tang Hua's face, everyone laughed and echoed. Tang Jing watched this scene with great satisfaction. His precious eldest son had earned him face. Tang Jing, don't leave after this. Let us have a private talk. At this moment, Lu Wen's voice rang in his ears. Tang Jing rarely saw Lu when this angry. But of course, it was normal to be angry, as he didn't have a son who passed the top 3 exams. Is there something wrong, Lord Lu? I still want to return early today. After all, the Shun Garden Poetry meeting is coming up, and I need to educate Tang Hua a bit. Tang Jing smiled and cupped his hands, but his smile was somewhat playful and mocking. Before you educate Tang Hua, perhaps you should first discipline your resentful younger son? Lu Wen stared at Tang Jing with a chilling gaze. Is it your Lord Tang's intention that your younger son is so arrogant that he made my son kneel and call him grandpa? Or is it his own intention? If it's your Lord Tang's intention, then after dealing with the little poet, we can have a proper fight. He, a mere minister of revenue, stand a whole rank above Tang Jing. Would he fear Tang Jing, a mere deputy minister of personnel? Upon hearing this, Tang Jing's brow twitched. In recent days, relying on Liang Xiao's help, news of Tang Yi breaking through the doors of the 3 major courtesans in the illusory sound workshop had spread throughout the capital, becoming one of the hot topics. And in this confrontation, Lu Zhou was forced by Tang Yi to kneel and call him grandpa. This was a blatant slap in the face of the Minister of Revenue. Rest assured, Lord Lu, I will give you an explanation regarding this matter. Tang Jing's good mood immediately evaporated, and his gaze sharpened as he slightly nodded towards Lu Wen. For some reason, he thought of Tang Yi and his words. He claimed to be the little poet and also mentioned that there were issues with Tang Hua's imperial examination. Ha, what a joke. That was the best young man of the Yan he personally taught. How could he do such shameless things? It was clearly this brat who was jealous of his brother's excellence, deliberately trying to mess with my mind and create discord between us father and son. Such malicious thoughts. He could no longer let him go. Otherwise, the Tang family's reputation would soon be ruined by him. Just then, Lu Wen's steward hurried upstairs and whispered a few words in Lu Wen's ear. After hearing the steward's report, Lu Wen looked at Tang Jing with a mocking gaze. Tang Jing, I just received news that your son Tang Yi has just cracked the case of the Deputy Minister of Revenue, Gu Cheng. He just inspected the scene with someone from the 1st Division, and now he has brought the evidence back to the Northern Town Defense Office. What do you think about this? Tang Jing already knew that Tang Yi had become a member of the Genie Way, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. This was certainly His Majesty's way of warning him while also showing pity for Tang Yi by giving him an identity. It was not a cause for concern. Seeing everyone's gaze also turning towards him, Tang Jing waved his hand with a cold laugh, his voice carrying disdain. Not much to say. Cracking a case? He doesn't have that ability yet. It's merely that the 1st Division of the Gene Wei couldn't find evidence. So they intentionally startled the snake by bringing up Tang Yi, claiming he found evidence. Their goal is simply to let the real culprit go to the Northern Town Defense Office to destroy the evidence. At this point, Tang Jing squinted at Lu Wen and said, What? Is the case of the Ministry of Revenue related to Lord Lu? Lu Wen's expression suddenly darkened. Is it not related to Lord Tang? Lord Tang has borrowed 50,000 taels from the Ministry of Revenue. Gu Cheng is dead. Lord Tang only needs to return 3,000 taels. Or is it that Lord Tang, being righteous, doesn't he want to be associated with us and will return the 50,000 taels intact to His Majesty? Upon hearing this, Tang Jing's smile gradually faded. Then he might as well die. However, What made Tang Jing's expression sour was that Lu Wen's words hit him like a blow, waking him up. If it weren't for Lu Wen's reminder, he would have forgotten that he borrowed 50,000 taels from the Ministry of Revenue. So the question arises, he borrowed 50,000 taels from the ministry, and Lu Ruyu left behind a massive fortune of 50,000 taels. Yet in just 3 short years, the Tang family couldn't even come up with a few hundred taels. What was going on? Tang Jing felt inexplicably anxious. But soon, he thought it might just be his overthinking. After all, Yin Xuanyu came from a small family and was quite frugal. The money should have been hidden by her. If the Tang family were left with only a few hundred taels, then how could they afford to spend over 10,000 taels on a grand banquet at Tianxiang Tower a few days ago? After listening to Tang Jing's words, everyone felt completely reassured. They had all borrowed money from the Ministry of Revenue and had made false accounts with Gucheng. If Tang Yi were to uncover the truth and reveal the real account books, the consequences would be unimaginable. They would have to repay tens of times the amount of money. Was that even money? That was their lives. Lu Wen glanced at the crowd side and said sternly, "Gentlemen, we are all the mainstays of the court, and we all care about our reputation. Those who have taken money from the national treasury should return it. His Majesty is not having an easy time. The Northern D army is pressing down, and the Eastern U is also stirring. I cannot bear to see His Majesty so burdened. So I will set an example by returning 10,000 taels to the Ministry of Revenue. And I will sell land and properties to gather 5,000 taels to donate to His Majesty to help the yin through this difficult time." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces twitched slightly. It was Lu Wen who had taken the most from the national treasury. He had taken a total of 200,000 taels on paper. And if you didn't count the books, it was probably as much as 300,000 taels. Now he still acted like a loyal minister, returning 10,000 taels and donating 5,000 taels. It was simply shameless. Yes, Lord Lu is right. It is our duty as ministers to share the burden for our ruler. This official will return 5,000 taels and donate 3,000 taels. Sigh. All for the prosperity of the yen. This official owes the national treasury 3,000 taels, and it will be settled tomorrow. His Majesty is currently short on money and grain. As ministers, we cannot stand by and do nothing. So I will return all 5,000 taels and also donate 1,000 taels to show my sincerity. Everyone echoed in agreement, speaking with righteous indignation. In that atmosphere, who would dare to stop them from returning the money to the Ministry of Revenue? That would be their greatest enemy. Chapter 76. Let the old lady go plead with Tang Jing. Tang Jing, Liu Wen, and other ministers were arguing heatedly in Zhuangyuan Tower to help Emperor Yanwen ease his burdens. At this time, Lin Bao also delivered Lu Gongjin's letter to the Lu family. "I am Lin Bao, 100 households of the Genie Wei, entrusted to deliver a letter from Lu Gongjin, Lord Lu, to the Lu family. Please inform them." Lin Bao jumped off his horse and cupped his hands to the doorman. However, before the doorman could speak, a woman had already come out from within the gate. Frowning, a letter from Lu Gongjin, written by the Genie Wei? The fact that the Genie Wei took over Lu Gongjin's case was no secret. Exactly. In recent days, while investigating Lu Gongjin, they also checked on the Lu family. Lin Bao knew that the woman in front of him was Jiang Shi, the wife of Lu Gongjin's brother, Lu Gongji. Jiang Shi was the sister of the censor Jiang Haoren, making her Tang Yi's second aunt. Lin Bao did not hide this and said, "The letter is personally written by Lord Lu Gongjin, and it is about Tang Yi asking me to hurry back to the Lu family to report peace." Before he could finish, Jiang Shi, somewhat irritated, said, "Give me the letter. You can leave now." Lin Bao Thou Wen. Tang Yi had said that the letter must be personally delivered to old lady Lu to avoid worrying the elderly. "Hand it over to me for delivery. You can leave." "Didn't you hear?" Jiang Shi repeated coldly. Lin Bao instinctively wanted to draw his sword, but remembering that she was Tang Yi's aunt, he held back. "Very well. Then I will trouble you. The letter must be delivered to the old lady's hands." Lin Bao handed the letter to Jiang Shi and turned to ride away quickly. Jiang Shi watched Lin Bao's departing figure, her expression gradually turning cold. She raised her hand and tore the letter into pieces, casually stuffing it into her maid's mouth. "Second, madam, This is the letter from the elder to the old lady. The doorman's expression changed slightly. The whole Lu family is currently worried about the master's news. How could you tear it up? Listen carefully, everyone. Today, this matter, you all saw nothing and heard nothing. Whoever dares to leak even half a word will be beaten to death. Jiang glanced coldly at the crowd and said, think of your families. Lu Gongjin's letter from a Jinyui must be asking the Lu family to sell all their property to fill the deficit. That is hundreds of thousands of taels. Even if the entire Lu family were sold, it would not be enough to cover the shortfall. By then, even you and your families will be sold off. The servants and doorman turned pale at these words and lowered their heads. Jiang snorted coldly and turned back to the residence, not noticing her maid secretly picking the letter fragments out of her mouth and hiding them. Today, the Lu family gathered in the hall to discuss matters. When Jiang entered, she went straight to sit on the side of the second branch. At this moment, the Lu family was dead silent, devoid of any vitality. Jiang curled her lips. If it weren't for wanting to split the family to get more property, she wouldn't want to be involved in this mess. Just then, the matriarch of the Lu family came out with Cain. In recent days, the Lu family had been in chaos, and it was the matriarch, who hadn't managed affairs for years, returning to take charge that temporarily stabilized the family. Mother, we have already used all our connections, but we still can't find any news about Big Brother. Lu Gongji, the second son of the Lu family, looked haggard. He had been running around for days regarding his older brother Lu Gongjin's matter, but had found nothing and was already exhausted. Mother knows this isn't your fault. The matriarch shook her head, the corners of her mouth bitter. After your father passed, the connections faded. They weren't so reliable anymore. Plus, this case happened at the worst time. The emperor wants to go to war with the bed and needs money the most. At this time, your elder brother is accused of dereliction of duty and embezzling tax silver. The emperor will use him as an example. The lightest punishment would be the entire family exiled, and the heaviest would be the whole clan's heads rolling. Naturally, anyone with a bit of self-interest would want to distance themselves from us. The matriarch didn't complain about the heavens. She just felt a bit sad. When Old Master Lu was the Minister of Personnel, the Lu family was bustling, with people almost trampling the doorstep. Now, the Lu family had fallen. Those former connections were now worthless. After hearing the matriarch's words, dozens of Lu family members hung their heads, looking dejected. Mother, this is no longer just about my husband. Lu Gongjin's wife, Shun, looked at the matriarch, biting her lip and said, the daughter-in-law has already received news from several families. They don't want to be implicated by our Lu family and all want a divorce. I'm afraid that once my husband's case is confirmed, my younger sister and the few girls married out will all be sent back to the Lu family after being divorced. The faces of the Lu family members turned ugly upon hearing this. If all the Lu daughters are divorced, the Lu family would become a laughingstock in the capital. And it would also confirm the fact that Tang Yi's mother, Lu Ruyu, is jealous. The reason those families informed the Lu family first and didn't directly divorce is merely to save face. But once Lu Gongjin's case is confirmed as embezzlement and bribery, those people can easily use the excuse of poor family upbringing to divorce all the women of the Lu family, and by then, no one in the capital would say anything. No matter what, we can't let this happen. Otherwise, the reputation of the Lu family, my sister, and father will all be ruined. Lu Gongji clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The matriarch closed her eyes in pain. Didn't she understand the severity of the situation? Under normal circumstances, the emperor might consider Old Master Lu's contributions and at most punish Lu Gongjin. But now the situation is special. The emperor might use Lu Gongjin to set an example. Where's Yen Gur? Why haven't I seen him? The matriarch was unaware that Lu Wenyuan had been captured by the Jinyui. The Lu family members were afraid she couldn't handle it and hadn't told her. Now that the matriarch asked, Shun could only find an excuse. The heir of the Pingyuan Marquis came to find him, saying there was someone who could help rescue my husband, and he followed Liang Shao. He hasn't returned yet. The matriarch sighed upon hearing this. Now even Lu family's second son, personally pleading for help, is of no use. That brat Liang Shao doesn't look reliable. The person he finds might not be trustworthy. Actually, it's not that there are no options. At this moment, a woman's voice sounded. Everyone looked toward the voice. It was Jiang, Lu Gongji's wife. Jiang was fiddling with her nails, and seeing everyone looking at her, she said indifferently, There was no way before because it was Lu Gongji asking for help. So there was no way. But if mother is willing to step forward to ask for help, the effect will definitely be better. When father was in office, mother helped many people. If mother is willing to ask, those people will more or less give her some face. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Lu family members changed drastically. The matriarch is already 60 years old. After losing her husband and favorite daughter, she has been overly sad, making her look like a 70-year-old, with white hair, a hunched back, and a face full of wrinkles. Now she is still asked to step forward and plead for help. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Gongji suddenly stood up and shouted angrily. Jiang was startled by the shout and immediately stood up, hands on her hips, angrily rebuking Lu Gongji. Why are you being fierce with me? I'm only thinking of the Lu family. You Lu Gongji have been begging everywhere these days. Your knees are almost worn out. Does anyone care about you? But the matriarch is different. She has a title. Who dares to let her kneel? And Tang Jing, isn't he your son-in-law? Go ask Tang Jing. Maybe Tang Jing will be willing to help. Hearing this, the faces of the Lu family members changed again. Back when Lu Ryu passed away, the matriarch publicly slapped Tang Jing, forcing him not to establish a legitimate son. This incident caused a huge uproar. Now that Tang Yi has successfully passed the imperial examination and is among the top in the young generation in the capital, Tang Jing and that wicked woman, Yin Shuangyu, must hate the matriarch to the bone. If the matriarch seeks them out now, won't she be subjected to humiliation from the Tang family? Chapter 77. The Lu family crisis. The Lu family has fallen. But they're a scholarly family and were once a prestigious family in the capital. And now, the matriarch of the Lu family is the backbone of the Lu family. Asking the matriarch to kneel and plead for help would break the spine of the Lu family in the eyes of the common people. Even if they could temporarily save the Lu family, it would merely be a different way of prolonging their suffering. Jiang was naturally aware of this, but so what? She didn't want to suffer alongside the Lu family. She had just returned from the Jiang family, and her father had said that Lu Gongjin was the scapegoat chosen by everyone. Even the king couldn't save him. If the emperor cannot uncover the truth, the most likely outcome is that Lu Gongjin will take the blame to protect the Lu family. Therefore, no matter how much money the Lu family spends, they cannot save Lu Gongjin. Since that's the case, why not let the matriarch step up to preserve the family business? Dividing the Lu family's assets is the real business. This is also the reason why she destroyed Tang Yi's letters. However, Zhang's words sparked resentment among most of the Lu family members. The eldest sister-in-law, Shun, stood up on the spot and shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Is the Lu family completely dead? Does mother need to kneel and plead for help? If mother really kneels, the Lu family will be utterly doomed." What Jiang hated the most was Shun's righteous indignation. People don't act for themselves, and she had no right to stand on a moral high ground to blame her. Sister-in-law, you are wrong. The Lu family is in this state now, so why pretend to be high-minded? Lu Gongji can lower his voice to ask for help, so why can't mother? Jiang ignored the furious gazes of the Lu family members and, while picking her nails, said indifferently, "Furthermore, only if mother personally intervenes will Big Brother and Yin Ger have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Big Brother and Yin Ger will undoubtedly die." Lu and Yuan's matters are still hidden from the old lady, but now that Jiang Shi has revealed it so plainly, Lu Gongji's face immediately changed. "Jiang Mo, shut up. Lu Gongji, you useless thing. Do you dare to scold me?" Lu Gongji has always been weak in character, and the second branch is entirely decided by Jiang Shi. Seeing Lu Gongji actually dare to scold her, Jiang Shi immediately retorted angrily. However, upon meeting the cold gaze of the old lady, her anger was instantly extinguished, and she quickly waved her hand and pretended to smile. "Oh, mother, the daughter-in-law is just talking nonsense. Don't worry, elder brother won't die. Yanher vonte die ieder." The old lady ignored Jiang Shi and looked indifferent at Shun Shi. What happened to Yin Ger? Shun Shi realized she couldn't keep it a secret any longer and had to speak the truth. Yin Er indeed went out with the heir of the Pingyuan Bo, saying there was someone who could save a husband, but they went to a brothel that night and were taken away by the Jinyu for some unknown reason. Also, Xiao Yi was also taken away. The Lu family only knew that Lu Wenyuan and Tang Yi were taken away by the Jinyu that night. They inquired around and said it was because they offended the son of the Minister of Revenue, Lu Zhou. Shenshi naturally didn't believe it. The Jinhui is directly under the emperor, and even if Lu Zhou's father is the Minister of Revenue, it wouldn't be possible for the Jinhui to take action personally. Something else must have happened that night. What Shenshi didn't know was that the Jinhui took away Liang Xiao and Lu Wenyuan because of Liang Xiao's trouble. And Emperor Yanwen imprisoned him on the spot to teach him a lesson. You dare to point fingers at someone I have my eyes on? The old lady, upon hearing that Tang Yi was also involved, stood up in shock. What? Xiao is involved too. How did they get taken away by the Jinhui? Have you asked the Tang family what happened? Shenshi's face darkened. I went to ask. Yin Shuangyu put up a sign at the Tang family's door saying that Lu family members and dogs are prohibited from entering. The night that Tang Yi and Lu Wenyuan were captured by the Jinhui, she personally went to ask Tang Jing what was going on. But the doorman reported back with a sign saying that if you want to enter, you have to kneel. Yin Shuangyu was clearly seeking personal revenge. After hearing Shenshi's words, the old lady's face turned ashen, and she coldly said, "Send someone to keep a close watch on the Tang family. Confirm when Tang Jing returns home. I will personally go ask him what happened, and I want to see if he dares to make me kneel to enter the Tang family." Shenshi wanted to say something, but she held back the words at the tip of her tongue. Once the old lady decided to do something, no one could dissuade her. Lu Gongji glared fiercely at Jiang Shi. He knew too well what Jiang Shi wanted to do. However, he had no way to deal with Jiang Shi at all. Tang Yi did not return to the North Town pacification office, but went directly to the general's mansion after leaving the vice minister's residence. Ditsong, being old, still had the heart to serve the country, but Emperor Yanwen did not allow him to lead troops northward, fearing that his old bones would die in the northern border. After a few days of hard work, a training ground that Tang Yi needed had already been established in the general's mansion. Besides necessary work, he also needed to travel back and forth to train at the general's mansion to build up his physical foundation. Otherwise, even if he was a killing god in his previous life, now in the face of martial arts in this world, he was just an ant. Kid, is this the training ground you mentioned? My old self and Duke Qin and Duke Lu studied it for 2 days and still can't figure out how to play with it. Ditsong crossed his arms and looked at Tang Yi with fierce eyes. Tang Yi instinctively distanced himself from Ditsong. Clearly, the emperor did not allow him to lead troops northward, and this grumpy old man was in a very bad mood, looking like a powder keg. Didn't he want to get beaten? Ditsong saw Tang Yi trying to dodge and pulled him back. What are you dodging for? Hurry up and tell me what is going on. For the past few days, he could only find a few old friends to simulate the battlefield in the northern border. However, after a few days of simulations, when it came to the combat power of the Northern D Army, none of the three had any good strategies to break the enemy. If no one could convince the others, they could only study the training base that Tang Yi had them build. After watching it for 2 days, they still had no idea how to use the training ground. Old man, it really is the training ground I mentioned. You old folks, don't pinch me yet. Let me teach you how to play. Tang Yi grinned, feeling like his shoulder was about to be crushed. Ditsong lightly snorted and let go of him. He immediately unsheathed his sword and ran towards the training ground. It had to be said that Ditsong's engineers were impressive. They had almost perfectly restored his blueprints. Compared to the Special Forces training base from his previous life, there was hardly any difference. What does this mean? Is this kid trying to use this training ground to build up his scrawny body? What a joke. Duke Qin Mu, laughed at Tang Yi's thin body, saying this guy was lacking in training. He was lacking in food. Oldi, you spent so much time studying this training ground. Who knows, it might really just be a toy that this kid made. Duke Lu, Chung Mao, crossed his arms and, seeing Tang Yi already running around the training ground, couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. They were all legendary figures in the army of Dian. It wasn't right to be studying the training ground that Tang Yi was casually messing with instead of focusing on the northern border battle. Wouldn't that make them a laughingstock if it got out? Wait and see. This kid is not that simple. Ditsong crossed his hands on his hips and shook his head. Could it be that he was wrong? This wasn't a method of training troops? It shouldn't be. From that kid's performance at the Zhuang Yuan building, he should understand military strategy. The plan of letting the northern D go north and the eastern U go east was quite bold, but the emperor accepted it gladly. If this plan were executed properly, It could divide the northern D and eastern U allied forces, allowing them to return to their pre-war state, preventing Dian from suffering heavy losses. How could something created by such a young boy be simple? If what he created was that simple, it would be an insult to him. Chapter 78. Little Treasure. Don't run, let us chat. Di Tsong, Qin Mu, and Cheng Mao stood at a distance, staring at each other. When they saw Tang Yi start walking on a log and climbing over obstacles, Qin Mu couldn't help but mock. Di Tsong, is this the military training method you called us old guys to squat here to guard? Ha! If this kid really understood some military training methods, I would eat the whole table. Qin Mu was a bit angry. He had asked for permission to escape and follow the army north. And it was Di Tsong who told them to stay because there were very important matters to discuss with them. As a result, they were just studying a kid's nonsense. Di Tsong raised his hand and patted his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could it be that he was really wrong? Cheng Mao watched Tang Yi strap a huge wooden wheel with ropes onto his shoulder and drag it forward with all his might. But the smile on his face gradually faded. He had always thought this so-called training ground was just a toy. But after watching Tang Yi run a lap and replaying Tang Yi's running path and method in his mind, his expression became increasingly serious. No, this could be a body tempering technique. Di Tsong and Qin Mu both looked at Cheng Mao. Body tempering technique? Are you kidding? That thing has long been lost. Qin Mu was shocked, and his voice rose a few notches. It is said that thousands of years ago, the great general of the Shang state, Ahhh, created the body tempering technique and trained the most elite Ghost Guard army, invincible in battle. 1,000 years ago, General Zhao Ke obtained the body tempering technique and trained the White Spear army, able to climb mountains and cross valleys as if walking on flat ground, taking the heads of enemy generals in the midst of tens of thousands of troops. Hundreds of years ago, the former Tang General Li Tang obtained the body tempering technique and trained the mountain splitters and dragon lock formations, where the military formations combined could attack when advancing and defend when retreating, making the northern barbarians cry out for their mothers and migrate northward for 30,000 miles. It can be said that the body tempering technique is something every general dreams of obtaining. Now, it has been developed by a young boy. What a joke. Di Tsong's expression was grave, but his old eyes were sharp as he said, "Have you all remembered how he ran? Let's go. We'll run just like he did." Di Tsong quickly walked towards a training ground, and although Qin Mu said he didn't believe it, his body was particularly honest, moving even faster than Di Tsong and Cheng Mao. The three entered the training ground and began to run according to Tang Yi's earlier method. Tang Yi was physically weak now, struggling to complete a lap around the training ground, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, hearing the noise behind him. He glanced back and saw the three old men running swiftly in the same manner he had just demonstrated. Damn it, these old men are bullying me. Tang Yi's face twitched. God, is this because my past life was too strong, and now I'm thrown into this world to suffer? Di Kang, Qin Mu, and Cheng Mao exchanged shocked glances after running a lap in Tang Yi's way, their faces filled with astonishment. What the hell, it really works. Qin Mu's jaw nearly dropped. Damn, that's the body refinement technique. Something countless generals have wanted to obtain, and this kid just figured it out? When did the body refinement technique become so worthless? Old D, is this kid really only 18? Not 180? Cheng Mao looked at Tang Yi, who was dragging a heavy wheel and completely soaked in sweat, and instinctively swallowed. Looking at this kid, I feel like I've wasted my whole life. Di Tsong said nothing, merely stroking his white beard, but his heart was already in turmoil. From Emperor Yanwen's attention to Tang Yi, he knew Tang Yi was extraordinary. But he didn't expect him to be this extraordinary, producing a masterpiece and wielding the body refinement technique. He could conquer the world with his intellect and calm the seas with his strategy. Of course, strategy here meant tactics, not mere martial skills. God, the great Yin has struck gold this time. Let's have a good chat with this little brat. Di Tsong waved his hand, and the three old men immediately surrounded Tang Yi menacingly. Just as Tang Yi dragged the wooden wheel past the finish line, intending to move on to the next stage, he saw the three old men rubbing their hands and surrounding him, their eyes gleaming as if they were seeing a stunning beauty. Little treasure, don't run, stand there. Let us have a good chat. Hearing Di Tsong's words, Tang Yi's fatigue vanished instantly, and he became alert, eyeing the three old men suspiciously. Old D, what are you guys planning to do? I'm a serious person, not interested in old men. At that moment, Tang Yi suddenly missed the three courtesans from the illusion sound pavilion. In a fight, he chose the courtesans. Kid, we're not planning anything, don't hide. Ditsong picked Tang Yi up and casually tossed him onto a nearby chair, saying, where did you get the body refinement technique? Don't say you developed it yourself. You're only 18 and haven't even been on the battlefield. How could you come up with this? Tang Yi was stunned by this question. Body refinement technique. What is that? Realizing that Ditsong and the others had just personally tested his training ground, he quickly pointed to the training ground and said, are you talking about this? Isn't this just a military training ground from later generations? It's just set up according to special training standards. You think this is so precious? The body refinement technique, it seems isn't wrong to say that. The training ground in my past life tested physical fitness. But damn it, you guys have martial arts. You can fly, for goodness sake. But after thinking it over, Tang Yi felt he might have judged too hastily. This world has martial arts, but not everyone can wield them. Otherwise, it would be chaos. MHM. The three old men nodded like huskies, their faces full of flattery. Tang Yi naturally couldn't talk about his past life. He smiled and shrugged. Old D, old Chin, old Chung, to be honest. This is just something I fiddle with. I'm not in good health, so I just wanted to come up with something to exercise my body, that's all. As for the battlefield, to be honest, the enemies I've killed on the battlefield may not be fewer than the three of you. You have martial arts. But in my past life, I had firearms. Ditsong and Chin Mu exchanged glances, both filled with shock. Damn, a kid who hasn't been on the battlefield developed the body refinement technique they longed for. Are they crazy? Or is this world crazy? Ditsong didn't think Tang Yi was lying. He knew a bit about what Tang Yi had suffered in the Tang family. No, wait. Who said this kid hasn't been on the battlefield? The countless humiliations he suffered in the Tang family were his battlefield. How many humiliations did he have to endure to come up with this body refinement technique? That bastard Tang Jing is simply inhuman. Ditsong patted Tang Yi on the shoulder, saying, Kid, you've suffered these years. If you need anything in the future, come to us. We are your support. Also, write out the training rules for this training ground. I want to use them. Tang Yi looked at the training ground across from him and then at the disorganized training of the guards from the general's mansion in the distance. He understood what Ditsong wanted to do. He wanted to use the training ground to train his troops. Chapter 79. Tang Yi, principal of the Great Yin Military Academy. Old D, prepare the pen and ink for the training manual. I'll write it for you after I finish training. Tang Yi didn't refuse and pondered for a moment before saying, but I think before letting them officially step onto the training ground, we need to first rectify military discipline. It's best to start with basic training. Ditsong narrowed his eyes. Basic training? What kind of basic training? Tang Yi replied casually. Left turn, right turn, marching in step, these are the basics. To be honest, the Great Yin Army currently lacks cohesion, partly because the basics aren't solid. Another reason is the issues with military achievements and promotions, and of course, a part of it is because the civil officials are too oppressive. Those civil officials want the Great Yin soldiers to protect their wealth. You don't want them to have too much combat power or authority that threatens their positions, typical of wanting the horse to run, but not giving it hay. Ditsong and Chin Mu exchanged glances, surprised that this kid saw things so clearly. Besides the so-called basic training, they didn't fully understand, but it sounded impressive coming from him. As for the other two reasons, he articulated them very well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been bullied by the civil officials to such an extent. Since that's the case, to verify your claims, we'll leave the training to you. Ditsong pondered for a moment. Even if he got the training manual, it would be a dead thing. No one would know how to use it, and it would definitely not work. Since Tang Yi knows how to do it, why not let him lead? He looked at Tang Yi with burning eyes and said, After all, these things are only known to you now. I will report to His Majesty and have all the generals stationed in the capital transferred over. In the future, they will all be trained by you. To train soldiers, we must first train the generals. Chin Mu slapped his forehead. Including me, I'll be trained by you. Chung Mao pounded his chest like a drum and said, Kid, count me in. Don't look at me being old. I still have the courage of 10,000 men in battle. Tang Yi instantly jumped back 2 steps, feeling shocked. Damn, why does it feel like old D is trying to kill me? Let me train the generals of the entire capital, the 18 guards of the capital's garrison, and hundreds of officers, all of whom are fierce warriors with strong martial skills. Do you believe that any one of them could beat me up? However, despite the overwhelming pressure, it was also an excellent opportunity. This was equivalent to him, a mere 100 household of the Jinyui, suddenly becoming the principal of the Great Yin Military Academy. When he goes out to boast later, he can proudly say, I, Tang, principal of the Great Yin Military Academy. Even the generals commanding thousands of troops are my students. Just thinking about that scene feels exhilarating. Tang Yi pondered for a moment and said, okay, I can give it a try. Upon hearing this, Ditsong immediately broke into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Originally, I thought Tang Yi would be afraid and refuse, that he would waste some breath trying to persuade. But I didn't expect him to agree so readily, immediately patting his shoulder and laughing. Good, you're a fine man. Now let's get your training plan out. I'll visit the emperor later. The northern D are rampant, and the eastern U is also eyeing us. We still have too few capable generals. Tang Yi knew that Ditsong was always decisive in his work, and today's training volume could only be temporarily set aside. Letting the 3 old men wait for him to finish training would likely get him beaten. He could only take out paper and pen, writing down the training methods and guidelines one by one, and didn't finish the infantry training manual until dark. Handing it over to Ditsong. Ditsong received the manual and immediately took Qin Mu and Cheng Mao to the palace without a moment's delay. As for Tang Yi, he could only yawn and head back to the Tang residence. When Tang Yi returned to the Tang family, it was already evening. As soon as he entered the door, he heard bursts of laughter nearby. The voices were very familiar. Tang Yi glanced over and couldn't help but sneer. Not far away, Tang Jing's family was sitting in the courtyard enjoying the coolness. Tang Hua was lying in a hammock, leisurely reading a scroll, elegant and lazy. Although Tang Hao and Lin Zhu were injured, they were feeding each other intimately. Tang Jing sat at a table, playing chess with a middle-aged man sporting a goatee. Yan Shuangyu stood behind Tang Jing, while the woman giving advice to the goateed man was dressed in a blue long dress. The girl was about 17 or 18, very beautiful, with a clean and sweet smile, looking pure and charming. The man was none other than the censor Jiang Zheng, and the girl was Jiang Zheng's daughter, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yana. The scene was quite warm, but it was unfortunately filled with the stench of conspiracy. Tang Yi ignored them and turned to leave. At that moment, Jiang Yana noticed him too. She looked at Tang Yi, her emotions somewhat complex. Once, he was a refined and gentle young man. Why had he now become someone with a malicious heart? It was truly disappointing. It was fortunate that brother Tang Hua, such a gentle and suave person, had always spoken well of him. He wasn't worth it all. Remembering the promise made with Tang Hua, the emotions in Jiang Yana's eyes quickly retracted, and a blush appeared on her pretty face. Brother Tang Hua had promised her that as long as she could keep Tang Yi stable and not let him cause trouble regarding the emperor's marriage arrangement, he would marry her as a legitimate wife in the future. Not a concubine, but a legitimate wife on par with Kong Shirlan. Moreover, brother Tang Hua said he loved her, and that his relationship with Kong Shirlan was merely a pretense. In the future, she would be the mistress of the Tang family. Iga, you're back? Thinking of these, Jiang Yana ran towards Tang Yi with a smile, wanting to grab his hand. It was just about controlling Tang Yi, which was easy for her. In the past, as long as she waved, Tang Yi would run over like a dog. Now, would he miss such an opportunity? Tang Hua put down his book, supporting his head with one hand, looking over with a teasing smile. Aren't you good at talking? I've set up the stage for you, so perform well. Tang Hao and Lin Zhu also put down their fruits, coldly staring at Tang Yi. They all knew that Tang Yi had unusual feelings for Jiang Yana. Over the years, no matter how they bullied him, Tang Yi had always endured. The only time he hit Tang Hua was when Tang Hua deliberately designed the situation to say he wanted to marry Jiang Yana, which completely angered him. The consequence of that was that Jiang Yana, who was misled by Tang Hua, became even more disappointed in Tang Yi. Now that this guy has been given an opportunity, If Jiang Yuna waved her hand, he would probably obediently run over to her like a dog. Even Yin Shuangyu now looked at him with mockery in her eyes. However, just when they thought Tang Yi would be so excited that he would go crazy, Tang Yi instinctively took a step back, preventing Jiang Yuna's hand from touching him. "Miss Jiang, please have some self-respect." His tone was indifferent and distant, pushing people away 1,000 miles. Tang Yi looked at Jiang Yuna's hand frozen in midair, and seeing the shocked expressions of Yin Shuangyu, Tang Hua, and others, he found it amusing. The previous incarnation was a sycophant. What does that have to do with me? Wanting to be a sycophant too? You must be thinking too much. If I really wanted to, I wouldn't have run away that night at Huanin Fong. I could have had my fill of it. Cough, cough. Can't be influenced by that bastard Liang Xiao. I'm a serious person. After silently mocking, he saw Jiang Yuna blink, her eyes slightly reddened. Her voice sorrowful. "Ego, it's me, Yuna. Don't you want me anymore?" Chapter 80. Marry me? You think you're worthy? Tang Yi glanced at the seemingly pitiful Jiang Yuna out of the corner of his eye, realizing, great, another one who can act. Her acting skills were even 3 points better than Tang Hua's, comparable to Yin Shuangyu's. On the surface, she looked quite pure, but the beginning was simply infuriating. If it were his previous incarnation, he might have fallen for it. But as a man who had fought his way out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, would he fall into such a pit? That night, even when those 3 women wanted to sleep with him, he wasn't fooled. Tang Yi took a step back, pressing on the embroidered spring knife at his waist. Squinting his eyes, "So, Miss Jiang, what do you want? Just say it. Don't waste words. This crying trick won't work on me." Seeing the sarcasm and indifference on Tang Yi's face, Jiang Yuna finally understood why Tang Yi had told her during the day that he was different now. The dog from before now seemed to have turned into a wolf. "Yige." Jiang Yuna was somewhat unwilling to give up. "Don't provoke me if you're not well-intentioned. I'm not in a good mood today." Tang Yi directly interrupted, turning to leave, too lazy to play along. But Tang Hua had set up the situation with great difficulty, and even censor Jiang Zheng had been mobilized. How could he let Tang Yi leave easily? He sat up from the hammock and laughed. "Xiao, Yuna and Uncle Jiang are here for you today. Come over and greet them. Don't lose your manners and let people laugh at you." Tang Yi glared at Tang Hua while pressing on his embroidered spring knife, then sneered. "Old hag." He was too lazy to banter with Tang Hua and looked at Tang Jing. "Deputy Tang, say what you have to say directly. I don't have time to waste with you." Tang Jing's face darkened for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He smiled at Jiang Zheng. "Censor Jiang. Don't take offense. This kid has been spoiled since childhood, to the point of being a bit unruly." Looking at Tang Yi, Tang Jing lightly spun a chess piece with his fingertips. "Do you remember the engagement your mother and Madame Jiang set when you were young? Miss Jiang is here today with Censor Jiang for the engagement matter. Haven't you always liked Yuna? Coincidentally, Yuna also has feelings for you. As a father, I think you two are a perfect match. Since the marriage document wasn't submitted back then, I'll take charge today and help you renew it. Thus, you'll be true betrothed couples in the future." Tang Yi and Jiang Yuna had an engagement since childhood. Now, it was just about formalizing it. Even if Tang Yi told the emperor, what could the emperor say? Could he unreasonably annul the engagement between Tang Yi and Jiang Yuna? When the emperor issues a marriage decree later, only Tang Hua from the Tang family would meet the conditions. If Emperor Yanwen knew Tang Jing's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely spray him in the face. "What beautiful thoughts are you thinking? This fine man has long been reserved for my daughter. As for the Shun Yuan Poetry Conference, humph. The Shun Yuan Poetry Conference is to pave the way for my son-in-law. Okay." Hearing Tang Jing's words, Tang Yi naturally understood his intentions. Glancing at Jiang Yuna, whose pretty face was slightly flushed, a smile gradually appeared on his lips. "You want to marry me?" Tang Yi spoke calmly. "I've been childhood sweethearts with Ego. I'm willing to marry him." Jiang Yuna shyly nodded. In her heart, she was indeed sneering. "It's just an engagement, not a marriage. Once Brother Hua's matter with Kong Shilan is settled, I'll kick you away. Want to marry me? HEIR, an unappreciated waste from the Tang family. Think you're worthy?" While she was disdainfully thinking, Tang Yi glanced at her indifferently and said flatly, "But I don't want to marry you." "You think you're worthy to marry me?" Hearing this, the Tang family members were once again stunned. Looking at Tang Yi in disbelief. He actually rejected it? He doesn't really like Jiang Yana, does he? Jiang Yana was stunned. He actually refused? How dare he refuse? A useless person who isn't even fit to carry Brother Hua's shoes dares to refuse her and humiliate her? Outrageous. Jiang Zheng stood up abruptly, his face filled with anger. Tang Shilang, is this the good son you raised? Tang Jing's expression also darkened, and he looked at Tang. Marriage is a serious matter. It's not something you can mess around with. Tang Yi apologized to Nana. Tang Jing's tone was extremely cold. Jiang Hua sought Jiang Yana's help, which was undoubtedly the best way to break the deadlock right now. But Tang Yi actually refused. What a reckless thing to do. Compared to the glory of the Tang family, what do personal gains and losses amount to? Marrying Kong Shilan, do you even deserve that? The Kong family is a prestigious family that has stood in the capital for hundreds of years. Only Hua is worthy of that. Tang Hao also found an opportunity, pointing at Tang Yi and angrily scolding. Tang Yi, it's your honor that Nana even looks at you, and you dare to refuse? Are you out of your mind? Lin Zhu also wanted to take the opportunity to scold him, but in this situation, she didn't dare to act recklessly. She could only glare coldly at Tang Yi. Her eyes filled with resentment. Because of Tang Yi, she had become a laughingstock in the capital, a wicked woman in the eyes of countless people. Yin Shuangyu stood beside Tang Jing with a smile, not speaking. With Jiang Zheng present, she didn't need to intervene. Jiang Zheng was a notoriously sharp-tongued censor in court. If Tang Yi offended him, he could verbally tear him apart in the court. Of course, that was only if Tang Yi was alive by then. She had let Tang Hao borrow another 10,000 taels from the underground bank and had already placed a bounty on Tang Yi's head in the dark market. So it wouldn't be long before assassins from the Jinglu would come to take Tang Yi's head for that money. Jinglu was the largest assassin organization in the martial world. Once they accepted the task, they would keep hunting Tang Yi until he was dead. The task would only end when Tang Yi died. Unappreciative? Aren't you all the ones who are unappreciative? Tang Yi pressed down on his embroidered spring knife, his gaze at Tang Jing filled with mockery. Tang Shilang, you really go to great lengths for your illegitimate son, don't you? Do you think that just by proposing a marriage, His Majesty will grant a marriage to Tang Hua? How ridiculous! You're just accompanying Tang Hua, walking further down the path of self-destruction. Enough! A cold shout interrupted Tang. It was Jiang Yana. Tang Hua was the perfect man in her heart. Handsome, elegant, knowledgeable, and talented. How could a useless person like Tang Yi insult him? She must have been blind to have felt a bit of pity for this scoundrel before. Tang Yi, you're not allowed to speak about Brother Hua like that. Brother Hua is so perfect and so good. Were you to dare say that? As soon as she spoke, Jiang Yana realized she had lost her composure. She blinked, her anger quickly fading, pretending to look pitiful. Seeing Tang Yi looking at her, she felt a bit flustered and said, "Ego, don't be angry. Brother Hua's success in the examination is the pride of the Tang family, and even the entire Dian. You can't say that about him." Pride. Tang Yi chuckled softly and said, "Isn't there a possibility that it's a disgrace? The talent that is pretended, the success in the examination that was cheated, the top scholar that was plagiarized. When these truths are revealed, I really wonder what their feelings will be. I'm looking forward to it. Just in time. The Shun Garden Poetry meeting is coming up. I hope you can still smile after that." Chapter 81. Love me? Then prove it to me. Jiang Yana's face darkened again upon seeing Tang Yi humiliate Tang Hua. But this time, Tang Yi didn't wait for her to defend him. He retorted right back. "Miss Jiang, stop acting. Marry me? Haha. Aren't you just trying to buy time for Tang Hua?" Jiang Yana shook her head, her eyes red as she argued. "Go, I didn't. You believe me." Clang. The embroidered spring knife in Tang Yi's hand was drawn. Jiang Yana's face turned pale with fright, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Tang Hua's expression also changed, and Tang Jing suddenly raised his hand to point at Tang Yi, his voice becoming sharper. "Tang Yi, how dare you draw your knife? What do you want to do?" Tang Yi tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "I'm verifying the feelings between me and Miss Tang." After saying that, he chuckled softly and casually tossed the embroidered spring knife in front of Jiang Yana. "Since you have deep feelings for me, then prove it to me. I don't even want you to do anything. Just give yourself a cut on your face." Tang Yi pointed at Jiang Yuna's beautiful face and said, as long as you prove that you have feelings for me and truly want to marry me. Even if you ruin your looks, I, Tang Yi, will definitely marry you. If I go back on my word, may heaven strike me down. However, Miss Jiang, you must think carefully. If this beautiful face is ruined, will your brother Hua still want you? The young man's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Jiang Yuna looked at the glimmering embroidered spring knife on the ground, her face turning deathly pale as she continuously retreated. The look in her eyes was filled with fear and anger. You want me to harm my face? How dare you be so malicious? Brother Hua loves my face the most. It's something he treasures dearly. How can there be any flaws? No, I don't want to. I don't want to. Jiang Yuna shook her head frantically, truly crying now, frightened by Tang Yi. She looked to Tang Hua for help. But Tang Hua's face was so dark it looked like he could kill her. You foolish woman. Can't you see that Tang Yi is just scaring you? Your father and my father are here. How dare he harm your face? If you were to draw the knife, they would immediately stop you. But in the end, she didn't even have the courage to hold the knife. How could this act continue? Tang Hua was furious. It seemed the brainwashing of this woman was not thorough enough. Tang Jing and Jiang Zheng also had ashen faces, and Tang Yi turned to look at them, appearing innocent. Did you see that? True feelings are not afraid of being tested. Miss Jiang has no feelings for me. Since there are no feelings, Tang Shirlang, don't force it. Tang Yi looked at Tang Jing and said, I understand Tang Shirlang's intentions. You want Tang Hua to follow your old path. First marry the eldest daughter of the Kong family to gain their resources. Once the resources are used up, you can kick the Kong family aside and then be with Jiang Yuna, or rather, say you've always been with Jiang Yuna. Otherwise, how could Tang Hua convince Jiang Yushi to help? After all, in Jiang Yushi's eyes, the top scholar who passed the exam is still very promising. Promising enough to abandon principles. Tang Jing's pain point was poked, his face turning white with anger, while Jiang Zheng's old face turned red from being hit. They were indeed thinking that way. Of course, they would never admit it. You junior, how dare you? Jiang Zheng pointed at Tang Yi, trembling with rage. Today, I brought my daughter here to continue the marriage agreement from back then, and that is to give your mother face. You, a junior, are so disrespectful and aggressive. You should be reported to His Majesty. However, in the face of Jiang Zheng's threat, Tang Yi just smiled faintly. Please report me. Jiang Zheng was so angry he nearly spat blood. He was known as the sharp-tongued person of Dian, which noble and minister was not afraid of being caught by him. Now, Tang Yi actually asked him to report. When did Jiang Zheng's reputation allow even a small fry to disregard him? Please report? Good, I'll grant you that. Enough. Tang Yi, what are you doing? Tang Jing flung his sleeve and coldly shouted at Tang. Hurry up and apologize to Uncle Jiang and Nana. They came here to fulfill the agreement with your mother. How can you slander them like this? He naturally knew about the relationship between Jiang Yuna and Tang Hua. When Jiang Zheng and Jiang Yuna came to the door, he already knew this was Tang Hua's doing. He didn't expose it because he thought it was normal for a man to have some means, right? Back then, he married Lu Ruyu to gain better resources. Now Tang Hua wanted Jiang Yuna to stabilize Tang Yi. What's wrong with that? There was not a bit of a problem. The problem was with Tang Yi. What is this bastard doing? He can't even handle Jiang Yuna, and he thinks he can handle the esteemed Miss Kong from the Kong family? Master, please don't be angry. Let's talk nicely. Yin Xuanyu's heart was already blooming with joy, but her face showed a worried expression. Pulling Tang Jing, she turned to Tang Yi and said, Shout, your father and Inspector Jiang are doing this for your own good. Don't be so rude. Quickly apologize to your father and Inspector Jiang. The matter of the marriage contract, the orders of parents, and the words of the matchmaker. Do you deserve these two words? Tang Yi directly interrupted Yin Xuanyu. Yin Xuanyu's expression stiffened. Tang Yi sheathed his sword, turned, and returned to the western courtyard, casually waving his hand, his voice echoing throughout the venue. I originally had little interest in the marriage, and I have no interest in Kong Shirlan either. But after seeing your actions today, I have decided I will marry Kong Shirlan. Originally, he just wanted to make an appearance at the Shan Garden Poetry meeting, as long as he could overshadow Tang Hua's presence. But now, he wanted to take first place. Not for any other reason, but to infuriate Tang Jing and Yin Xuanyu, and to give Jiang Yuna a resounding slap in the face to vent his previous grievances. Infidèles. Watching Tang Yi's back, Tang Jing slammed his hand on the table in anger. Inspector Jiang, I have embarrassed you. Don't worry. I will take charge of this marriage between that brat and Nana. He has no say in it. This is the simplest way to break the deadlock. How could it be missed? Tang Yi's will, compared to the glory of the Tang family, it counts for nothing. The anger on Inspector Jiang's face had disappeared, and he sat back down, holding his teacup and smiling. At this point, let's stop acting. Lord Tang knows what I need. Now that both deputy ministers of the Ministry of Revenue are vacant, I need one of those positions. As long as you give me a position, I will play this role to the end with Lord Tang. After all, in the end, it is your son who will be hurt, not mine. Jiang Zheng raised his teacup to signal Tang Jing, though he had already made a name for himself among the inspectors. He wanted to be a powerful deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, even more. This is a lucrative position. Tang Jing is part of the Chancellor's faction. But with the Chancellor not present in court, the Chancellor's faction is led by Lu Wan, the Minister of Revenue, and Tang Jing, the Deputy Minister of Rights. Tang Jing pondered for a moment and smiled. Okay, but it has to wait until the Ministry of Revenue's case is completely over. Otherwise, if His Majesty becomes suspicious, you won't be able to sit securely in that position. Jiang Zheng slightly nodded. It's fine, he can wait. Jiang Yuna stared at Tang Yi's back. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. Competing with Brother Hua? You think you are worthy? Chapter 82. If martial arts are inadequate, then let technology fill in. Upon returning to the small courtyard in the western courtyard, Tang Yi saw the flickering lights inside. Under the dim candlelight, Du Lingfei was mending clothes for Tang Yi, while Tang Yi was propping herself on the table, dozing off intermittently. In front of them, several small dishes were already laid out. Clearly, they hadn't had dinner yet and were waiting for him. Seeing this scene, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Tang Yi's mouth. Compared to that group in the eastern courtyard, this small courtyard still had a bit of a homey atmosphere. And I'm back. Tang Yi deliberately coughed outside the door and saw Tang Yi, who was originally half asleep, suddenly wake up, jumping off the stool and rushing to the door. Brother, why are you only back now? We've been waiting for you to eat for a long time. Tang Yi jumped into Tang Yi's arms, and he picked her up, looking surprised at Du Lingfei. You can actually cook? He was somewhat shocked. Du Lingfei, who seemed to come from a scholarly family and had an elegant demeanor, could actually cook. Du Lingfei awkwardly let go of Tang Yin's skirt, and Tang Yin wrapped her arms around Tang Yi's neck and spoke first. We learned it. We went to a restaurant to learn today. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's mouth twitched slightly, looking at Du Lingfei in astonishment. You for the first time? Du Lingfei smiled and said, I probably won't be able to go back for a while, since I have nothing to do. I might as well learn a bit to save expenses. Here, try it. Du Lingfei raised both hands, her fingertips pointing at the dishes on the table. Tang Yi leaned in for a closer look, and his expression stiffened a bit. The fish was burnt, the meat was undercooked, the soup had no oil, and the chicken leg was barely okay. Not wanting to hurt the beautiful Du's feelings, he picked up a piece of the chicken leg and took a bite, only to find that as soon as he pulled the meat, blood oozed out. Great, it's not cooked. The key point was that not only was it undercooked, but also had no salt. Tang, so you two weren't waiting for me to eat, but to wait for me to test for poison, huh? Didn't you go learn at a restaurant? The results of your learning aren't so great. Well, it's my first time cooking, so it's inevitable to be a bit clumsy. After doing it a few more times, I'll get familiar with it. Du Lingfei poked her fingers, feeling a bit embarrassed. Seeing her like this, Tang Yi was somewhat surprised. Du Lingfei had always been the quiet and dignified beauty in his impression, but unexpectedly, she had such a girlish side. Not to mention, it was quite cute. But saying this could easily lead to misunderstandings. What do you mean by being clumsy for the first time and getting familiar after a few tries? What kind of wolfish words are those? Cough, it's not bad. Don't cook next time. Just hire a cook, and I'll teach you personally. Tang Yi put Tang Yin down and took the dishes back to the kitchen. He had no time to cook due to work, and it was impossible to let Du Lingfei cook. If he kept messing around, it was likely that Tang Yin and she would end up with food poisoning one day. Tang Yin and Du Lingfei exchanged glances and both stuck out their tongues. In fact, they had known the food was bad for a long time. The reason they waited for Tang Yi to come back was not to eat with him, but to wait for him to process it. Sure enough, after Tang Yi recooked the dishes, they were delicious. Tang Yi buried her head in the food, and Du Lingfei helped her with a chicken leg, saying, "I need to tell you something. You are on the dark list of the assassination order, with a bounty of 5,000 taels." Tang Yi glanced at Tang Yi and saw the little girl looking as if she already knew, shaking his head and saying, "Dark list assassination order? What is that?" Du Lingfei squinted her beautiful eyes at Tang Yi. He actually didn't know about the dark list assassination order. Considering his previous experiences, it seemed quite normal not to know. It's the task list of the Dark Gold Tower. Du Lingfei put down her chopsticks and said, "The Dark Gold Tower is a notorious assassin organization in the martial world, committing all kinds of evil with no bottom line. As long as the price is right, they will take on any task. Once a bounty is placed on the Dark Gold list, assassins will accept the task. They won't stop hunting until the target is dead. Therefore, the Dark Gold Tower's task list is also called the Dark List Assassination Order. So, you need to be careful." Tang Yi frowned slightly and said, "Do they dare to act against the Jinhui?" Du Lingfei looked at Tang Yi as if he were an idiot and said, "As long as the money is enough, they would dare to kill the emperor." Tang Yi's face suddenly darkened. If that's the case, then he needed to be serious. He feared the martial arts of this world, but that didn't mean he was afraid. On the contrary, he was quite curious if the martial arts of this world could catch bullets with bare hands like the fire cloud evil god. And bombs. I understand now. I will be careful." Tang Yi raised his hand and rubbed Tang Yi's head. Tang Yi was his only soft spot, until the Dark Gold Tower is completely resolved. "You help me take care of Tang Yi during this time." Hearing this, Du Lingfei's pupil shrank. What did this guy just say? Resolve the Dark Gold Tower? When I told you this news, was that what I meant? I want you to be careful, not to go resolve the Dark Gold Tower. Do you know what kind of existence the Dark Gold Tower is? That's an assassin organization that even the Emperor fears. There are countless experts among them. If the benefits are enough, they would even dare to team up to attack the palace. You, who can't even do martial arts, want to resolve the Dark Gold Tower? Something the Emperor hasn't done. You think you can? Are you serious? Du Lingfei frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes staring at Tang Yi. Tang Yi looked at Tang, then at Du Lingfei, saying, "Sister Du, my brother is very powerful. If he says he can resolve it, then he definitely can." Although worried, Tang Yi now has great confidence in her brother. He wouldn't lie. Tang Yi raised his hand and ruffled Tang Yin's hair, then looked at Du Lingfei and said, "Of course I'm serious, but the premise is, have you prepared what I asked you to prepare?" Du Lingfei pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. When Tang Yi went to the Jinhui, he left the items he wanted on the table in the room: sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal, and so on. She spent a day wandering around Kyoto with Tang Yi, and they managed to gather everything. Now that Tang Yi mentioned these items, she was astonished and asked, "Everything is ready, but what do you need these for?" "Naturally, once it's done, it will be a weapon of great destructive power." Tang Yi smiled. "So what if they are assassins? Want to kill me? They should first ask my bombs if they agree." After having a late-night snack, Tang Yi took the materials and sneaked back to the east courtyard, where he began to mix black powder in Tang Jing's study. This stuff is very dangerous. You wouldn't dare to mix it in Du Lingfei and Tang Yin's courtyard. Of course, besides black powder, Tang Yi's plan to make guns was also on the agenda. In his previous life, he had a deep understanding of various firearms, and modifications were easy for him. It wasn't too difficult to refine steel with sufficient strength. But the challenge was that the current forging technology might not meet the level he wanted. As for the materials needed for bullets, it was not a big problem for him, a graduate from Northwest University of Technology. If martial arts were lacking, then technology must fill the gap. Chapter 83. By the way, let's be flower thieves. In the palace, in the imperial study. What are you saying? That brat Tang Yi can practice body refining techniques? Emperor Yanwen was originally half asleep, but upon hearing Di Tsang's report, he jumped up as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Di King, don't joke with me at this hour. Body refining techniques are legendary. How could that brat Tang Yi possibly know them?" Emperor Yanwen paced back and forth, finding it hard to believe. As the emperor, he knew very well what body refining techniques meant. In a sense, they were the soul of an army. According to historical records, Armies trained in body refining techniques had strict discipline and were invincible in battle. And those who could produce body refining techniques were mostly world-renowned generals. Does Tang Yi qualify? Your Majesty, it's true. That young lad really can practice body refining techniques, Ditsong assured with his chest held high. Your Majesty, I can testify, Duke Qinmu said, cupping his hands heavily. I can also prove it. I can prove that Qinmu said if it were body refining techniques, he would eat the table in a martial arts training ground. Your Majesty, he still hasn't eaten it. Qingmao stepped forward and reported Qinmu's mischief. Hearing this, Qinmu glared fiercely at Qingmao. You bastard, that brat Tang Yi has forgotten about it. What are you pursuing? Not happy? Go out and fight. Seeing the three of them speak so confidently, Emperor Yanwen finally believed it, his face filled with shock and amazement. He turned around in place, then swung his fist vigorously, and a magical laugh spread throughout the hall. Good, good, ha, as expected of someone I value. Now, our Yan's army is like a pile of scattered sand. What we need most is body refining techniques. Di Qing, you didn't come to the palace in the middle of the night just to tell me this, did you? Speak. What do you want to do? Di Tsong had been waiting for Emperor Yanwen to say this, and he immediately cupped his hands and said, Train generals. I want Tang Yi to use his body refining techniques to help the Yin train a batch of generals. To train soldiers, we must first train generals. Emperor Yanwen pondered for a moment and shook his head, saying, even with body refining techniques, those proud and fierce soldiers in the army won't follow Tang Yi's orders. This kid is still just a little Jinyui. Without prestige and power, how can he control those proud and fierce soldiers? Ditsong thought of the confidence on Tang Yi's face at that time and smiled, saying, Tang Yi said he can do it, so I believe he can. Moreover, we old fellows like me, Qinmu, and Cheng Mao all have to be trained by Tang Yi. Who dares to disobey? If they do, I'll break their legs. Hearing Di Tsong's words, Emperor Yanwen felt completely at ease. Since these old generals had to participate in Tang Yi's training, who would dare to have objections? Just right. Take this opportunity to replace the generals of the Kyoto army. Thinking of this, Emperor Yanwen looked at Di Tsong and said, if that's the case, then issue my decree. Except for the northern border, the eastern border generals will remain unchanged. And the western and southern border generals above the 4th rank will take turns returning to the capital for training. The training location will be chosen at the training ground outside the palace walls, and according to Tang Yi's idea, all areas outside the North Warehouse training ground will be renamed a Yin Military Academy. Pirinjipal, Tang Yi. Upon saying this, the emperor's eyes slightly narrowed. Principal? Why does this title feel a bit strange? Moreover, letting someone who has never been on the battlefield be the principal surely won't gain respect. I wonder what kind of chaos will ensue when those proud and fierce soldiers return. If that brat Tang Yi can't handle it, then I will lose face. Your Majesty is wise. Di Tsong and the others said in unison. Emperor Yanwen's lips twitched slightly. All right, I'm wise. Then let's see what tricks that brat Tang Yi can come up with. Dare to embarrass me in front of the ministers. Let us see how I deal with him. In the southern city, in a farmer's small courtyard, a man in a black cloak sat in the courtyard, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, waiting for the girl's dinner. Soon, a girl in a plain skirt ran out from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of food. Ah, it's so hot. My lord, help. The girl was blushing from the heat, her fingers gripping the pot's handle, shifting constantly. However, the man ignored her and instead turned his head away angrily. He had spent half a day just to buy some vegetables and gather information, nearly starving to death, and now she wanted his help? Dream on. Oh, my lord, don't be so stingy. The girl heavily placed the pot on the table and quickly ran to the well. She plunged her hands into the water bucket, the cold feeling making her unable to help but sigh in comfort. She glared at the man and said, Zhao Zheng, is it necessary just because I was a little late in cooking for you? Zhao Zheng raised 2 fingers and said, you were 2 whole hours late. Is that just a little? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stiffened his hand holding the chopsticks, mechanically turning his head to look at the girl, gritting his teeth and asking, where's the meat? Where's my meat? Didn't we agree to have meat tonight? Why are you giving me cabbage stew with radishes instead? Do you believe I will beat you to death? During the day, this girl had tricked him out of all his money to buy meat. As a result, After going out for half a day, she only brought back a few carrots and cabbage, a bland soup with no flavor. How could he eat that? My lord. It's not that I came back late. There was no meat for sale. The girl's eyes rolled as she changed the subject. My lord, I have gathered news. The emperor will personally attend the Xinyuan poetry meeting, and we can personally take him out at the Xinyuan poetry meeting. Once we take out the emperor, we can rise up and openly rebel. At that time, my lord will no longer be the distant prince of the previous dynasty, but the emperor. However, facing the girl's encouragement, the young man took off his hood, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face, and reached out to the girl, gritting his teeth and saying, "Where's my gold? I gave you such a big piece of gold. Give it back to me." The girl stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, my lord, gold isn't important. Once we take out the emperor, we'll have everything." Zhao Zheng looked at the beautiful butterfly hairpin on the girl's head, raised his head and sighed to the heavens. Damn it, who is the master here? Is there really a maid who even robs the master's life savings? Tell us. We won't touch Emperor Yanwen. Zhao Zheng picked up a piece of cabbage and dejectedly tossed it into his mouth, saying, "Put a bounty on the dark list. I'll offer 100,000 taels for Emperor Yanwen's head." What? The girl jumped up suddenly, even knocking over the water bucket. "My lord, where are we going to get the money?" Zhao Zheng took a deep breath and said, "There are many unkind, wealthy people in the capital. Tonight, your majesty, I plan to act on behalf of heaven, to seize the wealth of the great Yin merchant family, to aid in the restoration of my country." The girl immediately squatted down, holding her head and crying, "Your majesty, you have fallen. I know you also want to be a flower thief on the side. It's pitiful. The prince's consort enjoys wealth and glory, while my prince's consort can only bloom everywhere." Chapter 84. A big business deal. Kill Emperor Yan Wendy. Meanwhile, in an inn in the northern city, a burly man stood by the window holding a long knife, looking out at the flickering lights of the capital, a cold smile on his lips. "Captain, half of the experts from the Jinglu have secretly infiltrated the capital. What exactly are we doing, making such a big commotion?" The man was Sun Ba, one of the 8 top experts from the Jinglu's capital branch. He twisted his neck and tapped his long knife. "I've accepted the task to kill Tang Yi. Although it's only 5,000 taels, a fly's leg is also meat, right? You may not care about money, but I do. I still have a family to support." Behind Sun Ba sat a young man in white, handsome but with a pale complexion, looking as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. He coughed repeatedly while fiddling with a chess piece, playing against himself on the board. He was Long Zhan, the leader of the Jinglu's capital branch. Cough, supporting a family? Well, you have at least 80 women to support. Long Zhan placed a white piece on the board, wiped the corner of his mouth, and picked up a black piece from a bowl. Each one is your favorite, and indeed, the expenses are quite large. But we can't let you ruin the leader's grand plan. Although Tang Yi is not an important figure, he is now with the Jinyui and is involved with Prince Yan. Xiao Di. If we kill him and Xiao Di uses the Jinyui to investigate, it may expose our purpose. Sun Ba looked at Long Zhan in shock and said, "What does this mean? What exactly is our purpose?" Long Zhan coughed lightly into his handkerchief and smiled. "Don't you need money? The leader has made a big business deal with Dong Yu and Bei Di. Once this deal is done, you won't have to take orders for the next 10 years. No, for the rest of your life. This big business deal is to kill Emperor Yan Wendy. As for Tang Yi, he will attend the Xinyuan poetry meeting anyway. You could just casually take care of him then." Sun Ba was stunned for a moment, then jumped up instantly. "Kill Emperor Yan Wendy? Is that true?" He licked his lips, his face full of excitement. "Ha, this task is thrilling enough. I have to participate. That old guy is worth a lot. The bounty on the dark list is almost 1,000,000 taels. Adding other rewards, I can retire in peace." Sun Ba looked at Long Zhan and waved his fist. "Captain, this job is too big. I'm already boiling with excitement. Our Jinglu is almost fully mobilized this time. Not to mention killing Emperor Yan Wendy outside the palace. Even charging into the palace, we have full confidence. Simply put, let's kill the dog emperor and let the leader become emperor instead." Cough, cough, cough. Long Zhan coughed several times, and the chess pieces in his hand fell to the ground. Great idea, but don't think about it next time. What are you thinking? The Jinglu only kills people. They don't save the world or govern the world. Besides, who says that after killing the emperor, the leader can become emperor? The entire court of the Great Yin will never agree, and if you dare to ascend the throne, within 3 days, the world will rebel. Sun Ba turned to look at Long Zhan, glaring. Why can't we think about it? This operation is under your command, Captain. There are more than 200 of us participating. More than 200 experts could scare Emperor Yin Wendy to death. Long Zhan slightly shook his head. Scaring Emperor Yin Wendy to death? You underestimate him too much. If killing Emperor Yin Wendy were that easy, why would Tang Yi and bed pay such a huge price for the Jinglu to do this? Moreover, Emperor Yin Wendy's Jinyui and palace experts are not to be trifled with. Although we have insiders in the palace, these pieces cannot be used unless absolutely necessary. Enough with the nonsense. You are fully responsible for receiving and hiding the Jinglu killers. Long Zhan tapped the table, his cold gaze fixed on Sun Ba. If you dare to act rashly or disobey orders, believe it or not, I will kill you first as a sacrifice. Feeling the chill in Long Zhan's eyes, Sun Ba shivered. Although this young man appeared half dead, he knew how ruthless the other was. Over the years, he had turned at least 80 people into human puppets under his hand. He did not want to become the next one. Yes, Captain, I will definitely not cause you any trouble. Sun Ba quickly raised his hand to swear. Outside the Jiang family mansion, on a lakeside path, Jiang Yuna held Tang Hua's hand, walking along the path. After Tang Yi rejected the marriage contract, Jiang Yushi and Tang Jing were to discuss matters. So the responsibility of escorting Jiang Yuna home naturally fell to Tang Hua. At this moment, Jiang Yuna looked at Tang Hua's handsome profile, feeling a bit guilty. I'm sorry, Brother Hua, it's all my fault. I couldn't control my emotions, which made Tang Yi see through it, leading to the failure of the plan. Tang Hua's eyes flashed with coldness upon hearing this. Foolish woman, if it weren't for you protecting me at every turn, how could the plan fail? But the coldness in his eyes quickly faded, and a warm smile appeared on his lips. He reached out to ruffle Jiang Yuna's hair and said with a doting expression, It's okay. It's not your fault. You care about me, and I'm happy enough as it is. As for Tang Yi, we have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Jiang Yuna nodded vigorously, leaning against Tang Hua's shoulder like a little bird. Brother Hua is talented. I believe you will definitely soar high and rise to prominence. Don't worry, Brother Hua. If Tang Yi dares to block your path, I will make him regret it at all costs. Thinking of Tang Yi's arrogant demeanor when he drew his sword in the Tang family, Jiang Yuna's eyes filled with resentment. A useless waste who is not favored. Wanting to block Brother Hua in my way? He really doesn't know how to die. And he shamelessly wants to marry Kong Sherlon? Dream on. A look of disgust appeared on Tang Hua's face. A daughter of a Yushi also dares to dream of spending time with you under the flowers? You think you deserve it? Just a plaything. If it weren't for your usefulness as a toy to trample on Tang Yi's dignity, do you really think I still need to greet you with a smile? I know, but Tang Yi is too malicious. We have to be cautious. Tang Hua sighed lightly and said, He is now hooked up with that little poet. If they team up to harm me, it could lead to some unexpected incidents at the Xinyuan poetry meeting. Tang Yi's disruption at the celebration feast has already made me a laughingstock in the capital. If something unexpected happens at the Xinyuan poetry meeting and His Majesty is present, he might have a bad impression of me. Tang Hua held Jiang Yuna's face with both hands and said, Yuna, I have another plan that requires your cooperation, but it might affect your reputation a bit. I don't want to. Sigh, forget it. I'll take care of the rest. Jiang Yuna grabbed Tang Hua's hands that were holding her face, a blush creeping on her face. Brother Hua, I have long been yours. As long as I can help you, what does a little loss of reputation matter? Brother Hua, just tell me what I need to do. Tang Hua hugged Jiang Yuna in his arms, a scheming smile playing on his lips. It's very simple. I have a drug here. I need you to get Tang Yi into bed. Then, catch him in the act, forcing him to marry you. Ah, Tang Yi, what are you being so arrogant about? I want you to marry a piece of trash I played with. Jiang Yuna nodded and said, Okay, I'll find a chance to knock him out tomorrow. Chapter 85. You dare to plagiarize my poem? The next day, outside the capital, in the camp of the left Shaowei army, Old King Fu finished inspecting the camp and returned to the tent to write a memorial for Emperor Yin Wendy. Before formally writing the memorial, Old King Fu pulled out a piece of paper from a book on the desk. The paper contained the poem that Tang Yi had written for him that day. In recent days, he had been inspecting the troops guarding Kyoto and had no time to rewrite his poetry. Now that the inspection of the left Shaowei was completed, the inspection task was finished. Naturally, while writing a memorial to report to Emperor Yin, he would also take this poem along for the emperor to appreciate. He wanted to prevent Di Song, that old fox, from thinking that only he had the poetry of the little poetic genius, bragging endlessly. Now he had it too, and it was a world-renowned masterpiece. He could also show off now. It was just poetry. Who didn't have some? My lord, something's happened, a big deal. However, just as he picked up his brush, the steward came rushing in, rolling and crawling. The old Fuang's face darkened as he put down the brush and said, "What is the emergency? Did the Northern D invade Kyoto?" "It's not that the Northern D have invaded Kyoto. It's that the poem written by young Master Tang has caused a problem." The steward raised the envelope in his hand high and handed it to the old Fuang, saying, "This is the latest news from Kyoto. Your poem has encountered a big issue." The old Fuang was stunned at that moment. "What is going on? My poem can still cause trouble? What? Has the poem I wrote run away? Or did that kid Tang use my poem? That kid Tang isn't that kind of person. I may be getting old, but my judgment isn't that bad." Taking the letter from his steward's hand, the old Fuang opened it and glanced at it. And the next second his face went blank. The letter was written by Di Song, and the old fellow recounted the events that happened during the palace examination, especially how Tang Hua made a stunning impression during the examination with the admonishing poem, which shocked the entire audience. Just by looking at the so-called admonishing poem, the old Fuang's eyes widened little by little. Damn, the admonishing poem. This is the poem that Tang Yi wrote for me. How dare he use my poem to participate in the palace examination and even win first place? Seeking death. Admonishing poem? I advise your old mother. When new top scholar, you dare to copy the poem written by the little poetic genius for me. Just wait until I return to Kyoto. I'll see how I can deal with both of you. The old Fuang was no longer calm. That was a poem that would leave a lasting legacy for him. And in the future, when people analyzed and interpreted this poem, they would first think of who the old Fuang was. Damn it. Now it's turned into an admonishing poem, and he has become a stepping stone for Tang Hua. It was simply outrageous. Without thinking, the old Fuang knew that this poem must have been copied by Tang Hua from Tang. Otherwise, how could the two write exactly the same poem? Come here. Prepare the carriage. I want to return to Kyoto. The old Fuang slammed his palm on the table, his face turning red with anger. The steward turned pale with fright and said, "My lord, the right Weiwei has not yet been inspected. Then hurry up and arrange for me to inspect it immediately. And after the inspection, return directly to Kyoto." The old Fuang leaned on the table, furious. The steward nodded repeatedly, rolling and crawling out of the tent. The next day, at the Tang family, Tang Jing was getting dressed under the care of Yin Xuanyu when the doorman came to report. "My lord, the old lady of the Liu family is asking to see you outside." Hearing this, Tang Jing's eyes immediately narrowed, and Yin Xuanyu, who was helping him dress, paused as well, coldness flashing in her eyes. Back when she entered the Tang residence, this old woman had helped Liu Ruyu, causing her to lose face in Kyoto. Now she still had the nerve to come to the door. Does she really think she is still that imposing old woman for back then? "My lord, the old lady Liu is here so early, probably regarding the matter of Lord Liu. For the sake of Sister Liu, you should see her," Yin Xuanyu said gently, not mentioning the humiliation she faced from the Shun family yesterday. Tang Jing glanced at Yin Xuanyu lightly, looking at the doorman and saying, "Please let the old lady Liu in. I will go over shortly." The doorman acknowledged and turned to leave, while Yin Xuanyu helped Tang Jing adjust his clothing and said, "My lord, regarding Xiao Yi's marriage, perhaps the old lady Liu can help. Xiao Yi doesn't listen to you, but he should listen to the old lady. Besides, didn't you want that calligraphy saint's post from the Liu family for a long time? This is an opportunity." Tang Jing was taken aback, instantly understanding Yin Xuanyu's meaning. Using Liu Gongjin's life to force the old lady Liu to make Tang Yi agree to the marriage, while also obtaining the Liu family's heirloom, the calligraphy saint's post. The calligraphy saint's post was a masterpiece by the great calligrapher Wang Yifei from hundreds of years ago, a priceless treasure coveted by countless scholars. If he could seize this opportunity to obtain it, that would be even better. As for Liu Gongjin, he could agree to save him. Of course, just agreeing. "You are right. Then today, I will leave it to you. Tang Jing raised his hand to pinch Yin Xuanyu's chin and said, you know what to do. He was well aware of how much this woman hated the Lu family. Give her a little opportunity, and she would be eager to crush the Lu family to pieces. Yin Xuanyu smiled brightly and said, my lord, don't worry. That old woman who made you lose face back then, today I will make her repay it all. Tang Jing nodded slightly, releasing Yin Xuanyu and asking, where is Tang Yi? Is he still in the west courtyard? When Tang Yi was mentioned, Yin Xuanyu's expression became extremely ugly, saying, I don't know what he was causing a fuss about. He was messing around in the study all night last night and only left at dawn today. Tang Jing frowned upon hearing this but said nothing. Recently, Tang Yi had inexplicably become studious, spending time reading in the study. He was aware of this but never collided with him in time. After changing clothes, Tang Jing took Yin Xuanyu to the front courtyard. The old lady Lu had already entered the Tang family, accompanied by the Shun and Jiang families. Ha, Lord Tang. Your Tang family is indeed hard to enter. Before Tang Jing could speak, Jiang Shi sneered at him and Yin Xuanyu, already mocking. Of course, the Tang family is now a prestigious family. Not just anyone can enter. Yin Xuanyu sneered, retorting, moreover, wasn't the Lu family once swearing that in their lifetime? They would never enter our Tang family's door? How come you're here now? Saying this, Yin Xuanyu had an expression of understanding, glancing at the old lady Lu and saying, oh, I see, you want to ask my husband to help save Lu Gongjin, right? Seeking help while being so arrogant. It seems the Lu family's upbringing is indeed eye-opening. Jiang Shi was left speechless, her face alternating between green and white. The old lady Lu's expression did not change, but her grip on her cane tightened instinctively, and she even grabbed Shun Shi's wrist to prevent her from counterattacking. Tang Jing approached to greet the old lady Lu. Smiling and apologizing, Mother, don't mind. Xuanyu is just straightforward, but she means no harm. Please don't hold it against her. The old lady Lu smiled and raised her hand, saying, Lord Tang, please rise. I cannot bear such great courtesy. The old lady came today to ask about Tang Yi and my grandson Lu Wenyuan being taken into the Jinui. What is going on? Upon hearing this, Tang Jing and Yin Xuanyu were both taken aback. Tang Yi was taken into the Jinui? How did this happen? Tang Yi himself was a member of the Jinui. Wasn't he? Chapter 86. Do everything possible to keep him in one piece. During this time, Tang Jing was almost driven mad by his son, who was acting against him at every turn. He didn't want to hear a single piece of news about this son, whether inside or outside the family. If he was locked up in the Jinui, that would be great. It would be best if he could be locked up for 10 or 8 years, to prevent this rebellious son from causing trouble everywhere, which was annoying. Of course, this was something he couldn't let the old lady Lu know. Otherwise, how could he use Lu Gongjin and Lu Wenyuan's lives to obtain the Lu family's heirloom? What? That child Wenyuan was also taken into the Jinui? Tang Jing feigned shock and said, Mother, let us go inside and talk. Your health isn't good, so don't stand. He personally helped the old lady Lu sit down in the house, poured her a cup of tea, and said, Mother, this is my fault. I have not disciplined Tang Yi well, causing him to get into trouble and implicate Wenyuan. The old lady Lu looked up. Get into trouble? Yes, a few days ago. They caused trouble at Huanin Fong. Tang Jing knew about the conflict between Tang Yi and Lu Zhou at the Huanin workshop. Because of this incident, Lu would have been gritting his teeth with anger every time he saw him, wishing he could confront him physically. The background of the Huanin workshop was quite strong. Even I was wary of it. Tang Jing's expression darkened as he said, This brat is really something. If he had told me earlier that Yinner was also captured, I would have demanded her release along with the people from the Jinui. As a result, I saved him, and he didn't say a word. Tang Jing didn't like the Lu family and seized this opportunity to completely sever Tang Yi's ties with them. At the same time, he also cut off Tang Yi's escape route. Sure enough, upon hearing this, old Madame Lu frowned, although she didn't fully believe Tang Jing's words. If Tang Yi was really rescued, he should have mentioned that when Yin was captured, even if Tang Jing didn't care. He could have gone to the Lu family to clarify the reason for the capture. However, Tang Yi didn't say a single word. Had the obedient and sensible child really turned bad? Zhang's eyes flickered as she looked up at the sky, feeling a wave of guilt. She had already learned about Tang Yi's situation with the Jinhui yesterday from the informant, but she didn't want to mention it to increase the old madam's sense of crisis. Besides, Tang Yi was timid and cowardly. He wouldn't accomplish anything. Mother, shall he wouldn't do such a thing, Shin said with certainty, believing in Tang Yi. Oh, does the madam mean to say that my husband is lying? Yen Shuangyu scoffed, curling her lip disdainfully. Your Lu family is in such decline that even dogs want enter. Did my husband even need to lie to you? At this point, Yen Shuangyu walked to Tang Jing's side, her face filled with pride and mockery. When I entered the capital, you all said I was a country woman. Yet this country woman has a son who topped the imperial examinations, a second son who is a renowned wealthy merchant in the capital, and a third son who is a general defending the borders. The Lu family, a family of scholarly lineage, yet Tang Yi, who has Lu blood, is such a worthless ingrate. TSK. If Sister Yu were watching from above, I wonder how disappointed she would be. Back then, she faced humiliation from the Lu family when she entered the Tang family, and now she finally returned the favor, feeling a sense of refreshment and comfort. Oh, did you all look down on me back then? Now, I make it so you can't reach me. Old Madame Lu's face darkened. Her daughter, being belittled like this, ignited a fire of anger in her heart, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on her cane. Shin saw that Tang Jing merely took a sip of tea without stopping Yin Shuangyu, and understood that Yin Shuangyu's humiliation of the Lu family was being tolerated by Tang Jing. He was also taking revenge on the Lu family. But without the Lu family's help, could Tang Jing have reached his current position as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel? Shun's anger flared up too, just as she was about to retort that if Tang Hua topped the examinations, he might not necessarily be worse if he had received the same education. However, before she could speak, old Madame Lu had already raised her hand to grab her wrist, shaking her head slightly. If she wanted to plead, she had to be prepared for humiliation. The old madam was already prepared, but when she looked up at Tang Jing sitting opposite her, her heart was still consumed by endless anger and humiliation because of this hypocritical man. She had lost her husband and beloved daughter in a year. And now, to save her grandson and son, she had to plead with this man. The old madam shivered slightly. Her mouth opened several times before her hoarse voice finally spoke. Lord Tang, I wonder if you could help to mediate and save Wen Yan. As for Gong Jin, if possible, please help to ensure he has a complete corpse. After thinking all night, the old madam couldn't come up with any way to break the deadlock. She thought about asking the Xianfei for help. The Xianfei was the best friend of her daughter, and asking her would surely have hope. However, the harem should not interfere in politics, and if the Xianfei begged for Lu Gongjin, she would likely be attacked from all sides. She couldn't endanger the Xianfei's favor or even risk her being sent to the cold palace for her son. Hearing the old madam's words, Shin closed her eyes in pain. Was her husband really beyond saving? Tang Jing paused slightly with the teacup in his hand, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. This was the very sentence he had been waiting for. Mother, don't say that. I will definitely help with the Lu family's matters if I can, Tang Jing said, putting down the teacup, his expression calm. However, before he could finish, Yin Shuangyu hugged his arm and said, Husband, have you forgotten how they treated you back then? Why should you help them? Back then, for their own face, they asked the emperor to issue an edict reprimanding you, almost ruining your future. If you hadn't been capable, who knows where you would have been exiled by now. Now they say they need help, and you just help? Yin Shuangyu crossed her arms and glared at old Madame Lu. Old Madame Lu, if you want help, you should have the attitude of someone begging. Your daughter is already dead, and your Lu family has no ties with our Tang family anymore. If you want my husband to help you save someone, fine, but you'll have to kneel and plead. Old Madame Lu's stooped body trembled at once. Shun's face turned pale as she stood in front of old Madame Lu. Lord Tang, manager woman. Although Yu is gone, she still has children, and my mother is still your mother. Can you bear to have your mother kneel down to plead with you? Tang Jing looked up at Shun, his eyes cold. Oh, is my sister-in-law here to ask me to do something? Or is she here to teach me how to do it? If you're here to teach me, then please go ahead. I, Tang Jing, do things without needing others to point fingers. Shun's face turned icy. Oh, sister-in-law, just say a little less, Jiang said, pulling Shin back. We came here today to ask Lord Tang to help save Xiao Yi and my brother, not to give Lord Tang a hard time. Everything should still be decided by the mother. Yin Xuanyu looked at old Madame Lu mockingly, but the old madam looked calmly at Tang Jing. If she knelt today, the Lu family would lose all face, and their previous reputation would become a knife aimed at them. But if she didn't kneel, Lu Gongjin would undoubtedly die, and it was very likely that her grandson Lu Wenyin would be implicated as well. If Lu Wenyin died, the Lu family's lineage would be cut off. Lord Tang, I am kneeling here to beg you. Can you save my grandson? The old madam gripped her cane and asked in a deep voice. Chapter 87. If you touch my family, you must bear the consequences. Old Madame Lu stood up. She knew very well that Tang Jing and Yin Xuanyu hated her the most. It was she who had forcefully obstructed things back then, causing Yin Xuanyu not to become the matriarch of the Tang family, which also led to Tang Jing's reputation being tarnished. Now, they were seeking revenge, which was very normal. But if kneeling could save her grandson, she was willing because, with the Lu family's current connections, they couldn't even find out why Lu Wenyin was detained. She feared that Lu Gongjin's case would implicate Lu Wenyin. Tang Jing naturally wouldn't really make old Madame Lu kneel. Although the Lu family had fallen, they had once been glorious, and many people in the court had benefited from them. Now, under pressure, they could disregard the Lu family. But if old Madame Lu really knelt, it would be a big deal. No one wanted to bear the reputation of being disloyal and unfilial. He, Tang Jing, had maintained a good reputation for over a decade and didn't want it to be destroyed. Therefore, seeing that old Madame Lu's knees didn't give way, Tang Jing quickly helped her up. Mother, what are you doing? Xuanyu is joking. Don't take it to heart. I can't just stand by and watch the Lu family's matters. As he said this, Tang Jing pretended to show difficulty, turning around in place before saying, Mother, the trouble Tang Yi and Wenyin stirred up this time is a bit big. I spent a great deal to pull Tang Yi out, to save Wenyin. If you want to ask the Crown Prince and the people behind Huanin Workshop not to pursue it, that's fine, but you'll have to exchange it for the Shuxing Tai. Upon hearing this, old Madame Lu's pupils contracted, Shun's face turned pale, and Jiang instinctively covered her mouth. What? The people behind Huanin Workshop are actually the Crown Prince? Tang Yi and Lu Wenyin actually offended the Crown Prince. But the Shuxing Tai is the heirloom of the Lu family. Mother, the calligraphy saint scroll is the only thing that can save Yin'er. Tang Jing gently shook his teacup. With the calligraphy saint scroll as a bargaining chip and the Crown Prince mediating, Lu Gongjin might still have a glimmer of hope. Lu Gongjin is undoubtedly doomed, but in order to obtain the calligraphy saint scroll, he still deliberately left a hope for the Lu family. Sure enough, old Madame Lu suddenly raised her head and stared at Tang Jing. Is what you said true? If the Lu family hands over the calligraphy saint scroll, can you really save Wenyin and Gongjin's lives? Seeing that old Madame Lu was falling for it, Tang Jing slightly nodded and said, There is absolutely no problem in releasing Yin'er, and even if Gongjin does not die, he will probably be exiled 2,000 miles away. Upon hearing this, both old Madame Lu and Shun's eyes lit up. Exile is exile. As long as he doesn't die, everything still has a chance. However, Zhang's face turned pale. The most valuable thing in the Lu family is the calligraphy saint scroll. How can they just give it away to save two useless people? Yin Xuanyu looked at the already wavering old Madame Lu and Shun and couldn't help but sneer. Huh, old hag, weren't you very wise? Aren't you high and mighty? It turns out you also have desperate moments? Such a low-level trap, and you actually fell for it. All right, I will have someone bring the calligraphy saint scroll here. The calligraphy saint scroll is a treasure of the literary world, but compared to the lives of family members, it is nothing at all. Old Madame Lu immediately wanted Shun to go back and fetch it. At this moment, a smiling voice came. Grandma, Tang Jing is lying to you. Don't be fooled. He can't save my uncle. Everyone immediately turned to look and saw Tang Yi wearing a flying fish robe with a spring knife at his waist, carrying Tang Yi as he walked over. Yeah? Yuan. Upon seeing Tang Yi and Tang Yi, old Madame Lu instantly stood up, and the cane in her hand fell to the ground. Looking at the thin and frail figures of Tang Yi and Tang Yi, her eyes immediately turned red. Because of the obstruction from the Tang family, She hadn't seen this pair of grandchildren for 3 to 4 years. How much suffering have they endured over the years? Grandson Tang Yi, greetings to Grandma. Granddaughter Yi, greetings to Grandma. As they approached old Madame Lu, Tang Yi and Tang Yi knelt down and bowed to her. Good children, get up, get up. Old Madame Lu, with red eyes, pulled Tang Yi and Tang Yi up, carefully examining them. Seeing their rough and calloused hands, tears couldn't help but flow down. How could there be so many wounds? Your hand are as rough as tree bark. What kind of suffering have you two endured? Old Madame Lu hugged Tang Yi and Tang Yi, her body trembling with sorrow. Seeing this scene, Shen also had red eyes and wiped her tears. But Jiang only curled her lip disdainfully. Tang Jing and Yin Shuangyu's expressions also darkened as they stared at Tang Yi with icy eyes. A perfectly executed scam was unexpectedly disrupted by Tang Yi. Grandma, I'm fine. We're doing very well now. Tang Yi held his grandmother's hands, a smile on his face. But his nose inexplicably felt sour. Grandma, really, my brother is amazing now. Tang Yi also raised her little fist, her delicate face full of pride. Good. Old Madame Lu smiled and rubbed Tang Yin's face, saying, Come, quickly greet your aunts. Greetings to Annie Da and Annie HEIR. Tang Yi and Tang Yin respectfully saluted, and Shen smiled as she helped them up. Then she noticed Tang Yi's flying fish robe and was stunned. Little Yi, you are now a Jinyui? Yes, I am now 100 households of the Jinyui. Tang Yi looked at his grandmother, somewhat surprised. Auntie Grandma, I clearly had my uncle write you a letter yesterday to report safety. Why did you still come to find Tang Shirling? You don't need to plead. I have already solved my uncle's case. My uncle is fine and will be able to return home in a few days. Upon hearing this, old Madame Lu and Shun were instantly stunned. Tang Jing and Yin Shuangyu were also dumbfounded. Old Madame Lu grasped Tang Yi's hand, her voice trembling. Little Yi, is what you said true? Your uncle is really fine? Don't lie to Grandma. Your second uncle has sought many people in the past few days, and they all said your uncle is a scapegoat chosen by public selection and is doomed to die. Shin also stared at Tang Yi, clenching her fist.